She was once the daughter of a high-ranking official, but her family's fortunes declined, her boyfriend abandoned her, and she was sacrificed and exploited in the workplace. Yet, by chance, she encountered a man who treated her with utmost tenderness. His distinguished background also brought her professional advantages. She initially believed he would be her sanctuary, but the mystery surrounding his origins triggered another wave of suffering. The intricate web of interests ultimately led her down the disreputable path of a mistress. However, what began as a mere transactional relationship gradually evolved into genuine affection, ensnaring her in its grasp. It became apparent that he was intertwined with her career, leaving her to ponder how she could attain a fulfilling resolution with him. Let us commence this tale. The winter afternoon sun bathed the hospital room in warmth, as Li Yanin sat on a chair, skillfully peeling an apple, while the man lying on the bed quietly observed her. Suddenly, he remarked, "I finalized the divorce proceedings with my wife last week." Yanin's heart fluttered momentarily, yet her hands continued their task, her lips maintaining a faint smile as she presented her most graceful demeanor to the man before her. Unbeknownst to her, she had become adept at concealing her emotions, transforming into a master of calculating the hearts of others. Before long, she handed the peeled apple to the man in the bed. He did not accept it, merely gazing at her in silence. Yanin placed the apple on the table and calmly stated, "Next week, I will be going to America with Will. He has already proposed to me." The gentleman seemed unperturbed by Yanin's words, his lips curved into a perpetual smile as he gazed at her. Anxious to conceal her emotions, Yanin subtly rose and strolled to the window. The vista from the private sanatorium was quite picturesque, nestled between mountains and sea. Bamboos were cultivated in abundance on the hills, imbuing the air with a subtle fragrance. Through the window, one could observe the distant seascape, with ships sailing afar and waves crashing against the rocks. Gazing at the scene before her, Yanin's thoughts drifted into the distance, a montage of past events resurfacing in her mind. Over the past decade, she had experienced the vicissitudes of life, her fortunes fluctuating like the tides. The opulence of yesteryear had dissipated like a fleeting dream. Where should this narrative commence? A decade prior, Yanin was a senior at a prestigious university, hailing from a family of considerable means. Her father was a high-ranking civil servant, while her mother was a quintessential homemaker, dedicating her days to leisure. Upon graduation, she, like her peers, frequented campus recruitment fairs in search of employment. With a deluge of university graduates each year and a dearth of desirable positions, everyone endeavored to excel by any means necessary. "Oh, Yanin, do you even need to attend these recruitment fairs? Isn't your father a civil servant? He could easily secure a position for you, so why bother competing with us?" Ling Yue, a fellow resident of the adjacent dormitory, remarked with derision. As classmates morphed into competitors, their relationships naturally became more nuanced. However, her discord with Ling Yue extended beyond the mere issue of job hunting. "Oh, you're here too. Ling Yue, I thought you'd gone to the pig farm looking for a job, as that might suit your physique better," retorted Wang Meng before Yanin could utter a word. Ling Yue shot Wang Meng a glare, fully aware that she would gain no advantage in front of her, and stormed off in a huff. Wang Meng flashed a playful wink at Yanin, who responded with a mischievous smile. Wang Meng and Yanin were close friends from the same dormitory, where bonds were forged during their university days. Besides Wang Meng, Yanin's dormitory also included Liu Ai and Liu Xinxin. The four of them enjoyed each other's company and became inseparable friends. That year, a bank named Guoshang Bank was set to open a new branch in City A, recruiting a multitude of fresh graduates. A student from a finance university, Yanin and her friend participated in the interviews. They successfully passed and received offers. Wang Meng also received an offer from a city commercial bank, but after much contemplation, she chose to join Guoshang Bank. Being part of the inaugural batch at a newly opened branch promised promising prospects, and being together with her close friends offered mutual support. Additionally, their neighbor from the dormitory, Ling Yue, also joined the same bank that on the day she received her offer, Yanin joyfully announced her intention to celebrate by dining out with her parents. Her father, elated, readily agreed, adding humorously that Yanin would treat them while he would cover the bill. That evening, the family ventured to an upscale Western restaurant nearby. Although her mother had already crossed the threshold of 50, the abundance of life had bestowed upon her a youthful appearance that belied her age. Seated elegantly, Mrs. Li savored her meal, displaying little interest in the professional pursuits of Yanin and Mr. Li, who were deeply engrossed in discussions about Yanin's future career aspirations. Upon returning home, her father surprised her with a beautiful LV handbag as a gift to commemorate her new job. Having bid farewell to her final summer vacation, Yanin and her close friends completed their onboarding procedures. Once employed, they were assigned to different departments. Yanin found herself in the corporate group of the marketing department. Meng was placed in the comprehensive management department, while Lu Ai and Lu Xinxin joined the operations and sales division. Due to the foreign bank's background, each employee was required to adopt an English name. Yanin became Anna, Meng was dubbed Chris, Lu Ai chose Angle, and Lu Xinxin opted for Emma. As a novice without prior experience, Yanin was relegated to performing basic assistant duties, learning to input financial statements into the system and mastering the art of crafting loan applications and other straightforward tasks. Those with experience who had transitioned from other positions naturally took on the role of client managers. As the clock struck the end of the workday, Yanin began to gather her belongings, preparing to leave, only to realize that no one else seemed inclined to depart. She, her colleague from the same department, was intently browsing Taobao, her expression remarkably serious, as though she were diligently engaged in her duties. Upon noticing Yanin's gaze, she hastily closed the window. "What are you staring at?" Ling Yue shot a glance at Yanin. Yanin merely curled her lips in disdain, silently cursing the pretense. With that, she shouldered her bag and headed home. Thus, the days passed in an orderly fashion, with Yanin consistently clocking out on time, while Ling Yue appeared to be perpetually working overtime. After a week of labor, Yanin arranged to meet with 3 friends for a weekend of shopping and dining. Since entering university, romance had ceased to be a forbidden affair, and all her companions were now in relationships. Opportunities for the 4 of them to gather privately were rare, making this gathering a cherished occasion for heartfelt conversations. They specifically chose a restaurant with a delightful ambience to hold their weekly gripe session about work. Our department supervisor, Tim, a lecherous 40-year-old man, grins in a rather unsettling manner every day and frequently resorts to intimidation. Lu Ai imitated Tim's mannerisms, saying, "I tell you, I have plenty of resumes here. If you don't perform well, you're out." "Huh? Do you really have the capability to fire me?" "Haha." Lu Xinxin laughed so hard that she nearly doubled over, giving Lu Ai a thumbs up. Lu Ai's imitation skills were undoubtedly top-notch. "I believe the supervisor from the finance department is the real weirdo." A divorced woman in her 40s, she struts around as if she were the vice president, constantly assigning me tasks. She even approaches me about the water on the restroom sink. "What does that have to do with me?" Wang Ming complained. "I'm not the cleaning lady." "What about you?" Lu Ai inquired of Yunnan. "Well enough, except I'm grouped with Ling Yue, which is quite off-putting. That person pretends to be important, lingering at the office after hours instead of going home. Our superior seems oblivious, spending 4 out of 5 weekdays out on business," Yunnan said with a hint of boredom. "Staying late is just a show for the boss," Wang Ming speculated. "Indeed, I understand that. Let her do as she pleases. Her ambition is her affair, not mine," Yunnan remarked, resting her chin on her hand, exuding ennui. "As long as she doesn't bother me, I'm find out, huh? You are competitors in the same department. She will undoubtedly come back to annoy. You don't even think otherwise," Lu Ai said, sipping her juice. "I'm utterly exhausted this week. I hear the grand opening ceremony is next week, and the big boss is coming. I have so much to prepare," Wang Ming said wearily. "The big president? I heard he's quite handsome," Xi chimed in. "How handsome can a 50-year-old man be? Your taste must be questionable," Lu Ai retorted dismissively. "No, I've heard he carries himself with great style," Yunnan added, showing her agreement with Xi's statement. The classic ringtone of the iPhone echoed. "Hello? Have you arrived?" "All right, he'll be right out." Yanin stood up, saying, "Chong, I'm leaving now." Prioritizing romance over friendship came a teasing call from Meng, as Yanin smiled and dashed out. Yao Chong was Yanin's boyfriend, with whom she had been together since their sophomore year. Yao Chong's father held a significant position as a director in the Electropower Bureau, granting the family a comfortable lifestyle, making them well-matched. Yao Chong was ambitious after graduation. He opted to work while continuing his studies, while Yanin chose to enter the workforce. Yanin hurriedly exited the restaurant and spotted Yao Chong waiting at the entrance. She leapt onto his back, prompting him to quickly wrap his arms around her to prevent her from slipping off. "Take it easy, dear. Carry me," Yanin playfully insisted. "All right, your husband will carry you," Yao Chong responded as he walked down the street with Yanin on his back. "Have you gained weight again?" "Not at all. You're the one who's put on some weight," Yanin pouted. "Let's go watch a movie. I bought tickets for the 7:30 show." "Sounds great. Let's hurry," Yanin urged from his back, and Yao Chong quickened his pace, racing towards the cinema. A blissful and sweet moment for the couple at the grand opening ceremony. Executives gathered, and the ladies of the industry were all dressed to the nines, predominantly adorned with heavy makeup, while only Yanin wore a subtle look. The bank president, sporting vintage sunglasses, stood on stage delivering a concise and impactful speech. One must admit that while he was not conventionally handsome, his charisma shone through in every gesture. After the opening ceremony, the president convened a meeting to uplift everyone's spirits as they patiently awaited in the conference room. The branch manager escorted the esteemed president into the space. The moment Zhang Wenhao entered, the entire room appeared to shrink in size. Yanin, seated in the front row, couldn't help but whisper to Wang Meng he must be towering at least 1.90 meters. Before Wang Meng could respond, Zhang Wenhao, with a smile, turned around and replied, "Indeed, I stand at exactly 1.90 meters. Feeling embarrassed, Yanin lowered her gaze, realizing how awkward it was to be overheard. Zhang Wenhao chuckled lightly, refraining from further comments as he settled in to commence the meeting. Throughout the duration, Yanin kept her head down, while Wang Meng stifled laughter beside her, nearly causing herself internal injury from suppressing her amusement. Chapter 2. Out of place as time swiftly passed, half a year had elapsed. Yanin gradually began to comprehend her duties and became adept at her role. She found a sense of satisfaction in her position as an assistant. On one hand, it allowed her to leave work punctually, and on the other, it spared her from the obligation of accompanying clients to meals and drinks. Yao Chong had repeatedly emphasized that she must refrain from dining and drinking with clients. Her aspirations did not lie in her career. Once Yao Chong's work stabilized, she envisioned herself donning a wedding gown and stepping into the sanctuary of matrimony, followed by motherhood, after which she might not return to the office, embracing the life of a full-time homemaker, much like her mother. Life, she believed, could continue in this simple yet blissful manner. This evening marked Christmas Eve, and the boss announced a gathering for dinner and karaoke, inviting the entire branch to participate. The leader of Yanin's team emerged from the president's office, joyfully proclaiming the news, which was met with immediate cheers from the crowd. "Our boss is truly magnificent," echoed Ling Yue, her face radiant with delight. Yanin discreetly approached the team head and softly inquired, "Shen Xingzhu, may I abstain from attending?" "Why is that?" Their team leader, an assistant to the president, was a balding man in his 40s. The bank, a Taiwanese enterprise, employed executives predominantly from Taiwan, including Shen Xingzhu. He scrutinized Yanin with an unsettling gaze. "I have a date with my boyfriend this evening. Participation is voluntary, yet this is a collective event for the branch. Should you choose not to partake in such communal activities, it is only natural that you might be overlooked in future collective endeavors." Shen Xingzhu spoke with an air of casualness, yet the underlying thread in his words was unmistakable. With the year-end approaching and assessments looming, Yanin had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, no one wished to jeopardize their evaluations over trivial matters after a year of hard work. Reluctantly, Yanin returned to her workstation and quietly texted Yao Chong. After work, everyone gathered for a meal, where toast flowed abundantly. The client manager exhibited an undeniable dominance, eagerly raising glasses to the bank president, while Yanin stood quietly at the back of the crowd, opting to abstain from drinking whenever possible. Lu Xinxin and Lu Ai sat at the operations table, maintaining a relatively subdued demeanor. Seizing the opportunity amidst the commotion, Yanin discreetly approached and took a seat beside them. "This is so dull," Lu Ai muttered. "I wish I could go home," Yanin replied. Her gaze lowered as she continued to message Yao Chong. At that moment, another team leader, Zhang Xingzhu, approached to toast the operations department. Everyone donned cheerful, congenial masks, happily thanking Zhang Xingzhu. Later, they all ventured to a KTV to sing, ordering an abundance of alcoholic beverages. Ling Yue was the most enthusiastic, constantly toasting with her drink in hand. Shen Xingzhu sat nearby, singing, while Ling Yue nestled beside him, her ample figure brushing against his hand. Shen Xingzhu's eyes twinkled with mischief as they exchanged a knowing glance, their silent communication laden with meaning. In the corner, Yan'an observed the two with a look of disdain. Gently nudging Lu Ai beside her, Yan'an followed her gaze, and the two exchanged a glance filled with disgust. As the clock struck midnight, the lively gathering finally came to a close. Upon stepping out of the KTV, Yan'an spotted Yao Chong waiting at the entrance. Like a little bird, she swiftly flew into his embrace. Yao Chong planted a quick kiss on her cheek and held her close as they walked back. Passing by the garage, they noticed Yang Lu from the business development department getting into the president's car, which sped away rapidly. She was renowned as the most beautiful woman in their bank. Yan'an's gaze lingered on the departing vehicle for a moment. Your president is quite the lecher, Yao Chang remarked. Perhaps he is merely driving an employee home. After all, it is quite late, she retorted. Only you would believe such an excuse. With a sidelong glance at Yao Chong, Yan'an fell silent. It seems your place is rather chaotic, Yao Chong added. TCH, as long as I am not involved. It doesn't matter, Yan'an replied disdainfully. The promotion list for February was soon released, revealing that among the fresh graduates, only Ling Yue and Yang Lu had been promoted, predictable yet surprising. In terms of capability and professionalism, neither of them stood out as the best, which stirred some discontent. However, Yan'an was unperturbed, as promotions held little significance for her. The additional salary was hardly enough to buy a tube of lip gloss. The list for operational promotions was already limited, leaving fresh graduates Lu Ai and Lu Xinxin without advancements. That kind of person like Xing Yue can get promoted. I'm truly baffled, Wang Ming exclaimed indignantly. Why don't you sleep with Xinxing? You might get a promotion, Yan'an casually suggested, sipping her cold drink through a straw. I would never. Who would want to sleep with someone older than my father, with a face full of wrinkles? Wang Ming shook her head, seemingly horrified by the thought. Keep your voice down. What if someone else is having lunch here? Lu Xinxin gestured for silence, glancing around. What is there to be afraid of? If you don't want to be talked about, then don't do it, Wang Ming replied fearlessly. Isn't Yang Lu from your finance department also involved with someone? Otherwise, how did she get promoted? Lu Ai inquired curiously. I saw her getting into the president's car the other day, Yan'an remarked, bored. He doesn't seem like that kind of person, does he? Lu Ai continued to probe. He's just pretending. It's obvious she's a manipulative type, Wang Ming stated. Well, what can you do? The boss seems to have a preference for that sort, Yan'an replied. Now she has connections, and they are quite formidable. Indeed. Just look at her current arrogance. She's changed so much. Before, she was polite even when delivering documents to me, but now she struts around like she's the queen. Lu Ai commented. Absolutely. The other day when she came to my window to conduct business, she was equally insufferable. I had to correct her. None of her documents were accurate. What business is she even handling? Lu Xinxin added. I had to remind her several times about the required documents for overseas personal currency exchange, yet she still brought everything incorrect. I wonder if she even has any sense. Her mind clearly isn't occupied with such trivialities. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. The lunch break was fleeting, merely an hour long, during which everyone exchanged banter before returning to their respective duties. Yan'an resumed her report at her desk. Suddenly, a list of companies landed on her table as Shun Zhangwo, the assistant, remarked, Yan'an, this afternoon. Please make calls to these companies and see if there are any potential clients. Yan'an glanced at the list, which contained at least 200 enterprises. If she were to call them all, it would surely be exhausting. Shun, acquiring clients, is the responsibility of the account manager, not something that falls to an assistant like me. Just do as I say. Isn't this an opportunity for you to gain experience? Do you intend to remain an assistant forever, lacking ambition? In her mind, Yan'an cursed Shun Zhangwo's ancestors 180 times. May I inquire what Ling Yue will be doing while I make these calls? He has to write a CA this afternoon. I also have a CA to write. Yan'an retorted. Let us split the calls. We can each handle 100. Otherwise, I shan't make any calls at all. With that, she tore the A4 paper in half, leaving one portion on Ling Yue's desk. Excuse me, Shun. Yan'an carried her cup of water to the pantry, secretly lamenting. Doesn't he realize that if I don't assert myself, he will think I am merely a Hello Kitty? After opening a tea bag, she brewed a fragrant cup of green tea. This way, you won't have a favorable outcome. The door to the break room swung open, revealing Emotion, known by her English name, Candy. Candy is a client manager in the same group, 35 years of age, embodying the essence of a professional woman. Previously employed at a Chinese-funded bank, she later transitioned to this position. Candy is typically amiable, perpetually adorned with a smile, and her assistant, Yan'an, often witnesses her courteous demeanor, as she consistently employs polite expressions such as please, thank you, and sorry, which endears her to those around her. Xing Yu serves as the assistant to two other client managers in their group, Zheng Xiao and Wang Shuai. Candy's approach is overtly domineering. However, I am not easily intimidated. It is amusing to discover that beneath her typically quiet exterior lies a formidable spirit. Yet, such behavior lacks wisdom. I may not grasp the concept of wisdom, but I have never endured such bullying throughout my life. On what grounds does she presume to treat me this way? If it comes to that, I could simply resign. I am not particularly fond of this meager salary. With a light chuckle, Candy took a cup of coffee, savored a sip, and remarked, the year-end evaluation is approaching. Behaving this way merely provides others with an excuse to assign you the lowest scores. After a year of hard work, you risk receiving nothing in return. After speaking, Candy gently patted Nan on the shoulder. As Nan watched Candy's retreating figure, she fell into contemplation. Indeed, as Candy had predicted, Yanan's year-end rating turned out to be a C grade, which, according to the grading system, entitled her to no more than 3 months' worth of year-end bonus. While others received bonuses of around 7 to 8 months, Yanan gazed at the score, then glanced at Candy, who wore an ambiguous expression. Upon returning home, Yanan collapsed onto her bed, despondently covering her face with a pillow. What is wrong with my precious daughter? Mr. Li entered the room. I've been bullied, she replied. Mr. Li took the pillow from Yanan and, with a smile, asked, who has dared to bully my daughter? An unreasonable boss. They gave me a C, which has severely impacted my year-end bonus. Oh, by how much? Father will make up for it. That is not the issue, Dad. It's a denial of my capabilities. Can you understand that? Is your boss blind, or is the bank president blind as well? Indeed, exceptional talent is often overlooked, but rest assured, there will be someone who recognizes your worth. Dad, I don't want to continue. There is not a decent person among them. The bank is a chaotic mess. All right, whatever you choose to do, your father will always support you. Don't worry, Mr. Li affectionately patted Yanan on the head. Chapter 3, A Dead-End February 14th. Valentine's Day, a day steeped in romance, a splendid occasion for men to display their affection for women. From the break of dawn, roses were bestowed upon the fairer sex, each bouquet more lavish than the last. Yanan, your flowers have arrived, such a grand bouquet, Wang Ming exclaimed as she ascended the stairs. Cradling an enormous arrangement of roses, no fewer than 99, her loud voice attracting a throng of onlookers, each harboring their own sentiments, some envious, others filled with admiration. While a few merely relished the spectacle, Yao Chang is truly a remarkable man. Even now, he is so willing to spend on you, remarked Ling Yue, her words laced with a hint of bitterness. Of course, Wang Ming interjected, you must understand that a woman's greatest happiness in life is not found in accomplishments or fame, but in having a man who treats her exceptionally well. With that, she raised an eyebrow at Ling Yue. Pa, relying on a man is hardly a skill, Ling Yue retorted, shaking her head. True capability lies in one's own achievements. Perhaps some are simply envious because they receive no gifts, Wang Ming shot back defiantly. Ugh. Ling Yue rolled her eyes and returned to her desk, resuming her work as her fingers danced across the keyboard. So fortunate, Candy mused, passing by with a cup of coffee. Directing her words to Yanan. Haha, thank you, Sister Candy, Yanan replied with a warm smile. By the end of the workday, nearly every desk was adorned with roses, while the office's epitome of beauty, Yang Lu, showcased a breathtaking bouquet of blue roses. As the workday drew to a close, the boss departed somewhat early. Following his exit, Yang Lu quietly gathered her belongings and slipped away. Sitting at her desk, Yanan glanced over and noticed that Candy was observing the scene as well. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile, yet words remained unspoken. In this romantic atmosphere, Yao Chang was required to work overtime. Such displays of affection left no one to share in the sentiment, resulting in a feeling of emptiness. Alone, she returned home prematurely. After a solitary dinner, she lay on her bed, engaged in text conversations with Yao Chang while simultaneously drafting her resignation letter. The sound of knocking echoed through the room. Yanan approached the door and opened it to reveal her father. Her smile blossomed instantly upon seeing him. Mr. Li offered an awkward smile in return. Though Yanan felt an inexplicable oddness in the air, she could not quite articulate it. Mr. Li took a seat beside her bed and cast a glance at her resignation letter. With a sudden seriousness, he remarked, Nan, you've grown up. You can't be so impulsive. You can't simply resign from a job on a whim. Dad, didn't you say you would support me the other day? Yanan questioned, bewildered by her father's abrupt change of heart. He had always been her staunchest supporter. With a chuckle, Mr. Li replied awkwardly, "It's nothing. I merely wish to convey that life without work is not without its challenges. We will inevitably encounter various issues, and we cannot shy away from them. Even if you switch jobs, can you guarantee that everyone at the bank is virtuous?" Yanan pondered his words and nodded. "You're right, Dad. By the way, is there something on your mind?" "Oh, I see. Father is going on a business trip tomorrow for half a month. What gift would you like?" "Why the sudden trip?" "Well, it was initially arranged for someone else, but unexpectedly, that individual encountered a family issue, so Father stepped in. Thus, it came as quite a surprise." "Oh, I understand. You needn't buy anything for me, Father. I don't have any particular desires. However, if you genuinely wish to gift me something, I would like a grand one," Yanan said with a mischievous grin directed at her father. "What would you like?" Father inquired, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yanan felt a strange sensation but couldn't articulate it. "I would like a Cartier necklace, the one with the key that I showed you in the magazine last time." "All right. Father remembers, and will certainly get it for you." "You are so kind, Father." Her joy momentarily dispelled her doubts, and as Father left the room, he stole one last lingering glance at Yanan, who remained blissfully unaware. The next day, when Yanan headed to work, Father had already departed. She took her bag and, as usual, went to her workplace. Sitting at her desk, she instinctively opened her computer, checked her emails, organized documents, created spreadsheets, and worked on case files. In the absence of her father, Yanan could only rely on her mother for takeout, as her mother had never cooked. It was always Father who prepared meals. And when he was too busy, they would simply order food. Days passed in tranquil monotony. One day, the telephone on Yanan's desk rang. It was Liu Ai, instructing her to come downstairs, stating that someone was looking for her. Yanan assumed it was a client and hurried down, only to find two officers clad in police uniforms seated in the lobby. Confused, she glanced at Liu Ai, who subtly gestured that these were the individuals seeking her. Yanan approached them politely, greeting, "Good day, officers." "Miss Li, good day. We are from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Your father is implicated in a serious embezzlement case and has since fled. If you have any information regarding your father's whereabouts, we ask for your cooperation in providing us with leads." "What did you say?" Yanan vehemently shook her head. "That's impossible. My father could never be involved in such wrongdoing. We possess substantial evidence, and we hope for your cooperation, Miss Li." "That cannot be true. My father told me he was merely going abroad for a work inspection." Yanan desperately attempted to clarify, yearning for a different response. "Since you are unaware of your father's whereabouts, we will not impose further. Should he contact you, please call us immediately. Here is my business card." Yanan could scarcely comprehend how she had received the card, her mind struggling to process this bewildering situation. Suddenly, the classic ringtone of her iPhone pierced the air. "Hello? Yanan? Come home quickly. Something has happened." It was her mother's voice. Without hesitation, Yanan dashed upstairs, grabbed her bag, and rushed out. Meanwhile, Ling Yue observed Yanan's departure before turning to enter the bank president's office. Wang Ming watched as Yanan stepped out, unable to call out to her in time. Subsequently, she placed a call to Liu Ai. Their conversation in the lobby was hardly discreet, and Liu Ai, on duty, heard every word clearly, relaying the details to Wang Ming. Wang Ming then entered the bank president's office to request leave for Yanan. Ling Yue tilted her head to glance at Wang Ming, who curled her fingers and made a pulling gesture, menacingly stating, "If you dare to look again, I shall pluck out your eyes." Unfazed, Ling Yue cast a nonchalant glance in her direction. Yanan took a taxi home, only to find her mother sitting at the doorstep, tears glistening in her eyes. A few simple packages lay before her, containing clothing, while the front door of their home bore a seal. Li Mama, unemployed and unaccustomed to hardship, was at a loss when the authorities sealed their house, left with no choice but to summon Yanan back. "Nan Nan, Nan Nan," she cried, repeatedly calling her daughter's name. Yanan stood there in a daze for a moment before suggesting, "Mom, shall we go to Grandma's house first?" Li Mama nodded obediently. Taking the clothes, Yanan hailed a taxi, and together they made their way to her grandmother's home. Her grandmother resided in an old, dilapidated house, damp and worn. Having lost her husband early, she raised 5 children on her own, accumulating no wealth. The only possession left was this small, shabby dwelling. Among her children, only Li Mama had married well, while the others lived modestly. Yanan knocked on the door, and her grandmother, surprised to see them both, opened the door. Mother Li's tears flowed incessantly as she sat at her grandmother's home, recounting the unfolding events. In truth, She was as bewildered as anyone, having only heard that their house had been seized. Terrified, Mother Li was relieved when her grandmother offered them temporary shelter. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. By evening, several uncles and aunts arrived, resembling an inquisitorial assembly. "Oh dear sister," began the second aunt. "I have no objection to your staying here, but this house belongs to your parents. Do not presume that living here means it will become yours. It is a shared family asset. I never considered it that way. I simply have nowhere else to go, so I am staying here temporarily," Mother Li hastily clarified. "Oh dear sister," the third aunt interjected, "which corrupt official doesn't have multiple escape routes? Surely they must have somewhere to reside." "Sister, I do not mean to be harsh, but if you stay here, rent is a necessity. Perhaps the house has already been leased to someone else, and sister is unaware." The fourth aunt added with a hint of mockery. Mother Li was rendered speechless, succumbing once more to tears. "Oh sister," said Yunan's old aunt, "everyone encounters misfortune at times. We do not oppose your staying here, but this is certainly not a sustainable solution." I understand, Mother Li nodded. "But what am I to do?" She lamented, continuing to weep. "Certainly, it is time to seek housing and employment. Are you, dear sister, at such an age still reliant on others?" Aunt Sang continued. Grandmother, aged and frail, merely listened, nodding or shaking her head from time to time, refraining from voicing any opinion. "Enough," Yanin shouted vehemently. "When you used to come to our home, did we ever speak so harshly? Rest assured, we do not covet this house. We merely require some time for temporary arrangements." "Child, how can you speak so disrespectfully to your elders?" Uncle Sen rose, appearing ready to strike Yanin. "That remark should be directed at your unfortunate and ill-mannered wife for speaking to my mother in such a way. You were not so disdainful when you were taking advantage of us before." With a resounding slap, Uncle San struck Yanin across the face. In retaliation, Yanin seized a stool from the ground and hurled it at Uncle San's head. Chaos erupted in the small room. Ultimately, Yanin bore bruises, and Uncle San was not without his own injuries. With her belongings in tow, Yanin departed her grandmother's home alongside Mama Li. She found a modest hotel and secured a small room for temporary refuge. As the night deepened and silence enveloped her, Yanin could no longer contain her sorrow. She buried herself beneath the covers, weeping quietly, fearful of disturbing her mother. In just a day, her home was lost, and she found herself adrift, uncertain of what the future held. Chapter 4. Compromised. The following day, she still did not go to work. Wang Ming called to inform her that he had arranged for her to take a leave of absence, to which Yanin expressed her gratitude. "Yanin, why aren't you at work?" her mother inquired from within the house, her eyes brimming with tears. "You cannot afford to miss work. If you do, how will we sustain ourselves?" "Yanin, please go back to work." "Mom, it's all right. I've taken a leave to search for a place. We cannot continue living in a hotel," Yanin reassured her. "Are you truly all right? Will taking leave affect your salary?" Her mother pressed further. "It won't. We have paid leave," Yanin comforted her, leaving some money for her mother before heading out to find a residence. Since she had offended her superior, her year-end bonus was meager, but combined with her previous earnings, it should suffice for a modest place for a year. Yanin found a small apartment in a rather remote area, ensuring that she would still have some funds left and wouldn't be destitute. The classic ringtone chimed. "Hello." Yanin answered the phone. "All right, let us meet at our usual spot." It was Yao Chong. Yanin had arranged to meet him at a Western restaurant they frequented in the past. The ambience was delightful, the prices reasonable, and the food quite palatable. Hidden amidst towering skyscrapers, known only to a few, called Jian, Yanin arrived early and ordered a glass of juice. After a while, Yao Chang hurried in, sitting beside him. She noticed the bruise at the corner of his mouth. "What happened to your face?" Yanin asked, her heart sinking as she looked at him, unable to suppress her tears. Her father had abandoned them, and her mother showed no concern for her wounds. Only Yao Chong cared about her pain. Yao Chong hurriedly embraced Yanan, saying, "Do not cry. Please tell me what has happened." Yanan recounted the events in detail, revealing that Yao Chong was her sole source of support at that moment. "How despicable!" Yao Chong exclaimed, striking the table with his fist, drawing the attention of those around them. "It's all right now," he reassured her as she wiped her tears away. "Have you found a place to stay?" he inquired. "Yes, I have. We will move tomorrow. I will help you," Yao Chang offered. "All right," Yanan nodded, accepting his assistance. The following morning, Yao Chang arrived early, assisting Yanan with her luggage. In truth, there was little to carry. Her possessions had been confiscated, leaving only 2 suitcases filled with clothes. The new residence was somewhat distant, located near the train station in the outskirts. Yan'an had never envisioned living in such a place. The ceiling was low, a musty odor lingered in the air, and the furnishings appeared to be relics from the previous century, the bed seeming as if it might collapse at any moment. Yao Chong instinctively covered his nose, prompting Yan'an to open a window. Witnessing all this, Mama Li could not hold back her tears. "Mama, do not worry. I will ensure you have good food and a comfortable home in the future," Yan'an reassured her, wrapping her arms around her mother's shoulders. After a thorough cleaning, the house was at last somewhat tidy, and the air was less offensive. That night was destined to be another sleepless one, with Yan'an sitting alone by the window throughout the night. As dawn broke, with the first rays of sunlight streaming through the windows, Yan'an tidied her belongings before heading to work, leaving some money behind for her mother. Upon entering the bank, I was promptly summoned into the office by Yue. "Ana," he remarked, "do you perceive this establishment as a mere venue where one can arrive and depart at will?" Ana is the English name of Yan'an in the workplace. "I apologize, Director Shun. I had some matters at home that required my attention, which is why I left. I had Wang Ming assist me in submitting my leave request afterward," Yan'an replied, her tone imbued with humility and respect. She was acutely aware that she no longer possessed the leverage to assert herself, as her family relied on her salary for sustenance. Yue appeared prepared for any retort. Yan'an's response took him by surprise, momentarily rendering him speechless before he continued. "Leave must be requested in advance. The president has not approved it. You cannot simply leave, understand? This is not a marketplace. Do you comprehend?" Yan'an rolled her eyes and retorted, "Then may I inquire if it was approved later? Approval or disapproval is one matter. Your attitude is another. You remain so audacious despite your misstep. Do you still wish to continue in your position? Once you ascend to the role of president, we may discuss my suitability for this position," she replied defiantly. "For now, I shall return to my duties." With a resounding thud, Yan'an slammed the door behind her, unable to endure Yue any longer, cursing him 1,000 times in her mind. Upon returning to her desk, she observed Candy and Lu Jiasin being summoned into Yue's office. When they emerged, Candy appeared relatively composed, while Lu Jiasin's gaze towards her revealed an odd expression. Yan'an chose to disregard them, immersing herself in the task of writing her report. Moments later, Yue exited his office and approached Yue, offering guidance on her work. Lu Jiasin approached Yan'an's side, flinging the report onto her desk and deliberately berating, "Look at what you've written. There are several typos, the sentences lack coherence, and the financial report has incorrect figures. How do you manage to work like this? If you can't finish today's report, don't even think about leaving." Yan'an glanced at Lu Jiasin, then at the report. "All right, I'll revise it immediately." Yue scoffed lightly as he walked past Yan'an. As the workday concluded, Lu Jiasin assigned Yan'an another case, stating, "This project requires funding tomorrow, so ensure everything is prepared today. But it's already after hours." "Am I to work alone until dawn?" Yan'an protested. "That's your responsibility," Lu Jiasin replied before gathering his belongings and leaving for the day. Gradually, the office emptied, leaving Yan'an alone to prepare the materials. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. At last, she completed a mountain of funding documents. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 1 in the morning. Yan'an exhaled deeply, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon exiting, she found Yu Chang waiting outside. She rushed into his embrace. "You've spoiled your temper," he remarked as they drove, engaging in light conversation. "That assistant of yours is intentionally making things difficult for you. I know. Initially I intended to endure it, but I can't tolerate his petty authority any longer." Yao Chong chuckled, shaking his head. "Once we're married, you should consider not working anymore. That temper of yours won't deal. When will you marry me then?" She teased. "Ah, are you pressuring me into marriage?" "Who else doing the pressuring? Who would be willing to marry you if you don't marry me? You are rather unattractive." As they casually conversed, the two arrived at Yan'an's home, where I made the first move. With that, Yao Chang retrieved a ring from his pocket and placed it on Yan'an's middle finger. The large diamonds sparkled brilliantly, momentarily stunning Yan'an, who gazed at Yao Chang in astonishment. "I bought this with my year-end bonus. I had intended to gift it to you on Valentine's Day, but due to my overtime work and the unfortunate incident in your family, I could only present it to you now. Your father isn't with you, so I will take care of you from now on." "Thank you," Yan'an replied, embracing Yao Chang, tears streaming down her face, as she had been crying far too much lately. "Stop crying. If you look too ugly while crying, I might not want you anymore." "You wouldn't dare," Yan'an retorted, her voice still tinged with sobs. The following morning, Yanin was awakened by the blaring alarm, her eyelids heavy. She splashed cold water on her face, forcing herself to become alert. "Mom, I'm leaving," she habitually informed Li Mama. Normally, Li Mama would respond, but today, there was only silence. Yanin pushed open Li Mama's bedroom door, discovering her mother still lying in bed. "Mom," she called out again, but there was no reply. Growing anxious, Yanin hurried over and gently pushed Li Mama, but there was no response. Panicking, she shouted loudly while dialing for emergency services. In a short while, an ambulance arrived, and Li Mama was taken to the hospital. The doctor informed them that a deposit was required first, and just like that, 10,000 yuan vanished. Yanin glanced at the money in her account and couldn't help but shake her head. Soon, Li's mother was stabilized. The doctor informed Yanin that it was a sudden cerebral embolism, and there was a high likelihood that she would be unable to care for herself, facing paralysis in her lower body. Yanin sat by her mother's bedside, gazing at the still sleeping figure, forcing a bitter smile. Why must life be fraught with such misfortunes? Could it not be as it once was? In the evening, Yanin's close friends, Wang Meng, Lu Ai, and Lu Xinxin, came to visit. Yanin, however, found herself devoid of spirits, exchanging only a few simple words with them. Before long, Yao Chang arrived. He placed his arm around Yanin's shoulder, offering silent support without excessive words, and in that moment, Yanin felt fortunate to have him by her side. Life is akin to a small boat setting sail. It seldom navigates smoothly. The outcome of Li's mother was far from satisfactory. After spending half a month in the hospital, Yanin had nearly exhausted all her finances, and ultimately, her mother could not emerge healthy. Li's mother was now partially paralyzed, confined to sitting or lying down, having essentially lost her ability to live independently. With Yanin's income, it was impossible to hire a full-time caregiver for her mother. She could only afford to employ someone to prepare meals, ensuring that Li's mother had one proper dish a day. Each morning, Yanin would prepare a full day's supply of water for her mother before leaving, striving to return home early in the evening to cook for her. Thus, the days passed in a makeshift manner. The only source of sweetness for Yanin was Yao Chang and her dear friends, who would visit Li's mother whenever they could, assisting Yanin in caring for her. Meanwhile, the insidious individuals at the bank continued to exist. In the latter half of the year, Ling Yue and Yang Lu received promotions for their commendable performance and had officially transitioned into client manager roles. The winter campus recruitment has commenced once more, as waves of young graduates enter the banks for their internships. Yanin continues to work diligently, occasionally hearing the scolding and reasoning voices of Ling Yue behind her, which she finds utterly amusing. Before long, the spring festival arrives, and this year, Yao Qiang intends to settle down with marriage. Yao Qiang has been quite supportive of Yanin, as it is no easy feat for her to provide for the family alone. With the wedding plans in place, Yao Qiang believes that Yanin will no longer feel any guilt, and his financial contributions will seem entirely justified. Chapter 5. The moment of parting on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Yanin adorned herself in vibrant attire and applied a subtle touch of makeup. Early in the morning, Yao Qiang awaited her at the entrance, carrying some thoughtfully purchased items. Yanin felt a profound sense of gratitude as she followed Yao Qiang to his home. Although it was not her first visit, a tinge of nervousness still lingered within her. When Yao's mother opened the door and saw Yanin, a hint of awkwardness crossed her face, lacking the warmth of previous encounters, though she still managed to smile. Yanin reciprocated politely, greeting her as auntie. Yao's father, seated inside with a newspaper, rose upon noticing Yanin's arrival. Yanin greeted him respectfully as well. Yao's father nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Yanin placed the items on the table, saying, "Happy New Year, Uncle and Auntie. This is just a small token. I hope you won't find it lacking." Yao's parents examined the offerings, expensive cigarettes and liquor, a new smartphone, along with some jewelry and cosmetics. Yao's father continued to read the newspaper in silence, while Yao's mother quickly interjected, "Yanin, earning money is not easy. I am aware of your family's current situation. Please do not spend so lavishly in the future. Your goodwill is understood by us. It's the new year, Mom. We only spend like this once a year," Yao Chang remarked, pulling his mother aside. Seeing her son's perspective, Yao's mother nodded in agreement, clearly touched. "I will go prepare the meal," she said, hurrying to the kitchen to begin her tasks. Meanwhile, Yao Chang, Yanin, and Yao's father engaged in a game of chess in the living room. Time flew by, and after a few rounds, noon arrived. Yao's mother laid out a feast of various dishes. Yanin promptly rushed to assist her, but Yao's mother gently declined her help. As Yanin gazed at the dishes on the table, A wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over him. Once, he too had a warm and joyful family, gathered around the table during the New Year festivities. Yet now, he remained uncertain about his father's well-being, while his mother lay in bed, having not shared a meal with the family for an extended period. Yanan, please eat more. Don't be polite, urged Yao's mother, her politeness bordering on aloofness. Yanan sensed this change. She no longer engaged him in casual conversation as she once did. Nodding silently, he lowered his head and continued to eat. Dad, Mom, Yao Chong began, shifting the atmosphere. There is something I wish to discuss. Yanan and I have been together for over 5 years now, and both of us have secured decent jobs. We plan to register our marriage after the new year and hold the wedding in November. What do you think? With a clatter, Yao's mother's chopsticks fell to the floor. Yao's father glanced at her, but remained silent. Quickly, Yao's mother forced a smile and said, "Oh dear, my apologies." Yao Chong shot a glance at his mother before continuing. "What are your thoughts, Dad? Mom?" Yao's mother exchanged a look with Yao's father, who sighed without uttering a word. "Son," Yao's mother resumed, "we all hold Yanan in high regard, but I believe you are still quite young. You've only been graduated for a little over a year, and your financial situation is not yet stable. There's no need to rush into marriage." "Mom, I believe our relationship is firmly established," Yanan interjected. "Yes, I know you've been together for many years," Yao's mother acknowledged, "but you've just graduated. Don't you still wish to study abroad? Waiting a couple of years to marry wouldn't be a problem." Yao Chong had more to say, but Yanan tugged at his arm and remarked, "Auntie makes a valid point. We are still young, and this matter can be discussed later." After having lunch, Yanan casually fabricated an excuse to leave, and Yao Chong accompanied her home. Along the way, Yanan inquired, "Do you wish to go abroad? To experience the world? However, this does not preclude our marriage. We can go together, and my family can certainly afford it. You need not worry, it is absolutely feasible." "I understand," Yao Chong replied. A silence enveloped Yanan. "Did my mother's words upset you?" "They are certainly not individuals who disdain the less fortunate. You can rest assured that my mother merely thinks we are too young. Moreover, she can be quite superstitious at times. When I mentioned it to her last time, she said it is ill-fated to marry in one's zodiac year." Yanan responded faintly, gazing out the window, devoid of sorrow or joy. She comprehended that any rationale was merely an excuse. The following morning, Yanan was awakened by a knock at the door. It had been quite some time since anyone had visited them. They seemed to have been forgotten by their relatives. Peering through the peephole, she saw Yao Chong's mother standing outside. Yanan quickly tidied her hair and opened the door. Yao's mother greeted her with a polite smile. She did not enter the house but gestured for Yanan to come out and talk. Yanan nodded in agreement. They descended to a modest establishment that claimed to be a CAF, seeking a secluded corner. There were few patrons indulging in coffee at such an early hour, though many were having breakfast, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere. Despite her slight disdain for the surroundings, Yao's mother took a seat. "I apologize, Aunt, but there are no decent places around here." Yanan glanced at Aunt Yao's expression, expressing deep remorse. "Never mind, Yanan. You are a clever child, and you must understand the purpose of my visit." "Aunt, I'm not quite clear. Please, speak directly." Aunt Yao retrieved a brown paper envelope from her bag, embossed with the name of a bank. It was likely filled with money. Judging by its thickness, it should contain 50,000 yuan, which she slid across the table towards Yanan. "Yanan, your uncle and I hope that you will break up with Yao Chong. Every parent wishes for their child's happiness. I believe you can understand that. Do you think my relationship with Yao Chong is detrimental? There was nothing wrong in the past, but given your family's situation now, it's different. We need not discuss financial matters. Even if you were from an ordinary family, we would not oppose. However, your father is a criminal. Your relationship with Yao Chong not only affects him, but also your uncle. People in government positions dread such matters. If you were to marry Yao Chong, your uncle might never have another opportunity for promotion. Do you understand? My father is not a criminal." Yanan's voice quivered with agitation. "I apologize, Aunt, for my choice of words. But do you understand my point? Aunt, you cannot selfishly sever our love. Yanan, you are still young and inexperienced. Love cannot be eaten. In today's society, everything revolves around money. Were those items you purchased yesterday genuinely yours? Can you still afford them now? One must bow to reality. This money is but a small token of our goodwill. Please accept it." As she spoke, Mother Yao pushed the money forward once more. "Auntie, I shall not compromise." With that, Yanan turned to leave. "Yanan, regardless of your intentions, we shall never consent to your marriage. We have arranged for Yao Chong to go abroad. There will be no future for you two. We are not averse to employing extreme measures during these extraordinary times. With that, Mother Yao departed. Yanin glanced at the money on the table and then at Mother Yao's retreating figure, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. This new year was destined to be sorrowful. On the morning of the third day, Li Mama's condition suddenly deteriorated, necessitating emergency hospitalization. Yanin, observing the meager balance in her account, could only call Yao Chong. But his phone remained unanswered. Was this what Mother Yao meant by employing extreme measures during extraordinary times? Ultimately, it was Wang Ming who came to her aid, generously lending Yanin 20,000 yuan. The doctor informed Yanin that this ailment required annual intravenous treatments to help clear the blood vessels and mitigate the condition. Such yearly treatments would accumulate into a significant expense. The day before work, Yao Chong called, requesting to meet Yanin. At the heart of the lake park, winter had not yet retreated. Everything lay in desolation, the lake's surface frozen, interrupted only by the laughter of children. Dressed in a black coat, her hair elegantly pinned up, Yanin appeared poised and spirited. Apologies for my tardiness. Have you been waiting long? Yao Chang approached from a distance, his breath visible in the cold air, forming puffs of white clouds. It is quite all right. I have also just arrived not long ago. Yanin gazed at Yao Chong, noticing his emaciated frame, dark circles under his eyes, and a pallid complexion. Yao Chang kept his head bowed in silence as they stood together for an extended period. Yanin reached into her bag and retrieved a brown paper envelope, handing it to Yao Chang. This was given to me by your mother when she came to see me the other day. I believe you are already aware of it. I am returning it to you. I harbor no resentment towards them. They only act in your best interests, and I can comprehend that. However, I cannot accept the money. What are your thoughts on this? Yao Chong did not take the envelope. Does my opinion truly matter? What is paramount is how you feel. I cannot carry on alone. My mother has been relentlessly pressuring me these past few days, even injuring her neck in the process. I am utterly at a loss. I am exhausted. She is driving me to the brink of madness. Yao Chang's voice was noticeably agitated. You have not answered my calls these past few days. Isn't that a choice in itself? Please, stop pressuring me. Yanin fell silent as Yao Chang's emotions began to calm slightly. Could you grant me a little time? She is my mother. I cannot ignore her. What will you do if your mother continues to oppose our relationship? Yao Chang looked at Yanin, his eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. Yanin suddenly smiled faintly. You cannot disregard your parents, and they will never consent to our union. What more do you wish for me to wait? It is better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Let us part ways. With that, Yanin thrust the money into Yao Chang's hands, turned, and walked away, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. If you were to plead for me to stay, I would forsake everything, yet Yao Chang merely stood there, rooted to the spot. In a state of disarray, Yanin hastily departed, boarding a random bus that took her on a ceaseless circuit. The city's landscape unfurled before her eyes, each scene a fleeting memory, the street where they once strolled together, the square where they had engaged in playful snowball fights, the restaurant where they shared meals. The places that once echoed with their laughter were now irrevocably lost. Dragging her weary body home, Yanin found her mother already asleep. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, ultimately forcing herself into slumber, for another day of work awaited her. With Yao Chang gone, she knew she must exert herself even more diligently. Chapter 6. A Ray of Hope After the Spring Festival. The annual season of promotions and salary increases commenced once more. This year, my dear friends finally received their well-deserved promotions and salary increments. Lunchtime remained our designated period for venting frustrations, as we gathered to share our discontent and gossip about recent happenings. I broke up with Yao Chang. Yanin was the first to speak, her tone betraying an unsettling calmness, concealing the turmoil within her heart. Why? Wang Ming inquired, curiosity piqued. Her mother disapproved of our relationship, and Yao Chang chose to let go. How could that be? Hadn't you already met each other's parents? Liu Ai retorted. Yes, that was in the past. Our circumstances have changed significantly since then, Yanin replied, taking a sip of water. What a ridiculous reason. What era are we living in? Still clinging to the concept of social compatibility? Wang Ming exclaimed indignantly. No matter the era, no one would want to be burdened by someone like me, Yanin lamented. Nonsense. You're not without a job. You might even out-earn them in the future. Don't think like that, Lu Xinshin reassured Yanin. Never mind. I'll introduce you to a boyfriend when I return. My aunt knows plenty of affluent individuals. Any of them would be far better than Yao Chang, Wang Ming added, attempting to lift Yanin's spirits. Who are these people anyway? Wang Ming playfully patted Yanin's shoulder. Every year, Valentine's Day, Qixi Festival, and Christmas become occasions overflowing with vanity, where the thrill of extravagant gifts pales in comparison to the joy they bring. On this year's Valentine's Day, Ling Yue received her very first bouquet of red roses, while Yanan, naturally, did not. Though she concealed her disappointment from others, her heart ached with sorrow, a burden only she understood. Each night, she struggled to find solace in sleep, the Yanzhou ring carefully tucked away in the depths of her drawer. Yanan, why haven't I seen you receive any flowers this year? In previous years, you always had the largest bouquet, Ling Yue boasted, holding her flowers aloft in front of Yanan. Ah, there are none. We broke up, Yanan replied coolly. Oh dear. How did that happen? You two were such a loving couple back in school. Why did you part ways? Why? Ling Yue continued to pry, her curiosity tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. We simply argued and decided to end things, Yanan stated matter-of-factly. How unexpected. The tides have turned so swiftly, Ling Yue exclaimed. Indeed. The tides have turned rapidly. Be cautious. You may find yourself in my position one day, Yanan retorted with a subtle sarcasm, her fingers continuing to dance across the keyboard. Let us wait and see. We've already purchased a house in Meijiang and are set to marry next year, Ling Yue declared, swaying away with her curvaceous figure. As spring blossomed, Yanan embarked on her journey of arranged dating. Wang Ming's aunt introduced her to a potential match. Although she was reluctant to attend, her rational mind incessantly urged her to go, ultimately leading to reason triumphing over emotion. This man was 4 years her senior, a civil servant with some connections. Yet his lack of attractiveness had left him single for some time. They agreed to meet at Island Coffee, and Yanan arrived punctually at 8 o'clock, finding the man already waiting. Hello, I am Zhou Wei. The man spoke with an air of refinement and courtesy. Greetings, I am Li Yanan, she said as she took a seat across from him. Have you eaten? Yes, I have already dined. How about a drink? The man then pushed the beverage menu towards Yanan. She hesitantly ordered a pot of tea, feeling somewhat uneasy. Is this your first time on a blind date? The man inquired. Yes, Yanan nodded. Do not be nervous. Let us engage in casual conversation. If you are anxious, I too will feel the same. His words elicited a smile from Yanan, and Zhou Wei casually introduced himself, discussing his interests and hobbies. Yanan spoke little, as her heart still held thoughts of Yao Chong. Observing Zhou Wei's enthusiastic discourse, Yanan suddenly remarked, My family situation is not ideal. I wonder if you could accept that? It is of no concern. I am not one to despise the poor nor favor the rich. It is not merely that. My father is implicated in corruption and is currently missing. Zhou Wei's expression noticeably darkened, and Yanan chose not to elaborate further. The conversation was soon brought to a brief conclusion, and they each returned home. Zhou Wei sent Yanan a text. I am sorry, but I believe we are not suited for each other. Yanan did not respond, placing her phone beneath her pillow. Alone, she sat by the window gazing at the moon, while empty liquor bottles lay scattered about in disarray. Since her breakup with Yao Chong, she had relied on alcohol to numb her senses before sleep. Initially, 2 or 3 bottles of beer would suffice to intoxicate her, but now even 10 or 8 bottles left her still quite sober. Thank you, Yao Chong, for honing my tolerance for alcohol. In this manner, Yanan spent another year in the realm of blind dates. Each suitor who learned of her family's circumstances would inevitably recoil in trepidation. Gradually, Yanan became accustomed to her solitary existence, realizing that a life of independence could also be quite fulfilling. Throughout the year, Ling Yue continued to stir up trouble. Yet Yanan chose to remain indifferent, as her heart was solely devoted to caring for her mother, relegating all other concerns to the periphery. As spring blossomed anew, a fresh year commenced, marking the 3rd anniversary of their graduation. Louboutins decided to marry this year. With the date set for early October, arguably the most delightful news to grace their lives recently. Yanan and their close friends busily assisted Louboutins in selecting wedding dresses and planning the ceremony. The flurry of activity temporarily helped Yanan forget her heartache. Her healing process seemed painstakingly slow. For over a year, she and Yao Chong had not communicated with one another, yet the memories lingered stubbornly in her mind. On a radiant weekend, Yanan accompanied Louboutins to choose her wedding gown, simultaneously selecting her own bridesmaid dress. They visited a renowned bridal shop, rumored to have gowns designed solely by the proprietress herself. Though not a celebrated designer, each dress emanated an ethereal charm. Louboutins tried on a strapless, trailing gown, elegantly simple, adorned with a large bow at the back and sparkling rhinestones at the front. Indeed, it is quite beautiful, Yanan remarked, observing Louboutins. However, With your tall and slender figure, I believe a mermaid gown would suit you even more exquisitely. With that, Yanin sought out another dress for Liu Ai to try, a mermaid gown, delicately wrapped in a layer of sheer fabric, which made Liu Ai resemble a princess even more. Which one shall we choose? A girl entered from outside. Feel free to do as you like, she said. That familiar voice echoed, causing Yanin to abruptly lift her head. A youthful girl, seemingly a year or two younger than herself, walked in, arm in arm with Yao Chong. Their eyes met, and Yao Chong noticed her too, leaving both of them awkwardly frozen in place. Yanin had envisioned their reunion, yet she never anticipated it would occur under such circumstances. The girl sensed the tension and tugged at Yao Chong's arm. Yanin offered a faint smile and took the initiative to greet them. Yao Chong nodded in response, remaining silent. Yet his gaze lingered on Yanin. At that moment, Liu Ai stepped forward. How is this dress, Yanin? Her attention soon shifted to Yao Chong and the girl, igniting a surge of anger within her, prompting an urge to confront them. Yanin restrained Liu Ai. As they exited the bridal shop, Liu Ai exclaimed, "Why didn't you let me confront him?" Confront him about what? A heartless scoundrel, utterly shameless. Liu Ai was infuriated. I was the one who initiated the breakup. I even went on blind dates. What does it matter if he finds a new girlfriend? Yanin maintained her smile, appearing remarkably composed. That's rather swift, I assentied. Just over a year, and they're getting married. Nowadays, spontaneous marriages are quite common. One can tie the knot within 6 months, let alone after a year. It had indeed been over a year since she and Yao Chong had parted ways. She continually urged herself to let go, yet every time she thought of his name, an inexplicable pain surged within her, and tears would involuntarily spill forth. Observing Yanin's demeanor, Liu Ai refrained from saying more, her expression one of disappointment for her friend. On the journey home, the public transport unexpectedly played Zhang Liang's We Made a Pact. Yanin couldn't help but smile wryly. It was indeed fitting. We promised to never let go of each other's hands, yet reality reminded us that love alone is insufficient. At the fork in the road, you turned left while I turned right, both of us stubbornly refusing to look back. We agreed that even if we parted ways, we would remain friends. But time declared that we could no longer extend greetings. When we chanced upon each other in a crowd, you had grown so thin. While I was still lost in your gaze, she used to cry every time she heard this song. But now, she had exhausted her tears, leaving only a bitter sentiment behind. As time flew by, it was soon Liu Ai's wedding at the luxurious Dihao 5-star hotel. Dazzling lights illuminated the venue, and flowers adorned every corner, while a massive screen displayed the couple's wedding photos. Liu Ai walked towards her husband, Wang Nan, with her father's arm linked with hers. Her father tenderly placed his daughter's hand into Wang Nan's, a moment that deeply moved Yanin. It was once her own hope and fantasy, yet it now felt somewhat distant. As the maid of honor, Yanin remained by Liu Ai's side until all the guests had departed. Only then did she bid farewell to Liu Ai and prepare to head home. A nearby groomsman offered, "Allow me to drive you back." "No, thank you, that's unnecessary." Yanin politely replied, "It's no trouble at all. I have a car, and it's quite convenient." The groomsman insisted, taking Yanin's bag and heading downstairs. Yanin followed behind, embodying the essence of a devoted girlfriend. The best man, displaying remarkable gentlemanly demeanor, graciously opened the car door for Yanin. His unwavering persistence led Yanin to feel that her modesty was somewhat pretentious. She expressed her gratitude briefly before taking her seat in the vehicle, after which the best man also entered. "Yanin, where is your home?" he inquired. Yanin promptly provided the address, and the best man steered the car towards her residence. Throughout the journey, Yanin remained largely silent while the best man endeavored to strike up a conversation. "You are a colleague of the bride?" he asked. "Yes. A colleague and a university classmate," she replied. "Do you share a close bond?" "Indeed. Is your boyfriend not accompanying you today?" "I don't have a boyfriend." "Really?" The best man felt a surge of delight. "With your beauty, there must be many suitors." Yanin cast a sidelong glance at him. "No one pursues me. I have a princess complex. Well, I happen to adore little princesses. If you were willing, I could indulge you." Yanin gave him a fleeting glance. It had been a long time since anyone had pursued her so directly, leaving her momentarily speechless. "How about it? Grant me a chance," the best man continued. "We've arrived. Please drop me off here." "Thank you, best man." Yanin deftly changed the subject. The best man smoothly parked the car in front of her destination. "Don't call me best man. My name is Peinuo." Yanin unfastened her seatbelt. "Thank you, Peinuo." Having said that, she prepared to exit the vehicle, but Peinuo grasped her bag firmly and earnestly stated, I am serious. You might consider it. All right, Yanin nodded. May I have your phone number? Chapter 7. The stirring of the red star. Yanin provided Pano with a phone number, which he diligently saved onto his mobile device. Exhausted, Yanin ascended the stairs. Weddings truly are a laborious affair. After a brief refresh, she settled into bed, aware that another workday awaited her. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, a text from Pano arrived. I have safely arrived home. Good night. A faint smile graced Yanin's lips as she placed her phone aside, choosing not to respond, and drifted into sleep. The following morning heralded the start of a new day of labor. Barely awake, another message intruded. Good morning. I am at the place where I dropped you off yesterday. It was Pano again. Swiftly, Yanin hurried downstairs, finding him waiting at the very spot where they had parted the day before. Clad in a simple short-sleeved t-shirt and linen trousers, his attire was unpretentious yet exuded an undeniable charm. Good morning. I have come to take you to work, he greeted her, a broad smile illuminating his face. Good morning, Yanin replied, feeling a hint of awkwardness. Pano graciously opened the car door for her, and without pretense, she took her seat. He followed suit, retrieving breakfast from the back seat. I wasn't sure if you would enjoy this, he said. Thank you. Yanin accepted the meal, a flicker of gratitude warming her heart. As the vehicle glided forward, they soon arrived at the bank. Pano glanced at the time. We are not late. Thank you, Yanin expressed. Do not mention it. What time do you finish work this evening? I shall come to collect you. No, it's too much trouble. I can manage to return home by myself. It is no trouble at all, my princess, Pano replied, revealing a captivating smile. Really, it's unnecessary, Yanin insisted, declining once more. Then I shall wait for you here, starting at 5. Do not linger. Hurry along, or it will be too late. Yanin, unable to articulate further, simply replied. I truly do not know what time I can leave work tonight. The earliest would be 6 o'clock. All right, there is no need to rush. I shall wait for you here. As Yanin waved goodbye to Pei Nua and stepped inside, she was greeted by Wang Ming, who wore an enigmatic smile. Leaning closer, Wang Ming inquired, So, what is the situation? What situation? Yanin set her bag down and made her way to the changing room, while Wang Ming, clutching a cup of coffee, trailed closely behind, determined to uncover the truth. Who is the man that sent you here? Is there something new? The groomsman from Liu Ai's wedding. Oh, really? So, you two are getting together? Not at all. He might have such thoughts, but I have yet to agree. As Yanin spoke, she removed her clothing, revealing her fair and smooth skin. Wang Ming shook her head in disbelief and exclaimed, Your skin is absolutely remarkable. What do you use? When do you plan to agree, then? I think that man is quite decent. Yanin turned to Wang Ming. Your topics shift far too rapidly. How can you form an opinion when you hardly know him? At the very least, he is handsome enough. He possesses height. And the car he drove today seems quite satisfactory. Is that truly insufficient? Yanin chuckled as she donned her work attire and exited the changing room. Wang Ming continued to follow closely, lowering her voice to ask, What are your thoughts on this matter? I have no thoughts at present. Are you still thinking about Yao Chang? Yanin fell into silence, while Yao Chang lodged like a thorn in her heart, causing pain whether it remained or was removed. Observing Yanin's quietude, Wang Ming continued, Others already have girlfriends with whom they discuss marriage. Why are you so obstinate? How do you know? Liu Ai mentioned it. That blabbermouth. As Yanin filled her cup with water, Wang Ming persisted, Come on, share your thoughts. What are you truly feeling? To be honest, I have no particular thoughts. I'll just see how it goes. See how it goes. Listen, if there's something good, seize it. In this day and age, if you don't grab the good things, they will vanish swiftly. Perhaps if you knew about my family situation, it wouldn't work out anyway. Weren't those you introduced me to previously all like that? Yanin remarked lightly, recognizing that certain matters were beyond her control, inescapable. People are different. Some care while others do not. Haha, I don't wish to hold anyone back. Tonight, I will clarify everything unfavorable. Hey, it cannot be like that. You need to cultivate feelings first. Wang Ming attempted to interject, but Yanin merely left her with a retreating silhouette. The morning passed quietly, but in the afternoon, Ling Yue returned hurriedly from outside, tossing a file onto Yanin's desk. Yanin, I have a case that is urgent. It's due for presentation next Monday. You need to expedite it. Sorry, but I am not your assistant. Yanin retorted, throwing the documents back onto Ling Yue's desk. My assistant is on leave, so of course, I expect you to handle it. Am I supposed to do it myself? Ling Yue exuded an air of superiority, towering over others. You and your assistant served as backups for one another. Naturally, it fell upon you to fulfill the task. Why should I be the one to undertake it? Huh. I am the client manager. Naturally, it is my assistant who handles the writing of cases. Since my assistant is currently on leave, I must step in. As the two engaged in a heated argument, Candy approached and said to Yanin, "Let me handle my case. You assist Ling Yue in completing hers first, as she has an upcoming meeting next week and it is quite urgent." Yanin, perplexed by Candy's actions, received a subtle signal from her. Although displeased, she accepted Ling Yue's case. Candy then turned to fetch some water, with Yanin following suit. In the break room, Yanin inquired, "Candy, why did you want me to help her? If I assist her this time, she will only become more demanding in the future." It was already October, and in just 2 months, the year would close. The year-end evaluations were imminent, and arguing with her would yield no favorable outcome. We both know she is clinging to Shun Jiangwo's influence. He could easily fabricate a reason to give you a low evaluation, jeopardizing your year-end bonus. Foolish girl, no one stands in opposition to money. After a year of hard work, do you really wish to inflict loss upon yourself for a momentary fit of anger? Yanin pondered this for a moment, softening her demeanor, and replied, "Thank you, Candy. Do not mention it. I am well aware of your current situation. As an elder sister, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Sometimes, showing vulnerability can be a form of strength. The journey ahead is long. Why quarrel over fleeting moments?" Indeed. I understand, Candy. It is unclear when exactly Yanan and Candy became kindred spirits, sharing an unspoken understanding that transcends words. Candy once remarked that in her youth, she bore a striking resemblance to Yanan, yet life gradually tempers one's temperament. Candy is modest and tactful in her dealings, achieving commendable results. Though she has yet to assume the role of a team leader, she enjoys the favor of her superiors. As the workday concluded, knowing someone awaited her, Yanan departed early. Upon stepping outside, she spotted a white CRV parked at the entrance. The occupant, upon seeing Yanan emerge, promptly exited the vehicle and opened the door, wearing a charming smile to greet my princess. A smile involuntarily graced Yanan's lips. Pei Nua had a knack for comforting her. This was the first genuine smile she had felt since her breakup with Yao Chang, though a hint of bitterness flickered within her. Once in the car, Pei Nua inquired, "Where does the princess wish to dine?" "Let us find a tranquil spot," she replied. "Oh." Pei Nua raised an eyebrow and guided Yanan to a quaint sushi establishment, modest in size yet serene. The owner welcomed Pei Nua with warmth, even arranging a private room for them. "What would you like to eat?" Pei Nua offered the menu to Yanan. "Anything is fine. You may choose," she responded. "How about sashimi?" he suggested. "I do not consume raw food. My stomach cannot handle it." "Is it an ordinary sushi roll?" Peino inquired with a hint of curiosity. Yanan nodded, and Peino selected a few items. Yanan gestured that it was sufficient. Peino obediently complied, a diligent and frugal young lady. "Not long ago, I too was quite wasteful, but now I find myself devoid of the luxury to squander." "Oh, is there a story to unfold?" Peino sipped her tea. "Yanan, may I ask why you wish to pursue me?" "Because I feel a connection," Peino replied earnestly, her fervent gaze fixed upon Yanan, leaving her somewhat breathless. "To be honest, I have experienced love before. Initially, I was skeptical of love at first sight, yet upon seeing you, I suddenly found myself a believer. I truly yearn to be with you. You looked stunning in that purple gown standing beside the bride. Is it merely the allure of appearance? Attraction is merely the first step towards understanding one another. If you did not captivate me, I would not have engaged in conversation with you. It is only through dialogue that one discovers whether personalities are compatible. After graduation, I joined my father in business, and I have come to realize the importance of seizing opportunities when they arise. Therefore, when I like someone, I pursue them." Yanan nodded in agreement, reminiscing about a time when she acted impulsively without reservations. However, now it seemed she harbored many concerns. "May I introduce myself first?" "Yes," Peino replied with a gentle smile, eager to learn more. "My name is Li Yanan, and I am 25 years old. I once had a wonderful family and a remarkable boyfriend, with whom I could envision a future together. However, everything changed when my father encountered legal troubles. He embezzled funds and fled abroad, resulting in the confiscation of our family's assets and the disintegration of our home. My mother suffered a stroke and now lies bedridden, while my boyfriend's mother forbade our union due to the turmoil surrounding my family, leading to our eventual breakup. Subsequently, I attempted to engage in arranged marriages, yet many suitors dismissed me outright upon learning of my circumstances. Therefore, if you wish to be with me, be mindful that the burden is considerable. Contemplate this carefully. For should you have regrets, I shall regard your prior words as mere jest. Pei Nua offered a faint smile, remarking on my forthrightness. I do not wish for anyone to undergo a futile endeavor. Having experienced such disappointment once, I am unwilling to endure it a second time. Hence, I prefer to clarify everything up front. May I interpret your words as an indication that you wish to explore a relationship with me? Yanan paused, seemingly taken aback by Pei Nua's inquiry. I am slow to warm up, but at the very least, I do not harbor any dislike for you now. And I am open to trying. Then that suffices. Let us embark on this journey together, Pei Nua replied, his eyes reflecting sincerity. You do not mind? Yanan sought reassurance once more. Allow me to introduce myself as well. My name is Peino, and I am 28 years old. My family has been engaged in commerce since the time of my great-grandfather, and we possess a modest fortune. Neither of my parents has ever been involved in the realm of politics. My mother was a music teacher and is now retired. Therefore, the matters concerning your father will have no bearing on my family. As for finances, I am confident that if we were to be together, my capabilities would suffice to support you and your mother without difficulty. Thus, the concerns you have expressed are not issues for me. Do you understand? Chapter 8. The transition of old and new. At this moment, the dishes were served. Pei Nua placed a sushi roll into Yanan's bowl, saying, Here, give it a try. Yanan felt a slight blush. She had initially thought that Pei Nua would shy away, yet unexpectedly, she found herself establishing a relationship in a rather muddled manner. The beginning of the unknown held no hints of its eventual conclusion. The following morning, after Yanan finished her morning routine, a message from Pei Nua arrived, stating simply, I have arrived. Just 2 concise words. Yanan glanced out the window and indeed saw Pei Nua waiting downstairs. She quickly gathered her belongings and descended. Pei Nua, ever the gentleman, opened the door for Yanan and presented her with breakfast. Thank you, she said politely. There's no need for thanks when you're with me, he replied, fastening her seatbelt with care. As Yanan enjoyed her breakfast in Pei Nua's car, the awkwardness that had lingered the previous day seemed to dissipate. Her smiles multiplied, and they engaged in lively conversation. Having established their relationship, both found new emotional support in one another, and their feelings gradually deepened. As the spring festival approached, Pei Nua wished to introduce Yanan to his parents. However, given that they had only been together for a little over 3 months, Yanan felt it was premature. Pei Nua readily agreed. Time, as it often does, flew by, and nearly a year had passed. Yanan frequently shared her work-related frustrations with Pei Nua, who proved to be an excellent listener, offering her endless comfort. Recently, work had become particularly hectic. As the year drew to a close, urgent loan disbursements were needed, and clients were being pressed to deposit their funds promptly. Yanan spent her day busily assisting Ling Yue with the upcoming loan approval meeting scheduled for next Monday, meticulously recording reports and drafting the company's status. During lunch, Wang Meng, Yanan, and Lu Xinxin gathered together. I heard that our bank president is retiring. A new president will be appointed next year, Wang Meng remarked. How do you know? Lu Xinxin inquired. Is that true? Human Resources is right behind me. I heard it from them. HR is the most well-informed department, Wang Meng continued. Who will take over? Lu Xinxin pressed on. That, I do not know. I haven't heard anything, Wang Meng replied. Yanan remained silent, fiddling with her cup as she awaited the arrival of their meal. Wang Meng nudged her. Why are you so indifferent? Why should I care? I'm just a worker. It's not my place to be affected by the change of leadership, Yanan replied nonchalantly. Then your Shanghai might just be saying goodbye, and you'll have your chance to rise, Wang Meng teased. The former serfs shall sing their songs of freedom. Pfft. How do you know he'll definitely be dismissed? He might even get promoted. Don't forget, we are the Bank of TW Assets, and Shanghai is from TW. You know how we in TW are considered superior to the mainlanders, right? But he doesn't have any significant achievements, Lu Xinxin countered. Are all bank presidents blind? Wang Meng responded with a grin, jabbing Yanan playfully. Now, tell us about your new boyfriend. Have you two established a relationship? I suppose so, Yanan replied. Yanan nodded, sharing the matters of her household with him, and he seemed unbothered by it. She too was open to nurturing their relationship. Wow, Wang Meng exclaimed. He's not the type to despise the poor in favor of the wealthy. I have faith in him. Well, let us wait and see. Even if he isn't, who can truly judge his family? Yanan replied with a hint of indifference. Pei Nua appeared to her as a lifeline amid her loneliness. The whirlwind of events had come too swiftly, devoid of thoughtful consideration. Her instinctual grasping was merely a reflex. Oh, Why are you so pessimistic? If his parents were truly materialistic, how could they possibly raise such a fine child? Wang Ming analyzed. I concur, Lu Xinxin nodded in agreement. The year-end always proved to be the most hectic period, as the year's performance was summarized on the final day, compelling all client managers to push themselves relentlessly, seizing every precious moment. Yanin, serving as an assistant, found herself equally occupied. Her relationship with Pei Nua had just begun, yet time to cultivate it was scarce. Their interactions were confined to brief text messages, although Pei Nua consistently ensured Yanin arrived at work on time, allowing only fleeting moments together. Gradually, Yanin gleaned from Pei Nua's words that his family's business was far from modest. His wealth surpassed her wildest imagination. Nevertheless, Pei Nua remained remarkably low-key, driving a car that was not overly extravagant and donning clothes that, while refined, were not the pinnacle of luxury. The bank president announced his resignation this December, and surprisingly, he will be succeeded by a level 6 individual, the leader of another team. This revelation left everyone astounded, and Shen Jiangwo's expression was far from pleasant. The atmosphere within Yan Nan's group grew increasingly oppressive, with Shen Jiangwo frequently losing his temper. The handover ceremony for the new president was set for January 1st, and nearly all employees who could attend were present, filling the conference room to capacity. The beautiful Yang Lu held the handover booklet, while leaders from the headquarters oversaw the proceedings. The table was adorned with an array of flowers, and a beautifully crafted slideshow was prepared. The two presidents exchanged pleasantries before shaking hands for the official handover. Yang Lu presented the booklet, and the outgoing president passed it to the new president, delivering a speech before concluding the event. During the process, Wang Ming nudged Yan Nan, prompting her to observe Ling Yue across the room, who was blinking her large eyes at the new president. The new president merely glanced over, his expression devoid of emotion. As the old president departed, some attendees wept openly, expressing their reluctance to say goodbye, with Wang Ming being particularly affected. As the administrative staff member who had the most interaction with the former president, Wang Ming had developed a close rapport with him due to his amicable nature, intensifying her sense of loss. Yan Nan was also swept up in the emotion and began to cry. Candy watched Yan Nan, shaking her head, calmly sipping her drink, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. A new year heralded the arrival of a new president, and the tranquil existence was on the brink of a new transformation. The newly appointed President Lu maintained an outwardly serene demeanor, yet the dynamics within the bank were quietly shifting. Candy took over the group previously led by Director Lu, becoming the team leader. Yanin was not transferred and was assigned to Ling Yue as her assistant. Shen Jiangwo remained the team leader of this group, and life did not seem to become more burdensome. Yang Lu was reassigned to Candy's group as a key account manager. A fresh wave of interns had also arrived, among whom was a strikingly beautiful girl named Gao Shitting, who joined Yang Lu's team as her assistant. Yang Lu was already exceptionally beautiful, and with the addition of a lovely young intern, they became a captivating sight within the office. On a sunlit morning, Yanin went to the pantry to fetch some water. As the tea leaves danced in the hot water, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Yanin cradled her cup, warming her hands, when the door to the pantry swung open, and Candy entered. This marked the first occasion since their group division that Yanin found herself alone with Candy. Yanin offered a gentle smile, "Candy sis." Maintaining her characteristic smile, Candy nodded, "Good tea." "Indeed. Would you like some, Candy sis?" Yanin asked, extending her tea canister. "Thank you." Candy switched off the coffee machine, accepted Yanin's tea, and expertly prepared it, pouring the leaves and adding hot water with the finesse befitting her professional demeanor. "Candy sis," Yanin finally mustered the courage to inquire, "why didn't you take me with you when you changed teams? Do you think my abilities are insufficient?" She chuckled softly. Candy turned to look at Yanin, a gentle smile lingering on her face. "So, you have finally decided to speak to me?" she inquired. "I thought you had changed after spending these days working quietly beside Ling Yue, but you remain so straightforward." "My character remains unchanged," Yanin replied. "I have always been quite direct. As long as Ling Yue does not trouble me, I will not trouble her. After all, work is work, regardless of whom it is for. I do not intend to question anything. I merely wish to understand the reasoning behind it. If there are areas in which I fall short, I hope to improve myself in the future." "Will your character truly not change?" Candy murmured, a subtle curve gracing her lips. "Do not doubt your abilities. You are the most capable among the recent graduates. Both your learning and work skills are exceptional. However, I am not the boss, and I must respect their decisions. If the boss does not allow me to bring anyone along, then I cannot do so. Yanin lowered her head in contemplation as Candy walked to the door but then turned back. Yanin, human hearts can change unless the environment remains constant. At noon, Yanin joined a few familiar colleagues for lunch. Recently, Wang Ming had been feeling quite frustrated, spending the entire midday session venting her grievances. Previously, the arrangement of the procurement department was managed by Wang Ming, but for reasons unknown, many tasks had suddenly been reassigned, some to human resources and others to operational management. It seemed as though Wang Ming suddenly found herself with little to do. Please help me analyze this situation. What could be the reason behind it? Wang Ming lay sprawled across the table, hardly touching her meal. Is it really that difficult for you? Lu Xinxin remarked. We are utterly exhausted every day. And the workload seems never-ending. Does he intend to dismiss me? Wang Ming speculated. How could that be? If he were to fire you, who would handle the administrative tasks? We have a contract, so it is impossible for him to terminate you so casually, Lu Ai reassured her, adding a chicken leg to Wang Ming's bowl. You should have a proper discussion with human resources. They are always the first to be informed about such personnel matters, Yanan advised. That's a good point. I will speak with HR this afternoon. With that, Wang Ming began to eat her meal heartily. Chapter 9. Season of Infatuation. It had been approximately a week since Yanan and Peinuo last went on a date. Today, Yanan intentionally finished work early to seek out Peinuo, whose family was engaged in the real estate business. She purchased a cup of coffee and stood beneath the imposing skyscraper where Peinuo worked. After sending a text message, it took merely 10 minutes for Peinuo to rush down from above, without even donning a coat, clearly in a hurry. Why aren't you wearing a coat? Yanan inquired. I was afraid you would have to wait too long since the elevator took quite a while, Peinuo explained, both of them laughing in unison at the shared thought. Let us head upstairs, Yanan suggested, handing the coffee to Peinuo. As Peinuo accepted the warm beverage, he felt a comforting warmth within. He was accustomed to showering affection upon others, and it was rare for someone to be so considerate towards him. Come up with me, he urged. No, that wouldn't be appropriate. I'll wait for you down here, she insisted. Seeing Yanan's determination, Peinuo refrained from arguing further and quickened his pace as he ascended. As the city lights began to twinkle, Yanan gazed at the ceaseless flow of vehicles on the road, suddenly realizing that her heart no longer felt the same sense of desolation and emptiness as it once did. Peinuo's presence and companionship had swiftly dispelled the loneliness that had lingered within her. In the past, such moments would evoke memories of Yao Chang. Yet now he scarcely crossed her mind. Even when he did, only faintly sweet memories remained. It is no wonder that people say the key to forgetting a past romance is to immerse oneself in a new one. Peinuo descended swiftly, clad in a black coat, pristine leather shoes, and impeccably pressed trousers. He was always so meticulously groomed. His large hand enveloped Yanan's, urging her to proceed. You didn't drive? She inquired. No. I lent the car to someone else, he replied, resting his hand on her shoulder, pulling her close. Are you feeling cold? Yanan tilted her head to gaze at Peinuo, earnestly stating, I'm not cold. You can remove your hand. Upon uttering this, laughter erupted between them. Peinuo had chosen a 5-star hotel's Western restaurant, located on one of the uppermost floors, offering a breathtaking view of the nightscape below. The city was adorned with myriad lights, and Yanan sat there, mesmerized by the spectacle. Do you enjoy the night view? Peinuo inquired. It's all right, she responded. It's decent, but I must say, I am far more handsome than the night scenery. Why don't you ever gaze at me? Yanan chuckled softly, turning to Peinuo, nodding earnestly. Yes, you are quite handsome. Just as Yanan was about to speak further, the door to the restaurant swung open, and her expression froze. Peinuo glanced at her, then turned to see a beautiful woman linking arms with a man as they entered. Perhaps sensing the gaze upon them, the man's eyes met Yanan's, and he halted, motionless. The man was Yao Chang. In this city, neither too large nor too small. It was their second unexpected encounter since their separation. The first time, Yao Chang had been accompanied by another, while Yanan was alone. Now, both were accompanied by someone else. It seemed that time truly has the power to alter everything. The woman beside Yao Chang sensed a hint of unease and gently tugged at him, bringing him back to reality. Unbeknownst to the woman, she spoke softly to Yao Chang. With a hint of resignation, he followed the woman as she approached this way. Peinuo, noticing the shift, also stood up. Hi, Yanan, what a coincidence, Yao Chang said, his tone calm yet his gaze lingered. Yanan smiled naturally, appearing far more composed than he had anticipated, responding gently, Hi, indeed a coincidence. The woman beside Yao Chang tugged at him again, prompting him to casually introduce her. "This is my girlfriend, Zhao Menghan." Zhao Menghan beamed with pride and greeted Yan'an. "Hello there." "Hello. Why not introduce the person beside you?" Zhao Menghan inquired. Glancing at Pei Nuo, Yan'an chuckled softly and replied, "This is my boyfriend, Pei Nuo." Pei Nuo also cordially greeted Yao Chong and Zhao Menghan, exchanging pleasantries. Then Zhao Menghan remarked, "I find the decor here quite lovely, and the ambience is splendid. Let us hold our wedding here. The guests will be able to see the fireworks from the glass windows." After saying this, Zhao Menghan turned to Yan'an. "We plan to get married here on the 11th. You must come to celebrate, Yan'an." Yan'an, fully aware of Zhao Menghan's showy bravado, smiled faintly and replied, "If it comes to fruition, I shall certainly attend." The air thickened with tension, and Zhao Menghan, resembling a little princess, wore an extremely displeased expression. Yao Chong hastily uttered a few words before pulling her away. Although she maintained a verbal upper hand, an unsettling feeling lingered within Yan'an, causing her to suddenly lose her appetite. "What is the matter?" Pei Nuo inquired. "Nothing. I'm just full," Yan'an replied, sipping a glass of red wine. Perhaps due to her haste, she was suddenly seized by a fit of violent coughing. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure as Pei Nuo gently offered her a tissue with a subtle smile. "Thank you," Yan'an said, wiping her mouth. "Is it about your ex-boyfriend?" Pei Nuo softly probed, setting down her cutlery. "Yes, my ex-boyfriend," Yan'an admitted, revealing that he was her first love. "Are you jealous?" "No," Pei Nuo chuckled. "Your demeanor suggests you have moved on. If there were remnants of feelings, they would only stem from a sense of regret. Yet, it appears he remains attached to you. How could that be?" "His mother insisted we break up, and he didn't even attempt to reconcile," Yan'an replied with a hint of sadness in her tone. "I wished he would have tried to stop me when I turned to leave, but he didn't. He was so resolute. Besides the heartache, there's a trace of resentment." Pei Nuo asked, "And now?" "There's a song that perfectly encapsulates our situation. Let us regard him as an old friend. Someone who tugs at my heartstrings and occupies my thoughts, yet no longer ignites any sparks within me. Let the past drift away with the wind." Indeed, his appearance was fortuitous, aiding you in discerning your true feelings. "Is everything now focused on me?" "Yes, it is," Yan'an nodded. Her gaze locked onto Pei Nuo's eyes, brimming with emotion. "What about you? Share your romantic history with me." "Hee. Are you truly interested?" "Yes, of course." "Finish your meal." Yan'an was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with warmth. Pei Nuo was genuinely caring, emanating warmth from within. Yan'an picked up her utensils, took a bite, and then said, after eating, "You can speak. I once had a girlfriend, and then we broke up. That's it. So simple?" "Yes." Pei Nuo nodded. An unexpected feeling of being deceived washed over Yan'an as she pouted and asked, "I want to hear the details." "What details?" Pei Nuo's words dripped with playful teasing. Suddenly, Yan'an grasped his meaning, her face turning as red as an apple. Pei Nuo beamed with a broad smile and continued to tease. "This year we're organizing a trip to Sanya. You should join me, and I will share the details then." "I won't go," Yan'an declared loudly, a hint of defiance in her tone. Pei Nuo's laughter grew even more joyful as he coaxed her. "Come on, come on." Yan'an fell silent, continuing to savor her steak. During New Year's, Yan'an accompanied Pei Nuo's company on a trip. Initially, she had no intention of going, but Pei Nuo insisted that everyone was bringing their families, which led her to consent. Naturally, Pei Nuo's parents were part of the group as well. Hand in hand, Pei Nuo guided Yan'an toward the boarding gate, where numerous employees from his company, mostly high-ranking executives, gathered, including Pei Nuo's parents. Although it was not her first encounter with her boyfriend's parents, Yan'an still felt a twinge of nervousness. Pei Nuo seamlessly transitioned from holding her hand to wrapping his arm around her waist. Pei Nuo's mother beamed with delight upon seeing her son. "Mom and Dad." Pei Nuo greeted naturally. "Let me introduce you to Yan'an, whom I mentioned before." With that, Pei Nuo gently nudged Yan'an forward. "Hello, uncle and aunt," Yan'an greeted obediently. "Greetings." Pei Nuo's parents replied in unison. Pei Nuo's mother, warm and inviting, engaged Yan'an in conversation. As a music teacher, she was particularly intrigued to learn that Yan'an had previously studied ballet, even inviting her to come over sometime to teach her. Yan'an felt no pressure in the presence of this approachable woman. Meanwhile, Pei Nuo sat nearby, casually flipping through a magazine with a faint smile. As their conversation flourished, Pei Nuo's mother eventually nudged her son aside to chat with Yan'an. "How is your mother doing now?" Pei Nuo's mother inquired with genuine concern. Since the last visit from Yao Chong's mother, Yan'an seemed particularly sensitive about family matters. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, She's doing all right, though her mood was evidently somewhat subdued. Noticing this, Peino's mother quickly clarified, Yanin, I mean no offense, and we have no judgment toward your situation. Peino has shared everything with us. I was merely concerned. I know an experienced acupuncturist who has successfully treated many people. If you need, I can introduce him to your mother. Thank you, Aunt. Yanin responded, somewhat at a loss for how to handle Peino's mother's earnestness. The airplane landed smoothly, and upon arriving at the hotel, the staff buzzed with chatter, some attempting to ingratiate themselves with the boss. As they were checking in, Yanin hesitated slightly and whispered to Peino, Is it really appropriate for me to stay with you, considering your parents are here? Peino replied playfully, So, if my parents were absent, it would be acceptable for us to share a room? Yanin lightly tapped Peino, her cheeks flushed. Peino chuckled and reassured her. It's perfectly fine. My parents are quite open-minded. You need not worry. They won't think any less of you. Besides, we will inevitably reside together sooner or later. Yanin, her face aglow, remained silent. At that moment, Peino's mother approached, inquiring, What is the matter? Why aren't you two ready yet? It's nothing, Mom, Peino responded. Observing Yanin's rosy complexion and her silence, Peino's mother quickly grasped the situation and suggested softly, Perhaps you should book 2 rooms. We wouldn't want to put the young lady in an uncomfortable position. Then, lowering her voice further, she added, Tonight, you can quietly knock on the door. Do you understand? She exchanged a knowing glance with Peino. Once Peino's mother departed, he relayed her words to Yanin, feeling her cheeks flush even deeper. Yanin ultimately agreed to the arrangement of 2 separate rooms. That evening, Peino did not come to knock on her door, and after a long day of travel, Yanin fell asleep early. She suddenly realized that she was now capable of drifting off to sleep on her own. Chapter 10. The backing the following day. The rhythmic cadence of her biological clock gently roused Yanin from her slumber. She sent a message to Pei Nua, but received no response. Likely because Pei Nua had yet to awaken. Taking a solitary stroll along the hotel beach, Yanin reveled in the tranquility of the shore. The tide hunters had departed, and those venturing out to sea remained ensconced in their dreams. As she gazed out at the vast, undulating ocean, a sense of liberation washed over her. Sweeping away the burdens of the oppressive team head, the pretentious celestial bodies, and the myriad of troublesome entanglements, all carried off by the briny sea breeze. Lost in thought, her phone suddenly chimed. Pei Nua was calling. Yanin answered, and Pei Nua urged her to return for breakfast. She turned back towards the hotel. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she found Pei Nua and his parents already seated, yet their meal remained untouched, presumably awaiting her arrival. Yanin hastily expressed her apologies as she approached. Pei Nua had already poured her a glass of milk, and his mother, with her effervescent personality, was the first to speak. Yanin, why did you go out alone? I woke up too early and decided to take a stroll, Yanin replied. Pei Nua's mother cast a quizzical glance at Pei Nua, who continued to eat, feigning ignorance. The mother persisted, signaling with her eyes, but Pei Nua remained oblivious. Finally, unable to contain herself, Pei Nua's mother gave him a playful kick under the table, the force of which made the table rattle. Both Yanin and Pei Nua's father looked on in astonishment at the mother's antics. In haste, she declared, Pei Nua, accompany your mother to the restroom. Pei Nua's eyes widened in surprise. Enough chatter, hurry along. As Pei's mother led Pei Nua away, she smiled and said to Yanin and Pei's father, You two go ahead and eat. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yanin sat with Pei's father, engaging in conversation. After approximately 15 minutes had passed without a sign of their return, Pei's father glanced at his watch repeatedly. Noticing this, Yanin suggested, Uncle, I'll go take a look. Pei's father nodded. As Yanin made her way toward the restroom, she turned a corner and spotted Pei's mother standing at the entrance of the men's restroom, seemingly waiting for something, biting her lip and glancing anxiously at her watch. Just as Yanin was about to speak, Pei Nua emerged from the restroom, his expression one of utter dismay upon seeing Pei's mother. Oh dear. Why are you still here? He exclaimed as he attempted to leave. Pei's mother swiftly blocked his path, raising her leg. Son, why did you take so long? Have you been unable to relieve yourself all this time? Is there something wrong? Pei Nua rolled his eyes in exasperation, replying, Mom, I had a bowel movement. Okay. All right. You did. But let me ask you this. Why wasn't Yanin with you this morning? She said she woke up early. Weren't you two together yesterday? Son, are you truly a normal man? You wouldn't have any issues, would you? As she spoke, Pei's mother gently stroked Pei Nua's head with a look of concern. Yanin, standing at the corner, was taken aback, not expecting Pei Nua's mother to be so open and endearing. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Such a person would be easy to get along with in the future. Oh dear mother, can you please not be so ridiculous? Pei Nua evaded his mother's hand. Son, can you tell your mother the truth? Could it be that you truly have a problem? Pei Nua inhaled deeply, seemingly exasperated by his mother's inquiry. He raised 3 fingers in a gesture of solemnity and declared, Mother, I swear, I am perfectly normal. Your son is not troubled. Then explain why you weren't together last night. You could frighten someone, you know? Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is, Pei Nua nodded earnestly. Very well. Let me make myself clear. If this daughter-in-law runs off again, I will hold you accountable. You must resolve this tonight. Do not allow Yanan to perceive any flaws in you. All right, mother, I promise to secure a daughter-in-law for you, rest assured. As he spoke, Pei Nua guided his mother outside, only to turn and find Yanan frozen in place, their eyes locking in an awkward moment. Pei mother coughed lightly, then feigned nonchalance with a smile. Yanan, come to the restroom. I need to find you. Pei mother continued to chuckle. We are fine now. Let us go. With that, she walked away without looking back. Pei Nua approached Yanan directly and asked, Did you hear everything? Yanan nodded, her gaze cast downward in embarrassment. Noticing her silence, Pei Nua leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper meant only for her ears. Shall we see if there truly is a problem? The warmth of his breath brushed against Yanan's sensitive ear, sending shivers coursing through her. Her face flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she abruptly pushed Pei Nua away, saying, Let us go. Pei Nua chuckled softly as she embraced Yanan and stepped outside. Although it was a company outing, no specific attractions were arranged, and everyone was free to enjoy their own activities. By the time they exited, Pei's parents had already vanished from sight. Yanan accompanied Pei Nua for snorkeling. Having never snorkeled before, Yanan received patient guidance from Pei Nua. While snorkeling typically allows one to venture into the depths of the sea, Pei Nua chose to remain close to the shore with Yanan, ensuring her safety. Yanan was genuinely touched by Pei Nua's attentiveness. She had prepared snorkeling gear for Yanan, along with sun protection clothing and dry towels, demonstrating meticulous care in every detail. Around 11 o'clock, Yanan and Pei Nua began their return. The midday heat was overwhelming. After lunch, Yanan indulged in a massage at the hotel, where the Thai massage alleviated her fatigue. As she lay there, she gradually drifted into slumber, only to awaken after 5 o'clock. To her surprise, she found Pei Nua seated beside her. You're awake, Pei Nua remarked, handing her a glass of water. Yanan accepted it and took a sip. Thank you. Did I sleep for long? Yes, it's 5 o'clock. Were you tired from the morning activities? Indeed, Yanan nodded. Swimming can be quite exhausting. Hee. Your stamina is rather poor, Pei Nua teased. Humph, Yanan retorted, ignoring him. Is it time for dinner? Hee. Tonight we will attend our company's annual meeting together. Ah. Isn't that inappropriate? Not at all. You are to be the future crown princess. What is there to fear? As Penelope led Yanan into the room, she spoke on the phone. Shortly thereafter, Yanan was ushered into another chamber, where a woman sat gracefully in a chair and a stunning gown adorned the bed. The gown, radiant in golden hues and embellished with gems at the waist, exuded an enchanting brilliance. Its one-shoulder design eschewed elaborate skirts and lace, favoring a satin texture that was both grand and minimalist. Yanan, somewhat dazed, changed into the attire, which fit her impeccably. The high slit subtly revealed her slender, fair legs, exuding a seductive charm while maintaining an air of elegance. The woman beside her meticulously applied makeup, while Penelope remained by her side, watching Yanan's transformation with an alluring smile. After approximately half an hour, Yanan completed her transformation. Isn't this a bit extravagant? She asked, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Not at all. Everyone will be dressed to the nines today, Penelope replied, glancing at her watch before taking Yanan's hand and saying, Let us go. As they walked towards the grand hall, they found that nearly all the guests had arrived. The banquet hall, capable of accommodating 500 people, was entirely filled. Penelope confidently led Yanan to the main table, which was presumably reserved for her parents, who were seated on one side. Alongside them were several other elders. Yanan felt a thin layer of sweat form on her palms due to her nerves, but Penelope reassuringly patted her hand, signaling her to relax. Before long, Penelope's father arrived, and the MC signaled the commencement of the annual meeting. As the owner, Penelope's father was the first to speak. His address was brief, yet impactful, promising a 20% salary increase for the coming year, which elicited cheers and excitement from the attendees. Next came the performances from various departments, predominantly showcasing skits, interspersed with a lottery draw. Suddenly, Yanin recalled her own company's annual meeting, where each year, a group of young girls donned revealing outfits to captivate the boss's attention with their exuberant singing and dancing. The less they wore, the more popular their acts became. Having once trained in ballet, she had contemplated showcasing her skills, but upon seeing the costumes, she abandoned the idea. With this thought, she couldn't help but shake her head. What's wrong? Bored or finding the food unappetizing? It's nothing. I simply admire your corporate culture. There's no need to flaunt one's thighs to garner the boss's approval. Yanin explained. Pano chuckled and said, let's raise a toast. I'll introduce you to some people. Before Yanin could fully comprehend, Pano had already pulled her up, and they made their way to the back, where, after passing 2 tables, Yanin spotted 2 familiar figures, Shen Jiangwo and He Xingyue. The 2 also noticed Yanin and Pano, their expressions somewhat stiff. Shen Jiangwo was the first to muster a smile. Hello, Manager Pei. Greetings, Shun. Pano responded with her customary smile. Yanin is with you? Shen Jiangwo inquired, a teasing tone in his voice. Oh, you know Yanin? Pano asked. Yanin is an employee at our bank, Shen Jiangwo clarified. Is that so? Oh dear. I truly wasn't aware. I only knew she worked at a bank, but I hadn't inquired which one. That was my oversight. Although Pano's lips uttered an apology, there was no semblance of sincerity in her words. Yanin rolled her eyes, her mind racing with countless thoughts of exasperation. After all, she was the one who escorted clients daily, so how could she be unaware of where Pano worked? And what is your relationship with Yanin? Shen Jiangwo sought clarification. Yanin is my girlfriend, the future mistress of the Pei family, came the proud response. It was the first time Yanin witnessed Pano's audacious demeanor, her tone exuding an air of invincibility, yet it felt utterly natural. A warm sensation blossomed within her heart. Meanwhile, Xingyue's expression cracked with envy. She had always held the upper hand over Yanin at work, yet she could not deny that Yanin's fortune surpassed her own. In the past, she had pursued Yao Chong, only to find that he favored Yanin instead, drawn to her affluent background, which was incomparable to her own. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely within her. Later, when Yanin's family fell from grace, Yao Chong ended their relationship. The new bank manager appointed Yanin as her assistant, fulfilling a long-held aspiration of hers. Yet, Yanin had now aligned herself with Pano, igniting a frenzied jealousy within Xingyue. The contempt on her face grew uncontrollable, while Shen Jiangwo remained composed. Oh, Yanin, this is quite unbecoming of you. Why did you not inform us? You have made our client pursuits quite arduous, Shen Jiangwo remarked, turning to Pano. Pei, perhaps you could lend more support to our deposits? Pano smiled in response. As long as our dear Yanin is happy, anything is possible. Chapter 11. You and I, everyone shared a collective laughter, yet not a hint of a smile graced Xingyue's face. The bright moonlight spilled across the pebble-strewn path as Yanin, having shed her shoes, strolled hand in hand with Pano towards the beach. How did they come here? Yanin inquired. Of course, it was my arrangement. If you are unhappy at work, I must step in for you. This way, it spares you embarrassment and serves as a warning to them. Thank you, Pano. Yanin leaned her head against Pano's arm. Silly girl, why thank me? I told you, I will indulge your princess syndrome. Why are you so good to me? She asked. Well, you are to be my future wife. If not treating you well, then who else? But I have nothing, and I am not that remarkable, Yanin responded, a hint of insecurity creeping into her voice. In the past, she would have brushed off such thoughts, but the circumstances at home weighed heavily on her, and she did not consider herself a breathtaking beauty. Pano seemed to perceive her unease and began to share the story of his family. His parents had endured hardships, yet through seizing opportunities, they had navigated the stock market's prime phases and dabbled in real estate. With the support of their relatives, they had achieved their present success. In his childhood, Pano had longed for a beloved Transformer toy that he could not obtain due to financial constraints, and this upbringing instilled in him a sense of modesty and a sound value system. As Yanin listened, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having encountered Pano. Deep down, she yearned to understand why he had fallen for her, solely from a fleeting glance during a wedding. However, I find it rather unnecessary to be entangled in this issue. If one has fallen in love, then so be it. Are they not happily together now? At times, I foolishly touch my own face, pondering if I truly possess a visage that inspires love at first sight. Each time this thought crosses my mind, a silly smile graces my lips. Pei Nua led Yan'an to a seaside barbecue stall and ordered an abundance of grilled seafood for her. "Well, how did you know I was hungry?" she exclaimed. "You hardly ate anything just now. Of course you must be famished. Go on, eat." As he spoke, he deftly peeled the shrimp shells for her, and Yan'an eagerly indulged in her meal. At times, Pei Nua would dab her mouth with a napkin or hand her a glass of juice, his face radiating affection. Yan'an, in her blissful state, smiled as she ate. After finishing their late-night snack, the two strolled along the beach for a while before returning to the hotel. Pei Nua stood at the threshold of Yan'an's room, blocking the door with his hand, and Yan'an naturally understood his unspoken suggestion. Ultimately, she relinquished her resistance, allowing her hand to drop from the door. In the fervor of Pei Nua's passionate kiss, Yan'an gradually softened, her hands tightly embracing his neck, their clothes scattered chaotically around them. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, Yan'an opened her eyes to find Pei Nua's arms wrapped securely around her waist. The slightest movement sent a jolt of pain through her waist, a reminder of the previous night's intensity. Attempting to free herself from his grasp, she inadvertently roused the slumbering Pei Nua. Awakening, he gently kissed her cheek. Yan'an blushed and nodded shyly. "It seems we are both awake now." After speaking, Pei Nua once again pinned Yan'an beneath him, initiating a new round of their playful skirmish. Throughout the following 3 days, Yan'an and Pei Nua spent the majority of their time nestled in their hotel. With their newfound intimacy, Pei Nua became even more audacious, frequently stealing kisses from Yan'an in public, to which she could only respond with a resigned smile. This year, Yan'an received the most substantial year-end bonus since her entry into the industry and was promoted to client manager, no longer merely an assistant to Ling Yue. She was assigned a newcomer, a fresh graduate named Su Jiao, who was 5 years her junior. This prompted Yan'an to reflect on the swift passage of time. 5 years had flown by since her own graduation. She patiently imparted her knowledge to her new assistant. All that Yan'an possessed was a testament to Pei Nua's words, and the thought of him stirred a sweet sensation in her heart. He was consistently attentive to her needs. On the very first day she received her year-end bonus, Yan'an visited a toy store and purchased a Transformers toy. Recalling Pei Nua's childhood fondness for the franchise, which he had lamented not being able to afford, Yan'an vividly remembered the wistful look in Pei Nua's eyes and resolved to present him with the Transformers toy as a New Year's gift. She meticulously wrapped the present and arranged a dinner with Pei Nua. When he arrived, his gaze was solely fixed on Yan'an, oblivious to the gift. Upon handing it to him, Pei Nua's eyes widened in astonishment as he carefully unwrapped the present, ensuring not to damage the packaging. "You look as if you've never received a gift before," Yan'an murmured. Indeed, this was a first for him from his girlfriend. Pei Nua spoke, his delicate movements unceasing. A smile adorned his lips, which could hardly contain his excitement upon seeing Optimus Prime, leading him to embrace Yan'an fervently. Yan'an, overwhelmed by the kiss, felt dizzy until Pei Nua released her, prompting her to take deep breaths. Pei Nua couldn't help but chuckle at Yan'an's dazed expression. "Come to my house tonight," he whispered in her ear. "My parents are away." Yan'an cast a resolute glance at Pei Nua and firmly replied, "I won't go." Come on. Having a wife is tough. One has to endure." Pei Nua pouted playfully. "Should we visit my mother during the spring festival?" Yan'an changed the subject. It wasn't that she was being coy. She simply couldn't stay out all night. Her mother was home alone, and that left her uneasy. "So, you're finally bringing me to meet your parents?" Pei Nua inquired. "Yes," Yan'an nodded. Pei Nua readily agreed, but soon shifted the conversation back. That day, Yan'an accompanied Pei Nua home, and their affectionate banter continued until around midnight when Pei Nua saw her back. Early the next morning, Pei Nua returned to pick Yan'an up for work. Yan'an, still groggy, admired Pei Nua's vitality and energy. Dragging her weary body, she grabbed her cup and headed to the pantry for a large cup of coffee. Just before reaching the pantry door, she heard her assistant, Su Jiao, say, "Xing, I heard your son is celebrating his birthday today. Here is a gift for him. I hope he likes it." "Haha, that's very thoughtful of you," Yan'an replied. "Thank you, Xing. I have heard that there are only 5 positions available for this year's graduates. Considering that there are 10 of us interning, do I stand a chance of being retained? Haha, with your keen insight, you certainly have the opportunity to stay. I will speak with human resources about it." "Thank you." Xing Su Jiao's joyous demeanor was unmistakably conveyed through her voice. Yan'an concealed herself behind a pillar, only emerging once they had departed. She shook her head, laughing at her own naivety. "It seems that in this world, I am the only one so unworldly." Perhaps being overly sheltered is not such a blessing after all. What are you up to? Wang Ming suddenly appeared behind her, observing Yanan's head shaking and nodding, and could not help but inquire. You startled me, you dreadful Wang Ming, Yanan remarked, giving Wang Ming a playful pat on the shoulder. What on earth were you doing over there? Oh, nothing much, just entertaining myself, Yanan whispered conspiratorially into Wang Ming's ear. I accidentally overheard my little assistant delivering a gift to Xinjiangwo. Wow, so young and already so adept at navigating social situations, Yanan remarked, shrugging her shoulders and nodding. Moreover, there was a legitimate reason, his son's birthday. The children today are truly remarkable. TSK. Wang Ming shook her head, recalling how foolish they had been when they first arrived. Were we not the silliest of all? Just look at Ling Yue and Yonglu. Are they foolish? They are all astute, while we remain naive. As Yanan spoke, she took a sip of her coffee. Let us not dwell on them. My own circumstances have become increasingly challenging of late. What happened? I feel that the president is increasingly targeting me. Now, I am no longer allowed to manage procurement, nor am I permitted to engage in various planning tasks. What purpose does my administrative role serve, then? Have you had a discussion with him? Yanan remarked as she settled into a chair in the break room, with Wang Ming approaching her. Yes, I did, but he said nothing. He merely stated that this is a work arrangement. What does he mean by that? Yet, you have not done anything to offend him. Indeed. It is this ambiguity that perplexes me. Wang Ming rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. I asked him, but he remained silent. What am I to do? Just bide your time for now. He must have some subsequent action in mind. Besides, isn't it rather advantageous to receive a salary without the burden of work? Very well. Wang Ming nodded in resignation. Thus, life continued to unfold quietly. In the week leading up to the Spring Festival holiday, Wang Ming emerged from the president's office, fuming as she stormed into the break room, prompting Yanan to hasten after her. Upon entering the break room, Yanan shut the door and quickly inquired, What is the matter? That wretched man. I hope he meets his demise, Wang Ming said, clenching her fists. Who? The president. Upon hearing this, Yanan understood immediately. What happened? He wants to transfer me to operations. Who doesn't he know that the head of operations is a lunatic? That despicable Tim, Lu Ai and Xin have mentioned it more than once. I have no intention of going there. You need to express your stance. I did. But he insists that important positions must be rotated. I am heading to an important position. What constitutes an important position for me? He merely wishes to force me out. How dare he treat me this way when I have done nothing to provoke him? What is it about me that he finds so disagreeable? All right, my dear, calm down. Let us discuss this again later, Yanan consoled Wang Ming. Just as they were preparing to leave, Candy walked in. Candy, dear, Yanan greeted with a smile. Oh, are you chatting? Candy inquired nonchalantly. Yes, Yanan nodded, while Wang Ming remained silent in her fury. Candy, being a favored figure in front of the boss, found herself discontented with everyone, particularly those who enjoyed the boss's favor. With that thought, she coldly remarked, I shall take my leave, and with that, she exited through the door. Chapter 12. Discussing marriage. Candy glanced at the door and then at Yanan, offering a slight smile. Did the boss scold you? Yanan replied. It's more serious than that. It was expected, after all. Candy chuckled softly, seemingly unperturbed. No boss would favor a former superior. That day at the farewell party, Wang Ming had cried so profusely that it was inconceivable anyone would consider reinstating him. As her good friend, you should help him prepare for departure. You two were quite distraught that day, yet you are fortunate to have a wealthy boyfriend. Thus, you possess value, and the boss will not dismiss you. Candy. Yanan pondered aloud. How is it that regardless of how many bosses come and go, you still manage to retain your position? Candy elegantly smiled, embracing her good fortune. With that, she turned and departed. During lunch, Yanan relayed Candy's words to Wang Ming, who fell into a profound silence. Yanan felt a twinge of concern for her. Typically, even when she was venting her frustrations, her chatter indicated she was all right. Yet this time, she uttered not a single word. Such silence was unprecedented, even in moments of heartbreak. As the workday concluded, Yanan deliberately glanced toward Wang Ming, who remained seated, lost in thought. She contemplated approaching her to offer comfort, but hesitated. Unsure of what to say, Pei Nua arrived punctually to pick up Yanan. As she entered the car, a sense of gloom enveloped her, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Ming, leaving her feeling unsettled. Pei Nua cautiously inquired about her mood, prompting Yanan to recount the entire situation. Pei Nua smiled gently and offered consolation. Changing one's surroundings may not necessarily be a bad thing. You have been overly sheltered at home, unaware of the intricacies of society. Every setback serves as a lesson. Do you also believe Wang Ming should leave? Indeed, farewells are frequent occurrences. As one journeys onward, hearts may shift and relationships may fade. Yanin did not fully concur with Peino's sentiments, yet she could not have anticipated that a changed heart could still harbor remnants of oneself, nor that separation could leave her with her own sisters. During the spring festival, Yanin brought Peino home to meet her mother. Upon seeing Peino, Yanin's mother was filled with joy. Although she had been bedridden for quite some time, the matriarch, accustomed to her elevated status, maintained an air of superiority towards outsiders. Peino, unfazed, busied herself, sweetly addressing her as auntie. Peino mentioned the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner her mother had once spoken of. Upon hearing she might stand again, Yanin's mother's eyes sparkled with hope. Peino promised to make the connection, and the two women engaged in delightful conversation, bringing Yanin immense happiness. It had been a long time since the home had felt so warm. After dinner, Peino prepared to leave, and Yanin accompanied her downstairs. Hand in hand, they strolled slowly along the roadside, the gentle glow of the streetlights casting elongated shadows, exuding a sense of endless harmony. How did I perform today? Was it satisfactory? Peino asked, a hint of pride in her voice. Yes, I would give you a 99. Why not a perfect score? To leave room for improvement, of course. Hee. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, our family is having a grand gathering. You should come. My sister will also be back, Peino said. Your sister? What is she like? I would like to buy her a gift, Yanin replied, feeling somewhat anxious. In her perception, sisters-in-law were not to be trifled with, especially since Peino's sister was her biological sibling. She had heard Peino mention having a sister who worked abroad and seldom returned home. Hee. You need not worry about her too much. My parents are quite pleased with you. Why bother about a little girl? Don't you know that sisters-in-law can be quite formidable? Liu Ai once had a quarrel with her sister-in-law, nearly resulting in a breakup with her boyfriend because of it. Hee. Peino embraced Yanin, seemingly to provide her with reassurance. I am here. Those 3 simple words inexplicably instilled a sense of calm within her. After seeing Peino off, Yanin returned indoors, where Mama Li began inquiring about the old Chinese medicine doctor. Yanin understood her mother longed to stand up, as she was not yet 60 and could not remain bedridden indefinitely. Yanin promised her mother that she would invite the doctor for acupuncture after the new year. Early on the 6th day, Peino arrived to pick up Yanin, surprising her by driving a Maserati. Astonishment was evident on Yanin's face as she gazed at the car. What's wrong? Peino asked. I am simply quite astonished that you are so extravagant. Hee. Peino chuckled. Today I'm visiting my grandfather's house. I must at least appear somewhat affluent, after all. I usually don't drive it. It consumes too much fuel. Hee. Yanin chuckled softly. Perplexed at hearing someone who could afford a Maserati fretting over fuel consumption, what was the purpose of such a purchase? It was only later that she would come to understand the reason behind his acquisition of the vehicle. Accompanying Pei Nua to his grandfather's residence, she discovered for the first time that within this bustling city lay a serene paradise far removed from the clamor of urban life. Pei Nua's grandfather resided in the suburbs, and after a 2-hour drive up an unnamed mountain, they meandered along a winding path concealed by dense woods. The branches intertwined overhead, forming a natural canopy that rendered any trace of a road invisible from above. Just as Yanin began to doubt their direction, they finally stumbled upon a castle that resembled a palace nestled deep within the mountains. Its architecture, reminiscent of classical European styles, greeted them as the grand entrance opened upon their arrival. A fountain captured their attention first, surrounded by vibrant flowers, likely arranged in anticipation of the upcoming spring festival. Pei Nua parked the car and took Yanin's hand as they descended. Gifts? Suddenly, Yanin recalled the presents that Pei Nua had prepared in the car. Surely someone would retrieve them. However, Pei Nua merely led her inside, as her eyes wandered in awe. If those she had encountered before were considered wealthy, then Pei Nua's grandfather's home was a true testament to opulence. Stepping inside, they found the room already filled with guests. Apart from Pei Nua's parents, Yannan was unfamiliar with everyone else. Pei's mother remained exceedingly warm, grasping Yannan's hand and introducing her to the family, starting from the grandfather down to the 3rd aunt. It turned out that Pei Nua's grandfather had 6 children, 3 daughters and 3 sons. Pei Nua's father was the youngest. However, the family had a preponderance of daughters, and in Pei Nua's generation, there were only 2 boys, Pei Nua himself and the child of the 3rd aunt. Ultimately, since the 3rd aunt's child did not carry the Pei surname, Pei Nua became the focal point of this generation. The most accomplished among the Pei family was the eldest aunt, who was said to be serving as the deputy mayor now. Yin Nan sat quietly by, listening to the conversations without interjecting, merely nodding and smiling. Pei Nua has an excellent eye. Yin Nan is truly beautiful, remarked the second aunt, though it was hard to discern the sincerity behind her words. Soon, several of Pei Nua's sisters echoed the sentiment. After a brief exchange, the sound of high heels echoed from outside, and a tall woman entered, her hair elegantly styled in an updo. She wore a dark red vintage dress with lantern sleeves, adorned with floral embellishments at the hem, exuding both grace and elegance. Pei Qing, Pei's mother exclaimed with delight. Mother, Pei Qing replied, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Yin Nan realized that this was Pei Nua's sister. She had initially anticipated a spoiled and willful girl, but was taken aback by Pei Qing's poised demeanor, devoid of any trace of petulance. Pei's mother hurriedly introduced Yin Nan to Pei Qing, and Yin Nan noticed a fleeting moment of bewilderment and surprise in Pei Qing's expression upon seeing her. But it lasted only a second before she instantly resumed her cheerful demeanor, sweetly greeting, "Hello, sister." The scene was entirely different from what Yin Nan had envisioned. Yanan returned the smile, while Pei Nua remarked, "Pei Qing, Yanan is 3 years my junior, and you are 2 years younger than me. It seems you are older than Yanan. Isn't it inappropriate to call you sister?" Pei Qing's smile widened as she reached out her hand towards Pei Nua. With a chuckle, Pei Nua retrieved a small velvet box from her pocket and said, "This is a gift from Yanan." Pei Qing opened it to reveal a dazzling diamond bracelet that sparkled brilliantly. Yanan glanced at Pei Nua, fully aware that this thoughtful gesture was orchestrated by her. Pei Qing appeared quite pleased, closing the lid and sweetly saying to Yanan, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Instantly, Yanan's cheeks flushed with warmth, drawing a satisfied smile from Pei Nua. As Yanan met Pei Qing's friendly gaze, all her previous anxieties dissipated like mist. At the dining table, everyone was attentive to Yanan, refraining from inquiring about her family background, focusing instead on her current occupation, perhaps owing to Pei Nua's prior arrangements. When Pei Qing learned that Yanan worked at a bank, she seemed genuinely excited. It turned out that Pei Qing had been working in an investment bank in America, and the two engaged in discussions about professional matters. Although Yanan's bank lacked an investment division, her grasp of financial knowledge was remarkable, and her analyses were incisive. Pei Qing often nodded in agreement, occasionally delving into discussions with her. The two enjoyed a lively conversation, even making plans to meet again in a more secluded place to continue their dialogue. Little did they anticipate that their next encounter would occur many years later in a foreign land. After finishing lunch, Pei Nua took Yanan for a stroll outside. The villa was quite expansive, though it lacked any particularly special amenities, possibly due to the presence of the elderly residents. Nevertheless, there were paintings scattered everywhere. Exiting through the back gate of the villa, they could ascend the mountain. The two walked slowly along the path leading upward. "How has my family been?" Pei Nua inquired. Yanan chuckled at his question and replied, "Well, quite good. I like it. That's all that matters," he responded. "You know, in spring, this place is awash with blooming flowers. Next spring, we could get married here." This was Pei Nua's first proposal of marriage to Yanan. 2 years ago, during the spring festival, Yao Chong had also broached the subject of marriage with her, but they ultimately did not end up together. Now another spring festival had arrived, and this time it was Pei Nua, with no one opposing their union. It seemed as though happiness was quietly approaching her. "Is this considered a proposal?" Yanan said, suppressing her laughter. "Of course not," Pei Nua immediately replied. "This is merely a future plan. Don't all women enjoy romantic proposals? I haven't quite figured it out yet. How about you just agree to it for now? What do you mean by you women?" Yanan quickly seized upon Pei Nua's slip of the tongue, asking, "Confess honestly, how many women do you actually have?" No, I don't," Pei Nua hurriedly denied. Chapter 13. Affectionate whispers. The sound of laughter echoed across the hillside. After the spring festival, Pei Nua brought the topic of their marriage to the forefront. Although their time together had been brief, their progress was swift. Yanan did not resist. For men as attentive and considerate as Pei Nua were indeed rare. During their outings, they often found themselves wandering through bridal shops and jewelry stores. Pei Nua's mother had arranged for an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to visit their home and examine Li Mama. After a brief consultation, he expressed optimism about her condition. While she might not regain full mobility, basic standing and walking were deemed possible. However, the fees posed a dilemma for Yanan. An initial consultation cost 1,000 yuan. with weekly treatments expected to last approximately a year, summing to over 50,000 yuan. This financial burden was insurmountable for Yan'an. Consequently, the matter remained unresolved, and Li Mama's temperament began to deteriorate, her irritability leading to frequent outbursts directed at Yan'an, who could only endure in silence. Meanwhile, at the bank, when personnel changes prompted Wang Meng's transfer to the operations department, she chose to resign, leaving with a sense of dissatisfaction. In farewell, she treated her colleagues to a final meal together. As they descended to the dining area, they unexpectedly encountered the bank president. He regarded them with a fleeting glance, offering a faint smile and a nod, yet spoke no words. Nevertheless, Yan'an sensed an undercurrent of unspoken thoughts in the president's indifferent gaze. Reflecting on this, she shook her head, pondering when she had begun to harbor such suspicions and unwarranted anxieties. The group selected an upscale restaurant nearby, hoping to avoid any familiar faces. Wang Meng appeared to have come to terms with her decision, her spirits noticeably lifted. First, let us raise a toast to my departure from this loathsome place, Wang Meng proclaimed boldly, lifting her juice. Cheers, cheers, the others echoed in unison. What are your plans for the future? Liu Ai inquired. I intend to study abroad. Wang Meng replied, after all, I am not lacking in funds. Perhaps upon my return, I shall find myself in a position of leadership among you. Haha. Little did Wang Meng realize that a mere year later, her jest would come to fruition. Sister, how old are you? Approaching 30. Do you not think it late to study abroad? Most people are fresh graduates making that leap, Lu Xinxin remarked with disdain. Wang Meng, unfazed, replied, at 20. My efforts were aimed at ensuring a prosperous life at 30. At 30, I strive for a comfortable life at 40. Therefore, as long as I am willing to work hard, it shall never be too late. Besides, I still have several years before I reach 30. Thank you very much. I support you, Meng Meng, said Yan'an. Thank you. Meng Meng nodded in acknowledgement. Where do you plan to go? Liu Ai asked. To the gentlemanly land of England. Wang Meng said, her face aglow with dreams. A splendid choice. I shall visit you when next I travel abroad, Yan'an remarked. Throughout lunch, Lu Xinxin spoke little. And when she did, her words were far from pleasant. However, the camaraderie among the group remained strong, and they paid little mind to her demeanor, except for Yan'an, who felt a sense of unease. She often sensed her heart becoming increasingly delicate, perhaps a result of her frequent conversations with Candy. Reflecting on this, Yan'an would often chuckle to herself. A few days later, Wang Meng's resignation procedures were completed. Faced with the impending separation, though reluctant, Yan'an felt helpless as she lingered in the tea room, gazing blankly at the swirling tea leaves in her cup. What was she daydreaming about? Candy tapped on Yan'an's desk. So annoying, Yan'an said, looking up at Candy, uncertain why they always seemed to encounter one another in the tea room. Especially during her moments of trouble, a peculiar thought briefly crossed her mind. Why be bothered when everyone has left? I just can't bear it, Candy replied, shaking her head with a smile. Get back to work. She has left, but you remain. Yan'an lazily stood up and followed Candy outside. In the afternoon, the quarterly business meeting was convened, marking Yan'an's first occasion to speak in such a setting. Previously, she had always sat quietly as an assistant. Each supervisor presented their plans, followed by the client managers. Candy's concise language, astute summaries, and impeccable planning left Yan'an in deep admiration. However, upon observing Shanghai, she felt a wave of disgust wash over her. When it was Yan'an's turn to speak, she simply uttered a few words. The president merely nodded, offering no further comments. When it came time to assign tasks, Yan'an was astonished to find her reported loan-to-deposit ratio was twice as high as she had claimed. Instinctively, she wanted to object, but Candy shot her a warning glance from across the table, prompting Yan'an to fall silent. After the meeting, upon returning to her seat, Yan'an immediately sent an email to Candy, containing only 3 words. Why? Candy seemingly caught sight of the email, picked up her cup, and made her way to the pantry, with Yan'an promptly following suit. Upon reaching the pantry, Yan'an closed the door and observed Candy elegantly sipping her water. What have you been up to lately? She inquired. Oh, nothing much, Candy replied, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Yan'an continued. I had lunch with Meng Meng the other day, and the president saw us. Is that the reason? Haha. Candy chuckled lightly. This time I shall test your worth. If you fail this task, you shall be the next to go. Why? Yan'an asked, puzzled. It's quite simple. Your relationship with Shanghai is strained, yet the new president holds him in high regard, which indicates his capabilities. Naturally, what he says carries weight. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been assigned as an assistant to Ling Yue, knowing full well that you and she do not get along. That was clearly an attempt to sideline you. As for your capable boyfriend, his utility ensures your retention. However, associating with someone the president disdains makes you an enemy by association. This is a test to ascertain your value. If you prove worthy, you may stay. If not, you are free to leave. Yanin clenched her fists tightly, at a loss for words to express her emotions. Anger, resentment, bitterness, perhaps even a sense of cold despair. Perhaps the rules of survival had always been thus. She simply had never grasped them deeply before. Sister Candy, may I ask you something? Why are you so good to me? Candy was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently, acknowledging, in truth, you are quite astute. Given time, you could thrive. Someone has entrusted you with something, haven't they? Yanin boldly articulated her thoughts, obstructing Candy's path to exit. Huh, you are referring to my father. Father? How is he? Where is he? Calm down. Candy freed herself from Yanin's tight grasp on her arm. I believe my task has been completed. I cannot assist you any further at this juncture. What exactly is going on? Yanin remained somewhat agitated. The situation is not as convoluted as you believe. It is rather straightforward. Your father is someone I became acquainted with during my previous client engagements. With executives like them, we can only ingratiate ourselves. Subsequently, your father approached me with an offer of a suite in a prestigious school district and $1 million, persuading me to switch to this bank because of you. He knew of your naivete and lack of guile, fearing you might be taken advantage of, thus requesting I look after you. Nothing more. Before he encountered his misfortune, he entrusted me with an additional $500,000, insisting I adhere to our agreement. I suspect he was already aware of the impending danger at that time. Then, Yanin longed to uncover more about her father's circumstances. It had been a considerable duration since she had heard from him. She was certain he loved her dearly and would not abandon her. She simply never anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner. We have not been in contact since. Candy continued. Otherwise, I too would have been summoned for questioning. I have a 7-year-old son. I would never engage in any illicit activities. Similarly, I toil for monetary gain. I shall not relinquish my clients to you, for they are the very leverage upon which my survival rests. Thus, this time you must rely solely on your own efforts. Having said this, Candy ceased to elaborate and prepared to depart. Sister Candy, Yanin suddenly called out to her, regardless of the circumstances, thank you. The path ahead is yours alone. Yanin, I wish you smooth sailing. As Yanin gazed at Candy's retreating figure, an overwhelming sense of despondency enveloped her. It became evident that aid without cause is, in truth, a rarity. The well-wishing of a smooth journey was merely a beautiful sentiment. At the end of the workday, Pei Nuo arrived punctually, as always. Aside from business trips, he was unwaveringly steadfast in his commitment to timely pickups. Yanin entered Pei Nuo's vehicle and, gazing at him, unexpectedly inquired, Pei Nuo, why do you love me? Pei Nuo stared blankly at Yanin, who in turn looked back at him, hoping to discern something from his eyes. Ultimately, nothing was revealed. Later, as Yanin reflected on this moment, she pondered whether Pei Nuo was genuinely taken aback by her sudden question or if his acting prowess was simply exceptional. It's nothing, I merely asked, Yanin added. Why the sudden inquiry? Pei Nuo responded. Yanin recounted the day's events in their entirety, initially believing that Candy had been kind to her due to a mutual affinity. But it now seemed otherwise. She had assumed that offending Shinjiangwo would yield no significant repercussions, perhaps just a missed promotion. However, that was far from the truth. It was likely that Candy had exerted considerable effort behind the scenes. Many of Yanin's prior assumptions crumbled today, leaving her utterly fatigued. Truly, she felt exhausted. Penno did not drive. He simply held Yanin in his embrace, quietly listening to her confessions. Yanin nestled lazily in Penno's arms. If you wish to abandon your job, marry me early. We can wed now, and I shall support you openly. However, if you desire to continue working, those performance targets are trivial. After contemplating, Yanin resolutely declared, as if she had made a momentous decision, I choose to work. Many years later, she would be profoundly grateful for having made such a choice. Penno expressed his respect for her decision and promptly called his aunt, briefly discussing the situation. He assured Yanin that she could visit her aunt at the municipal office the following day, and that she would naturally arrange the necessary support from businesses for deposits and loans. Chapter 14. Wedding preparations. As Yanin attempted to rise from Penno's embrace, she discovered that he held her arm firmly, showing no intention of letting go. Playfully, she said, let me go. I have something to discuss with you. Go on, he urged. I'm afraid to speak, lest you become angry, she admitted. Speak freely. I promise I won't be upset, he reassured, raising his hand in a gesture of solemnity. Let us marry, but I truly cannot conceive of a romantic proposal. Peino's tone carried a hint of playful charm. Yanin chuckled, her earlier gloom dissipating. Is that really all? Indeed. Peino nestled his face into the crook of Yanin's neck, his warm breath sending delightful shivers down her spine. Instinctively, she nudged him away, saying, All right. I'm not angry. I never expected you to have a particularly romantic approach, to be honest. Really? Peino's head shot up. So, does that mean you agree? You must have a ring, at the very least. The ring can come later. Such a thing exists? Yanin pouted, feeling somewhat deceived by Peino. Does it suffice that there is a ring? Yanin remained silent, merely nodding. Peino then produced a ring from his pocket. A delicate pink diamond sparkled brilliantly, devoid of ostentation, starkly contrasting with the one previously gifted to her by Yao Chang. It was simply set in a six-pronged mount. Peino slipped it onto Yanin's middle finger, and it fit perfectly. As she gazed at the ring, a genuine smile of happiness blossomed on Yanin's face. During the weekend, Peino's parents visited Yanin's home, bringing with them an abundance of valuable supplements. Although Motherly appeared warm and welcoming, her words often reminisced about the former glory of her household. Pei Nua's parents merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering little in return. Pei's mother inquired about the acupuncture situation, and at this point, Motherly seemed somewhat flustered, unsure of how to respond. People are often concerned about their dignity, especially in times of poverty. The less one has, the more one wishes to conceal it. Dr. Chen mentioned that he would not be available to consult until next month, so an appointment was scheduled for then. Pei Nua skillfully assisted Motherly in navigating this predicament, prompting a satisfied smile from her. Gradually, the conversation shifted towards their impending nuptials, with Pei's mother asking, future in-laws, do you have any specific requirements for the wedding? Oh, I have no particular demands. I trust you will adhere to your customs. I am aware that your family is quite distinguished, and I presume that the arrangements will reflect that stature, Motherly replied. Seemingly modest, yet elevating the Pei family in her words, implying that any lack of grandeur would reflect poorly on them. Pei's mother nodded, assuring her, rest assured. Nothing will be lacking. How do you feel about the betrothal gifts? Well, as long as the children are happy, I have no special expectations regarding the gifts. Whatever is customary is acceptable. However, my daughter is truly one in a million, Motherly replied with a hint of pride. Pei's mother slightly furrowed her brow but quickly regained her composure, saying, You need not worry. Everything will be arranged according to your wishes. I shall provide 1,000,001 yuan as the betrothal gift. Additionally, I will ensure that all the jewelry for Yan'an is complete. You can rest assured that the wedding arrangements will be meticulously planned. Motherly nodded with a smile, and Yan'an cast an awkward glance at Pei Nua. Pei Nua gently patted Yan'an's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Yet, how could she feel at ease when her mother demanded a staggering sum of 1 million? When did her mother become so enamored with wealth? Subsequently, Mother Pei arranged with Motherly the dates for the engagement and wedding, perhaps to accommodate Pei Qing's schedule. The engagement was set for Christmas, while the wedding was planned for the following spring. After bidding farewell to the Pei family trio, Yan'an returned indoors. Observing the triumphant glow on her mother's face, My dear, the Pei family treats you exceedingly well, thus, I feel reassured about your future marriage. Mother, why do you need so much money? Yan'an could no longer suppress her curiosity. Did I not mention it? It's for good fortune, Motherly responded, her tone hinting at displeasure over her daughter's inquiry. Yan'an decided not to press further, retreating to her room to converse with Pei Nua via WeChat. Pei Nua seemed entirely unfazed by the hefty bride price, continually offering comfort to Yan'an. It appeared that neither the giver nor the recipient of the money cared much, prompting Yan'an to let the matter rest. The following day, upon arriving at her workplace, Yan'an received a call from Pei Nua's aunt, who provided her with contacts for several major corporations. Yan'an recognized that these entities were substantial state-owned enterprises, and the individuals she was given were likely their direct decision-makers. Grateful, she expressed her thanks and engaged in light conversation with Pei Nua's aunt. Although her aunt spoke with a formal tone, she was quite warm and amiable towards Yan'an. After hanging up the phone, Yan'an first attempted to reach out to one of the executives. To her surprise, as soon as the person heard her name, they immediately understood the matter at hand and readily complied with Yan'an's financial requests. Yan'an couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of having connections in high places. Subsequently, She contacted 2 more individuals and estimated that she had already fulfilled 50% of the required targets. Deciding against reaching out to others, she contemplated that completing everything at once might lead to even greater demands next time. Thus, she resolved to finish the remaining tasks at the end. Every year, during spring, the bank gathers all its staff for a grand spring banquet, a significant event for the entire organization. With such an event comes entertainment, and the young ladies always strive to capture the attention of the bosses. This year, however, a standout beauty, Gao Shitting, emerged, overshadowing the previous favorite, Yang Lu, who found herself somewhat neglected. Yanin entered the room where they were rehearsing their dance, noting that while Yang Lu remained beautiful, it was Gao Shitting's youthful charm that rendered her even more enchanting. "Are you participating this year, Yanin?" inquired Ling Yue from the side. Yanin shook her head, having no intention of engaging with them. She merely came to observe the festivities. Ling Yue, however, deliberately raised her voice, saying, "You may not know, but Yanin has been dancing since childhood. She became famous for her dancing at our university, and all the boys' gazes have followed her ever since. Thankfully, she wasn't dancing. Otherwise, all attention would be on Yanin, rendering anyone else's beauty irrelevant." Yanin could clearly see the surprise and wariness in the eyes of Gao Shitting and Yang Lu, while Ling Yue reveled in her own provocative remarks. Yanin spoke softly. "No one will watch me dance every day. However, beauty can be appreciated daily, bringing joy to the eyes." The expressions of Yang Lu and Gao Shitting softened slightly, and Gao Shitting cheerfully said, "Sister Yanin, join us. Since you are a professional, you should participate." Yanin shook her head and replied, "No, I haven't danced in a long time. My body has grown stiff, and I can't keep up with you. You may continue your practice." Having said that, Yanin left the contentious place, casting a brief glance at Ling Yue, who raised her chin defiantly. Yanin's wedding preparations were underway in earnest. Pei Nua had purchased another villa not far from his parents' residence, which was currently under renovation to serve as their future marital home. Yanin was selecting her wedding dress, but every option seemed too commonplace. Many had taken photos in tropical gardens, European-style streets, or quaint little towns. As she pondered, a warm hand draped over her shoulder. "So, which one do you like?" Pei Nua inquired. "I don't like any. They all feel overdone and unoriginal," Yanin pouted. Pei Nua quickly pecked her on the lips and suggested, "What about taking photos in the Maldives?" "The Maldives? It sounds wonderful, but it's too extravagant," Yanin replied. "One only gets married once in a lifetime. Let it be extravagant," he insisted. Yanin could not resist Pei Nua's wishes, and thus the Maldives ultimately became the backdrop for their wedding photos. Ever since Pei Nua entered her life, Yanin found herself considerably relieved. Pei Nua was often thoughtful, anticipating her desires and arranging everything perfectly. Before their trip to the Maldives, Mama Lee's acupuncturist had already commenced treatment, and a caregiver attended to her daily, which eased Yanin's worries considerably. Of course, all these arrangements were orchestrated by Pei Nua, and although Yanin was unaware of the financial implications, she sensed it was no trifling sum. Accompanying them to the Maldives was a professional photography team, presumably also arranged by Pei Nua, equipped with an extensive array of wedding gowns. The thought of the shipping costs made Yanin's heart ache, yet Pei Nua consistently reassured her, invoking the notion that such an occasion occurs but once in a lifetime, rendering it entirely reasonable. Yanin felt she must have done something commendable in a past life to be fortunate enough to encounter Pei Nua in this one. However, upon reflection, she found this notion somewhat absurd, pondering how events from a previous life could possibly extend into the present. The plane touched down smoothly at Male Airport, and they then transferred to a seaplane to reach their hotel. One cannot deny the breathtaking beauty of the Maldives. In their beach villa, Yanin reverted to her childlike nature. Seated there constructing sandcastles. "It's time to sleep. We have photos to take tomorrow," Pei Nua declared as she playfully scooped Yanin up and tossed her back onto the bed. Yanin struggled to rise, but Pei Nua's towering frame enveloped her, rendering her immobile. The two exchanged gazes, and soon the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly warm. Everything unfolding so naturally. Pei Nua's physical stamina had always been commendable, while Yanin lagged far behind, her only recourse being to plead with Pei Nua in a delicate manner. Pei Nua held Yanin in the bathtub, his fingers gently gliding over her skin, prompting an involuntary exclamation. "Your skin is truly exquisite." "Yes, it's one of the few sources of pride I've had since childhood," Yanin replied, nestled motionless in Pei Nua's embrace. After ensuring both were clean, Pei Nua carried Yanin back to the bed, where she soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. The following morning, the pair accompanied the photography team, capturing images in various locations. This place seemed to require little in terms of photographic skill. Simply snapping away resulted in star-quality shots. On the beach, some were engaged in a game of volleyball. Yanin watched for an extended period until Pano approached, holding a glass of juice. "Shall we join in the game?" she suggested. "I can't play," Pano replied. Yanin looked at him in surprise as he continued. "I injured my leg in the past, so I can't engage in strenuous activities." Yanin pondered this. Indeed, Pano had taken her out numerous times but rarely returned to play sports or exercise. She glanced at Pano's legs again. "It's fine. I've long since recovered. I just need to avoid intense running or jumping." With that, he affectionately ruffled Yanin's hair. Chapter 15. A turning point in life. Yanin smiled, grasping Pano's hand as they continued onward. Their filming sessions proceeded remarkably well, capturing numerous moments within the span of 2 days, leisurely strolls on the beach, snorkeling in the ocean, and tender kisses beneath the setting sun, each photograph exuding beauty. Yanin found herself repeatedly gazing at the images, thoroughly satisfied with each one. On the third day, as they indulged in a spa treatment, Pano's phone rang. After a brief acknowledgement, Yanin noticed Pano freeze, her demeanor stiffening for a full 5 minutes. Curiosity piqued, Yanin inquired, "Who is it?" Only then did Pano seem to regain her composure, disregarding Yanin as she stepped outside to take the call. Women possess an innate sensitivity, and Yanin found the situation exceedingly peculiar. Pano had never before left her side in such a manner. Reflecting on it, Yanin dismissed her concerns as unnecessary worry. Pano had been doing wonderfully, and this was merely a trivial matter. She ought to practice gratitude instead of discontent. After a considerable interval, Pano returned, her countenance visibly brighter. Without elaboration, she resumed her position, enjoying the massage. "Who is it?" Yanin asked. "A friend," Pano replied nonchalantly, offering Yanin a faint smile. "Oh," Yanin responded, choosing not to press further. Holidays are invariably fleeting, and soon the two returned to their homeland, where preparations continued to unfold smoothly. After much deliberation, Yanin finally selected several enlarged photographs. Their new home was ready, and furniture began to gradually fill the space. After a long day at work, Yanin waited in vain for Pano, who did not arrive. She decided to call Pano, but after a prolonged silence, Pano finally answered the call, her voice laden with fatigue. "Pano, are you all right?" Yanin inquired. "I'm fine, just a bit tired today. I won't be able to pick you up. Please be careful on your way home," Pano replied. "All right." Yanin wanted to say more, yet Pano hung up abruptly. Walking alone down the street, Yanin felt an overwhelming emptiness in Pano's absence. She entered a restaurant. Ever since her mother fell ill, she hadn't enjoyed a home-cooked meal, as she had been dining out with Pano every day. Sitting alone in the restaurant, listening to melodious love songs, she felt an infinite sorrow enveloping her. The restaurant door swung open, the wind chimed jingling softly. Yanin instinctively looked up and was surprised to see a familiar figure. The newcomer spotted her and approached. They exchanged a knowing smile and a gentle nod. In that moment, Yanin realized she felt surprisingly at ease, her heart devoid of any tumult. "It's been a while, Yao Chong," Yanin initiated the conversation. "Indeed, it has been," Yao Chong replied as he took a seat across from her. "Are you alone?" Yanin asked. "I was supposed to meet my girlfriend, but she hasn't arrived yet." "And you?" he responded. He had something to attend to and couldn't make it today. Once two souls in love, they now conversed in an unremarkable manner, as if they had never shared a romantic bond, merely resembling ordinary friends. Before long, Yao Chang's girlfriend arrived, the same haughty little Princess Zhao Mengan as before. However, this time her demeanor was notably warmer, her smiles more frequent, suggesting that her relationship had stabilized. Yet, her first words were to inform Yanin that they were to wed on June 16th of this year, which left less than a month until the occasion. Realizing a wedding was imminent, Yanin smiled and offered her blessings. Zhao Mengan then retrieved an invitation from her bag and handed it to Yanin, who accepted it with a smile, assuring her that she would certainly attend punctually. Upon returning home, Yanin sent a message to Pei Nua, who responded promptly, filling Yanin's heart with joy. Yet, happiness that arrives swiftly often departs just as quickly. Before they knew it, the day of Yao Chang's wedding had arrived. Pei Nua had initially promised to accompany Yanin, but later mentioned an important matter that required her attention. Yanin understood. Acknowledging that Pei Nua had her own responsibilities that prevented her from being by her side every day, Yanin chose a simple yet vibrant dress. Its design understated so as not to overshadow the occasion. After all, many of their university classmates would attend the wedding. Yanin went with Lu Ai and Lu Xinxin. At that moment, Wang Ming was far away in England. Upon their arrival, they discovered Ling Yue was also present, engaged in conversation with several male classmates. Spotting Yanin and her friends, one of them waved them over, and soon they were seated together, reminiscing about their experiences in the workplace over the years. The hotel was already bustling with guests. The ceremony soon commenced, and the wedding proceedings were rather unremarkable, save for the bride's entrance in a pumpkin carriage. Reminiscent of a princess from a fairy tale. It must be said that Zhao Minghan radiated beauty, providing ample reasons for admiration. When it came time for the bride to present her bouquet, the MC inquired whom it was intended for. Zhao Minghan replied that it was meant for her cousin. Sharing a lengthy and poignant story about her cousin's youthful romance with a handsome man. However, due to the man's affluent background, they were compelled to part ways. Despite the passage of years, her cousin continued to harbor feelings for him. This year, upon returning home, she fortuitously encountered him once again, overcoming numerous obstacles to rekindle their relationship, and Zhao Minghan hoped for their everlasting happiness. As Zhao Minghan spoke, the eyes of Yanin and Yao Chong met, revealing an unspoken sentiment in Yao Chong's gaze, yet Yanin responded only with a gentle smile. Zhao Minghan's cousin soon ascended the stage, her crimson dress accentuating her voluptuous figure. With long, slender legs and a subtle touch of makeup, her hair elegantly styled, exuding an air of regal confidence. Her aura starkly contrasted with the one Yanin had initially encountered. Upon closer inspection, however, one could discern a striking resemblance between the two. She bears a resemblance to you, Liu Ai remarked. Yanin nodded, feeling an inexplicable twitch in her right eye throughout the day, as if foretelling an impending event. Yet, as the gathering concluded, all remained tranquil, prompting Yanin to chuckle at her own unfounded anxieties. Yanin, Liu Ai, and Lu Xinxin departed after presenting their gifts. Just before reaching the entrance, a figure clad in fiery red glided past, Zhao Minghan's cousin. This woman exuded an undeniable allure, Liu Ai mused sincerely. As the figure approached the door, a Maserati halted before her. Yanin felt her mind freeze in that instant, standing there in a daze as she watched Pei Nuo emerge from the vehicle. The woman in red leaped into his arms, and the two became lost in a passionate kiss. They stood shrouded in darkness, invisible to anyone across from them. Liu Ai, momentarily stunned, turned to Lu Xinxin beside her and said with fierce determination, "Keep an eye on her and step aside." With that, she strode towards the couple, calling out loudly, "Yanin." The two, engrossed in their embrace, broke apart at the sound. Pei Nuo flinched upon seeing Liu Ai and greeted her. The woman in red glanced at Pei Nuo, her expression one of confusion. "Oh dear, it's not Yanin. From a distance, I mistook you for her. What poor eyesight I have." Liu Ai raised an eyebrow at Pei Nuo, her demeanor dripping with challenge. "Pei Nuo, I heard Yanin mention that you two are to be wed. Why are you associating with a woman like this? Once married, one ought to settle down. Who are you calling a woman of ill repute?" The woman beside Pei Nuo exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. Pei Nuo shielded her behind him, a subtle gesture that pierced Yanin's heart. He finally spoke, "Liu Ai, refrain from causing a scene here. Wang Nan is my brother, you are his wife, and I do not wish to put you in an awkward position." "Oh, Pei Nuo, so you believe you are in the right?" Liu Ai exuded an unyielding demeanor. "Whether I am right or wrong is not for you to decide." Pei Nuo attempted to guide the woman in red away from Liu Ai's imposing presence. "But may I intervene?" Yanin gradually emerged from the shadows, now comprehending that there was no evading the inevitable, even if one refrained from seeking it. It would still find you, an inescapable truth. At this moment, she had no desire to flee. Pei Nuo stood there in a daze, gazing at Yanin, while the surroundings fell into a profound silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. The trees longed for tranquility, yet the wind persisted. "Hello. I am Monica, known in Chinese as Mo Chenxiao." The woman in red was the first to address Yanin. "Greetings, I am Li Yanan, Pei Nuo's fiancée." Yanin replied. Pei Nuo glanced at Yanin. Mo Chenxiao smiled, laced with subtle irony, and remarked, "Delighted to meet you. However, you are merely a fiancée, not yet Pei Nuo's wife, so I presume there are no legal constraints binding us." With that, Mo Chenxiao took Pei Nuo's hand, preparing to enter the car. In a swift motion, Yanan seized Pei Nuo's other hand. Pei Nuo looked at Yanan and gently said, "Be good, I will take her home first." Yanan stood there, watching as Pei Nuo's hand slipped from her grasp, opening the car door and shielding Mo Chenxiao's head as she entered, concerned for her safety. He closed the door firmly, got inside, ignited the engine, and drove away with a sense of urgency. Upon returning home, she removed her shoes only to discover her feet were already blistered, yet she felt no pain. Lying in bed, she gazed at her phone, which had been drenched in rain yet appeared unscathed and still operable. However, it remained devoid of messages or calls. Yan'an wept herself to sleep, and after an indeterminate period, she was startled awake, only to find her phone still barren of notifications. The clock indicated it was 2 o'clock, a time when Pei Nua was undoubtedly fast asleep. A bitter smile crept across Yan'an's face. Pei Nua had made her choice, while she lingered foolishly, awaiting a formal farewell. The weather in June had begun to feel stifling, yet her heart felt icy. She bid farewell to Lu Ai and Lu Xinxin, and in such circumstances, words were scarce between them. Walking alone on the street, she meandered for quite some time until the heavens opened and rain began to fall. It trickled down her long eyelashes, leaving one to wonder whether it was the rain or her tears that flowed. Ultimately, she realized that her understanding of Pei Nua's past was still woefully inadequate. Chapter 16. Farewell to love at 5 in the morning. Yan'an awoke once more, the night having been a blur of restless slumber and intermittent awakenings. Each time, he would foolishly glance at his phone, only to mock himself in a fit of absurdity. After taking a shower, he felt an irresistible urge to look downstairs, only to find the spot where Pei Nua's car had once been parked was still desolate. He gathered his belongings and ventured out to catch the bus for work, suddenly realizing how unaccustomed he had become to the bustling commute. Upon disembarking, waves of nausea washed over him. Seated at his desk, Yan'an found himself lost in thought for the entire morning. At noon, he received a call from Mo Chenxiao, who invited him to meet. Yan'an readily agreed, acknowledging that what is meant to come will inevitably arrive, and what is destined to depart will surely do so. At 7 in the evening, Yan'an arrived punctually at the designated location mentioned by Mo Chenxiao. This place was familiar. It was a favored dining spot of Pei Nua, where they often enjoyed the splendid night view together. The moment Mo Chenxiao mentioned the venue, Yan'an realized they must have frequented it often in the past. What role was he playing in this narrative? Yan'an was merely a substitute for Mo Chenxiao. Mo Chenxiao arrived as promised, clad in casual attire, canvas shoes, distressed jeans, and a white t-shirt adorned with a striking image of a woman. Her presence exuded a wild beauty. "Sorry for being late," Mo Chenxiao said apologetically, though her demeanor betrayed no hint of remorse as she pulled out a chair to sit across from Yan'an. "Not at all. I arrived too early," he replied. The server presented the menu, but Mo Chenxiao gestured dismissively. "I want to be dining with you. I have plans with Pei Nua shortly." Yan'an lowered her head in silence, while Mo Chenxiao continued. "In the past, Pei Nua and I loved to dine here, for I adored the night scenery. Pei Nua would accompany me. When I expressed my fondness for Maseratis, despite Pei Nua deeming them too ostentatious, he still purchased one for me and took me for drives. I mentioned my desire to visit the Maldives, and Pei Nua would take me there twice a year, exploring a different island each time." "Are you here merely to recount your past with Pei Nua?" Yan'an interrupted Mo Chenxiao, understanding that if she continued, she would surely lose her composure before this woman. He. Miss Li can no longer bear to listen. "Is it because Pei Nua has done all these things with you?" Yan'an remained silent, stirring the stick in her hand. Mo Chenxiao chuckled and continued. "As for me, I have returned to Pei Nua's side. You, as his substitute, may gracefully withdraw now. I am grateful for your care of Pei Nua over the past year. This sum of money is my small token of appreciation." With that, Mo Chenxiao handed Yan'an a check. Upon glancing at it, Yan'an noticed it was for 100,000 yuan and couldn't help but smile. "Is it too little?" Mo Chenxiao inquired. "This is merely my token of gratitude. I will ensure that Pei Nua provides you with a substantial severance fee. I promise you shall not suffer a loss. Miss Mo, I appreciate your gesture, but even if I were to part ways with Pei Nua, it would be he who conveys that to me, not you," Yan'an replied coolly. Mo Chenxiao's face twitched slightly. A smirk of derision etched upon her features as she continued. "Back in the day, the Pei family looked down upon me, deeming our backgrounds incompatible, forbidding us from being together. Yet, I must express my gratitude for the esteemed education imparted by the Pei family. Pei Nua possesses a remarkably upright moral compass, showing no concern for my modest origins. In his fervor to be with me, he even attempted to leap from the second floor, resulting in a broken leg. His prior injury hindered him from engaging in vigorous activities." Suddenly, Yan'an recalled Pei Nua's words, realizing that his leg injury was a consequence of his devotion to Mo Chenxiao. "So why did you not end up together?" Yan'an inquired. At that time, his fall was quite severe. The doctors warned that he might never walk again. I was still young and could not promise to care for him for a lifetime, so I chose to leave. I penned him a letter, expressing my desire not to be the cause of a rift between him and his family, and then I went to America. After he recovered, he sought me out, but at that moment, I was involved with a wealthier partner than Pei Nua, so I once again declined him, citing familial reasons. Are you not afraid that I might reveal this secret to him? His mother is also aware of this secret, yet she chose to keep it when she saw me. For anyone who truly loves Pei Nua would never wish to inflict harm upon him, and I can see that you love him dearly. No one can guarantee that he won't risk his life for me once more. Emo Chinxiao's gaze radiated confidence. Yan'an offered a wry smile, acknowledging the truth in Emo Chinxiao's words. How could one bear to harm someone they love? Miss Li, I am an utterly selfish individual, and I do not deny it. After parting ways with that wealthy heir, I returned to seek out Peino, confessing to him my enduring love and inability to forget him. I am aware that he too cannot erase my memory from his heart. Last night, as we lay in bed together, his fervor was palpable, demonstrating his affection through his actions. Yan'an felt a wave of nausea surging within her throat, a desire to vomit that she could not fulfill, prompting her to sip some water. Are you all right? Mo Chunxiao inquired. I'm fine. You simply revolted me, she replied with a chuckle. I have conveyed nearly all I wished to express. I reached out to him while you were in the Maldives. He is somewhat nostalgic and tends to procrastinate. So I urged him to make a decision. Menghan has witnessed your relationship and is aware of your status as a couple, which is why I insisted that she invite you to her wedding. This would allow me to arrange for Peino to pick me up, enabling a face-to-face resolution among the three of us. However, due to the crowd yesterday, I refrained from pressuring him out of consideration for your dignity. Nevertheless, he will be arriving shortly. Today, you must bring this matter to a close. There should be no further delays. So, it seems everything was meticulously orchestrated by you. Mo Chunxiao smiled and nodded, not disputing the assertion. Your feelings for him are more about utility than love. That is of little consequence. What matters is that he loves me, possesses wealth, and can fulfill my desires. The most crucial aspect of life is understanding what one truly wants. Mo Chunxiao smiled, her charm radiating with the poise befitting a victor. Indeed, it was not long before Pei Nua entered the dining hall, seemingly unfazed by Yannan's presence. Likely because Mo Chunxiao had informed Pei Nua in advance. Naturally, Pei Nua took a seat beside Mo Chunxiao, who leaned in to kiss Pei Nua's cheek, a gesture to which Pei Nua offered no resistance. Witnessing this scene, Yan'an surprisingly smiled. I shall take a brief trip to the restroom. You two carry on. Mo Chunxiao declared as she departed with a sense of agency. Are you pursuing me simply because I resemble Mo Chunxiao? Yan'an inquired. Pei Nua remained silent, gazing at her with a stillness that spoke volumes. The answer was painfully evident. How could there possibly exist love devoid of reason in this world? Have you ever loved me? Yan'an pressed on, yet Pei Nua continued to withhold his words, seemingly wrestling with his thoughts. Did you come here to break up with me? Yan'an, do not pressure me. My mind is a tumultuous storm right now, truly chaotic. Please allow me a moment to reflect. Yan'an chuckled softly. Pei Nua, I am not coercing you, but in this world, no one can enjoy the blessings of two. Pei Nua exhaled deeply. Yan'an, I too do not wish to partake in such duality. Let us part ways. Despite her foreknowledge of the outcome, Yannan's heart still ached. She had not intended to lose her composure, yet tears began to trickle down her cheeks. In Pei Nua's eyes, she detected a glimmer of sorrow, though it may have been a mere figment of her imagination. Nevertheless, even an illusion was comforting, for it suggested that perhaps Pei Nua held her in his heart. Yet, he ultimately loved Mo Chunxiao, or else he would not have begun this entanglement. Swiftly, Yan'an wiped away her tears, offering her blessings. Pei Nua watched as Yannan's despondent figure receded, gradually vanishing at the threshold. Upon returning home, Yan'an informed her mother about her breakup with Pei Nua, only to be met with a torrent of curses rather than consolation. Yan'an understood that her mother was fearful of losing her medical support. After much persuasion, she assured her mother that she would continue with her acupuncture treatments, which eventually quelled her mother's anger. Meanwhile, Pei Nua stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window of his new abode, gazing into the inky darkness outside, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. A soft, cool figure embraced him from behind. Why are you so cold? Pei Nua inquired. After all, I'll be taking it all off soon. Why bother with so many layers? Mo Chinxiao replied, her icy hands slipping beneath his robe. Peinuo grasped her wandering hands and said, Chinxiao, I really don't feel like it today. I understand, she responded. Even a pet can evoke feelings over a year, let alone a person. Rest assured, I'll give you time. But not too long, all right? With that, Mo Chinxiao turned to leave, casually remarking, Peinuo, habit is not love. Peinuo watched her, noting the resemblance they shared, yet recognizing their starkly different personalities. Observing his silence, Mo Chinxiao returned, wrapping her arms around his neck and sweetly imploring, Peinuo, I'm truly cold, warm me up. With that, she initiated a kiss, and Peinuo finally encircled her waist, lifting her onto the bed. Soon, the room resonated with their intimate murmurs. The following morning, Yinan arrived at the office and promptly commenced making calls to clients. The task of securing her position was imperative. She diligently dialed each number provided by Aunt Peno, and the recipients remained exceedingly courteous, evidently oblivious to the prevailing circumstances. Yinan continued to handle new accounts one by one, meticulously managing deposits and loans. Despite her busyness throughout the morning, she found herself devoid of appetite. As Ling Yue passed by, the overpowering scent of cheap perfume severely assaulted her senses, prompting her to rush to the restroom to retch uncontrollably. What is wrong with you? Candy inquired as she entered. Nothing. It's just that Ling Yue's perfume is unbearable. I feel like vomiting, Yinan replied, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Yinan, could it be that you are? Candy's words struck like a bolt from the blue, awakening a dormant nerve within Yinan. It had been quite some time since her last menstrual cycle, and with the multitude of recent events, she had inadvertently overlooked this matter. Indeed, it had been 2 months since their trip to the Maldives, during which they had not practiced contraception. Chapter 17. The passing of life during the weekend, Yinan beckoned Liu Ai to accompany her to the hospital for a checkup. Her heart was in turmoil, a blend of fear and anticipation. Liu Ai clasped her hand tightly, regaling her with amusing anecdotes. The blood test results would take half an hour, a span that felt like an eternity to Yinan. When the results finally arrived, it was confirmed she was indeed pregnant. Come, let us find Peno, Liu Ai urged, taking Yinan by the hand and leading her away. Yinan followed without protest. She too yearned to see Peno, especially at this moment when all her longing surged forth like a torrent. They took a taxi to the villa of their dreams, a place they had once envisioned as their new home. Yinan had visited more than once, and Peno was usually there on weekends. Upon alighting from the taxi, Yinan noticed smoke rising from the villa. She rushed over, only to discover that Mo Chinxiao was burning something, not just anything, but their wedding photographs. Yinan watched in horror as Mo Chinxiao tossed the framed pictures into the flames. Liu Ai, who had followed closely behind, was seized by a frantic impulse to rush in. But Yinan held her back with surprising strength. What purpose would it serve to rush in now? Yinan questioned. Despite Liu Ai's struggle to break free, Yinan's grip was unyielding. In a fit of rage, Liu Ai shouted, Peno, you scoundrel, come out here. Her voice drew Mo Chinxiao's attention, and without hesitation, she approached, opening the villa's grand door while the housekeeper continued to discard the photographs into the fire. You've arrived? Is there something you need? She inquired nonchalantly. Upon witnessing the scene, Peno hurried downstairs, her haste preventing her from changing attire. Her silk robe hung loosely, revealing a mark of affection upon her chest. You are awake? Mo Chinxiao approached Peno and tenderly adjusted her clothing, their movements imbued with an air of intimacy. Peno stood there, her gaze fixed intently on Yinan, as if awaiting something significant. The flame of desire that had burned within Yinan was extinguished upon noticing the kiss mark adorning Peno's skin, all her fervor and thoughts dissipating like smoke from a consumed photograph. Just as Liu Ai was about to step forward, Yinan grasped her hand tightly. Their forces momentarily locked in a silent struggle, before Yinan gently shook her head in refusal. Liu Ai huffed in frustration, withdrawing her hand. Yinan removed the ring from her left hand, the very ring with which Peno had once proposed. Its significance now appeared utterly absurd. I am here to return this, she declared, extending the ring towards Peno, who did not accept it, continuing to gaze at Yinan. Time seemed to freeze, and the brilliant weather outside, with sunlight so close yet unattainable, rendered everything intangible. Miss Li, there is no need, Peno replied, for the gifts she had bestowed would not be reclaimed. Mo Chinxiao glanced up at Peno, who resembled a statue in that moment. Oh, farewell, Yinan said, turning to leave with Liu Ai. The ring served merely as a pretext, an excuse to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. After all, How could she articulate her intentions? Peino, I have come to reconcile, or Peino. I am with child felt woefully out of place. Miss Li, Emo Chinchao spoke softly. Have you ever heard the saying, as the green plums wither and the bamboo horse ages? Those I fall in love with bear a striking resemblance to you. I believe Miss Li is an astute individual and must understand the essence of my words. I hope you will not find frivolous excuses to visit my home in the future. That will not happen. Farewell. Pei Nua stood there, refraining from pursuing her. To do so would mean relinquishing Emo Chinchao, whom he had long sought after and finally returned to. How could he possibly give her up? Yet what of Yan'an? He felt like a child who had lost a cherished toy, with nowhere to vent his sorrow but to weep. Emo Chinchao stood beside him, patiently awaiting the moment Pei Nua could release his pent-up emotions before she softly remarked, Pei Nua, your affection for Yan'an stems from her resemblance to me. It is not genuine love for her. Now that I am back, you need not hold on to her any longer. Is that so? Pei Nua gazed at her, and Emo Chinchao nodded affirmatively, unable to suppress a sneeze before embracing him. Pei Nua, return home. I understand the turmoil within you, but your intent was never to hurt her. Your kindness towards her was born from your profound love for me. I believe Miss Li will comprehend this. Indeed, I have returned and will remain by your side from now on. Pei Nua allowed Emo Chinchao to guide him back into the house, where she helped him bathe and dry his hair. As he lay in bed, Pei Nua felt as though a part of his soul was missing, leaving his heart hollow. Yet, Emo Chinchao was right beside him. Yan'an pulled Lu Ai into the car, resting her head against the window, feeling distressed yet unable to shed tears. Yan'an, why don't you speak? Lu Ai inquired. What is there to say? What significance does Pei Nua's lack of support hold for me? If it is merely the love born out of obligation, I would rather forego it altogether. In truth, Pei Nua had already made a choice that day. I should not harbor resentment or indulge in futile hopes. Lu Ai was already tearful, while Yan'an calmly patted Lu Ai's hand, signaling him not to be disheartened. The following day, Yan'an scheduled an appointment for an abortion. The child could not be kept. The procedure was set for Wednesday, and Yan'an requested 3 weeks of leave from work, utilizing all her annual leave, for after all, it was surgery, and she would need ample time to recuperate. Yan'an also called Wang Meng to borrow 200,000 as her mother's acupuncture fees, along with other medical expenses and caregiver costs, constituted a substantial burden that she could only shoulder alone. Wang Meng readily agreed without inquiring about Pei Nua, likely having already discussed matters with Lu Ai. Yan'an chose not to mention it either. Early on Wednesday, Yan'an informed her mother that she would be on a business trip for a month and would not be returning for the time being. Her mother nodded with approval, reminding her to take care of herself as she left. Yan'an arrived at the hospital punctually. The surgery proceeded swiftly, and just like that, a tiny life vanished. It ended before it even began. Throughout the ordeal, she was alone, save for Lu Ai, who arrived to pick her up afterward, gently guiding her as they made their way outside. How are you? Are you all right? Lu Ai inquired. I'm fine, Yan'an replied with a smile, though her pallor betrayed her. Let me take you home. My mother wants to cook something delicious for you. She said you should stay with her for a few days. Do not trouble the aunt any longer. I have rented an apartment and engaged a caretaker for myself, so rest assured. Yan'an politely declined Lu Ai's offer. As the two exited, they encountered a dignified individual, exuding an air of nobility, with fair skin that clearly indicated meticulous care. Her attire, though luxurious, was far from ostentatious. Yan'an immediately recognized her as Pei Nua's mother, who also spotted Yan'an. As they met face to face, Yan'an offered a gentle smile and greeted, Hello, Annie. Pei's mother, feeling a bit awkward, smiled in return. Yan'an, I hope you are feeling better. It's nothing serious, Yan'an replied. I am quite well now. That is a relief. May I ask who this is? Pei's mother inquired politely, gesturing towards Lu Ai. Allow me to introduce, this is Lu Ai, and this is Auntie Pei, Yan'an stated, her tone tinged with apprehension, fearing Lu Ai might act impulsively. Auntie Pei? Lu Ai scrutinized the woman, noticing the resemblance to Pei Nua, and a smirk appeared on her face. Hello, Auntie Pei. I am Yan'an's close friend. I happen to be pregnant, soon to embrace motherhood myself, and I was hoping to seek your advice on parenting, particularly on how to manage a son who straddles two worlds. Lu Ai, Yan'an interjected, tugging at Lu Ai's hand, signaling her to temper her words. Lu Ai swiftly withdrew her hand from Yan'an's grasp. When did you become so spineless? Your son can frolic and then simply walk away. And while you hesitate to confront Pei Nua, do you not care about how his mother raised him? If she had been diligent in her teachings, how could such a son exist? Liu Ai turned around, glaring at Pei's mother, and exclaimed, "Auntie Pei, I am genuinely curious about how you managed to raise such an exemplary son, all while feasting at the table and coveting what lies in the pot. Truly shameless. Young lady, please be mindful of your demeanor," Pei's mother replied. "I apologize, Auntie," Yanin interjected, attempting to pull Liu Ai away. "My manners may be lacking, but surely they surpass the likes of you all. To get someone pregnant and not even acknowledge it, while cavorting daily with a mistress and flaunting a hickey as if to provoke anyone. How outrageous. Perhaps I should burn some paper money at your doorstep another day?" Pei's mother caught the crux of the matter and inquired, "Whose child is it that you speak of? Who else could it be?" Pei's mother glanced at Yanan, who bowed her head in silence. She then asked, "Yanan, are you pregnant?" Before Yanan could respond, Liu Ai interjected, "Do you really think any fool would bear your son as child?" "Enough," Yanan shouted, causing Liu Ai to pause and glance at her. Yanan nudged her, saying, "Wait for me in the car." Liu Ai appeared as though she wanted to protest, but a warning glance from Yanan silenced her, and she complied, returning to the car to await her. Yanan followed Pei's mother to the hospital's small garden, where the ambience was filled with warmth. Families gathered, children pushing their parents, and parents holding their little ones. Yet, this scene offered no solace to Yanan. "Yanan," Pei's mother called out warmly. Yanan found a bench to sit upon. Having just undergone surgery, she felt a lingering fatigue. Pei's mother settled beside her. "Yanan," Pei's mother called softly, uncertain of how to broach the subject. "Auntie, I have already broken up with Pei Nua, so it is impossible for me to carry his child. I do not wish for Pei Nua to remain with me merely because of a child." Tears welled in Pei's mother's eyes as she wiped them away. "Yanan, I am truly sorry. On behalf of Pei Nua, I express my apologies." "It is unnecessary, Auntie. Pei Nua has nothing to apologize for." Chapter 18. A lone battle. Yanan spoke as Pei's mother retrieved a blank check from her bag, preparing to inscribe her name upon it. "Auntie," Yanan interjected, "I once had a first love, a boyfriend with whom I shared 5 years. However, when misfortune befell my father, his mother approached me with money, demanding we part ways. Your actions only serve to remind me of past humiliations." No, that is not my intention," Pei's mother replied. "I only wish for you to purchase some nourishment to restore your health. I understand you are a kind-hearted person, and I appreciate your goodwill. But I must decline the money," Yanan insisted. "I am truly sorry," Pei's mother conceded, reluctantly retracting the check. "Auntie, I bear no resentment towards Pei Nua. When I ended my relationship with my first love, I was consumed by sleepless nights, a mere shell of my former self. It was Pei Nua's presence that guided me out of that shadowy period, and I am immensely grateful to him, even though he has caused me pain this time. We are even in our mutual suffering. Yanan, you are a wonderful child. It is Pei Nua who is blind to your worth." "Hee," Yanan chuckled softly. "Let me share with you the story of Pei Nua. Pinno, there are moments when I often reproach myself for having taught him too well. During his university years, he fell in love with Mo Chenchao. At first, we did not oppose their relationship, thinking it was merely a childish romance that would fade over time. Who could have anticipated the steadfastness of this child? Eventually, he informed us of his intention to marry Chen Xiao after graduation. Chen Xiao's father was among the first to venture to America as a dishwasher, and our families were not well matched. The Pei family had only one son left in this generation. Naturally, we hoped he would find a girl of exceptional qualities, and Mo Chen Xiao simply did not meet the standards of a daughter-in-law for the Pei family. Initially, we merely attempted to persuade him, but he turned our reasoning back upon us. Eventually, unable to restrain ourselves, we confined him. The result? Pei Mother's voice faltered slightly, and Yanan gently patted her back. Pei Mother continued, "One day, he jumped from the second floor of our home, nearly losing his life. We did everything we could to save him. Every day, I lived in fear that my son might leave us at any moment. I thought, as long as Pei Nua is alive, I would grant him any wish. Later, Pei Nua indeed survived, but there was a possibility of paralysis. I thought, it doesn't matter, as long as he can live. Living is what matters." When Mo Chenxiao learned of this, she chose to leave. She was unwilling to care for my son for a lifetime. I reflected on this and realized it was reasonable. She is still so young, and we cannot be so selfish. Eventually, Pei Nua exerted himself beyond what most would endure to stand up again and regain his mobility. The first thing he did upon recovering was to seek out Mo Chenxiao in America. I did not obstruct him, as long as he was healthy. We would compromise on everything. However, In the end, he returned in disappointment, stating that Mo Chenxiao was unwilling to put him in a difficult position. He remained undeterred and made another visit, staying for 6 months, yet ultimately returned alone. After that experience, he relinquished all hope. Subsequently, I discovered that the girl had found a boyfriend in the United States, one who was wealthier than our family. From the very beginning, I harbored no fondness for that girl, yet I feared for Pei Nua's well-being. He is my only son, and the Pei family has no other heir. Thus, when Pei Nua brought me back later, you all refrained from questioning me and treated me with utmost kindness. Pei's mother nodded. And please do not inform Pei Nua about my pregnancy. His path has been arduous. From this day forth, we shall part ways amicably, and we will each pursue our own happiness. Thank you, Yanin. Pei's mother spoke with tears streaming down her cheeks. Yanin smiled as she turned to leave. Ultimately, Pei Nua and she were fated to be apart. He had been entangled with Mo Chenxiao for nearly a decade, the most beautiful years of his life intertwined with her. While her acquaintance with Pei Nua was merely 2 years, how could that compare? Perhaps this is merely a jest of life. Yanin suddenly thought of Yao Chong. Had he possessed Pei Nua's tenacity and resolve, what might have been? Perhaps Pei Nua would not be as he is now. Alas, life offers no alternatives. After resting for half a month in the small apartment she rented, Yanin returned to her profession, discovering that everything was subtly changing. On her first day back, she was summoned to Shun Jiangwo's office for a discussion. Yanin, I heard you broke up with Pei Nua, Shun Jiangwo stated directly as he opened the door. Shen Xing, this is my private life, and I believe I have the right not to answer you. Hee. Yanin, let us not beat around the bush. Your ascent to the position of client manager was solely due to Pei Nua. Now that you have parted ways with him, it seems you must return to your role as an assistant, for you will no longer have a source of clients. Shen Xing, I shall comply with any arrangements made by the company. Yanin understands that confronting the situation head-on will yield no benefits. She is now devoid of any support and must rely solely on her own capabilities from this day forward. Very well, that shall be arranged. You will transfer your clients to Su Jiao, and you will take up the role of assistant to Xingyu. Yanin glanced at Shen Jiangwo, pondering how a fresh graduate like Su Jiao could take over her clients. Perhaps she too possesses some hidden connections. Yet, Yanin reasoned, if Su Jiao truly had any backing, she would not be delivering gifts to Shen Jiangwo. Upon exiting Shen Jiangwo's office, Yanin noticed Su Jiao already standing beside her desk. Yanin smiled and inquired, Jiao, do you need something from me? Yanin Jia, Shen Xing told me the other day that you are to transfer all your clients to me. From now on, I shall be the client manager, and you will be the assistant. Su Jiao's voice was soft, yet the office was silent enough for everyone to hear clearly. Candy cast a wary glance at Yanin, as if fearing she might cause a scene. Yanin surveyed her surroundings, smiled gently, and replied, Yes, Shen Xing has informed me. We can proceed with the handover today. Su Jiao initially believed that Yanin would create difficulties for her, yet to her astonishment, events unfolded seamlessly. Overjoyed, Su Jiao hurriedly took a chair and sat down. Yanin methodically presented each business card to her, elucidating the current ventures of each client, along with their respective preferences and aversions. As Su Jiao listened intently, she diligently took notes. One cannot deny her dedication. After a while, her throat became parched, prompting her to graciously pour water for Yanin. During lunch, Candy extended an invitation to Yanin to dine together, to which Yanin readily acquiesced, accompanying Candy to an upscale Japanese restaurant. This moment evoked memories of Pei Nua, as she recalled that it was also a Japanese restaurant where Pei Nua had first taken her. A tear inadvertently escaped her eye. What is the matter? Missing him? Candy inquired. With tears glistening in her eyes, Yanin managed a faint smile, choosing not to respond to Candy's question. Not pressing further, Candy remarked, If you need assistance, I will request the president to transfer you to my team. No, thank you. I will manage on my own, Yanin replied succinctly, though a flicker of surprise lingered in her heart. Candy, known for her self-serving nature, perplexed Yanin with her unexpected willingness to help, which seemed devoid of any personal benefit. This left Yanin contemplating Candy's motivations more deeply. You have changed significantly since your return. People evolve. It is a part of life. I cannot perpetually exist through the lives of others. I simply wish to understand what has transpired recently. Candy took a sip of water and remarked, It is said that she has bestowed numerous gifts upon Shen Jiangwo. You are well aware of what kind of person he is, self-serving, with an insatiable appetite for wealth and pleasure. Naturally, he would extend favors to Su Jiaojiao. Ah, what a petty individual he is. It is hardly surprising that one would fight for their own interests. Yanin smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Candy continued, however. Su Jiaojiao's actions have already provoked Ling Yue, and they have had numerous quarrels. Yanin looked at Candy, her eyes sparkling with an inscrutable light. She inquired, "Do you know who leaked the news of my breakup with Pei Nua?" Candy hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Yanin observed her closely, missing not a single expression, and with a smile said, "Sister Candy, let us collaborate." "Collaborate? If I manage to oust the current president, would you be able to take the position? Ensure my safety." A glint of ambition flickered in Candy's eyes, but it was fleeting. Upon returning to the office, Yanin continued to assist Su Jiaojiao with the transition. In the following days, she accompanied Su Jiaojiao on visits to various executives, who greeted Yanin with considerable warmth. Perhaps Pei Nua's aunt had yet to divulge the situation. Yanin understood that once they learned of her severed ties with the Pei family, the flow of business would dwindle significantly. Therefore, she saw little value in maintaining these relationships, leaving that task to Su Jiaojiao, whose path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. The pursuit of immediate gains would not prove to be a wise endeavor. Yanin has been demoted to an assistant, specifically to Ling Yue. Fortunately, Ling Yue's primary focus is currently on Su Jiaojiao rather than on her. Su Jiaojiao has emerged as the foremost competitor for clients, one leveraging her physical allure to captivate Xin Jiangwo, while the other utilizes wealth to gain his favor. Whichever party reaps greater benefits, the other is bound to feel discontented. As Yanin concluded her workday, she encountered Zhang Yi, the IT specialist in their line of work, a quintessential petty bourgeois, miserly and fond of small advantages. He lacked many friends within the office. Yanin took the initiative to greet him, and Zhang Yi responded with commendable politeness. Rather than opting for the bus, Yanin chose to walk alongside Zhang Yi, whose home was in close proximity to the office. He usually commuted by bicycle or on foot. "How has Wang Ming been in England recently?" Zhang Yi inquired with genuine interest. "Quite well. She even asked about you during our recent phone call," Yanin replied, her tone seemingly casual, yet imbued with thrilling implications. "Really?" Zhang Yi's exhilaration confirmed the rumors Yanin had previously heard, that he harbored feelings for Wang Ming, and it appeared to be true. Indeed, Yanin affirmed, observing that Zhang Yi had opted to walk with her instead of riding his bicycle. "What did Ming say about me? Was it casual chit-chat?" He probed further. They reminisced about their time in the same department, where Yanin had been a significant help to her. "She still thinks of you fondly, and promised to bring you a gift upon her return," Yanin added. A faint blush adorned Zhang Yi's cheeks as he smiled sheepishly. "It's a pity that Ming left. It must be quite challenging for her to be away from home. Alas, we find ourselves in such circumstances. The prevailing atmosphere is rather disheartening," Zhang Bo lamented. Yanin feigned ignorance, asking, "Why is that?" "Oh, let us not delve into it any further," he replied, observing her perceptive gaze that hinted at his reluctance to share. Yanin understood that he still harbored a sense of wariness towards her. It is essential to recognize that the prowess of an IT professional should not be underestimated. They possess the capability to uncover a wealth of knowledge that remains elusive to others, accessing information that is otherwise unattainable. Every action taken on a computer leaves a trace, meticulously recorded on servers, and an IT expert can effortlessly retrieve these records. Chapter 19. Alliances and Strategies for a Week. Yanin found herself encountering Zhang Bo by chance at least twice, occasionally bringing him snacks, beverages, and small gifts, which he graciously accepted, relishing the small favors. One day, while returning home from work, she once again crossed paths with Zhang Bo, who this time initiated the greeting, revealing a newfound familiarity. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Yanin felt a chill and instinctively drew her neck into her coat. "What's wrong? Are you cold?" Zhang Bo inquired. "Not too bad," she replied. "You should dress more warmly." "You're too thin," he remarked. Yanin felt a twinge of emotion at his concern. Indeed, she had become increasingly slender, ever since her breakup with Pei Nua. Her weight had been on a downward spiral, now barely reaching 90 pounds at a height of 1.68 meters. "Thank you, Boji," she said, now accustomed to addressing him as such, though each utterance left her feeling slightly nauseated. "What has Ming Ming been up to lately? Why does she always ignore my messages on WeChat?" she asked. "Perhaps she's just busy. Her studies over there are quite demanding, and Ming Ming is quite strong-willed. It must be tough for her. There have been many occasions when I've reached out, and she hasn't responded either," Zhang Bo explained. "Oh, Please send her my regards. It must be quite challenging, he added with a hint of discontent. Yes, indeed. If only Ming Ming hadn't left. Things wouldn't be so difficult, Yanin lamented. Let me tell you, Ming Ming's departure has a bit to do with me. So I've always felt a sense of guilt towards her, she continued. Oh, really? Why didn't Ming Ming mention this to me? Yanin feigned ignorance. Oh, allow me to speak candidly. In my position, I possess an abundance of knowledge. I can ascertain the activities of each individual on their computers, including the websites they have visited, the contents of files, and the emails sent via Outlook. Presently, the current president, a rather unscrupulous character, wishes to replace me with a trusted subordinate, seeking to exert control over any ensuing matters. However, I have committed no wrongdoing, and thus cannot be dismissed. He has seized upon a situation from last year regarding the installation of surveillance in the operations department downstairs. The expenses were significant and required reporting to the head office. Yet, with the new administration reluctant to spend without generating revenue, they delayed payment to the supplier under the pretense of a trial period. After 6 months, the supplier grew impatient and lodged a complaint with our head office. This wretched man, surnamed Zhang, insisted that Ming Ming, who was responsible for procurement, claimed I had failed to report the matter, shifting the blame onto me. Ming Ming, however, disagreed, prompting him to pressure her instead. Per Ming Ming. I see now, remarked Yanin with a nod of understanding. But, Bo, do not dwell on this too much. Ming Ming's departure might not be a misfortune. After all, our former superior, Duo Jing, could very well return to lead us again. Yet, shouldn't a young woman aspire to marry well and raise a family? Why endure such hardship? Huh, Bo? You are rather traditional. The prevalence of strong women today is undeniable, Yanin replied, offering a faint smile. She had grown increasingly adept at feigning smiles, rendering them ever more convincing. Ah, do you know who informed the organization about my breakup with my ex-boyfriend? Yanin inquired. Of course, it was Xing. Zhang Bo replied without hesitation. How do you know? And how did he find out? Interestingly, I happened to check the surveillance footage that day, and while reviewing the meeting room, I overheard Xinjiang during a leadership conference. He remarked that you no longer had any backing and didn't wish for you to remain in his group, claiming your capabilities were lacking. I caught that part, but I didn't hear anything else. I was merely reviewing the footage, just needed to confirm there was sound, nothing more. You mustn't disclose this to anyone. It's prohibited. Rest assured, Yanan reassured him. Given our close relationship, I would never betray your trust. But do you know who informed Xinjiang? I'm afraid I don't. Zhang Bo replied. Could you help me investigate? Yanan pleaded. I've been severely harmed due to this informant. I still have a client base. Yet they've denied me any opportunity based on this one-sided narrative. It feels deliberate. How can I investigate? He asked. Check the emails between Lu Xinxin and Lu Ai. They are the only ones privy to this situation. That's not feasible. I could access them, but if anyone found out, I would be dismissed. It would be a violation of regulations. Zhang Bo shook his head. Yanin offered a bittersweet smile. Then I suppose there's nothing more to be done. With his head bowed in silence, he walked forward, taking a few steps before retrieving a scarf from his bag. A familiar smile graced his face as he said, Look, I almost forgot. This is from Ming Ming, who sent it from England a few days ago. She asked me to give it to you. It's Burberry. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the scarf. He had never possessed such fine quality before. He eagerly accepted it, tenderly caressing the exquisite packaging. Oh, how delightful. The wrapping is truly exquisite, he exclaimed. Indeed, Yannan replied absent-mindedly, feeling a wave of nausea at his demeanor. Yannan, you seem quite pitiful. I'll help you investigate, but the outcome is uncertain. The information might have been conveyed through other means, but you must never disclose this to anyone. Otherwise, I'm doomed, Zhang Yi said while cradling the scarf. Rest assured, Yin Nan solemnly promised. Zhang Yi was an invaluable pawn for Yin Nan, with this matter as leverage. Many more tasks awaited him in the future. This particular Monday boasted exceptionally clear weather, the sky lofty and adorned with fluffy white clouds, embodying the essence of a crisp autumn day. It was a perfect season for an outing, and Yin Nan suddenly yearned to take a stroll. However, all her vacation days had been exhausted during the recent upheaval, and the name Pei Nua, like a thorn in her heart, resurfaced in her thoughts. Yanin descended the staircase in 5-centimeter high heels, as a client had come to conduct business and to inquire about loan matters. In the current circumstances, Ling Yue had ceased to handle such affairs personally. It was primarily Yanin who undertook these errands. A successful negotiation would be credited to Ling Yue's achievements. while a failure would likely result in her reproaching Yanin. Yanin, however, accepted her fate with equanimity, refraining from protest or retort, maintaining an amiable demeanor. As Ling Yue spoke, her interest waned, and she fell silent. As Yanin traversed the staircase on the second floor, she overheard Lu Ai's voice on the phone. I said I'm not going. I'm not going. What does it matter if he asked your childhood friend? What is the big deal about an engagement? Does it warrant such a fuss? How shameless. Unless it's Pei Nua's funeral, I want to attend. Pei Nua was getting engaged. Was it to Mo Chinxiao? It seemed she hadn't heard that name in 5 months. Yanin found it difficult to articulate her emotions. Her breakups had always been quite definitive, as if she severed ties with each boyfriend without hesitation. Yet, why did her heart still ache so? Lost in thought, Yanin inadvertently slipped, and with a startled scream, she tumbled down the stairs. Yanin. Lu Ai was the first to rush to her side. Yanin lay on the ground, somewhat disheveled. Yet she managed to offer Lu Ai a reassuring glance. Lu Ai helped her to sit up, and soon, colleagues from the hall gathered around, expressing their concern. I'm fine. I just lost my footing and fell, Yanin replied with a smile, reassuring everyone. As everyone noticed that Yanin was fine, they gradually dispersed. Lu Ai assisted her into a driver's lounge, where a sofa bed awaited, allowing her to rest her feet, though her arms and legs ached slightly. There were no serious injuries. Her ankle had twisted and was somewhat swollen, yet she could still move it, suggesting no damage to the bones. How could you be so careless? Lu Ai inquired. This year has been filled with misfortunes. I think I should pay a visit to a temple soon, Yanin jested. Did you overhear my phone call? Yes, Yanin replied candidly with a nod. Please, try not to dwell on him. He has someone else now, Lu Ai admonished, exuding a sense of frustration. I am aware, but it's not as simple as choosing to forget, Yanin said with a bittersweet smile. Wang Nin mentioned they're getting engaged on Christmas. The engagement on Christmas had always been Pei Nua's plan. The plan remained unchanged. Merely the individual involved had shifted. Yanin acknowledged this with a nod, responding calmly, Please do not argue with Wang Nin over this matter. Go ahead, I want to mind. Why would I attend the engagement of a scoundrel? I refuse to go, Lu Ai retorted stubbornly, demonstrating loyalty to her friend. Yanin suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. How could Lu Ai possibly have intentionally revealed her breakup with Pei Nua to ensnare her? Perhaps it was an inadvertent disclosure that had sparked others' curiosity? Lu Ai, have you told anyone about my breakup with Pei Nua? Of course not. Why would I share that with anyone? What's wrong? Nothing. I was merely asking out of curiosity. Though Yanin's foot presented no significant issues, she still walked with a noticeable limp. She could only take 2 days off to rest. Lying in bed, her mother began to bombard her with questions, fearing for her job security. Thus, Yanin ventured out to a CAF to read. Enveloped by the rich aroma of coffee, the bustling crowd on the street flowed in a constant ebb and flow. The familiar sound of WeChat notifications pierced the air, prompting Yanin to pick up her phone. It was Zhang Yu, and the message contained no superfluous words, just a name, Candy. Instantly, Yanin grasped the implication. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind, but she quickly returned to contemplation. It seemed she had overlooked something. Setting aside her book, she gazed into the distance, pondering what exactly she had missed. Suddenly, an enlightening thought struck her, Candy Mo Xiang, Mo Chinxiao. Repeating these names in her mind, Yanin picked up her phone. Candy answered promptly on the other end. I'm at a Yang CAF in Hengi Square. Let us meet, Yanin said. Chapter 20. The unknown passed after approximately 2 hours. Yanin heard the chime of the doorbell. Candy entered, dressed in casual attire, low-heeled shoes, a blue dress, and a white blazer draped over her shoulders. Taking a seat across from Yanin, the waiter promptly presented the drink menu, but Candy gestured for a simple glass of water instead. Why do you seek me out during your vacation? Candy inquired directly. What is your relationship with Mo Chinxiao? Yanin's question was imbued with unwavering certainty. Candy stared at Yanin for an extended moment, seemingly hoping to glean some insight from her eyes. Yanin responded with a subtle smile, maintaining her gaze, rendering the scene almost frozen in time. Eventually, Candy broke the silence. Why do you ask that? How did Xin Zhangwo come to know about my breakup with Pei Nua? Candy paused, then offered a faint smile. You truly possess some skill. Her words tacitly acknowledged everything. Yanin continued to observe her with an unwavering demeanor. Candy took a sip of water before continuing. This situation was genuinely an accident. I apologize. An accident? Yanin clearly expressed her skepticism. Yes. I wish to know the entirety of the matter. I seek the unvarnished truth. Candy chuckled softly. Are you certain you wish to know everything? Yes, regardless of the reality. I must know. And after knowing? Revenge? Yanin shook her head and, after a long pause, spoke, I am not so bored. I simply do not wish to remain in the dark. Candy turned her head away, seemingly reluctant to speak. Time flowed quietly as Yanin observed the struggle on Candy's face. Taking the initiative, Yanin said, If you do not know how to begin, allow me to inquire. You claim to be entrusted by my father to look after me, which appears to be unproblematic, but why does my father place such unconditional trust in you? You share the same surname as Imo Chenxiao. Is that merely a coincidence? How did you come to know of my breakup with Pei Nuo? Candy turned to Yanin, a smile gracing her lips as she replied. You are far more astute than I had anticipated. Yanin nodded. It was not that she lacked intelligence, but rather that she was unwilling to ponder deeply. Where shall we begin? Candy's smile held a hint of self-deprecation as she took a moment to gather her thoughts before continuing. Let us start with your father. It was approximately 30 years ago when your father arrived in a city to attend university, where he met a woman named Mou. They fell in love, married, and had children. Your father, leveraging Mou's family's influence alongside his own academic background, ascended swiftly within the ranks of the government. However, your father never loved Mou. His heart belonged to their junior, Shijing. In that era, divorce was an exceedingly arduous endeavor, especially considering that your father was entirely reliant on Mou. Subsequently, your father concocted a justification, claiming that since they had only born a daughter, he knelt before Mou, pleading desperately. He lamented that the Li family had been passed down through 5 generations, and given the single-child policy of that time, the birth of another child was deemed impossible. Thus, he reasoned that divorce was the only recourse to seek another partner for procreation, to which Mou naively acquiesced. However, how could Mou's father possibly consent? Consequently, they fabricated a tale of Mou's infidelity, forcing her father to reluctantly agree, while harboring profound guilt towards your father, leading him to continue assisting him in his career. Yet, as fate would have it, Mou intended to remarry your father once Shijing had given birth. Little did she know that her father would compel her to marry the very man with whom she had allegedly been unfaithful. At this juncture, Candy couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding the situation rather absurd. Yanan was processing everything Candy had divulged. She had never contemplated being a child of remarriage, only knowing that her parents were deeply in love, with no one ever broaching such matters with her. Noticing Yanan's silence, Candy inquired, Do you wish to hear more? Yes, Yanan responded resolutely, for at that moment, she yearned to uncover the entirety of the truth. She no longer wished to remain blissfully ignorant, subject to the whims of others. Later, Mou married that man, while your father did not divorce Shijing, even though she bore him no son. Mou gradually came to realize that it was all a deception. Eventually, Mou's father retired, and with his departure, there was no longer anyone to threaten your father. Mou's later husband was also quite ambitious. He worked abroad solely to provide a better life for Mou and her daughter. Mou found some solace in this. Yet life is fraught with unforeseen calamities. Tragically, he met with a fatal car accident in the United States, leaving Mou despondent and her health deteriorating. And what about her? Yanin couldn't help but inquire, a twinge of fear gripping her heart as she dreaded that Candy might reveal Mou had passed away. She is merely bedridden, Candy replied. Upon hearing this, Yanin inexplicably felt a sense of relief, and then, with a mix of curiosity and certainty, she asked, So, Imo Chenxiao is my half-sister? Candy looked at her and nodded. Indeed, that is why you share such a striking resemblance. Yanin offered a faint smile, one that encapsulated a complex array of emotions, bitterness, loss, joy, and despair. And you? She inquired once more. I am Mou's biological sister. And Imo Chenxiao is my niece, Candy continued. Although your father employed some unscrupulous tactics, he was, in many ways, kind to our family. After my father's passing, he consistently provided for us, including myself. Moreover, my sister seemed to harbor no animosity towards him. Thus, when he requested that I look after you, I acquiesced, as he placed considerable trust in me. Tell me about Imo Chenxiao and you, Yanin said softly, at that moment yearning to shed her ignorance. If their lives were so intertwined, she believed that Imo Chenxiao's return must hold significant purpose. Candy's gaze flickered, seemingly reluctant to mention either herself or Imo Chenxiao. Yanan remarked, Now that matters have reached this point, what is there left to conceal? I merely wish to understand the entirety of the situation. My relationship with Imo Chenxiao cannot be altered. Candy fell silent for a considerable time before finally choosing to speak, saying, As for Chenxiao, he actually harbors a deep resentment towards your father. Indeed, this aligned with Yunan's suspicions. Driven by hatred, he had returned to seize Pei Nua. A cold smirk escaped Yanan's lips. Candy continued, observing her intently. When my father was still alive, our family once basked in prosperity. Chen Xiao, having been raised in comfort, developed the habits and temperament of a young lady. However, when our family fell from grace, we still strove to maintain a facade of grandeur, upholding a ridiculous sense of pride. Yet, Chen Xiao was fortunate to have met Pei Nua, a wealthy boyfriend who treated her well. But, when Pei Nua encountered misfortune, Chen Xiao could not care for him and chose instead to go to America in search of her stepfather. Her stepfather continued to treat her generously, lavishly spending money. Initially, Chen Xiao was still preoccupied with thoughts of Pei Nua, but after her stepfather passed away, their financial support ceased. The acquaintances she had were predominantly wealthy and spoiled. And without money, one naturally faces disdain. Chen Xiao endured a period filled with scorn and contempt. Eventually, she leveraged her beauty to find another affluent boyfriend, thus re-entering that social circle. Consequently, Chen Xiao harbors a profound fear of poverty. She has lacked a sense of security since childhood. Yet, did you not mention that my father provided you with financial support? Yanan inquired. I believe my father is not a miser. Indeed. But do you comprehend the exorbitant expenses incurred by the servants in our villa each month? Your father can provide, and indeed he does. But those funds merely suffice to uphold our family's waning splendor. Yanan's heart bore a chilling mockery. It is true that a declining household requires substantial resources to maintain its facade, the appearance of dignity. How ironic. Candy continued. The singular resentment that Chen Xiao and I harbor towards your father stems from an incident prior to my sister's marriage. We witnessed, with our own eyes, my sister, Chen Xiao's mother, pleading on her knees in the rain, imploring your father to return. For she could no longer withstand the pressures at home and was on the verge of marrying that deceitful paramour. She knelt there for an interminable time. She was such an elegant woman, yet in that moment, she appeared utterly disheveled. Yet your father remained unmoved. Following that event, Chen Xiao changed her surname. She was originally named Li Chen Xiao. As Candy spoke, her gaze drifted into the distance, seemingly transported back to that tumultuous day, where the torrential rain fell as Ma Yue knelt in desperate supplication, while the man before her remained indifferent. For the first time, Yanan noticed the redness around Candy's eyes. Such a rational woman, it was evident that the incident had profoundly impacted her. Candy lowered her head to discreetly wipe away her tears and continued. That is essentially how it transpired. Chen Xiao is quite obstinate. No matter who speaks, they cannot erase the resentment that lingers in her heart, especially during challenging times. And what of your story? Yanan pressed on. Me? I happened to encounter a scoundrel. Our child was diagnosed with congenital heart disease, and he urged me to abandon the child. In a fit of anger, I divorced him. The funds provided by your father enabled my child to undergo surgery, and now the child is in good health. However, that is not my inquiry. Did you inform Mo Chen Xiao about my affair with Pei Nua upon her return? Yes. Candy replied directly. Did you summon her back to disrupt our relationship? After reflecting for a moment, Candy explained. Pei Nua had indeed sought out Chen Xiao in America, but she rejected him. Firstly, Pei Nua had not fully recovered at that time and was still somewhat limping. Secondly, Chen Xiao had become involved with a wealthier suitor. After Pei Nua returned, he isolated himself for a considerable period. His father grew concerned, and during a casual conversation, we touched upon this matter. I suggested he introduce Pei Nua to a girlfriend who bore a striking resemblance to Chen Xiao, intending to help mend Pei Nua's broken heart. His father agreed, promising me that if this approach proved successful, he would secure my position as the bank president. Who could have anticipated that while I was orchestrating a chance encounter for you, you had already met? Consequently, I reaped no benefits from the situation. In my anger, I disclosed this matter to Chen Xiao, uncertain of her subsequent actions. To be frank, during Chen Xiao's relationship with Pei Nua, I gained considerable advantages. If she were to return and reconcile with Pei Nua, it would only benefit me. If she chose not to return, I would incur no losses. The situation posed no threat to me, only potential advantages. Chapter 21. The Habitual Life. Just as Yanan was about to speak, Candy continued. Yanan, do not be agitated. Do you consider the return of Chen Xiao to be a misfortune? In truth, it is not. Although you have lost Pei Nua, this incident has revealed that Pei Nua never truly loved you. If his affections were genuine, nothing and no one could pose a threat, would they? Yet, his heart belongs to Chen Xiao, which allowed her to reclaim Pei Nua with such ease. Yanan offered a cold smile. She understood Candy's words well. Who could be blamed for this situation? The grievances of the previous generation had molded Imo Qinshao's radical disposition, and Pei Nua, as Candy articulated, lacked the conviction in his love. Otherwise, how could Imo Qinsha have succeeded so effortlessly? Why did you spread the news of my breakup with Pei Nua within the circle? How do you intend to explain this now? I apologize for this matter. I never anticipated it would culminate in such a way. I'm aware that you have lost the support of Pei Nua. To be candid, I feel a twinge of guilt. Consequently, I emailed Shin Jiangwo to clarify that you have lost your value, hoping he would transfer you to my team. At least I could offer you some semblance of protection. However, I did not foresee that Shin Jiangwo would act in such a manner, clinging to you obstinately. He has harbored resentment for your previous defiance against him. He has always been a petty individual. You must be aware of that. I promised him 3 effective clients in exchange for you. Candy's eyes brimmed with sincerity, devoid of deceit. Yanin gazed at her for a moment before replying, "Thank you. I am sorry." Yanin smiled, realizing that, ultimately, no one was at fault. As Candy once articulated, there is no fault in fighting for one's own interests. Yanin, having comprehended the entirety of the situation, engaged in further discussions before resolutely declining Candy's request for her to transfer teams. She would not depart in such a dismal manner. Should she leave, it would be with dignity. Resolute in her decision, she aimed to resolve the matter of Shin Jiangwo before the year's end. A couple of days later, Yanin's foot had improved significantly, and she returned to work, continuing her daily tasks of running errands and assisting with various duties. As December unfolded, the lobby began to resonate with the melodies of Christmas songs, adorned with reindeer and Santa Claus figurines. A Christmas tree was also displayed, surrounded by empty gift boxes, enveloping the atmosphere in a festive spirit, serving as a constant reminder that Pei Nua was soon to be engaged. Before Christmas, a heavy snowfall blanketed the area, causing a sharp drop in temperature. Seated in her office, Yanin discreetly compiled a list of the major clients from her team and called Pei Nua's mother. Upon receiving the call, Pei Nua's mother exhibited a hint of nervousness, perhaps fearing Yanin's interference. Yanin gestured for her to remain calm, requesting her assistance with a particular matter. Pei Nua's mother readily agreed, and Yanin expressed her gratitude without delving into unnecessary conversation or even mentioning Pei Nua's name. Yanin's plan unfolded seamlessly. With merely a week remaining until December 31st, the loans of all major clients in her team were entirely settled, and the deposits quietly slipped away. As the year drew to a close, during the crucial performance push, Shin Jiangwo's demeanor visibly soured, his mood becoming exceedingly irritable. Ling Yue, Su Jiaojiao, and 2 other client managers suffered daily beratings, enduring a torrent of harsh words. Shin Jiangwo's days were hardly pleasant, each day. He accompanied his team of client managers to visit clients, only to be met with cold rejections. The number of clients terminating their accounts was steadily increasing, and the situation appeared to spiral beyond control. Meanwhile, Yanin observed the unfolding events with an air of indifference. On Christmas Day, both Candy and Liu Ai took leave, presumably to attend the engagement ceremony of Imo Qinsha and Pei Nua. All the client managers had gone out to engage clients, leaving Yanin alone in the somewhat desolate office space, her heart as empty as the surroundings. The warm tea in her hands offered little comfort against the chill, and this moment of solitude failed to bring her any sense of ease. Upon refreshing her social media feed, she discovered a post from Candy featuring a group photo that included Pei Nua, Imo Qinsha, and herself, adorned with heartfelt congratulatory messages. The comments overflowed with likes and well wishes. Yanin gently caressed Pei Nua's face in the photo, as if she could reach through the screen to touch the real Pei Nua. He had lost weight but appeared more spirited than ever, clad in a white suit that made him resemble a prince. Imo Qinsha, in her strapless red dress, radiated charm. The color complemented her fair skin, making her look vibrant and enchanting. Liu Ai also shared a post, though hers was filled with complaints. She had captured an image of a cake that had fallen to the ground, lamenting the dreadful engagement cake that tasted abominably, and expressing her suspicion that the barbecued meat had gone bad, leading to an unfortunate bout of stomach troubles. Yanin couldn't help but chuckle at Liu Ai's antics. She seemed less like an attendee of an engagement ceremony and more like a mischievous disruptor. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Pei Nua's mother. Yanin answered, "Hello, Annie." "Yanin, I have fulfilled the request you made of me," Pei Nua's mother replied. "Thank you for your support of Pei Nua. I have witnessed the results. Thank you." "Yanin, this is what Pei Nua owes you. If you require anything in the future, I truly find myself at my wits' end this time, and I shall not trouble you again. Thank you." Yanin interrupted Pei's mother, who fell silent. After bidding farewell, Yanin hung up the phone. Erasing Pei's mother's number as well as Peinos. Wishing you happiness. This was the silent wish Yanin held for Peino in her heart. With Su Jiaojiao's business dwindling, Yanin's workload naturally diminished as well, spending her days merely pretending to work in front of the computer, and time passed swiftly. The business meeting commenced punctually on Monday morning, where the boss openly reprimanded Shin Jiangwo, warning him that if performance did not improve by the 31st, he could expect to be dismissed next year. Candy cast a fleeting glance at Yanin, quickly withdrawing her gaze. With Shun Jiangwo's lack of results, Candy's burden intensified. The boss demanded she support a greater volume, or else the decline in both deposits and loans would surely lead to repercussions from the bank's president next year. The atmosphere throughout the entire bank was tense. Yet Yanin remained remarkably relaxed, enjoying her tea alone in the break room each day. Inflicting 10,000 in losses to oneself for the sake of hurting the enemy 8,000. Does that seem appropriate? Candy entered, appearing quite fatigued. What can they possibly harm me with? I have nothing to lose, Yanin responded nonchalantly, her face adorned with her habitual smile, devoid of any emotional shift. This means this year's year-end bonus is compromised. What does that concern me? I receive so little every year anyway. Haha. Candy smirked slightly, acknowledging the truth in her words. It bears no consequence to you. After all, performance evaluations are based on achievement rates, and since you have fulfilled your obligations, what is there to fear? If the tasks remain incomplete, the overall baseline will inevitably be quite low. I am indifferent. Our plans persist. So a minor loss this year is inconsequential. Next year, you may flourish as you wish, and the incompetence of others will only serve to accentuate your own capabilities, thereby increasing your chances of ascending to the position of bank president. Seemingly unwilling to elaborate further, Candy pushed open the door and departed, leaving behind a faint remark. Yanin, you have truly changed a great deal. Time cultivates growth, and the environment instigates transformation. As the workday concluded, Yanin fortuitously encountered Zhang Ao. He hurriedly approached her, bicycle in tow. What a coincidence, Yanin. Zhang Ao, indeed. Aren't you going out on a date today since it's Christmas? Without a boyfriend, who would I be dating? Yanin replied, intentionally lacing her words with self-deprecation. With your beauty, you must have many admirers, right? It must be that you are too selective. Not at all. Aren't you going out on a date? Alas, I too am just a solitary soul, Zhang Ao remarked, a hint of bitterness in his tone. He continued, I imagine celebrating Christmas abroad is far more lively than here. That seems likely. I heard Meng Meng mention it with such excitement the other day. It is his first Christmas overseas. Is that so? I hope Meng Meng is doing well. The mere mention of Meng Meng invigorated Zhang Ao, a spark of enthusiasm lighting up his eyes. It is quite pleasant, yet one can also feel quite lonely abroad, yearning for home. The other day, during a phone call, I found myself in tears. Alas. Zhang was sighed repeatedly, commencing yet another tirade against the president of the bank. Yin Nan remained silent, dutifully playing the role of an audience. After a lengthy diatribe, he finally ceased his complaints. Yin Nan, having attentively listened, met Zhang's gaze and inquired, Brother Zhua, would you like to exact some retribution for Meng Meng? How so? Let's take down the bank president. How do we do that? Zhang's excitement was palpable. He had long been oppressed by the president himself and was eager for a chance to turn the tables. Yin Nan retrieved an A4 sheet from her bag, which listed several clients' names, and handed it to Zhang Zhua. This contains the names and contact emails of clients. Please help me determine if any of these emails mention clients related to the issue of kickbacks or hint at such matters. Just as Zhang Zhua was about to respond, Yin Nan interrupted him, saying, Brother Zhua, you didn't disclose the last time you assisted me with the email investigation, did you? You can trust me with this matter. And it doesn't concern you. I will handle the subsequent steps. You can rest assured. After much contemplation, Zhang Zhua ultimately nodded in agreement. As the 31st arrived, the performance was dismal, leading to Shun Jiangwo being summoned to the president's office for an earful of reprimands, the volume so high that it could be heard from outside. When he emerged, his face was pale, and no one dared utter a word. It was rumored that after the new year, the president would report to the head office, which was quite dissatisfied with the situation, giving rise to numerous speculations. Lu Ai discovered she was pregnant, joyfully embracing her new identity as an expectant mother. It seemed that Lu Xinxin was also on the verge of marrying her boyfriend, heralding fresh beginnings for everyone in the new year. Yet, it appeared that only Yunnan remained stagnant, solitary 6 years post-graduation. Lu Xinxin invited Yunnan to accompany her on a shopping excursion, as there were numerous items to procure for the wedding, ranging from furniture to sewing supplies. Upon arriving at IKEA, Yan'an expressed her confusion. You need me to accompany you for this kind of furniture shopping? Of course. Once we've made our selections, he can handle the payment. Our opinions often clash. So this way we can avoid arguments, Lu Xinxin elucidated. Her fiancé, introduced by her family, possessed commendable qualities. He was a man of substance. Owning both a house and a car, though he lacked a certain style, being somewhat short and plump. But this will ultimately be your home, Yan'an pointed out. Lu Xinxin shook her head and replied, he is merely my ATM. I make the decisions while he pays. With a smile, Yan'an shook her head and continued to follow Lu Xinxin through the bustling aisles of IKEA, filled with throngs of people. Amidst the crowd, Lu Xinxin seized various small items that caught her eye. In the children's section, numerous little ones frolicked, playfully darting around a small tent. Chapter 22. Counterattack Yaochang. Do you think this little dish and bowl are aesthetically pleasing? Let us purchase them. Yan'an and Xin turned simultaneously and through the shelves of the toy section. They caught sight of Yaochang and Zhao Ming'an. Zhao Ming'an was adorned in a pale purple radiation protection outfit, indicative of her pregnancy. Perhaps sensing their gaze, the pair also turned to look at Yan'an and her companions, their expressions momentarily stiffening. Zhao Ming'an quickly regained her smile and approached Yaochang. What a coincidence. Zhao Ming'an initiated, gently placing her hand on her visibly rounded belly. Yan'an responded with a smile. Indeed, what a delightful coincidence. After her words, the four individuals exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. In Yaochang's gaze lingered an indefinable sentiment. Zhao Minghan's eyes held a hint of provocation alongside a calculated glimmer. Lu Xin's expression was rife with disdain, while Yan'an maintained a serene smile. As if confronting two strangers, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Yan'an to naturally say, I shall not disturb you any longer. We will take our leave. Wait. Zhao Minghan interjected, reaching out to grasp Yan'an's arm. Yan'an regarded her with a slight frown. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhao Minghan released her grip. It has been quite some time since we last met. During your last visit for the wedding, we did not reciprocate the invitation. How about we share a meal today? There's no need. We are not particularly close. The last gathering was merely a reunion with old classmates at your wedding, Lu Xin replied coldly. Oh, come now. It is only fitting to share a meal together, Zhao Ming'an insisted. Today, Zhao Ming'an exhibited an unusual demeanor, firmly insisting that they stay. Yan'an observed her, pondering the reason behind such behavior, when she suddenly heard Zhao Minghan exclaim, cousin. In that instant, Yan'an recalled that Imo Chenxiao was Zhao Minghan's cousin. If Imo Chenxiao is present, then Pei Nuo must be nearby as well. Following the direction Zhao Minghan shouted, she discovered they were indeed all there. A sudden flutter in her heart caused her to momentarily lose her composure, and the smile that had graced her lips began to soften. What a small world this truly is. Imo Chenxiao, linking arms with Pei Nuo, approached them. Whether it was merely a figment of her imagination, Yan'an sensed that Pei Nuo's expression was even more rigid than her own. She felt Xin's grip on her arm gradually tighten, prompting Yan'an to reinstate her smile. This time, it was Yan'an who initiated the conversation, saying, Hi, what a coincidence. Her tone was effortlessly casual, akin to that of long-lost friends reuniting after a lengthy separation. Zhao Ming'an, with a triumphant tilt of her head, inquired, Cousin, we were just saying we should invite Yan'an to dinner. Shall we all go together? Imo Chenxiao glanced at Pei Nuo, who was staring down, his expression unreadable. With a gentle smile, Imo Chenxiao turned to Yan'an and asked, I wonder if Miss Li would grace us with her presence? Apologetically, Yan'an replied, I'm truly busy today, let us reschedule. Very well, Imo Chenxiao responded. Unlike Zhao Minghan, who had pressed Yan'an, she courteously added, I'll remember this, and we'll arrange to take you out for a meal another time. After shaking off the four of them, Xin queued up while Yan'an made her way outside alone. A brisk wind swept through, seemingly rousing her muddled emotions. It was indeed a peculiar day. With ex-boyfriends gathering in a reunion, how ironically coincidental. Yan'an enveloped herself with her arms as she made her way towards the parking lot. Upon reaching Xinxin's car, she spotted a slender figure standing alone across the row, clad in a white down jacket with the collar slightly undone. One hand was tucked into a pocket while the other held a cigarette, leaning against a Maserati Pano. Pano noticed her too. His expression momentarily startled as he fixed his gaze upon Yan'an. He had indeed lost weight. The contours of his face were sharper than before. Yan'an paused, and the two stood there, locked in a silent exchange of glances for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the tranquility was disrupted by the sound of a horn. prompting Yanin to step aside. A car momentarily obstructed their view, but it soon passed. Once again, separated by the width of a road, they found themselves ensnared in each other's gaze, neither daring to speak nor advance towards one another, only an unspoken emotion lingering in their eyes. Mo Chanxiao and Lu Xinxin emerged from settling their bills, witnessing the scene before them, each harboring their own sentiments, yet none approached. Do you see? Your man is in love with my dear sister. Just look at the reluctance in his eyes. Perhaps it's time to let go, Lu Xinxin provocatively remarked to Mo Chanxiao. Well, even raising a pet cat or dog for a year and a half can evoke feelings. I won't be bothered by it, Mo Chanxiao replied, her tone indifferent. After speaking, he approached Pei Nuo, who noticed Mo Chanxiao walking over. He opened the door to the passenger seat, carefully guiding her to avoid any sharp edges. Anxious that she might hurt herself, Mo Chanxiao smiled sweetly as she settled into the car and closed the door. Pei Nuo then walked to the driver's side, hesitating briefly before getting in, shutting the door, and fastening Mo Chanxiao's seatbelt before securing his own. With a press of the accelerator, they drove away in silence, their communication more distant than that of strangers. Pei Nuo remained as attentive as ever, even more so than before. Indeed, she was Mo Chanxiao, the woman he cherished above all, not Li Yanin. The time spent as a mere substitute was finally coming to an end. Wishing you happiness, Lu Xinxin approached, embracing Yanin, her tears quickly soaking Yanin's coat. Yanin gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Don't cry. Why do you suffer so?" "It's nothing. I'm not suffering." The brief holiday for New Year's soon passed, ushering in a tense new year. April marked the annual spring banquet, akin to the company's grand celebration, with participation from every branch. In previous years, the spotlight was often on the performing beauties, with Yang Lu and Gao Shitting being the leading figures. This year, Yanin was also expected to participate. During lunch, Zhang Yu discreetly called Yanin outside. Generously, Yanin treated Zhang Yu to a meal, ordering an array of dishes. Zhang Yu enjoyed the meal immensely, nearly licking the plate clean. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yu ordered a dessert and, while indulging, remarked, "Yanin, I have investigated the matter from last time. There are several suspicious elements, though they are merely a matter of intuition, as it is unlikely they would be explicitly stated in an email. I have prepared a table for you." He then handed Yanin an A4 sheet. She glanced at it before tucking it away. Once their meal concluded, the two returned to their workplace. At the entrance, they encountered Ling Yue, who greeted them with a mischievous smile. "Oh, so you two are dining together?" she teased. "We just happened to run into each other," Yanin replied nonchalantly. "Yanin, you seem to have a constant stream of admirers," Ling Yue quipped. "Let us find a place to chat," she suggested. "Oh, the sun must be rising in the west," Yanin retorted. "Is it not acceptable to have a little conversation with my superior to curry favor?" Ling Yue found Yanin's words quite agreeable, nodding her head as they made their way to an ice cream shop at the entrance. Yanin ordered a cone of ice cream, while Ling Yue opted for a cup of coffee. "Ling Yue, after all these years, your disdain for me has been largely due to Yao Chong, hasn't it?" Yanin initiated the conversation. Ling Yue scoffed quietly, remaining silent. Yanin, deliberately softening her tone, spoke with a hint of bitterness. "We ended things long ago. I am now without support, nearly 30, without a boyfriend, and burdened with debts due to my mother's illness. You are my superior now, so I hope you can consider that I have never wronged you and refrain from targeting me any further." As she spoke, it seemed a single tear welled up in her eye. Ling Yue was momentarily taken aback. She had never envisioned him engaging in such a casual conversation with Yanin. The once exalted Li Yanin was now beseeching him, stirring within her a mixture of pride and a tinge of sympathy. Yanin's current state mirrored her former self, utterly devoid of possessions, compelled to bow her head. Yanin was not wrong. It seemed she had done little to deserve her fortune, while she herself had to toil relentlessly to attain anything, even sacrificing herself to allow that old scoundrel Shen Jiangwo to benefit. Conversely, Yanin had always been surrounded by affluent and handsome men. Yet, it appeared that Yanin's streak of good luck had come to an end. She was no longer the center of attention. This realization greatly satisfied Ling Yue's vanity. "Ah, we are both university classmates. I bear you no ill will." Ling Yue's tone softened noticeably. Yanin regarded her with teary eyes, feigning a pitiful demeanor. All right. From now on, we shall be good friends. Let bygones be bygones regarding the matter of snatching men," Ling Yue declared nonchalantly. "Eating ice cream in this frigid weather? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death?" "It's nothing," Yanin replied, her tears replaced by a smile. The subsequent conversation between the two lightened considerably, as if they had transformed into close confidants, indulging in a myriad of delightful topics, even broaching the subject of Yaochang. Upon returning to the office, Yanin subtly signaled to Candy, and they both feigned a trip to the break room for water. "Is something the matter?" Candy inquired. Yanin handed her a sheet of A4 paper, asking, "Do you think these clients might have offered any favors to the bank president? They are all our loan clients. Yet it remains uncertain whether any benefits have been conferred. What do you intend to do? Hasn't there been a consistent emphasis on prohibiting intermediaries lately?" Candy cast a glance at Yanin, instantly grasping her meaning. "We lack evidence." Candy meticulously reviewed the names on the paper, confirming that these indeed were clients introduced by the president, some of whom had secured loans. "Certain cases were in my hands, while others were with Shanghai. We must find a way to obtain evidence. Where am I supposed to procure evidence for you?" Candy tossed the paper back to Yanin. "You have the means. If you wish to vacate that position and seize an opportunity for yourself, you will undoubtedly devise a solution. The simplest approach would be to insinuate during a visit. If they have provided any benefits, they will likely reveal it. With your negotiation skills, it should be easy to extract a hint." After pondering for a moment, Candy retrieved the paper, folded it neatly, and exited while holding her cup. A faint smile graced the corner of Yanin's mouth. Later, the tense rehearsal for the spring banquet commenced, with Yang Lu and Gao Shitting directing the proceedings in the spacious conference room. Occasionally, discussions arose regarding the formation, but they remained mild, maintaining the esteemed image of goddesses. Colleagues gathered in small groups at the door, intrigued by the spectacle. Chapter 23. The Onset of War. Sister Yang Lu, I believe it would be best if you did not stand at the front. Your height obstructs those behind you. It would be more suitable for you to position yourself at the back. Although Gao Shitting's suggestion appeared to be considerate, it effectively relegated Yang Lu to the rear, for no one wished to miss the opportunity to shine before such a prominent figure. Moreover, the allure of a beauty like Yang Lu makes her an irresistible focal point. Height is of little consequence. We are all positioned at varying heights, thus no one truly obscures another, Yang Lu remarked. I think it would be better if you exchanged places with Lu Qian. Let us rearrange ourselves for a moment to assess the formation. It would look splendid. Lu Qian entered alongside Gao Shitting, possessing a modest stature, large eyes, yet her complexion was somewhat darker and she carried a slight plumpness, rendering her incomparable to Gao Shitting. Unlike Yang Lu, who stood alongside Gao Shitting, both exuding distinct beauty without a clear victor, Lu Qian willingly stepped forward, seemingly ready to form an alliance. I believe that a progression from tall to short is not particularly aesthetically pleasing. A uniformity in height would present a more harmonious appearance, Yan'an interjected from the crowd. Yang Lu met Yan'an's gaze, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. What do you mean? Lu Qian inquired, her tone dripping with scorn, as she felt that Yan'an had disrupted her moment in the spotlight. It's quite simple, Yang Lu replied. We could purchase the same style of shoes, but in different heights. You could opt for 7 centimeters while I choose 3 centimeters, and thereby achieve a uniform height among us. Yan'an smiled brightly. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. It alleviates any concerns about those behind us being unable to see. The willows swayed in agreement, and then Yang Lu remarked, Yan'an, I've heard you are quite the professional, having danced since childhood. Why not join us this time? We have enough people. Gao Shitting interjected, it doesn't matter. Those who cannot dance well can simply bow out. Yang Lu continued, huh? What does it matter? Our Yan'an dances splendidly. She could even choreograph for you. It is said that she rose to fame with her dancing in the past. At that moment, Ling Yue squeezed her way in. Ever since their last conversation, her relationship with Yunnan had transformed significantly. Her feelings had shifted from envy and jealousy to pity and compassion. Yan'an occasionally gifted her with unused cosmetics, and the two quickly became close friends. Yan'an is truly remarkable. Join us. Do not refuse, Yang Lu said, approaching and affectionately linking her arm with Yun'an's. If Gao Shitting and Lu Qian formed an alliance, then at this moment, Yang Lu allied with Yun'an. I haven't danced in a long time, Yan'an replied indifferently. Oh come on, you are a professional. Even a casual dance would be exceptional. Ling Yue continued to praise her. We have enough participants, Gao Shitting reiterated. Those who cannot dance will serve as substitutes. It's settled, Candy, standing aside, said with a calm authority that brooked no opposition. Once she spoke, no one dared to object further, and thus Yan'an agreed to participate in the rehearsals and choreography. By 9 o'clock in the evening, they concluded their practice, assigning Yan'an the responsibility of locking up. She raised no objections. Candy's computer remained on, indicating that the person had not yet departed, and she could only wait in silence. Shortly thereafter, she returned from outside. Glancing at Yanin, she inquired, "Did you close the door?" "Yes," Yanin replied. "Please hand me the key. I need to work overtime today." "It's already 9 o'clock." Yanin kindly reminded her of the time. "It's all right. The work must be completed," Candy responded. "A new case is to be presented in tomorrow's meeting, and I am uncertain about the inquiries the review committee might pose, so I shall review it once more. You truly deserve this position." In the past, during meetings, Shen Zhengwo would make them review the cases themselves. If they were unable to answer, he would reprimand them. However, Candy takes a hands-on approach to many matters. Haha, nothing can be solely reliant on luck. A faint aroma of tea lingered in the air, exuding an enticing fragrance. Candy took a delicate sip and asked, "What new plans do you have?" "I have shared all my plans with you," Yanin replied. "Then why do you still dance?" "Haha, once I had my father. Then I had Yao Chong, followed by Pei Nuo. Now, I am left with only myself. I must find a support for myself and carve out my own place." Candy observed Yanin, her hand slightly trembling as she held her cup of water, saying, "This is a point of no return. At least I did not speak of harming others. Each relies on their own abilities, as you would say, fighting for profit." "And what of Zhang Wei?" "Zhang Wei is currently the president of their branch, the local sovereign of a branch, wielding control over their fates. I did not harm him. I merely unveiled the misdeeds he had committed. Had he not accepted a commission or abused his power for personal gain, do you think we would have been able to expose him?" Candy fell silent, seemingly contemplating Yanin's words, perhaps grappling with a certain moral threshold within her. Yanin left the keys with Candy and departed from the establishment. The night was adorned with heavy makeup, the lights dazzling, yet a profound solitude enveloped her heart. Devoid of any desire to return or inclination for merriment, she could only wander aimlessly. Exhausted, she leaned against the wall of the shopping mall's exterior, silently observing the ebb and flow of passers-by. Early the next morning, Ling Yue urgently summoned Yanin. "Yanin, I have recently contacted a client, First Steel, a significant account. They might come here to open an account within a day or two. I will be on a business trip to City B tomorrow. Please prepare the account opening documents and reach out to them to ascertain when they will arrive." "Certainly, no problem at all. I will call them shortly." Yanin replied with an exceptionally humble tone, akin to a long-awaited downpour after a drought, igniting Ling Yue's excitement. Yanin returned to her desk, phone in hand, glanced at the travel itinerary of the various account managers, and dialed the accountant of First Steel. 2 days later, the accountant from First Steel arrived punctually as agreed. Lu Ai, who was responsible for the account opening, called Yanin, and she gracefully descended the stairs in her 3-centimeter heels. A middle-aged woman sat before Lu Ai, holding an accordion file, presumably filled with numerous account opening documents. "Is it Sister Wang?" With a gentle smile, Yanin approached. "Ah, yes, you must be Assistant Li, right? Please, there's no need for such formality. You may call me Shaoli. Have you brought the account opening documents?" "I have," replied Sister Wang as she retrieved the necessary paperwork from her bag: business license, organization code certificate, tax registration certificate, account opening permit, and credit institution code certificate. All present and accounted for. Yanin exchanged a glance with Lu Ai, who then left her seat. Yanin took the various certificates and assisted Sister Wang with the photocopying, while Sister Wang filled out the account application form beside her. As Yanin copied the documents, she periodically glanced at the time. After a while, Su Jiaojiao entered the room, intending to head upstairs, but Yanin called out to her. Confused, Su Jiaojiao looked at Yanin, who explained that she was experiencing some stomach discomfort and kindly requested her assistance in photocopying the account documents. Noticing that the hall was empty and Lu Ai was absent, Su Jiaoji reluctantly agreed. In a short time, she completed the photocopying of the required documents. Just then, Lu Ai emerged from the back, and Su Jiaojiao handed the materials to her. Lu Ai quietly inquired, "Is this yours?" "Huh." Su Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback, not fully grasping the situation. Lu Ai smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's nothing. I will expedite the account opening process for you. You may go upstairs now." Su Jiaojiao said little more, pouting slightly as she ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, Yanin descended once more, having nearly completed Sister Wang's business. Without further ado, she escorted Sister Wang out. Upon turning back, Yanin sent a WeChat message to Ling Yue, informing her that the account had been successfully opened. Ling Yue appeared to have a colossal weight lifted off her shoulders, expressing her joy with an abundance of smiley faces. The distance from city B to city A is not considerable. The high-speed train requires merely half an hour to reach its destination. In 3 days, Ling Yue would return, and even before her arrival, she placed a call to Yanan. Hello. Yanan, I contacted First Steel today. They mentioned that they would be investing 30 million in wealth management today. Could you keep an eye on that for me? Absolutely. I have already forwarded the order to them. Yanan sat before her computer, fixated on the screen where emails and policy documents were displayed. Suddenly, she remarked, "It seems there might be an issue with Ling Yue." What? Hold on. I'll explain later. Without waiting for Ling Yue to respond, Yanan abruptly ended the call. Lu AI watched as Ling Yue hurriedly entered the office, then picked up her phone to dial a familiar number. Hello, she has arrived. Before Ling Yue could reach her workspace, she overheard Yanan's loud voice questioning, Jiao, why is the client manager for First Steel listed under your name? That is supposed to be Ling Yue's client. What? What client? First Steel. I merely asked you to help with a photocopy the other day. You didn't go and change the client manager's name to yours, did you? Yanan continued, as the individuals in the client manager's office set aside their tasks, eagerly straining to listen. If gossip could be transformed into energy, it could surely obliterate the entire galaxy. Yanan, what are you talking about? Ling Yue rushed towards Yanan. Yanan, aflame with indignation, addressed Ling Yue, saying, when the First Steel came to open an account that day, I had Jiao assist me in photocopying 2 identification documents. While I was away, she informed the account manager that she was the client manager. Now, the client manager for First Steel is registered under Jiao's name, which I only discovered when you asked me to verify if the funds had been credited. She then turned to Su Jiao with a fierce expression, as if ready to devour her. The 2 women, when the mistress of Shanghai and the other often bestowing gifts upon him, had long harbored animosity towards one another, which finally erupted over this matter. What are you talking about? Who stole from you? Su Jiao retorted. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding by those handling business downstairs. It's just one client. Is it really worth such a fuss? You took my client, and you still have the audacity to justify it? Ling Yue's voice resonated loudly enough to be heard throughout the entire floor. Chapter 24. Intensifying conflicts. I said it was a mistake from downstairs. As she spoke, Su Jiao dialed the phone for the lower floor, the atmosphere charged with tension, and the office area fell into a profound silence. Shortly after, Lu AI sauntered up leisurely. What is going on? Lu AI inquired, stepping into the fray with a casual demeanor. Why is the First Steel registered under Su Jiao's name? Was it not a mistake on your part? Ling Yue's tone softened slightly, yet her fierce gaze remained fixed on Su Jiao. Why ISNT her? When I asked her that day, she claimed it was hers. Lu AI retorted. That's not right. When did you ask her? Su Jiao queried. On the day we opened the account. Initially, it was Yanan who attended to the matter. I assumed it was Ling Yue's, but then I saw you there, and Yanan was absent. I was worried about the confusion and specifically asked you if it was yours. You said yes, Lu AI explained. I didn't hear what you said clearly. Su Jiao defended. Didn't hear clearly? You're just making excuses. It turns out the client wasn't yours. Lu AI's voice escalated. When did you even ask me? The battleground shifted to Su Jiao and Lu AI. It was that day when I saw you attending to the client. If you don't believe me, we can review the surveillance footage. Lu AI stood her ground. What more is there to say? Ling Yue finally interjected, recognizing that Lu AI's assertion to check the footage indicated she was not lying. It's just one client. Even if my name is on it. What difference does it make? Su Jiao gently ran her fingers through her hair, adopting a defiant demeanor. What are you 2 arguing about? Shen Zhangwo bellowed as he pushed open the door to the president's office, clearly aware that their voices had carried through. Zhang Wei stood behind Shen Zhangwo, casting a solemn glance in their direction, his expression indicating a deep dissatisfaction. A group of individuals entered the president's office, and Zhang Wei, maintaining a stoic visage, surveyed the 4 of them before lowering his gaze and coldly inquiring, what is going on? Ling Yue and Su Jiao were about to speak simultaneously when Zhang Wei turned to Lu AI and said, Lu AI, you go first. Just now, Jiao called me up here, and when I arrived, they asked me why the client manager for First Steel was listed under Su Jiao's name. I explained that when the client opened their account, I inquired, and Jiao claimed it was hers, so naturally, I entered her name into the system, Lu AI recounted. All right, you may leave now, Zhang Wei instructed. Lu AI slightly bowed and exited, the door closing behind her. You 2 are part of the same team. Do you not find it disgraceful to argue in front of so many people? Zhang Wei questioned. President, I did not intend to argue. But Sister Ling Yue kept criticizing me without giving me a chance. I have no desire to take her client, Su Jiao replied, her voice soft and tremulous, tears brimming in her eyes as she assumed the guise of a victim. Su Jiao, could you please stop pretending? Did you not just say it was merely one client? What is the big deal? Yan'an retorted disdainfully. Yan'an, which of his words do you find problematic? Zhang Wei asked. The bank president remarked, the clients are the fruits of my labor, yet they are attributed to Su Jiao, turning her efforts into accomplishments. Ling Yue, in contrast to Su Jiao's delicate demeanor, appeared somewhat aggressive. Zhang Wei, visibly irritated, coldly stated, clients belong to the bank, regardless of who brought them in. This particular client is registered under Su Jiao's name. I forbid any further disputes over this matter. If I hear even a whisper of contention, I will dismiss the offender immediately. The three individuals exited, with Su Jiao leading the way, already wearing a smug smile, thinking, oh, you wish to compete with me? Ling Yue, muttering under her breath, charged forward but was firmly restrained by Yan'an, who shook her head in disapproval. Did the president not just prohibit this? At that moment, Shun Jiangwo emerged from the president's office, with Ling Yue closely trailing him into his chamber. Su Jiao craned her neck to peer inside. Candy discreetly cleared her throat, and Yan'an subtly cast a glance her way. Subsequently, the two entered the break room, where the faucet flowed incessantly. What is this? Is this your principle of not harming others? Whom have I harmed? I merely require assistance in disseminating information. Do you expect me to relay everything I uncover myself? Are you attempting to leverage Ling Yue for your own gain? Yan'an chose silence as her response. Candy naturally approached each client, engaging in conversation to extract relevant information. As an experienced account manager, her casual dialogue allowed her to glean significant insights effortlessly. Soon, the list of clients Yan'an sought was swiftly relayed back into her possession. As the weather gradually warms, sunny days become increasingly frequent, heralding the approach of the grand gathering. Those preparing to perform are diligently rehearsing their acts. As the choreographer, Yan'an enjoys numerous advantages and naturally assumes the role of lead dancer. She arranges for Yang Lu to share the spotlight as co-lead, while Gao Shiding is assigned to the back row. Yang Lu is quite satisfied with this arrangement, though Gao Shiding, despite her displeasure, refrains from voicing her objections. After all, Candy had once made her stance clear. Though she speaks little, her standing within the organization is undeniable, and she merely awaits an opportunity. The final segment of the dance involves inviting the leaders of the organization to join on stage. Both Gao Shiding and Yang Lu eagerly compete to extend the invitation to the esteemed boss. Ultimately, Yan'an decides that Yang Lu shall be the one to invite the chief executive, a decision that pleases Yang Lu while leaving Gao Shiding visibly discontent. After work, Gao Shiding heads to the executive's office, likely to express her grievances regarding the dance arrangements. However, she emerges with tear-streaked cheeks, her eyes ablaze with indignation, leaving Yan'an with a nagging sense that trouble may be brewing. Costumes for the performances begin to arrive, and everyone enthusiastically rushes to the changing room to try them on. The alluring naval attire, paired with a blue miniskirt that barely covers the thighs, and a white short-sleeve top that offers scant coverage, creates an enticing ensemble. Yan'an gazes at her reflection, her long, fair legs and voluptuous figure glowing like jade, exuding an aura of confidence. She possesses a physique that rivals anyone else's. Yan'an, you truly have an impressive figure, someone remarks. I never noticed it before. The stars and moon glimmered with a teasing air, surrounded by scrutinizing gazes. Yan'an hastily donned a coat, excusing herself to fetch water, her demeanor tinged with shyness as she stepped outside. Pushing open the door to the tea room, she found Candy inside, sipping tea. Yan'an's coat was unfastened, revealing her naval uniform underneath, which Candy appraised with a faint smile, remarking, indeed, you possess the allure to tread this path. Yan'an filled a paper cup with water and settled across from Candy, their eyes exchanging silent dialogue. Candy passed a piece of paper to Yan'an, who accepted it and tucked it into her coat pocket. Yan'an, some paths, once embarked upon, offer no return. Indeed, Yan'an replied. As she entered the changing room, everyone else had already changed and was gradually making their way out, leaving her to change alone. Her mother had always advised her on the importance of self-care, leading her to accompany her to beauty salons from a young age, indulging in treatments more often than meals. Though not a stunning beauty, her skin, as smooth as jade, exuded an irresistible allure. On a weekend in March, the entire team gathered at the headquarters in City B for a spring banquet. This time, Yan'an wore a light pink jacket, a departure from her usual black, which imparted a playful yet composed youthful charm. The high-speed train journey from City A to City B took merely half an hour, and thus, everyone traveled together at noon. Upon disembarking, a vehicle awaited them precisely on schedule, and they made their way directly to the hotel venue. The grand hall, adorned with over 100 tables, was filled to capacity. The annual meeting commenced, and the small bank had but a few branches, with only 4 or 5 cities nationwide hosting a branch, while the economically prosperous City B boasted over a dozen sub-branches. Yan'an and her team drew the penultimate slot for their performance. Neither the grand finale nor the opening act, making it challenging to leave a lasting impression. What is the final act? Yan'an inquired of Yang Lu, who had just returned from the draw. A skit from the IT department. Let's switch with them, otherwise, we may struggle to shine, she suggested. Yang Lu complied and soon returned, beaming with success, having executed her charm with grace. Being beautiful has its advantages, Yan'an remarked, and Yang Lu smiled appreciatively. As the performances unfolded and awards were drawn, Yan'an remained indifferent, her right eye twitching persistently, an unsettling premonition lingering in her mind, fearing an ominous event might transpire. The acts performed by various branches were captivating, predominantly dance routines, though the attire was rather scant. The D-City branch's performance featured an array of provocative costumes, presenting a theatrical song and dance spectacle that elevated the evening to a crescendo. Yan'an observed their faces with concern, after all. The chance to capture the attention of high-ranking officials came but once a year, and each branch endeavored to stand out amidst fierce competition. At last, it was their turn to perform. A thin sheen of perspiration formed in the palms of Yan'an's hands. As they took the stage, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience, support from their own. The music surged, and their sultry dance radiated youthful exuberance. Not bad at all, she mused. The esteemed president of the podium spoke to Zhang Wei, who wore a smug smile and replied, as long as you are pleased. Yan'an's movements were executed with remarkable professionalism, her alluring design radiating an enchanting beauty. Beside her, the equally captivating Yang Lu, though her movements lacked the precision of Yan'an's, possessed striking beauty and cast flirtatious glances at the president. Behind them, Gao Shiding seized the opportunity during the shift to throw coy looks, embodying youthful exuberance. As the performance progressed, the music abruptly transformed into a celebratory country style, prompting everyone to descend from the stage to invite the dignitaries to join. This lasted approximately a minute, after which the stage would once again embrace a sensual dance style. When the music shifted unexpectedly, laughter erupted from the audience, creating a palpable atmosphere. As everyone descended, Gao Shiding, instead of inviting the head of the corporate department as expected, suddenly turned towards the president, positioning herself on one side while Yang Lu took the other, effectively trapping the president in the middle, unable to move left or right. The head of the corporate finance department was left uninvited, rendering the scene awkward and bizarre. Zhang Wei's expression darkened noticeably. Simultaneously, Gao Shiding and Yang Lu exerted a playful tug on the esteemed boss, Zhang Wenhao, who chuckled as he glanced at the two individuals on either side of him. A minute is but a fleeting moment. As the music transitions once more, the original plans are rendered obsolete. Yan'an flicks her long hair, instantly capturing the attention of all present. With a graceful sway of her supple form and a tantalizing twist of her curvaceous figure, she elegantly circles the main table, weaving among the various executives. Ultimately, she subtly positions herself beside Zhang Wenhao, bending her knee to adopt a seated posture, yet refraining from actually perching upon his lap. Her body undulates rhythmically with the music, exuding an alluring charm, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Zhang Wenhao meets her gaze with keen interest, a faint smile gracing his lips. The air grows thick with an intoxicating tension, and a collective sigh escapes from those around them, while a hint of intrigue glimmers in Zhang Wei's eyes. Chapter 25. Successfully captivated Yan'an made a graceful gesture of invitation, while Zhang Wenhao, embodying the essence of a gentleman, softly clasped her hand. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Yan'an playfully withdrew her hand and quietly maneuvered to the side of Huang Tianyu, the head of the finance department, where yet another lively dance ensued. The shrill cries and the attentive gazes from the crowd caused Huang Tianyu's countenance to brighten slightly, finally revealing a smile. As the performance neared its conclusion, Yan'an deftly intertwined her fingers with those of all present, leading them back to the stage. With a flourish, the dance reached its finale, dispelling the earlier awkwardness. Upon descending the stage, Yan'an distinctly felt the gazes of both Zhang Wenhao and Huang Tianyu fixed upon her. After a brief moment, she maintained her poise and pretended not to notice as she gracefully walked past them. Are you out of your mind? You keep directing in such a setting. Yang Lu erupted in the dressing room. Bah, what do you care? It's my choice, Gao Shitting retorted, clearly unyielding. Forget it, it's all in the past now. It's resolved. Someone suggested. Exactly, let us not argue. The boss has said anything, so it's all good. Others chimed in, attempting to quell the tension. Fine. I won't hold it against you today, but you better watch out when we get back, Yang Lu warned. Gao Shitting, however, wore an indifferent expression. When everyone had changed and returned to the dining table, the toasting commenced. The esteemed boss, Zhang Wenhao, approached with a glass in hand to offer a toast. Following closely behind was Zhang Wei, who took the initiative to introduce each colleague to Zhang Wenhao, with Yang Lu naturally being the first. Yang Lu, with an endearing demeanor, clinked glasses with the boss, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Next came Gao Shitting, who gracefully approached the boss and sweetly addressed him as president. Zhang Wenhao nodded with a smile, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Once the introductions were complete, Zhang Wenhao appeared to have no intention of leaving. As if he were still searching for something, he casually inquired, "Is this everyone?" The client managers were all present. Zhang Wei responded, while Candy glanced at Zhang Wenhao and softly remarked, "Yanin has gone to the restroom." Yanin? Zhang Wenhao's voice was a soft murmur, almost questioning. Candy clarified, "She is the other lead dancer from earlier. She is not here." Li Yanin, our client manager. Zhang Wenhao nodded, choosing not to say more, and turned to continue toasting at other tables. After a while, Yanin returned, now adorned in a light pink dress, exuding purity and youthfulness. Candy whispered a few words in her ear, to which Yanin nodded and resumed her meal. As the evening banquet drew to a close around 10 o'clock, Yanin stole a glance in the distance and noticed Zhang Wenhao rising to leave. She too exited the venue. The hotel's underground parking lot had but a single exit, with a one-way road that allowed for only one direction of turn. Yanin stood there, engrossed in her phone. Moments later, a GL8 emerged from the underground parking lot, moving at a leisurely pace. Zhang Wenhao was seated inside, engaged in a phone call, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the window where a graceful figure stood by the roadside. Her long hair danced in the breeze, devoid of excessive makeup, her skin radiating a jade-like glow. She was no longer the alluring vixen from earlier, but appeared as fresh and clean as the girl next door. It must be said that Yanin adeptly mastered the duality of her beauty. Lost in thought, the car proceeded forward. "Stop," commanded Zhang Wenhao, prompting the driver to swiftly apply the brakes, halting the vehicle by the roadside. Zhang did not alight. Instead, he gazed at Yanin through the rearview mirror. At that moment, she had ceased her attention on her phone and was attempting to hail a taxi, but taxis were scarce, and each one appeared to be occupied. Yanin pouted and muttered something under her breath. A faint smile unconsciously crept upon Zhang Wenhao's lips. "Let us go." The GL8 sped away, and Yanin quickly vanished from Zhang Wenhao's sight. Watching the GL8 recede into the distance, Yanin managed a subtle smile. She opened her ride-hailing app, ready to summon a vehicle home when a black Toyota came to a halt before her. It was the car of Huang Tianyu, the head of the corporate finance department. As he rolled down the window, he leaned out slightly and inquired, "Having trouble hailing a taxi?" "Indeed, Mr. Huang. It's difficult to find one," she replied. "Allow me to give you a ride," he offered. Yanin was taken aback for a moment, her expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. Huang Tianyu also appeared slightly uncomfortable as he continued, "Are your colleagues still here? I can take you all back to the hotel." "Sure," Yanin nodded, promptly dialing Yang Lu's number. Yang Lu would not miss such an opportunity and soon arrived, seemingly having rushed back from the hotel. Without hesitation, she settled into the back seat alongside Huang Tianyu. Yanin, devoid of discontent, obediently took her place in the front passenger seat. "Hello, Mr. Huang, I am Yang Lu, the corporate client manager from the A-City branch." "Hello, we met during the team-building training." Huang Tianyu responded courteously to Yang Lu. The beautiful woman smiled gently and remarked, "I didn't expect Mr. Huang to remember me." "Indeed, I am acquainted with nearly all the client managers I have met," Huang Tianyu replied. However, as he spoke, he glanced in Yanin's direction, and Yang Lu immediately understood, introducing, "This is our client manager assistant, Li Yanin. She hasn't participated in the expansion before, so perhaps Mr. Huang does not recognize her." "Oh, is Yanin new?" Huang Tianyu inquired. Upon hearing her name, Yanin turned naturally, offering a polite smile as she replied, "Not at all. I have been here for 7 years, working as an assistant." "Oh," Huang Tianyu nodded, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. Along the way, Yang Lu initiated various topics, predominantly work-related, to which Huang Tianyu responded patiently, demonstrating the forbearance of an elder, while Yanin remained quietly seated throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Zhang Wenhao was engaged in conversation with Zhang Wei. All the branches from distant locations were lodged in the same hotel, resulting in a bustling flow of people. Huang Tianyu's car, parked conspicuously at the entrance, caught the attention of Zhang Wenhao and Zhang Wei. Yanin was the first to open the door and exit the vehicle, prompting a slight furrow in Zhang Wenhao's brow. Following her was Yang Lu. Noticing Zhang Wenhao at the entrance, Huang Tianyu also alighted to greet him. "President," he acknowledged. Zhang Wenhao nodded but did not respond verbally. Yang Lu and Yanin quickly followed suit in offering their greetings. Yang Lu's large, glistening eyes remained fixed on Zhang Wenhao, concealing countless affections, while Yanin kept her head lowered, exhibiting a subtle detachment. At that moment, Candy emerged, clutching a document, which she handed over to Zhang Wenhao. He accepted the document, glanced at it, and was about to place it in his bag. "President, this document is quite urgent. Could you assist me in signing it now?" Candy interjected, halting Zhang Wenhao. "The relevant paperwork is in my office. I need to return to review it. May we send someone to accompany you? We'll wait until you sign it, and then bring it back. We need to catch the first train back tomorrow morning to prepare the materials for our client. The funds must be dispersed before the end of the month," Candy continued, her tone laced with urgency. "There's no need to be so." Zhang Wenhao cut off Zhang Wei's words, acquiescing to Candy's request. Candy smiled and then addressed Yang Lu. "Please ask Gao Shitting to accompany the president. You and I shall expedite this case tonight." Yang Lu, reluctant, replied, "It seems Shitting is out having fun with friends. Calling her back might take too long. Perhaps I should go instead. You still need to write the case." Feigning difficulty, Candy said, "Yanin, could you possibly lend a hand? You wouldn't need to do much. Just bring it back once the president has signed it. I need to return early tomorrow. Yanin can help you write it. I will go. It's too late." "And it wouldn't be safe for Yanin to go alone," Yang Lu hastily interjected. Yanin glanced at Candy, their eyes locking. Candy calmly said, "Yanin, would you be able to assist me in drafting this case?" Yanin's eyes curved like crescent moons as she sweetly remarked, "No problem." In the end, Yang Lu cheerfully accompanied Zhang Wenhao to the office, while Yanin followed Candy back to the hotel to work on a case. Candy had a room to herself, equipped with a computer and essential documents. Yanin sat before the computer, diligently writing the case. After taking a shower, Candy settled beside Yanin and inquired, "How's the writing coming along?" "It's halfway done. It will be ready soon." Candy glanced at the screen and complimented, "Very good. Your professional analysis is quite thorough." "Thank you," Yanin replied, noting that the clock's hands had already pointed towards 12. "Why didn't you go with Zhang Wenhao? Don't you understand?" Yanin turned to Candy, employing a tactic of allure and retreat. "Hee, are you not concerned he might slip away?" "Hee, it's not a romance. He doesn't belong to anyone exclusively. So what is there to fear? A master in the game of love," Candy said, having consumed a bit too much today, her words flowing more freely. "Hee. When it comes to manipulating others and negotiation skills, you are indeed a master. Yet, in matters of the heart, I am a failure." Candy lay back on the bed, gazing at her phone, as a solitary crystalline tear seemed to traverse her cheek. Yanin chose to remain silent, continuing to complete her tasks. At 7 o'clock in the morning, a knock echoed from Candy's room. Yanin, slumped over the desk, opened her eyes to find no sign of Candy. The room was tidy, save for the documents pressed beneath her arm. Yanin opened the door to find Yang Lu standing at the threshold, still clad in her attire from the previous day. Her face adorned with a rosy glow, smiling brightly as she inquired, "Where is Candy?" "She must have gone downstairs for breakfast." "Have the documents been signed?" "Yes," replied Yang Lu, as she handed the papers to Yanin. Taking the documents, Yanin retreated into the room and dialed Candy's number. Before long, Candy entered, and Yanin had already organized all the paperwork. "Yang Lu didn't return last night?" Candy asked, her tone laced with both curiosity and a hint of certainty. "Indeed. I do not regret missing the opportunity," Yanin replied. "It is only the rare and elusive that we come to cherish. What we cannot attain is often deemed the best." With that, Yanin handed over all the documents to Candy, who accepted them graciously before vacating the premises. Chapter 26, The Art of Diplomacy in the Afternoon. All employees of Branch A returned to City A. On the first day back at work, Yanin, Yang Lu, and Gao Shitting were summoned to the president's office. Upon entering, Yanin found Zhang Wei seated at his desk, engaged in a phone call. He made no effort to conceal their presence, but the conversation was devoid of any substantial content, merely pleasantries exchanged. After concluding the call, Zhang Wei's expression remained impassive as he inquired, "You three are the lead dancers and planners. Why was the choreography for the Spring Festival Gala not organized properly?" It nearly resulted in embarrassment before the entire branch. Yang Lu straightened her back and replied with calm composure, "President Zhang, the choreography was initially arranged quite well. I was supposed to invite President Zhang, while Gao Shiding was meant to reach out to General Manager Huang from the Corporate Finance Department. However, for some unknown reason, she abruptly intervened, disrupting the entire plan. Indeed, President Zhang, during last year's team-building exercise, I was paired with President Zhang, which left a lasting impression on him, and we became quite familiar. I distinctly noticed his gaze fixed on me. I feared he might be displeased if I did not approach him," Gao Shiding explained. Her tone steady and laced with a hint of pride, seemingly oblivious to Yang Lu's late-night escapades. "How curious that I failed to observe President Zhang looking at you," Yang Lu retorted with a coldly sarcastic edge. "It's simply that you lack the same rapport with President Zhang. During last year's Spring Festival toasts, he specifically engaged in conversation with me for quite some time. We were in the same team for the team-building exercise, so naturally, he showed greater concern for me." Gao Shiding countered, never once casting a glance in Zhang Wei's direction. Zhang Wei's mind raced as he contemplated the words spoken by the two individuals. The fact that Yang Lu had not returned overnight was indeed true, and Gao Shiding's assertions were no less credible. Throughout the exchange, Yan'an remained silent until a while later, when she finally spoke. "Yan'an, this oversight falls upon you. When organizing the dance, why did you not take into account the various factors involved? There was no contingency plan for unexpected circumstances." "I apologize, manager. This is my first participation, and I lack the experience. I acknowledge my oversight and will be more attentive next time," Yan'an replied with a calm demeanor, embodying a tone of contrition. "Indeed. Yan'an, you must take heed. Such occurrences must not repeat in the future." "I understand, manager." The three individuals exited the office, resulting in a stalemate between the two. After all, Gao Shiding was Yang Lu's assistant, and her actions had provoked Yang Lu's ire. Consequently, Yang Lu sought fault in her work, with her reprimands echoing throughout the office daily. Yang Lu, being astute, restricted her criticisms solely to work-related matters, deliberately excluding any personal grievances, leaving Gao Shiding at a loss for retort. In April, the senior executive announced a visit to the branch for an inspection, stirring a flurry of anticipation among the staff. As spring blossomed, gentle breezes caressed the air, and the fragrance of flowers wafted through the streets and alleys. The boss's vehicle arrived punctually at 10 in the morning, and all personnel lined up at the entrance to greet him. The client managers stood in the forefront, while assistants and others from various departments gathered behind. The boss offered a symbolic nod and salutation to the crowd before ascending to the branch manager's office, shortly followed by several senior executives. It was not until lunchtime that they emerged, during which Zhang Wei had arranged a working lunch. Several key client managers were present, including Yang Lu and Gao Shiding, but notably absent was Yan'an. After lunch, an assembly was convened for all client managers to engage in discussions with senior officials, seated according to the hierarchy. The bank president commenced by outlining the business strategy for the year, predominantly focusing on large state-owned enterprises, central enterprises, and publicly listed companies, with a mention of medium-sized firms in the pharmaceutical and catering sectors. He also elaborated on the performance evaluation and bonus distribution system relevant to everyone present, his gaze naturally sweeping across each individual, who, in turn, gazed back at him with varied expressions, some indifferent, others gleaming with enthusiasm. "Feel free to raise any questions," Zhang Wei inquired after the president concluded his speech. "Everyone is welcome to voice their thoughts," added Zhang Wenhao. "President Zhang, I have a question." Yang Lu was the first to speak, her voice soft and slightly playful, yet effortlessly genuine, capturing the attention of all. "In our city, the number of large state-owned and central enterprises is limited. If we solely focus on these firms, it will be challenging to attract new clients. In what direction should our branch's business development be oriented?" President Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, yet before he could respond, General Manager Huang from the Corporate Finance Department interjected. "Our credit policy is indeed more favorable towards such enterprises, but that does not imply we are confined to them alone. We can also extend credit to other robust companies. Furthermore, aside from credit services, we possess a plethora of deposit services, which carry minimal risk. And thus we can also enhance our efforts in that area." President Zhang nodded in acknowledgement, and Yang Lu frequently echoed his gesture, appearing eager to learn. Seated beside Yan'an, Gao Shiding let out a soft, disdainful hum. After General Manager Huang finished speaking, she inquired, I would like to pose a question regarding employee development. Please, go ahead. Zhang Wenhao responded, turning his gaze towards Gao Shiding, with Yanin naturally falling within his line of sight. Yanin maintained a poised smile, her expression devoid of any turbulence. What are our criteria for employee promotion? I believe the previous assessments solely conducted by supervisors lack fairness. Zhang Wei's expression darkened slightly as Gao Shiding clarified. I am not suggesting that the supervisor's evaluations are inherently unfair. Rather, I am questioning whether, if I believe in my own capabilities, I could recommend myself for the position of client manager or a higher role. Haha, Zhang Wei, have you overlooked a talent? Zhang Wenhao did not directly address Gao Shiding's inquiry, but instead turned to Zhang Wei. Well, how does the branch manager perceive our esteemed client manager? Zhang Wei posed the question to Zhang Wenhao, tinged with a hint of skepticism. You yourself. Before Zhang Wenhao could finish, Su Jiao interjected. I find merit in Shiding's words. Given our current business volume and the limited number of client managers, if the existing client managers continue to occupy their positions, newcomers are relegated to assistant roles. Moreover, some client managers with poor performance still retain their positions. Sitting in the front, Ling Yue narrowed her eyes and remarked, Jiao. Are you speaking about yourself? Last year, did all your clients repay their dues? With no new allocations, have all your deposit clients departed? According to your reasoning, should you not be relegated to an assistant role? The clients from last year were handed over to me by others. They were not developed by myself. Furthermore, this is my first year as a client manager, and I have indeed acquired numerous new clients this year, unlike you, who has not secured a single new deal. Su Jiao raised her eyebrows with a sense of pride. However, as soon as she mentioned the new clients, Ling Yue completely erupted. The previous major client, First Steel, had been Su Jiao's greatest acquisition. Su Jiao, you were stealing from others. Zhang Wei could no longer contain himself. The scene was utterly embarrassing for him. The ongoing argument in front of such senior executives cast a shadow over his managerial capabilities. Ling Yue's expression tightened. Zhang Wei had repeatedly favored Su Jiao, which left her feeling quite unhappy. She was about to say something more when Xin Jiangwo shook his head at her, prompting her to remain silent. Enough, Zhang Wenhao stated. Regardless of past matters, we should all adhere to the bank's arrangements, prioritizing the institution's interests. Do you understand? Everyone nodded in agreement. The meeting concluded on a rather discordant note. That evening, the bank organized a grand banquet to entertain the executives, and attendance was mandatory for all. Everyone adorned themselves in their finest attire, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. After work, they hurriedly prepared and set off in small groups towards the designated hotel. Yanin voluntarily took on the task of closing the door, as no one else wished to be the last to leave. Everyone hoped to secure a good seat early. Some preferred to sit in a corner, unnoticed, allowing them to sneak home early while attention was diverted, while others aspired to occupy a more conspicuous spot to draw the attention of their superiors. Ultimately, it was Yanin and Candy who remained, with Candy's position ensuring she would undoubtedly sit at the main table, so there was no rush for her. Yanin, on the other hand, was indifferent, believing that her performance at the spring banquet would certainly leave an impression on some. Did Gao Shiding speak on your behalf? Yanin inquired, observing Candy as she tidied up her belongings. Candy smiled and replied, I merely told her that if she could surpass Yang Lu in front of the president, I would appoint her as the client manager, with Yang Lu as her assistant. I didn't provide her with a strategy. I merely stirred the waters a bit. It seems you have long harbored aspirations for that position, Yanin remarked, glancing towards the president's office. Shall we collaborate? I cannot simply watch you toil alone without offering assistance. I just didn't anticipate that it would ignite the ambitions of Su Jiao and Ling Yue. Our path ahead appears to be more favorable. Yes, I've heard that Dian Office Supplies is currently applying for a loan. Yanin asked. Indeed. How do you wish to proceed? After contemplating, Yanin responded, I have reviewed their case. They possess considerable strength, yet they are severely lacking in funds at present. If you were to slow down the process or apply pressure, do you think they might erupt in fury and lodge a complaint, potentially exposing Zhang Wei's dealings? Candy pondered for a moment and remarked, Zhang Wei has accepted the payment and is pressing quite urgently. Let's hand the case over to those two. Yanin raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, while Candy nodded in understanding. Chapter 27. The long-line big fish. By the time the two arrived at the hotel, everyone had already gathered, and the bank president had commenced his speech. They quietly took their seats, and the address was notably relaxed and brief, devoid of any work-related content. The dining period was not lengthy before the toasting segment began, with the bosses making their rounds table by table. When Zhang Wenhao approached Yanin's table, everyone stood in respectful acknowledgement. As he clinked glasses with each individual, his gaze fell upon Yanin, and he inquired, "You are the one who danced last time?" "Yes," was Yanin's succinct reply. "You danced splendidly. Were you trained professionally?" "I learned a bit when I was young," Yanin responded. Yanin dances exceptionally well. She was once a member of our school's dance team, captivating countless admirers with her performances, interjected Ling Yue, who was seated beside Yanin. "Oh, quite impressive," Zhang Wenhao nodded, murmuring in approval, a smile gracing his face as he moved on. Ling Yue grinned and playfully winked at Yanin, leaning in to whisper, "The big boss is quite fond of you. Seize this opportunity and outshine Su Jiaojiao. We could become the dual flower client managers of our team. Being an assistant is quite good. Why aim to be a client manager?" Yanin replied softly, "No, Yanin, one cannot remain an assistant forever. That leads to mediocrity. Moreover, Su Jiaojiao is already encroaching on your clients," Ling Yue retorted, her tone reflecting her indignation. Yanin was well aware that Ling Yue's sentiments stemmed from her grievances with Su Jiaojiao, and at present, she was perhaps the only one in the industry who could be considered somewhat amicable with her. "Ling Yue, you are still quite naive." Yanin took a sip of water and fell silent. Shortly thereafter, General Huang arrived, prompting everyone to rise and toast. He deliberately approached Yanin and said, "Thank you for last time." Yanin did not feign ignorance and replied, "No need to be polite, General Huang. It was our lack of proper arrangements." This goodwill from General Huang was indeed valuable to Yanin, for he was the head of the corporate finance department, standing as the second in command in the industry, and the highest authority in Yanin's department, aside from the president. General Huang was notably approachable, often enjoying jovial interactions with everyone. Despite his advanced age, he possessed a keen understanding of the youthful world, bridging any generational gap. After raising a toast to the entire gathering, he returned to Yanin's table and sat beside her, asking, "I heard you have been working for many years. Why are you still an assistant manager?" "There are numerous reasons. If the opportunity arises, I would still need to step into the role of a client manager to enhance my negotiation skills and interpersonal abilities significantly." "Thank you, General Huang. I will strive to improve." Nearby, Ling Yue seized the moment to interject, "General Huang, Yanin is quite capable. She previously worked as a client manager, and all our major clients were under her care. However, a recent graduate inexplicably took over her responsibilities, and as a result, those clients departed. As you know, our performance last year was dismal, primarily due to the change in client managers. Our major clients have been reluctant to continue their collaboration with us." "Oh?" General Huang listened with keen interest to the unfolding narrative. "It is indeed the case." Yanin took over Ling Yue's words and said, "These clients were introduced to me by my ex-boyfriend, and after our breakup, the management changed due to my apparent low spirits during that period." "That's not quite right." Director Huang, Ling Yue continued, embellishing the tale with fervor and an unwavering determination to tarnish Su Jiaojiao's reputation. Although Yanin had parted ways with her boyfriend, none of those clients had ceased repayments or transferred their deposits because of that. In fact, Yanin had maintained those relationships for quite some time until the change in client manager led to their departure. Director Huang nodded, instinctively aware that there were unspoken complexities involved, and smiled without further comment. Yanin chose to remain silent as well, at which point Zhang Wenhao approached, closely followed by Zhang Wei, inquiring about their cheerful demeanor. Everyone naturally stood up, and Director Huang responded, expressing concern for the lives of employees beyond the confines of their 8-hour workday. "Haha, Director Huang, you are truly diligent." Zhang Wenhao replied with a hearty laugh, promptly taking the seat recently vacated by Director Huang, declaring, "I too wish to understand the lives of our employees outside of work." The group stood somewhat awkwardly, and Zhang Wenhao gestured for them to sit. They complied cautiously, their backs straight as if awaiting a lecture. "There's no need to be so tense. Weren't you all having a pleasant conversation with Director Huang just moments ago?" Zhang Wenhao remarked, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, and continued the previous topic. Ling Yue glanced around, her eyes darting, and said, "Director Zhang, we were just praising Yanin." "Oh, who is Yanin?" asked Zhang Wenhao. "It's me," Yanin quickly replied. Zhang Wenhao smiled enigmatically and inquired, "What praises have been sung?" Before Yanin could respond, Ling Yue continued, "When Yanin was a client manager, she maintained client relationships exceptionally well. Many of our major clients were under her care. Then why did you stop being a client manager?" Ling Yue was about to say more, but Yanin interrupted her, turning to Zhang Wenhao and saying, "It was during a difficult period after a breakup. My emotional state was not the best. Therefore, the management assigned me to a more relaxed position. Moreover, Ling Yue is very experienced, and I have much to learn from her. Given my limited qualifications, additional learning can only benefit me." Zhang Wenhao chuckled, clearly perceiving the grandiosity of Yanin's response. He gently asked, "How are you managing your emotions now?" "Much better," she replied. "Then you should return to being a client manager. That would provide you with more opportunities for growth," Zhang Wenhao suggested, turning to Zhang Wei. "Please make the arrangements. It is best for an outstanding individual like her to resume that role." "Understood," Zhang Wei nodded, maintaining a stoic expression. "Thank you, President." Ling Yue expressed her excitement, even more so than Yanin. At that moment, Yang Lu and Gao Shitting approached. Sensing Gao Shitting behind her, Yang Lu cast a casual glance back before gracefully moving to Zhang Wenhao's side, linking her arms through his and playfully asking, "President Zhang, shall we go sing later?" This intimate gesture appears to convey a message to everyone present. Yanin clearly observes the slight furrowing of Zhang Wenhao's brows, indicative of his displeasure. Subtly, he withdraws his hand, a movement that Zhang Wei perceives distinctly. Gao Shitting attempts to drape her arm around Zhang Wenhao's other arm, but he seems to sense her intention, rising to evade her. "Zhang Wei, you take care of the arrangements for tonight's singing," he says. Although his demeanor does not exude joy, Zhang Wenhao concedes to Yang Lu's request, revealing that she has indeed succeeded that evening. After all, who could resist the allure of such beauty? "Very well," Zhang Wei replies, while Shun Zhengwo hastily makes a call to book a KTV room. After dinner, only the client managers and supervisors express their desire to partake in the singing. The group is not small, and they secure a VIP room to sing together. To enliven the atmosphere, many engage energetically, singing and dancing, and frequently toasting one another. Yang Lu sits beside Zhang Wenhao, pouring him drinks, appearing as a charming and compliant companion. Seizing an opportunity, Gao Shitting approaches him, saying, "Zhang, here is the song I requested. Would you join me for a dance?" "Of course," Zhang Wenhao replies, rising with the microphone and following Gao Shitting to the front. She sways, attempting some sultry moves, albeit lacking finesse. Yanin watches closely, understanding that such antics cannot possibly pique a man's interest. Indeed, Zhang Wenhao remains unaffected by Gao Shitting's advances, focusing solely on singing and maintaining a respectful distance, while she persistently approaches and he gradually retreats. Yang Lu observed Gao Shitting and, in a swift motion, downed an entire glass of wine. Her gaze then fell upon Yanan, who was seated in a corner, tapping her rhythm to the music. Yang Lu rose and approached Yanan, taking her hand and exclaiming, "Come, let us dance." Yanan feigned ignorance as she was pulled along, only to find herself unexpectedly thrust between Gao Shitting and Zhang Wenhao. Losing her balance, she stumbled into Zhang Wenhao, who instinctively reached out and caught her with steady hands. Regaining her composure, Yanan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she bowed her head in embarrassment, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced Zhang Wenhao's lips, his keen eyes shimmering with a predatory glint. The embrace lingered in his mind, leaving him yearning for more. Yanan's body, soft and delicate, perhaps due to her dance training, exuded a faint, alluring fragrance that tantalized his every nerve. Though he was no longer a youth in his 20s, impulses stirred within him, yet he found himself reluctant to release her. Yanan began to dance sensually, a stark contrast to the previous movements that felt more like a display of restlessness. While Yang Lu called out to Yanan, her eyes remained fixated on Gao Shitting, who, undeterred, glided past Yang Lu to stand beside Zhang Wenhao, swaying her lithe form gracefully. Yanan found her rhythm, her enchanting silhouette undulating to the music, perfectly attuned to the distance between them, allowing the scent of each other to intermingle without any physical contact. Her seductive movements ignited Zhang Wenhao's senses, stirring something deep within him. As Yanan cast a glance over her shoulder, her eyes shimmered with a subtle affection, a blend of admiration and adoration. Their gazes entwined in a lingering connection. The flow of their movements remained uninterrupted. Zhang Wenhao's hands gently rested upon Yanan's arms, guiding her to turn around with a delicate force. Yanan, with a soft resistance, gracefully circled around him, her motions growing increasingly fervent. Zhang Wenhao stood serenely at the center, a faint smile adorning his lips, his eyes fixated on Yanan without making any further gestures. To the side, Gao Shitting found herself momentarily sidelined, while Yang Lu beamed triumphantly at her. The melody played on, its duration considerable, Yet Yanen's movements remained unique and unreplicated. As the music came to a halt, a fine sheen of perspiration adorned Yanen's face. Seated upon the sofa, other colleagues continued to revel in their dance, and suddenly, Zhang Wenhao settled beside Yanen, with Yang Lu hastily claiming the other side. Gao Shitting glanced over and chose to sit next to Yanen, prompting Yang Lu to remark, "Zhang, it is indeed our Yanen who dances splendidly." "All are quite good," Zhang replied. Gao Shitting, upon hearing this, was elated, playfully nudging Yanen aside as she said, "Thank you, Director." Yanen shifted slightly to the side. The trio engaged in a light-hearted conversation, devoid of any substantial thoughts, mostly flattering banter. As various individuals took turns to offer toasts, Yanen joined in, consuming a fair amount of drinks, a gentle blush gracing her cheeks. Nevertheless, she could still sense Zhang Wenhao's furtive glances upon her. She held her head high against the sofa, her long neck exposed, her delicate skin radiating an alluring charm. Chapter 28. Visiting new clients. The evening's revelry persisted until the early hours, with the group gradually dispersing as they made their way back, some in pairs, others alone. The company vehicle was available to transport everyone home. Yanen expressed her desire to find a hotel for the night, as her home was too distant. Observing this, Zhang Wei inquired, "Yanen, is she group your client?" "They are indeed our client." Zhang Xing and General Manager Huang were scheduled to visit this client early the next morning. Since Jiao Jiao had already departed without informing him, Zhang Wei suggested, "You should accompany the boss and General Manager Huang tomorrow morning. You can stay at the hotel where they are lodging tonight, and the company will reimburse the expenses. We leave at 7 tomorrow morning." "Oh, very well." Yanen thought to herself, secretly criticizing Zhang Wei's assent to his current position. His perceptiveness far surpassed that of the account managers. She followed the transportation vehicle to the hotel, which was a mere 15-minute walk away, yet still provided a ride. Upon arrival, 5 individuals exited the car, comprising Zhang Xing, General Manager Huang, a supervisor from the credit review department, and the secretary from the president's office. Naturally, the hotel was a 5-star establishment, with each person assigned their own room. Yanen quickly refreshed herself and, clad in a bathrobe, sat before the mirror. Without any makeup, her skin, tinged with a rosy hue from the evening's indulgence, looked radiant. Just then, her phone rang. It was Candy. "Hello," Yanen answered. "This is Candy. Regarding the previous case. I'm not with anyone right now. We can talk properly." Yanen interrupted. "Haha, quite clever of you. Do you need me to concoct a reason for assistance?" "No need. I do not intend to take any action today." "Yes, Yanen." Candy hesitated, followed by a prolonged silence. Yanen remained silent, patiently waiting. Candy continued, "You must think this through. If you take this step, you will carry this burden forever. You will have to exert greater effort to earn others' recognition, and there may be a possibility that no one will ever acknowledge your abilities. Yes, I am aware of my limits. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through." "Yes, I understand, don't worry." Yanen ended the call, and Candy found herself engulfed in turmoil. Was she not similarly entwined in conflict? Yet, what lay before her? A fractured family, a mother requiring exorbitant medical expenses each year, a lifestyle that had become a luxury to maintain. She had to bear it all alone. The once reliable men in her life had gradually distanced themselves, and fate had toyed with her repeatedly. This time, she resolved to seize her destiny firmly in her own hands. The phone rang again. It was Zhang Wei. This was the first time he had called Yanen, and the clock had already struck 3 in the morning. "Hello, Director Zhang." "Yanen, tomorrow's client is crucial. When you accompany the bosses, be cautious with your words. If you're not well versed in the situation, consult Director Zhang. He is still awake. You should collaborate to review the materials." The implications in Zhang Wei's voice were unmistakable. "Yes, I understand." After hanging up, Yanen climbed into her bed, switched off her phone, and surrendered to sleep. The following morning, Yanen descended to the dining area for breakfast, her hair cascading over her shoulders, her face devoid of makeup, embodying a trifling languor as she entered the restaurant. To her surprise, everyone else was impeccably attired. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she noticed Huang Tianyu gazing at her with a benevolent expression, beckoning her over and reassuring her, "It's all right, we depart at 8, and it's not yet 7. So there's no need for you to be so anxious." With a soft smile directed at Mr. Huang, Yanen lowered her head and quietly began her meal. During the breakfast, the secretary briefly outlined the itinerary. The first stop was at Shi Group, located quite a distance away in the suburbs, with an estimated travel time of around 2 hours. The round trip would consume half the day, Given that Shi Group's loan was substantial, the visit would also serve to assess their operational status. In the afternoon, a visit to Ling Yue Group was scheduled, a prospective client with considerable strength, anticipated to become a major depositor in the future. An evening dinner with the president of Ling Yue Group was planned, expected to conclude the day's agenda by midnight, after which the bank executives would return to City B. Yanan, how much do you know about these two clients? Asked Zhang Wenhao after the secretary's report. I am relatively familiar with Shi. Their loan is approximately 300 million. Shi primarily engages in the production of transportation equipment, such as traffic lights and guardrails, supplying government departments, so their financial stability should be sound. As for Ling Yue Group, my knowledge is somewhat limited. I have heard of a few prominent restaurants and hotels under their umbrella, Yanan reported candidly. Ling Yue's principal business venture is in medical devices, many of which are renowned internationally, boasting high profit margins. Huang Tianyu patiently elucidated to Yanan, who nodded in acknowledgement, receptive to the instruction. Yanan, you must prepare thoroughly before visiting clients. I cannot fathom why you did not inquire further. Did your branch manager not call you to provide guidance? There was a hint of displeasure on Zhang Wenhao's face, and his tone was rather brusque, tinged with reproach. Yanan discerned the underlying implication in his words. It was apparent that the telephone conversation between Zhang Wei and Zhang Wenhao yesterday had led to this moment. Whether Zhang Wei had been flattering or Zhang Wenhao had subtly hinted at something, she now understood that Zhang Wenhao held a certain interest in her. Yanan feigned ignorance and replied, "No, I did not." She scrutinized Zhang Wenhao's expression, noting that while there was little overt change, a sense of restraint had settled upon him, and she could faintly hear the grinding of his teeth. At 8 o'clock, the vehicle departed punctually. Yanan had changed into appropriate attire and tied her hair up, presenting a poised demeanor. The secretary had already departed back to the head office, leaving only Zhang Wenhao, Huang Tianyu, and the credit reviewer Chen Yu in the car. After more than 2 hours of jolting travel, they finally arrived at Shi Group. It seemed that no prior arrangements had been made, as the president of Shi had not yet arrived. However, the factory was operating smoothly, with a truckload of goods being dispatched, and everyone was quite satisfied with Shi's operational status. After a brief wait, the president of Shi arrived, greeting them with great enthusiasm and engaging in pleasantries. During their conversation, it became evident that Shi might continue to expand its production scale, demonstrating remarkable resilience even amidst a challenging economic climate. Zhang Wenhao spoke little, allowing President Huang to lead the discussions and gather various insights. The president of Shi Group is quite generous, embodying a spirit of openness and candor. After enjoying a light meal at Shi, several individuals began their journey back. As they were departing, President Huang remarked, "President Huang, the scale of Shi Group should not be underestimated. It may eventually fall under our head office's major corporate client division. Miss Li Yanan will be your client manager from now on." Yanan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, greeting President Huang and exchanging business cards. President Huang reciprocated with politeness, shaking Yanan's hand before bidding farewell. Once they were in the car, President Huang inquired, "Yanan, I reviewed the cases you've handled in the CA you wrote last night. I found your reasoning to be exceptionally clear, and your professional knowledge is commendable, with insightful analysis. The major corporate division at the head office is establishing a separate group division primarily to manage corporate clients with a presence nationwide. I hope you will consider joining this department, as it would be a valuable opportunity for your development." Afterward, President Huang turned to Zhang Wenhao and asked, "Boss, do you think Yanan is suitable? It's your department, and ultimately, the performance will speak for itself." Zhang Wenhao kept his eyes closed, seemingly in deep thought. But Yanan caught a glimpse of a slight smile at the corner of his mouth in the rearview mirror. "Yanan, that sounds good," she replied with enthusiasm. "This truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The client we secure tonight will also belong to you." Zhang Wenhao's voice resonated in the car once more. By the time they arrived at Ling Yue Group, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Due to a prior appointment, they were swiftly ushered into the CEO's office. The spacious room was adorned with minimalistic furnishings, a desk, and a sofa, exuding a robust design that suggested the CEO was indeed a man. Adjacent to the bookshelf stood an exhibition cabinet, showcasing an array of decorative pieces crafted from bullets. Moments later, the CEO entered, exuding warmth as he extended his hand for a handshake. When he reached Yanan, he scrutinized her with an air of confidence that made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Shortly thereafter, the secretary brought in tea, Dahong Pao, fragrant and exquisite, likely worth tens of thousands per pound. In the past, when her father was alive. Such delicacies were commonplace at home, and Yanin had long since grown accustomed to them. Mr. Huang began with pleasantries before outlining the purpose of their meeting. Having met previously and established a preliminary rapport, their conversation did not delve into overly professional matters. Mr. Su of Ling Yue was somewhat reticent, nodding in agreement. But as the discussion progressed, a hint of awkwardness emerged. Just as the tension reached its peak, Yanin seized the opportunity to speak, asking, "Mr. Su, were you a soldier in the past?" "Yes," he replied. Yanin's inquiry seemed to pique Mr. Su's interest, prompting him to ask, "How did you know?" "I guessed from the display in your cabinet. I believe only a soldier would have such an attachment to bullets. Your powers of observation are commendable." "I was indeed a soldier once." As Yanin and Mr. Su engaged in light conversation, she ventured, "I feel quite a connection with you, Mr. Su. How about I become your client manager? Whenever you visit the industry, I could brew tea for you, and we could converse further." "That sounds wonderful," he replied. Thus, Yanin had taken the initial step towards earning Mr. Su's trust. Huang Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. A series of knocks echoed at the door as the secretary entered, announcing, "General Manager Pei from Tianyi Real Estate is here to see you." "What brings him here?" Su Zong inquired. "He mentioned he was passing by and thought to pay a visit," the secretary replied. Yanan's hand trembled, causing tea to spill onto her sleeve. "Is General Manager Pei from Tianyi Real Estate Pei Nua, or is it his father?" Huang Tianyu rose to his feet and said, The general manager from Tianyi." "Su Zong, might I request an introduction? It would be beneficial for us to pay our respects." Huang Tianyu, a natural client manager, would never overlook any opportunity. Su Zong, not wishing to dismiss Huang Tianyu's request, nodded in agreement. Yanan followed closely behind them as Huang Tianyu leaned toward Zhang Wenhao, whispering a few words that likely detailed the formidable strength of Tianyi Real Estate, to which Zhang Wenhao responded with a nod of acknowledgement. Chapter 29. The outbreak of war. That tall figure reappeared in Yanin's line of sight, unchanged, with elongated eyes, a prominent nose, and a resolute, angular face. He exuded a subtle scent of mint, always impeccably clean and tidy. Yanin walked at the back of the crowd, but was still quickly noticed by him. His thin lips pursed slightly, lost in thought. "Peino, what brings you here?" It seemed that Mr. Su was quite familiar with Peino. "Uncle Su, I came to." Peino hesitated, his gaze fixed on Yanin. It was then that Yanin finally understood why Mr. Su had examined her earlier. His close acquaintance with Peino suggested he must have met Mo Chinxiao. Yanin's heart suddenly felt a bit more at ease, mocking herself for harboring any expectations. Mr. Su remarked, "These gentlemen are friends from the banking industry introduced by General Tan, here to have a chat. If it's inconvenient, we can move to the conference room. Actually, I came to deliver an invitation. Chinxiao and I are getting married next month." Peino's voice trembled, as if he was making a monumental decision. "Oh, congratulations," Mr. Su replied, taking the invitation and glancing at it. "May 1st? No problem, I will definitely be there on time." "Thank you, Uncle Su. I will await your presence then. I must take my leave now." So they were getting married on May 1st. How wonderful. "Peino, you must have awaited this happiness for quite some time." At that moment, Huang Tianyu signaled to Yanin, who approached him with newfound composure. "Mr. Su, could you introduce us?" "Of course," Mr. Su said, introducing them to Peino. Pei Nua exhibited an air of indifference, offering only perfunctory responses before making an excuse to depart. Later that evening, Mr. Su hosted them for dinner, during which Yanan indulged in an unusually high quantity of alcohol. To her astonishment, rather than succumbing to inebriation, she found herself increasingly lucid. Mr. Huang regarded Yanan with approval, nodding in acknowledgement. After the meal, the three leaders from the general branch returned to City B, leaving Yanan to journey home alone. Perhaps due to her excessive drinking and the biting cold wind, her stomach began to churn uncomfortably. At her doorstep, she crouched by the roadside, retching violently, unable to contain the flood of grievances and sorrow that poured forth in that moment. Seated there, she wept for an extended period. In the distance, a CRV quietly lingered, observing the scene, its engine silent and engulfed in darkness. It was not until Yanan ascended to her apartment that a figure within the vehicle lit a cigarette, the flickering glow momentarily illuminating his face, revealing traces of pain, coldness, and helplessness. The light in Yanan's room flickered on, only to extinguish shortly thereafter. The occupant of the car received a phone call, a soft voice emanating from the device. "Hello, Pei Nua. Why aren't you back yet?" "I'm scared alone and can't sleep. I'll be home soon." With that, Pei Nua ended the call, extinguished his cigarette, and the CRV swiftly melted into the vastness of the night. That night, perhaps under the influence of alcohol, Yanin slept fitfully, standing by the window for a moment. She noticed a car in the distance that bore a striking resemblance to the one Peno used to drive. Yanin felt as though she had truly lost her mind for still thinking of him. They had irrevocably become two parallel lines. The following morning, upon arriving at the office, Yanin was summoned to the president's office, where discussions regarding her job transfer took place. She expressed her agreement, and Zhang Wei readily concurred. At noon, Yanin had lunch with Candy and shared the news with her. Candy nodded in support. How is that matter progressing? Yanin inquired. This morning, I handed over the Dian case to Yang Lu, and I estimate that Yang Lu will assign it to Gao Shitting this afternoon, Candy replied. Yes, I plan to officially transfer to the headquarters after the training next month. I must resolve this matter within this month. Otherwise, I will find it difficult to assist you. Yanin stated. Once I am at the headquarters, I will certainly advocate for you. Indeed, we should see results this month, Candy affirmed. The training is scheduled for May Day, and I may not participate. All right, Yanin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. On May Day, Peno and Imo Chinshao were to be wed, and as the aunt, Candy would undoubtedly attend. She would naturally forego the training. On May Day, Peno, we shall bid you a final farewell. This time, it is truly goodbye forever. In the afternoon, Yanin observed Candy and Gao Shitting walking closely behind one another. Quietly, she trailed after them as they entered the pantry and closed the door. Yanin made her way to the changing room, for the pantry and changing room were merely separated by a wall. And no one had ever considered that listening from this side might reveal conversations more clearly than from outside. Before long, the voices of the two women emerged from within. Candy's voice was barely audible, yet Yanin could discern her saying, the boss places great importance on the DN case. I've heard that Yang Lu has already handed it over to you. You must act swiftly. If you perform well, Yang Lu could soon be promoted, and perhaps an opportunity will arise for you. Gao Shitting fell silent for a considerable time, and after a while, Candy inquired, what's wrong? She constantly targets me. I no longer wish to assist her, Sister Candy. Would you help me switch to a different account manager? I am aware that your qualifications far surpass those of Yang Lu, yet you know that matters within the industry are beyond my control. The boss favors Yang Lu, and there is little I can do. Last time, I suggested you raise your concerns during the meeting, but Yang Lu remains firmly in her position. Unless she steps down, you will never have a chance. This case is truly significant. If executed well, she might become the team head, and you could then become the account manager. If she becomes the team head, will I still be grouped with her? She might undermine me. That appears to be the boss's intent, Candy replied. Gao Shitting appeared to be deep in contemplation, and after a moment, she inquired, what if this case does not proceed well? Will she be dismissed? I could only mention that the boss held this case in high regard. If it were to falter, the possibility you suggested could indeed arise. The client was quite anxious, and if the situation remained unresolved in 2 weeks, it was likely that the client would lose their temper. At that juncture, complaints could very well ensue. So exercise caution in your handling of the matter. Candy's words carried a deeper significance. Before long, Yanin heard the sound of a door closing. She turned to the tea room, discovering that Candy had not yet departed, although Gao Shitting had already left. Were you eavesdropping? Candy inquired, her tone laced with a hint of certainty. Yes, Yanin replied openly. Candy shot her a disapproving glance, which Yanin chose to ignore, instead asking, do you think Gao Shitting can manage this? That depends on her capabilities, came the reply. A week swiftly passed, during which Yang Lu repeatedly urged Gao Shitting to deliver the case to her, but she merely responded with evasions. Candy arranged for Yang Lu to be out of the office the following week, leaving the responsibility of the credit audit meeting for this case resting solely on Gao Shitting's shoulders. In any case, such matters were bound to succeed. With a 100% fixed deposit pledge guarantee, the risks were minimal. On Monday, Gao Shitting unexpectedly called in sick, prompting Zhang Wei to storm out of his office, heading directly towards Candy's desk. Candy, what is going on with the Dian case? He demanded. I am in contact with Gao Shitting and have also instructed Yang Lu to return promptly. We must act quickly. There are only 2 remaining cases for Dian. Zhang Wei walked back into the video conference room. Candy gazed at his retreating figure and faintly smiled. Yang Lu quickly returned, appearing worn from her journey, incessantly trying to reach Gao Shitting by phone, yet no one answered. Candy urged Yang Lu, hurry inside. The department head is waiting for you in there for the Diren meeting. I am completely unaware of Diren's details. Gao Shitting has not shared any of the prepared materials with me, Yang Lu replied. What did you say? Candy exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Such is the nature of beauty. It often captivates attention, leaving little concern for other matters. At that moment, Zhang Wei re-emerged, calling out to Yang Lu. Hurry up and report. The boss has been waiting for 20 minutes. Reluctantly, Yang Lu stepped inside, knowing the client manager should first introduce the company's background. She sat there, stammering, and within 5 minutes, Zhang Wenhao from the video erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table and unleashing a torrent of curses. Thus, the case ended in disarray. Zhang Wei's temples throbbed with tension as he strode out and called Gao Shitting, inquiring about her arrival. When Gao Shitting gets here, the three of you come to my office, he instructed. The atmosphere in the office was thick with oppression, and with a resounding bang, Zhang Wei slammed the door shut behind him. Candy glanced toward Zhang Wei's office and exchanged knowing looks with Yan'an, both sharing a smile. During lunch, Yan'an invited Xingyu to join her, and Xingyu happily accepted. Two individuals sought a place to indulge in Sichuan cuisine, with the vibrant red chilies tantalizing their taste buds. Xingyu, I may have to go to the headquarters, Yan'an stated directly. Wow, how did this opportunity arise? Xingyu inquired with a hint of jealousy, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Yan'an leaned in closer to Xingyu and whispered, I must confide in you. But please do not share this with anyone else. Xingyu nodded, signaling her agreement with an okay gesture. Yan'an continued in hushed tones. I accidentally overheard that the headquarters is establishing a corporate group department. Initially, they intended to select someone from our team, and I heard the president mention that it was supposed to be you, given your outstanding performance. However, Shun Jiangwo disagreed, suggesting Su Jiao instead. Yet, Shun Jiangwo remained opposed, claiming that retaining Su Jiao would allow him to keep you in check. I am not entirely sure about it, but ultimately, they decided to remove me as my management has been lacking and my performance unsatisfactory. You are aware of my past transgressions against him, which has always been his desire. Have you offended Shun Jiangwo? It seems he perceives both you and Su Jiao as significant figures, yet he is reluctant to see you both rise, fearing it might threaten his position. Chapter 30. Expansion Training. Yan'an's words were reasonable. It was undeniable that she had wronged Shun Jiangwo, and it was entirely justifiable for Shun Jiangwo to dismiss her. However, Xingyu did not expect that Shun Jiangwo would be wary of her as well. Observing the situation, Yan'an added, Is it because you had a conflict with Su Jiao? Let me tell you, I once overheard Su Jiao in the break room offering him gifts. So, you need to be cautious moving forward. Su Jiao is not someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, why do you think Shun Jiangwo favors her so much after the incident with the client? Xingyu's eyes turned slightly red. Su Jiao's gifts had earned her Shun Jiangwo's goodwill, while she had given her all to him. What was Shun Jiangwo doing? She had devoted her finest youth and purest body to such an old man. And in the end, he showed no concern for her. Lost in thought, tears began to fall from Xingyu's eyes. What's wrong, Xingyu? Please don't cry. Yan'an hurriedly handed her a tissue. If you want, I can talk to him for you. I can give up my position, and I promise to be obedient in the future. Yan'an, may I share something with you? Will you look down on me? Huh, of course not. Why would I look down on you? Do you need to borrow money? Yan'an feigned ignorance. No, it's about my inappropriate relationship with Shun Jiangwo. Yan'an stared blankly at Xingyu, surprised by how easily she had confessed. Although Xingyu often appeared domineering, her thoughts were remarkably innocent. Yan'an, do you look down on me? Not at all. But why? He is so much older than you. It seems so unfair. There is no way around it. Our family lacks influence, as both my father and mother are unemployed. Having finally secured a job, I naturally aspire to rise above my circumstances. Thus, I entered a relationship with him, as he provides me with advantages, often gifting me items, promoting me, and offering salary increases that surpass those of my peers. At times, he even bestows upon me monetary gifts. Ah, Xingyu, you truly have it tough. In truth, my mother requires substantial financial support each year, and I find myself perpetually short on funds. I can empathize with your feelings, yet I consider myself somewhat luckier. I have a wealthy friend, and I still owe Wang Meng money. Yan'an consoled her with understanding. However, I have devoted my prime youth to him, and he remains indifferent towards me. I wonder if he is reluctant to let you go. Though you are nearby, he cannot see you every day. He has a decade until retirement, and I do not wish to be tethered to him indefinitely. This is a prime opportunity for me to break free. I desire to marry and have children, to lead a life akin to that of a normal person. Indeed, Who does not yearn for a normal life? This has become Ling Yue's aspiration, and it has morphed into Yanin's longing after many years. Nevertheless, Yanin has consistently been more fortunate than Ling Yue, as she is surrounded by love from many. Ling Yue, feeling unappreciated, stormed out without having eaten. Yanin gazed at her retreating figure and quietly murmured, "I am sorry, Ling Yue. Forgive me for utilizing you one last time. If I could, I would ensure your continual promotions and greater salary increases than others." Ling Yue returned to the office. Bursting into Shen Jiangwo's office, Shen Jiangwo gazed at Ling Yue, acutely aware that her countenance was amiss. He approached and shut the door firmly. Soon, he returned to his seat and inquired, "What troubles you?" "You transferred the first steel client to Su Jiaojiao," she replied. Shen Jiangwo furrowed his brow and retorted, "You are being irrational once again." "I am not. This client was originally mine. Did not the bank manager state that it was given to Jiaojiao? You must cease discussing this matter. If you desire clients, pursue them yourself." "Very well. Is it not true that the head office intends to establish a corporate division?" "Indeed." Shen Jiangwo answered bluntly, without further contemplation. "Recommend me for the position. I wish to go to the head office." Shen Jiangwo frowned again, stating, "It has already been approved for Yanin to go. I want to go too. Recommend me, please." "Have you lost your mind? The decision has already been made. What authority do I possess to intervene?" "I do not care. You cannot take advantage of me in vain." Shen Jiangwo's hand slammed heavily onto the table, producing a resounding noise. In a fit of agitation, he flung his pen towards Ling Yue. She did not flinch. It did not hurt, but ink splattered across her attire. With rising fervor, Shen Jiangwo exclaimed, "Given your qualifications, you have attained your current status through my efforts. I have not benefited from you for nothing. Do not presume that our past intimacy grants you any leverage. Leave my presence at once." Ling Yue, with her stubborn disposition, calmly replied, "Do not regret this." She stormed out, heading straight for the restroom, where she locked herself away, burying her head between her legs and weeping softly. Yanin stood outside, silent and unyielding. After a considerable amount of time, Ling Yue finally emerged. Yanin handed her a piece of paper. "Yanin, I'm fine. Rest assured, I am quite strong. This time, I will make him regret it," Ling Yue declared before washing her face and returning to work. The following day, Yanin sat at her desk, sipping soy milk as usual, and opened her computer. A flurry of emails flooded in. Today's interest rate quotes, various financial materials, and market conditions. Among them was an email from Ling Yue. As she had anticipated, Ling Yue's miserly temperament would undoubtedly seek revenge on Shen Jiangwo. However, she had not expected Ling Yue to act so swiftly and at such a cost, inflicting damage upon herself while seeking to harm her foe. The email was primarily addressed to the administrative department, human resources, the labor union, and the heads of various departments, with Yanin being one of the recipients in blind copy. The contents outlined Shen Jiangwo's behavioral issues, accompanied by numerous photographs, presumably taken covertly by Ling Yue. Yanin glanced back at Ling Yue, who was working expressionlessly at her desk. Sensing Yanin's gaze, she returned a reassuring smile. This incident rippled through the office like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Just past 9:30 in the morning, Shen Jiangwo was summoned to the president's office. After what seemed like an eternity, he emerged, his countenance notably poor. He immediately began packing his belongings, and shortly thereafter, Candy was also called into the president's office. Once Shen Jiangwo had gathered his things, he informed the team that he was going on a business trip to the headquarters and could be reached on his mobile phone if needed. Rumors spread faster than wildfire by noon. Given the numerous departments and personnel involved, it is implausible that information could be kept under wraps. Shen Jiangwo was apprehended while seeking the company of a mistress, and allegations of his inappropriate conduct with female employees surfaced, instantly elevating him to a figure of considerable interest within the industry. The following day, Zhang Wei embarked on a business trip to the headquarters, thereby sidelining the matter concerning Diane. In the interim, Candy assumed control of the situation at the branch, while Gao Shitting reported for duty, brandishing a sick leave certificate. Upon her return, a fierce argument ensued between her and Yang Lu. Candy summoned both individuals for a brief discussion, neither showing favoritism towards Gao Shitting nor excessively criticizing her. This matter seemed to dissipate without further consequence. Candy subsequently contacted Diane's representatives to discuss the loan situation, informing them that approval may be delayed by an additional month. The accountant from Diane expressed dissatisfaction at this news. In a deft display of rhetoric, Candy continued to provoke the individual on the other end of the line, concluding the conversation with a nonchalant remark inviting them to lodge a complaint, asserting that their procedures were standard and no fees had been collected. As anticipated, while Zhang Wei was occupied at the headquarters addressing Shen Zhengwo's issues, a complaint from Diane surfaced, escalated directly to the headquarters, implicating Zhang Wei in allegations of financial impropriety. The situation erupted like a powder keg, with issues proliferating and leaving no time for a response. Zhang Wei remained at the headquarters for a week with no indication of returning. After another week, General Manager Huang arrived to quell the unrest among the staff, temporarily assuming the role of branch president. A couple of days later, Shen Zhengwo's situation resurfaced, leading to decisive action from the branch, culminating in his dismissal. This approach is akin to sacrificing a pawn to protect the king, when all eyes were on Zhang Wei. The incident involving Shen Zhengwo was magnified to conceal Zhang Wei's misdeeds. Ultimately, the resolution regarding Zhang Wei's situation lingered in uncertainty. As the Labor Day holiday approached, all account managers were required to participate in an expansion training, a grand gathering of account managers from across the nation. Candy had taken leave in advance and did not attend, while Yanan was specifically chosen by General Huang to be among the participants. Everyone was shuffled into groups, each led by an executive. Whether by design or chance, Yanan found herself placed in the team of Zhang Wenhao, a group of individuals she hardly recognized. Fortunately, as they were all account managers, a natural camaraderie soon blossomed, and Yanan quickly learned their names and exchanged contact information. On a bright and sunny day, with a gentle breeze stirring the heart and greenery all around, the world appeared vibrant and full of life. Yet, Yanan felt overwhelmed by the glaring sunlight, evoking a deep sense of sorrow within her. The so-called expansion training took place at an outdoor facility in the suburbs, equipped with various apparatuses. The challenges were not overly difficult. They merely tested one's courage and the synergy between individuals. Two elevated platforms stood with a chasm between them, a mere step apart. Crossing over was not particularly daunting, yet the sight below caused her legs to tremble uncontrollably. One by one, those ahead of her made the leap. Summoning her resolve, Yanan took her own step forward. This mirrored the tribulations of life, seemingly insurmountable obstacles that, upon closer inspection, were not as formidable as they appeared. After experiencing various facilities, it was time for lunch, which was arranged as a barbecue on the lawn, with each group having their own grill. Today, Zhang Wenhao seemed particularly indifferent to Yanan, offering neither excessive words nor special glances in her direction. Yet, Yanan couldn't shake the feeling that he resembled a beast poised for the hunt. With the tranquility before her merely a fade, poised to be shattered at any moment. Everyone prepared their own food, though many offered their grilled delights to the executives. Ingratiating themselves with flattery, Yanan opened her phone, scrolling through her social media feed in search of something. Indeed, Candy had posted their wedding photos, accompanied by numerous videos. In the footage, Pei Nua and Imo Chenxiao exchanged rings, their faces beaming with sweetness as they shared tender kisses. Only the word happiness could encapsulate the scene. Yanan let out a bitter smile. They say that what one does not see cannot hurt, yet she felt particularly inclined to seek out her own discomfort. She closed her phone, determined to think no more of it. Chapter 31. Pretending to be mad, a satisfying lunch marked the beginning of the afternoon's harmonious training session. Pairs of participants, a male and a female, were required to traverse two long ropes suspended high above the ground, with the tallest male, Zhang Wenhao, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches, and the tallest female, Yanan, naturally partnered with him. Ascending to the high platform, they steadied each other with their arms, seeking a delicate balance as they cautiously moved forward. Yanan's legs trembled incessantly. By the time they had traversed a third of the distance, she was drenched in sweat. She lifted her gaze to suggest a brief respite to Zhang Wenhao, only to find herself ensnared by the depths of his dark, penetrating eyes, which seemed to draw her in. Embarrassment colored her cheeks as she quickly averted her gaze, reassuring herself not to be afraid. Zhang Wenhao's voice resonated beside her, and Yanan could almost feel the warmth of his breath enveloping her. In that moment, his words offered a profound sense of comfort. The latter part of their journey progressed with relative ease. They did not falter, ultimately reaching their destination. Yanan exhaled a long sigh of relief. Zhang Wenhao gently patted her shoulder in encouragement. With the completion of this activity, the day's expansion training came to a close. The evening promised a gathering for dinner, allowing everyone to return to their hotel to change attire before convening at a designated venue at 6 o'clock. The dinner would be a buffet style, intended for acquaintances to mingle. Some client managers adorned themselves in formal attire, while Yanin chose a charming, pale yellow dress with a layered skirt that exuded a playful spirit. The dress featured a princess sleeve and neckline, embodying a vintage aesthetic, yet was crafted from a lightweight material that maintained an air of simplicity rather than extravagance. Yanin sought out Ling Yue, Yang Lu, and Gao Shiting. Although their relationships were not particularly close in everyday life, they appeared more familiar in public. The arrival of Zhang Wenhao captured everyone's attention. Despite nearing 50, he seemed not to exceed 40, and some even believed he was in his 30s. He had taken excellent care of himself, with smooth, delicate skin devoid of wrinkles, save for a few faint lines at the corners of his eyes when he smiled, which only added to his charm. It was rumored that Huang Tianyu was of the same age and had attended the same university. Yet Huang looked as if he were 60. Zhang Wenhao possessed a tall stature, his back perpetually straight, with eyes gleaming with keen intelligence. Unlike many at his age whose eyes had begun to dull, his sword-like brows and aquiline nose accentuated his formidable presence, while his thin lips suggested a certain ruthlessness. It must be said that he was a man of outstanding demeanor and appearance, exuding a maturity that surpassed Yao Chang and a commanding aura that eclipsed Pei Nua. Like an emperor, he was surrounded by admirers, greeting them with amiable nods and smiles. Before long, Huang Tianyu approached, prompting Yanin to eagerly step forward. "Mr. Huang," she greeted. "Yanin, come meet the new colleagues in our team," he replied. "Certainly." Following Huang Tianyu to a nearby spot, Yanin found 2 men and a woman already there. 2 were locals from B City, while the other hailed from C City. The woman, named Wang Cici, was a charming young lady from the 90s, radiating youthful vitality. One of the men, Zheng Nan, was a man from the 70s, wearing glasses, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. The other, Chen Yachuan, was of a similar age to Yanin. After 5 individuals introduced themselves briefly, they settled down to the side. Huang Tianyu shared a simple plan with everyone. Initially, they would pursue several major corporate clients, followed by visits, which would likely entail frequent business trips in the near future. Everyone expressed their agreement. Subsequently, they delineated clients based on regional divisions. Yanin was assigned to oversee cities A and B, along with the surrounding areas, ensuring she would not stray too far. Once the work discussions concluded, the group gathered to engage in games, where the losers were obliged to drink. They played Who is the Undercover, while President Huang took the opportunity to check in on other client managers. Yanin then invited Ling Yue over, and Cici brought along another colleague, Su Dong, resulting in 6 people seated together for the game. Laughter and merriment soon attracted onlookers, with everyone experiencing wins and losses, though Yanin found herself losing more frequently. Before long, President Huang joined the gathering, further increasing the audience. Zhang Wenhao, intrigued by the commotion, approached and inquired, "What are you playing? It seems so enjoyable." As he spoke, everyone quickly rose, and Zhang Wenhao promptly took a seat beside Yanin, prompting the others to sit down as well. The sofa was rather small, forcing them to sit closely together. "We're playing Who is the Undercover," President Huang announced. "Wonderful. I shall join as well," Zhang Wenhao responded with keen interest, pulling out his phone to participate. "The losers must drink, you know," Yanin playfully challenged, her words laced with mischief. "Haha, Yanin, you've picked the wrong person. The boss is renowned for his drinking prowess," President Huang remarked. "You must first win against me," Zhang Wenhao retorted, turning to Yanin, who could distinctly sense his breath due to their proximity. The battle resumed, and ever since Zhang Wenhao's arrival, Yanin had lost every round, whether as an undercover or not. The wine on the table had been completely consumed, leaving Yanin with a slight dizziness. Her colleagues, mistaking her for being inebriated, moved her aside. Yet she was acutely aware of her own clarity, more so than anyone else at any moment. As the clock approached 10, people began to trickle out, and Yanin made her way outside. She walked to the underground parking lot, found the GL8, and leaned against its side. In the distance, Zhang Wenhao's tall figure emerged, while Yanin clung to a nearby pillar, retching uncontrollably. After a while, she straightened up, and a bottle of water was handed to her from the side. Looking at the newcomer, she smiled foolishly and greeted, "Hello, boss." Zhang Wenhao wore a subtle smile, seemingly seeing through her clumsy pretense. Yanin continued to feign ignorance. It mattered not if he saw through her ruse, as long as he took the bait. She leaned her head against his chest, gripping his suit tightly, and whispered softly, "Take me back. The hotel booked by the company was just above." Zhang Wenhao replied coolly, showing no signs of emotion. "Let's go to my rented apartment. I don't wish to return to the hotel." Yanin persisted, her grip unwavering. Zhang Wenhao neither recoiled nor made any further advances, appearing to contemplate, perhaps even struggle internally. Yanin listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, as if awaiting judgment. Before long, Zhang Wenhao signaled to the driver, who opened the door. He placed a hand on Yanin's shoulder, guiding her gently into the car. Two individuals sat in separate seats, devoid of any communication. Yanin merely provided an address, and the driver promptly navigated towards the location she mentioned. Yanin had rented an upscale apartment, modest in size and not situated in the city center. Yet it commanded a monthly rent of 5,000 yuan. Upon feeling the car come to a halt, Yanin opened the door, alighted, and before closing it, remarked, "Thank you for taking me home, boss. Won't you invite me up for a visit?" Zhang Wenhao's lips curled into a smile, his words laced with playful provocation. "No. Thank you," Yanin replied succinctly. Zhang Wenhao's expression froze momentarily, and Yanin, observing his reaction, burst into laughter, reminiscent of an innocent child. Soon, she playfully added, "I'm a girl. You ought to take the initiative." Zhang Wenhao's lips twisted into a faint smile, while other women sought to entice him with clear intentions. Even employing the strategy of feigned indifference, Yanin was different. If she claimed to lack ulterior motives, no one would believe her. However, the entire experience was captivating, reminiscent of the thrill of romance, a sensation that had seemingly eluded him for quite some time. Zhang Wenhao chuckled softly, contemplating the prospect of engaging in an enjoyable romantic encounter, even if it came at a price. He exited the vehicle and exchanged a few words with the driver, approaching Yanin, who radiated warmth and charm. He was met with her enchanting gaze. His eyes were profound, an abyss of darkness, leading her to believe she was the one enticing him. Yet in that moment, she realized she was ensnared by the depth of his stare. As a gentle breeze swept by, Yanin involuntarily shivered. "Come on," he urged. "It's unwise to be out in the wind after drinking." The words of concern reminded Yanin of another person, someone who got married today. A slight smile curved her lips as she nodded. They entered, pressed the elevator button, ascended, opened the door, and stepped inside. Throughout this entire process, neither spoke a word. The small apartment, though modest in size, was decorated simply yet warmly, exuding a touch of youthful charm that starkly contrasted with Zhang Wenhao's formal attire. Yanin had truly overindulged in drink. She leaned over the toilet, retching violently, tears streaming down her cheeks, unsure if it was due to her distressed stomach. Zhang Wenhao stood at the bathroom door, his tall figure making the space feel exceedingly cramped. He crouched beside Yanin, gently stroking her back. "Are you all right? You've really had too much to drink," he remarked softly. Yanin's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. Zhang Wenhao, still crouched beside her, inquired gently, "Why are you crying?" Yanin turned to him, resting her head against his chest to shield her face from his gaze, weeping like a forsaken child. Not merely sniffling, but wailing with the rawness of abandonment. At a loss for how to respond, Zhang Wenhao could only pat her back soothingly, as one would comfort a distressed infant. After what felt like an eternity, Yanin lifted her head, not allowing Zhang Wenhao a moment to react, and on tiptoes, pressed her lips against his. It was her first time initiating a kiss, a bit awkward yet laced with a sweet allure. After a mere 2 seconds of surprise, Zhang Wenhao seized the moment, enveloping Yanin in a firm embrace, his passionate kiss overwhelming her senses. Scattered garments stretched from the bathroom to the edge of the bed, an ambiguous atmosphere permeating the entire room, a night filled with enchantment. As dawn broke, with the slightest hint of light, Yanin slowly opened her eyes. A heavy arm lay draped across her, while the disarray of clothing on the floor and the ache in her body whispered tales of last night's fervor. Gently, Yanin removed the arm resting upon her, tidied her clothes, and gathered Zhang Wenhao's attire, neatly folding it and placing it beside the bed. The person on the bed slumbered deeply. Yanin quietly opened the door and stepped out, catching the first train back to the A City branch for work. Chapter 32. Life at the headquarters. The telephone rang, and with his eyes closed, Zhang Wenhao answered. His voice still carried a heavy nasal tone after a brief exchange. He hung up, surrounded by an icy silence, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yanin, exhausted, sat at her desk, staring blankly at the computer screen. Ling Yue approached, gently tapping Yanin's shoulder, and squatted before her, whispering, "Yanin, I've resigned." "Why?" "No particular reason. I have found a better job." Ling Yue smiled as she spoke, and tears welled up in Yanin's eyes, uncertain whether she mourned for Ling Yue or for herself. The resignation procedures for Ling Yue were completed swiftly. As Yanin was to transfer to the headquarters, all her clients were handed over to Su Jiaojiao, whose proud demeanor soared even higher, exuding an air of authority. A new department head, Chen Tianyi, was transferred from the headquarters, rendering the position of the bank president increasingly ambiguous. Observing the perplexing situation before her, Candy felt restless. Cradling a cup as she sat across from Yanin, her composure unwavering. A subtle aroma of tea wafted between them. Candy set her cup down and remarked, "You should bring back those clients who have left. Can't you just have Chen Xiao say something?" "I spoke with Chen Xiao, but she mentioned that those clients were requested to cease communication by Pei Mama, and Pei Nua cannot intervene." "I understand. I will assist you." "Yanin, you are truly remarkable. It is truly astonishing how Pei's mother obeys your every word." Yanin smiled faintly, yet her heart was filled with profound bitterness as she replied, "Because the Pei family owes me a life." Candy's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a contemplative expression, but she soon comprehended the gravity of the situation. With a voice tinged with a faint tremor, she asked, "Have you ever been pregnant?" Yanin lowered her gaze, her thick eyelashes concealing all emotions hidden in her eyes. Candy fell silent, her expression a mix of astonishment and a hint of compassion. Yanin requested Pei's mother's phone number from Candy and sent a text message. Within a few days, Candy successfully regained those clients, thereby strengthening her own position. Yanin's personnel transfer order was swiftly processed, and she was to commence her duties at the head office the following week. Lu Ai was at home on maternity leave, while Lu Xinxin was on her honeymoon with her husband. Yanin merely informed the two of them about her situation, without any formal farewells, only the blessings of friends. On Monday morning, the sunlight was exceptionally bright, and a gentle breeze caressed her face, as if whispering tales of happiness. Yanin arrived at the subway station, where the crowd surged like sardines, pressing to board the train. Habit can be a formidable force. Initially, she could hardly tolerate the smell of the people on the subway. But now she had grown accustomed to the crush of bodies. She knew precisely which car was closest to the escalator for a swift descent, and which one aligned with her intended exit for a quick departure from the station. Upon arriving at the headquarters building, the towering structure loomed overhead, instilling a sense of oppression. Yan'an ascended directly to the 28th floor via the elevator, designated as the executive area where all department leaders, including the president, conducted their business. She first visited Huang Tianyou's office to exchange pleasantries, as the A City branch had assumed full authority of the presidency after Candy successfully re-engaged those clients, leading Huang Tianyou to return to the headquarters. With her exquisite makeup, flawless complexion, and alluring figure, complemented by a professional ensemble and her hair elegantly pinned up to reveal her fair neck, Yan'an maintained a warm professional smile. She gently knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, she entered. Seated opposite Huang Tianyou was a man clad in a sharply tailored suit, his posture impeccably straight. Upon noticing her entrance, he leisurely turned around, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of discerning all. Yan'an momentarily froze, only to quickly regain her composure, softly greeting President Zhang. Manager Huang. Zhang Wenhao acknowledged her with a subtle nod, appearing unacquainted, before turning to Huang Tianyou and remarking, "Let us leave it at that for now." With that, he pivoted and departed, passing by Yan'an like a stranger. She then turned back to Huang Tianyou, engaging in a brief conversation, during which he informed her of the new office location, after which she took her leave. Gazing at her new desk, Yan'an suddenly felt a refreshing sense of clarity. She tidied up a bit, placing her own flowers, plants, and photographs, and subsequently requested some stationery from the administrative department. After a simple arrangement, her desk began to reflect her personal essence. Gradually, members of her team arrived one by one. On the second day of work, Yan'an welcomed her assistant, a young lad born in the 1990s. Dressed in a trendy white shirt and black trousers, he stood at approximately 175 meters tall. Though not as towering as Pei Nua or Zhang Wenhao, his slender frame gave him an air of height. His fair complexion elicited a tinge of envy among women, and his bright, large eyes marked him as a remarkably handsome young man. A colleague from the Human Resources Department brought him over, provided a brief introduction, and then departed. Without hesitation, the young man pulled out a chair and seated himself beside Yan'an. "Hello, sister. My name is Li Beikongkong," he said, extending his hands towards her. "Li Beikongkong? My father's surname is Li, my mother's is Bai, and I am called Kong Kong. What do you think? Unique, right?" As he spoke, he tousled his hair, revealing a set of pearly white teeth and a childlike smile that brightened Yan'an's mood. She chuckled softly and nodded in acknowledgement. The essentials began with familiarizing him with the system. Yanan succinctly introduced the operational framework, offering a hands-on demonstration of its functionalities. Wang Sisi, seated in front of Yanan, found herself turning around more frequently since Li Beikongkong's arrival. Occasionally, she would place small snacks on Yanan's desk, fostering a natural camaraderie between the two, who were of similar age. Li Beikongkong possessed a laid-back demeanor, exuding the vivaciousness and carefree spirit characteristic of his generation. He was quite talkative, engaging in a constant stream of conversation. His presence became a delightful novelty in Yanan's life. Having been here for half a month, I have not encountered John Wenhao since the first day. June in B City heralds the arrival of the rainy season. The mornings may begin with clear skies, but suddenly dark clouds gather and thunder rumbles, creating an oppressive atmosphere that makes it difficult to breathe. The torrential rain invariably leaves one soaked, rendering umbrellas seemingly useless. Sister, it's raining outside. Let me escort you home. The term sister is how Li Beikongkong addresses Yanan, uttering it 50 to 60 times a day. Initially, Yanan requested to be called by her English name, but eventually, after repeated calls from Li Beikongkong, she relinquished that request. I still have some matters to attend to. You should go ahead. Be cautious on the road in this downpour, Yanan said, waving her hand dismissively at Li Beikongkong. Li Bai, allow me to give you a ride. I drove today. Wang Sisi turned back. Her eyes already squinted into crescent shapes. I drove as well, so there's no need, Li Beikongkong replied somewhat curtly, causing Wang Sisi's expression to darken. Then let us descend together, she suggested. No need. I will wait for sister to finish before we leave together. Wang Sisi felt rebuffed, but chose not to press further. As she departed, she did not forget to bid farewell. Yanan glanced at Wang Sisi and then at Li Beikongkong, shaking her head, her fingers still dancing across the keyboard. I love Beijing, Tiananmen. The sun rises over Tiananmen. The music of a children's choir filled the air, and Yanan felt a swarm of crows pass over her forehead. Supporting her head with her hand, Li Beikongkong answered the phone. Hello? Why are you still calling me? Did I not make myself clear? We have broken up. Please do not contact me again. For heaven's sake, you see a doctor for your missed period, and I always use protection. So how could you possibly be pregnant? You have mentioned suicide 1,000 times. Do you have any new tricks up your sleeve? If our family were impoverished, would you still love me? Do not call again. If you do, I shall change my number. This is it. Farewell. And may we never meet again. Li Bai hung up the phone with a cold and disdainful attitude, feeling increasingly agitated as he fidgeted with his tie. Growing more frustrated, he plopped himself into a chair and indiscriminately gulped down a glass of water from the table. That was my cup, Yanan calmly remarked, observing Li Bai's irritation. Huh. Oh, Li Bai glanced at the pink cup in his hand, feeling a bit awkward, and set it down. Broken up? Uffed. It's merely shedding a burden. Why did you even get together in the first place? Speak to her properly, my young friend. Uffed. She was only drawn to our wealth, seeing my affluence. She clung to me. I thought she was quite beautiful, so I went along with it, but it became increasingly bothersome as she tried to control everything. I detest being managed by others. What else is there to wait for if not to break up? You are but a child. Do not blame me for not warning you. Wang Sisi indeed has feelings for you. If you do not reciprocate, it would be wise to extinguish her hopes early. If you do have feelings, then treat her well. Yanan was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Yet she found herself unable to resist engaging in conversation with the charming young man before her. Ah, she seems to be quite the vain character, Yanan mused, pausing her tasks to regard Li Beikong with a resigned expression. Pray tell, young one, how affluent is your family? Why do you always seem so apprehensive about others coveting your wealth? And do have a bit of confidence in yourself. Why must it always be assumed that they are enamored with your fortune? Li Beikong, leaning on the desk and gazing at Yanan with an air of mystery, replied, Sister, you have no idea. On my third day here, Wang Sisi approached me to inquire about the price of my car and the nature of my family's business. Subsequently, she began to treat me to food and drinks, feigning chance encounters in the parking lot. Do you think she has her eyes set on our wealth? Perhaps she was merely making casual inquiries? Yanan suggested. Li Beikong straightened up, running his fingers through his hair, and asserted, While I am indeed quite handsome and likable, this woman appears to be more enamored with money, exceedingly vain. I must say, what a prejudice. Chapter 33. Deliberate obstruction. Before Li Bai could articulate his lofty ideals, Yanan promptly interjected, unable to endure his incessant discourse that could easily stretch on for 2 hours. Stop. Let us go quickly. The rain will intensify soon. and you should be cautious of it ruffling your hair. Do you truly not need my escort? He inquired. I do not require it. Hurry along. And do not disrupt my work, Yan'an replied with evident impatience. Li Bai acknowledged her with a gesture, gathered his belongings, and departed. The once bustling office was now desolate, with only Yan'an immersed in her casework, meticulously examining various data and preparing for the credit review meeting scheduled for the following day. Outside, the night had enveloped the earth entirely, casting a dark shroud over the surroundings. The headlights of vehicles dwindled, leaving only the streetlights to twinkle sporadically in the gloom. Yan'an stretched languidly, raising her water cup to her lips, but upon recalling that it had been used by Li Bai moments ago, she reluctantly set it down. Tidying her workspace, she noted the clock pointed to 10 o'clock. She collected her belongings, turned off the lights, and descended the stairs. Though it was summer, the wind and rain striking her face were still quite uncomfortable. Standing at the roadside, she awaited a vehicle when a Mercedes-Benz gradually came to a halt before her. The window descended slowly, revealing a familiar visage. His astute eyes sparkled with warmth as he gently urged, "Get in." Yan'an hesitated for a moment, tucked her umbrella away, opened the door, and took her seat in the passenger side. A tissue box was presented to her, and she dabbed at the moisture on her clothes and face. Let us refrain from orchestrating serendipitous encounters in weather like this in the future. Although the tone was gentle, the icy words sent a shiver down Yan'an's spine. Turning her head, she wore a sardonic smile and remarked, "It's not about whether the bait is old. It's simply about taking the hook, isn't it? Haha. So tonight shall we be at your home or a hotel? Would you believe me if I said I was working overtime today? I would. And if I claimed I was drunk the other day, would you believe that too? I would." Yan'an gazed at Zhang Wenhao, despite her verbal affirmations. The sarcasm in her tone was palpable. With a cold smirk, she continued, "On Labor Day, my ex-boyfriend got married. I think I was out of my mind that day. I want to deny that I once hoped you would notice me. Working in this industry, your words could ensure my well-being here. Yet I never intended to barter my body for anything. If my previous actions led you to misunderstand, I apologize." With that, Yan'an reached for the car door, but with a click, it locked. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Zhang Wenhao, who lit a cigarette, the dense smoke permeating the car. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "You possess the means to exchange your body." "I have no desire to do so," Yan'an replied succinctly. "You should be well aware that some matters are beyond mere desire." That night, I felt an unprecedented joy, a feeling I hadn't experienced in a long time. The air seemed to solidify at that moment, the pressure within the car lower than that outside, stiflingly so, making it hard to breathe. Yan'an could only perceive the depth of Zhang Wenhao's dark eyes, concealing within them an unfathomable mystery that eluded her understanding. Perhaps she should never have provoked him, the demon. Yan'an took a deep breath and said, "Let me out." "Heh, you are presenting the case in Zhucheng tomorrow, aren't you?" "Yes. If you leave now, I assure you that your case will not pass tomorrow. Although Lao Huang valued you, as you mentioned, my words alone can determine your fate. Is your home still at the hotel? You will see my resignation letter tomorrow." "You won't. Your family needs money. No need to be surprised. I do not indiscriminately sleep with just anyone. I always conduct thorough investigations beforehand, especially when it comes to local affairs. Though you may not be conventionally beautiful, there is an undeniable charm about you that intrigues me. Rest assured, following me will never lead you to disadvantage." A smug smile crept across Zhang Wenhao's lips, as if everything was under his control, until much later he realized that emotions cannot be manipulated. Even the most intricate schemes cannot predict feelings. Zhang Wenhao's car sped towards Yan'an's home. As Yan'an exited the vehicle, she softly stated, "I need time." Zhang Wenhao nodded, not insisting, and the car departed, the splashes created by the tires quickly fading in the puddles. Yan'an lay on her bed, a faint smile gracing her lips. The next day, Yan'an's case was presented punctually. She sat in the spacious conference room, with Li Bai sitting beside her, while Chen Yachuan also attended the case discussion. Mr. Huang is also present. He currently serves as the part-time supervisor of this group. The meeting commenced smoothly, with Yan'an providing an overview of the entire group's background, outlining the prospects for development, and analyzing the financial reports from the past 3 years. Yan'an, a graduate in accounting, is particularly adept at financial analysis. The credit review committee nodded in agreement, and Mr. Huang expressed his admiration. Subsequently, the committee posed a few inconsequential questions, to which Yan'an responded with ease, just as it seemed the case would be approved without issue. Zhang Wenhao slowly interjected, inquiring about the current vehicle of the CEO of Zhucheng. Yan'an hesitated, momentarily taken aback, and replied, "I am not quite sure about that." The committee was puzzled as to why Yanan was so uninformed regarding the company's background investigation, as Zhang Wenhao spoke. The eyes of all committee members immediately reflected a complex array of emotions. These individuals possessed a keen acumen for reading others, having honed their skills to a fine point. What does this have to do with the case? Just as Yanan grappled with the situation, Li Baikong suddenly interjected, his tone dripping with disdain. Yanan shot him a glare, while Li Baikong looked back at her, bewildered. Previously, the owner of Zwiching drove a Mercedes. Now he drives a Volkswagen Sagitter. The difference in value between the two vehicles is 300,000. One must ask, if a business is performing well, how could the owner not be profiting? How could the owner's vehicle degrade in quality? The committee members nodded in agreement, and Yanan glanced at Zhang Wenhao, whose expression revealed no discernible emotion. Ultimately, the case for Zwiching was not approved. This is the most significant case for Yanan this month, and it is evident that the bonus for this month has evaporated. Yanan sat helplessly in her chair, while the empty chair of Li Baikong slid over. For some unknown reason, Li Baikong had an affinity for gliding in his chair, nearly turning it into a playful art. "Li Baikong, this is the office, okay?" Yanan said, her impatience evident. "So what? I can still slide like this," replied Li Baikong, as he began to showcase his various chair-sliding skills. Yanan couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Li Baikong to swiftly move closer to her. "Well, you laughed, didn't you, sister? Are you trying to cheer me up?" "Yes, I noticed you seemed a bit downcast." "I'm not. So what if we didn't win the case? Tonight, I'll treat you to a lavish dinner." "Forget it. You haven't even made any money yet, and you're already talking about spending." "Oh, what is money anyway?" "We earn it after it's spent," Li Baikong remarked nonchalantly. Just then, Wang Cici walked in and seemed to have caught wind of the words lavish dinner. Rushing over to inquire, "What kind of grand feast are we having?" "I said I'd treat my sister to a grand dinner tonight." "Great. Let us go together," Wang Cici exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Yanan glanced at Li Baikong, who wore an indifferent expression. At the end of the workday, Yanan asked the other two men in her group if they would like to join them. The two gentlemen declined, and the three of them left together. Li Baikong chose a venue serving Japanese cuisine, a high-end establishment with a tranquil ambience. "Young Master Li, welcome." Upon encountering Li Baikong, the manager swiftly approached, addressing him with a familiar title that suggested he was a regular patron. The appellation Young Master Li piqued Yunan's interest, prompting her to reassess Li Baikong's familial background, which she had never inquired about before. It seemed likely to be quite respectable. Yet the manager's use of Young Master compelled her to reconsider her assumptions. "Young Master?" Wang Cici appeared equally astonished. "Our family merely holds shares in this establishment," Li Bai remarked nonchalantly, feigning indifference, though excitement sparkled in Wang Cici's eyes. "Li Bai." A booming voice resonated from afar, starkly contrasting the tranquil ambience. A boy, nearly the same age as Li Baikong, approached with striking white hair and a nonconformist style. "Ah, Depai." Li Bai greeted him warmly, pulling Depai over to introduce him to Yanan and Wang Cici. "Allow me to present my colleagues, Sister Yanan and Wang Cici." Yanan and Cici exchanged pleasantries with Depai, who reciprocated with enthusiasm. Observing their youthful exuberance, Yanan felt a pang of envy, reminiscing about a time when she, too, engaged in carefree banter with friends, unburdened by consequences. Yet now, she found herself drifting further from that version of herself. As Li Baikong and Depai discussed matters concerning vehicles, Depai's loud voice drew the attention of several patrons. Yanan coughed gently, prompting both boys to glance in her direction. She smiled and raised an eyebrow, and Li Baikong immediately grasped her subtle cue. He exchanged a few brief words with Depai before leading Yanan and Cici to a cozy table by the window. As soon as they sat down, someone promptly brought tea and the menu. Wang Cici glanced at the menu, unable to suppress her exclamation. "How expensive!" Yanan surveyed the prices, confirming they were indeed steep, rivaling the last place Pei Nua had taken her. "Pei Nua, how are you?" Li Baikong gently tapped the table in front of Yanan, bringing her back to the moment. "What are you thinking about, sis?" "Nothing," Yanan replied, shaking her head. "Go ahead and order. This place is quite pricey." Wang Cici whispered to Li Bai. "Why are you so naive?" Li Baikong remarked with disdain, while Wang Cici pouted in silence. "Order whatever you like." "I'm fine with anything," Yanan said to alleviate the tension. "All right," Li Baikong responded without hesitation, ordering an extravagant spread. The three of them chatted and dined, with Wang Cici and Li Baikong engaging in lively conversation, while Yanan occasionally chimed in, Li Bai Kong Kong consistently attended to Yin Nan, placing food onto her plate. Chapter 34. A serendipitous encounter as the wind swept through, scattering remnants of the day. Two individuals occupied the adjacent table. Wang Sisi cast a sidelong glance, momentarily taken aback, while Yanin followed her gaze to find it resting upon Zhang Wenhao and Lily Li Min from the president's office. Li Min was renowned in the industry for her strikingly prominent figure. "Good day, President," Wang Sisi exclaimed, promptly rising to her feet. Yanin and Li Bai also stood in unison to extend their greetings. The delicate hand that had been resting in Zhang Wenhao's grasp withdrew silently. Zhang Wenhao, unfazed, merely nodded at them, perpetually embodying an air of regal arrogance as he surveyed the world around him. The trio hastily resumed their seats, hastening their meal in order to depart swiftly. The table beside them maintained a quiet demeanor, punctuated only by the occasional sensation of Li Min's gaze upon them. Upon exiting the restaurant, the three exhaled deeply in unison. "Yanin, do you think those two?" Wang Sisi inquired, her curiosity piqued. "It is entirely normal for a boss and an employee to dine together. We are all colleagues, much like how we would go out for a meal. Moreover, Li Min works in the president's office and interacts with the boss frequently, so it is quite ordinary," Yanin remarked, perhaps justifying Li Min's actions or perhaps rationalizing her own future. But Wang Sisi clearly harbored doubts. "Enough of your gossiping," Li Bai interjected, cutting off Wang Sisi's musings. With a determined pout, Wang Sisi chose to remain silent. She then proposed a visit to a bar, to which Li Bai readily agreed, while Yanin declined the invitation. Thus, Li Bai and Wang Sisi ventured off to the bar, leaving Yanin to return home alone. The air after the rain is exceptionally refreshing, with the flowers, grasses, and trees on either side exuding an enticing fragrance. Yanin meanders leisurely back, and in the distance, a tall figure leans against a car, smoking. A few cigarette butts lie scattered on the ground. Sensing Yanin's gaze, the person by the car also looks over, straightening his back as if awaiting her approach. Yanin stands there, contemplating the figure across from her, seemingly caught in thought and indecision, before gradually making her way towards him. "Zhang Xingchong, or Zhang Wenhao," slightly lifts the corners of his mouth and inquires, "Are you back?" "Yes," she replies. Zhang Wenhao falls silent, as if anticipating something, wearing a teasing expression. Meeting his gaze, Yanin asks, "Did you return so early?" The intimacy in her words suggests a relationship akin to longtime lovers or a married couple. Zhang Wenhao slowly lowers his head, seemingly granting Yanin a moment to ponder. She gently closes her eyes, and a kiss arrives as expected, neither frantic nor fervent, but a tender, delicate peck, followed by another light kiss, as if caressing fragile porcelain. Enraptured by Zhang Wenhao's kiss, Yanin's hands find their way to his back. He, as if bewitched, tightly envelopes Yanin in his embrace, with a force that seems to meld her into his very being. That night, Zhang Wenhao exhibited utmost tenderness, as if deliberately seeking to win her favor. In the depths of her ecstasy, Yanin experienced an unparalleled joy that sent her thoughts adrift, floating into the vastness of outer space. In her dreams, vines entwined around trees, a cycle of unending vitality. As dawn gently broke and a sliver of light crept into the room, Yanin opened her eyes. The ache in her body and the substantial hand resting on her waist hindered her movements. She stretched out a hand to grasp the clock on the bedside, which read 6:05. Yanin delicately shifted the arm encircling her waist, but its owner remained unresponsive. Sitting up, she lowered her gaze in search of her shoes. Before she could don them, she was embraced from behind. The softness of her chest was tantalizingly teased, and in a whirl of sensations, she found herself once more reclining on the bed, a fervent body pressing down upon her, their forms intimately entwined, their gazes locked. The man's lips curling with a hint of mischief. "What's this? Haven't you had your fill of this little game of cat and mouse?" he taunted. "Boss, it's already past 6. If I don't get up now, I'll be late. Even if you rise at 7, it wouldn't be too late to leave from here." Before Yanin could respond, a flurry of kisses descended upon her, a fresh wave of seduction unfolding, and she found herself lost in the ebb and flow of the moment. By the time she got out of bed, it was already past 8. In a rush, Yanin hurried through her morning routine, while Zhang Wenhao stood at the door, observing her with a teasing expression. "I'll call old Huang. It's fine if you arrive a bit later." Noticing Yanin's anxious demeanor, Zhang Wenhao slowly exhaled. "Don't." Yanin, her mouth frothy with toothpaste, endeavored to articulate clearly. Zhang Wenhao, poised to press his phone, suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on Yanin, his deep eyes betraying an enigmatic contemplation. Yanin swiftly completed her dental care and, with a grave expression, implored, "I beg you, do not let others know of our connection. I do not harbor disdain for you. Yet I cannot say I am deeply enamored either. Perhaps my solitude has clouded my judgment, or perhaps we are both seeking solace in our loneliness. Let us merely find comfort in each other as company, as if we were engaged in a romantic affair, devoid of any ulterior motives, shall we?" As Yanin spoke earnestly, Zhang Wenhao listened attentively, remaining silent as he stood quietly at the restroom door. It was only upon hearing the sound of Yanin's departure that he regained his composure, noticing a key left on the shoe rack at the entrance, a testament to Yanin's acceptance of him. As Zhang Wenhao made his way to his office, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the floor where Yanin worked. Li Bai, with an empty chair, performed a dramatic spin of 720 degrees, gliding before Yanin while clutching a document, engaged in a seemingly endless monologue. Yanin, rolling her eyes incessantly, appeared increasingly exasperated. As she prepared to exit, she inadvertently locked eyes with those profound orbs belonging to Zhang Wenhao. In a matter of mere seconds, he discreetly withdrew. Yanin stood in a daze for a moment until Li Bai's persistent knocking on the table broke her reverie. "Sister, are you going or not?" he pressed. "Yes. For heaven's sake, I'm going right now," she replied impatiently. Yanin hurriedly made her way to the tea room, which was unusually tranquil today. Shortly after, the door creaked open, revealing a formidable presence, Li Min from the administrative office. Upon seeing Yanin, Li Min appeared momentarily startled. The tea room often witnessed a flurry of activity, and they may have crossed paths before, albeit without any notable recognition. However, having encountered each other yesterday and again today, the familiarity lingered. A fleeting moment of awkwardness passed over Li Min as she smiled and remarked, "What a coincidence." Yanin returned the smile, replying, "Indeed, quite a coincidence. There are many coincidences in life, and opportunities for collaboration abound." Yet, beneath Li Min's words lay a subtle undertone, a hint of veiled threat. Yanin nodded in agreement, saying, "You are absolutely right, Sister Li. There are indeed numerous coincidences. Rest assured, I shall not overthink our serendipitous encounters." Pleased, Li Min nodded in satisfaction and exited with 2 cups of coffee in hand, while Yanin watched her depart with a smile. After lunch, Zhang Wenhao and Huang Tianyu arrived at the office area, accompanied by 2 women. One was Li Min, whom Yanin had just seen that morning. The other was a new face, a tall and slender woman. Her makeup was subtle, and while she bore slight wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, her complexion was fair and delicate. She exuded a strong presence reminiscent of Candy, yet with a more serious demeanor, akin to that of a stern headmistress. In contrast, Candy appeared gentler. It was evident that Huang Tianyu and Zhang Wenhao treated this new woman with considerable respect. "Allow me to introduce you all," Zhang announced. "This is your future team head, Song Jitian, Grace." Huang Tianyu introduced the woman before them, gesturing towards Li Min, and said, "This is Li Min from the operations department. Lily, she will also be joining this team as Grace's deputy." Li Bai and Wang Cece exchanged glances, each harboring a myriad of emotions. Yanin smiled faintly, displaying little expression, and avoided eye contact with Li Bai and Wang Cece, as if nothing had transpired. It was no wonder Li Min had mentioned that there would be ample opportunities for collaboration. She had indeed become their superior. As for Jiting, she was quite experienced. Having previously worked at several banks and was also my classmate, I hope you all can collaborate well with her. Zhang Wenhao's words undoubtedly established Song Jiting's position. Song Jiting greeted everyone warmly. Though her demeanor appeared somewhat superficial, Yanin detected a fleeting look of disdain in Li Min's eyes. Song Jiting had her own office, while Li Min settled into her designated space within the open office area. Song Jiting and Zhang Wenhao entered her office together, and Huang Tianyu departed, not to return for quite some time. Li Min, feeling somewhat agitated, pretended to stroll by repeatedly, clutching her cup. "Yanin," Wang Cece whispered as she sidled up to her. Speaking in the softest tone, "Do you think Li Min will retaliate against us for what happened with the president yesterday? Stop overthinking and just focus on your work." Yanin replied swiftly, rising to leave. At that moment, anything they said would only provoke further thoughts in Li Min's mind. After a considerable time, Song Jitian and Zhang Wenhao emerged from the office. Li Min immediately approached them. The trio's conversation was not particularly loud, yet the silence of the office area rendered their words distinctly audible. Li Min, with a slightly coy tone, remarked, "Manager Song, I was transferred from the administrative office, and my experience is somewhat limited. I hope you can offer me your guidance." Song Jitian scrutinized Li Min from head to toe, then glanced at Zhang Wenhao. Her tone gentle as she replied, Wenhao has informed me of your ambition to become a client manager. I will certainly look after you. However, I want you to understand that being a client manager is not as simple as you may think. Merely being attractive does not suffice to fulfill that role. Song Jitian's words, though soft, carried an underlying sharpness, leaving Li Min feeling somewhat embarrassed. She glanced at Zhang Wenhao, who remained silent. Song Jitian's eyes sparkled with insight as she continued. Wenhao, if there is nothing pressing, I shall return to work. Rest assured, I will ensure that our team's performance is the best. Zhang Wenhao nodded, casting a glance at Li Min before turning to leave. As he departed, he discreetly stole a glance at Yan'an, who appeared deeply engrossed in her tasks at hand. Chapter 35, The Boss's Mistress Before Long. Yan'an and Li Min were summoned to the office. Sitting across from them was Song Jiting, holding a set of documents, with a gesture inviting them to take a seat. The two complied. Song Jiting handed the papers to Yan'an, who glanced at them and recognized that they pertained to one of her clients. A client with whom they had a very close business relationship. Yan'an looked at Song Jiting, remaining silent as she awaited her to speak first. With a faint smile, Song Jiting addressed Yan'an in Mandarin infused with a hint of a Hong Kong accent. Yan'an, shortly, you will hand over these clients to Li Min. They will henceforth be under her purview. You may also temporarily assign your assistant to her, so she can acclimate swiftly. Thank you, General Manager Song. Li Min interjected before Yan'an could respond. I will proceed with the handover shortly. Song Jiting smiled at Yan'an, and as she exited the office, Yan'an began to organize the client information. Meanwhile, 3 other account managers emerged from Song Jiting's office, their expressions grim, likely having faced a similar fate of client reassignment. Yan'an gestured for Li Baikong to come over, and he turned his chair towards her. Li Bai, you will be working with Li Min from now on. Please stop spinning your chair, she instructed. Why? Li Baikong asked, puzzled. It's the directive from above. These clients will now be managed by Li Min. And you must assist her diligently, Yan'an explained as she handed over the documents. Why? He insisted, full of inquiries. Why do you have so many questions? I do not wish to work with that woman. I want to stay with your sister. In life, you are hers. In death, you are her ghost. Yan'an gently rested her hand upon her forehead, smiling as she remarked, I would rather not have you. I fear Wang Sisi might consume me. Her tone was unmistakably laced with playful sarcasm. Sister, I assure you, my relationship with her is utterly innocent. I hold no interest in someone so forward. I'm merely jesting with you. Why so serious? Of course, in matters of integrity, one must maintain seriousness. I cannot be swayed by just anyone. Indeed, you, brotherly Bai, embody noble character and possess a unique taste. Certainly, at the very least, one akin to you, dear sister. What do you say we attempt a romantic relationship? You seem to lack maternal affection. As Yan'an playfully poked Li Bai's empty head, both treated the exchange as mere banter. Yan'an was accustomed to his carefree demeanor. Their daily repartee and playful squabbles served as delightful seasoning in her life. Upon returning home that evening, Yan'an discovered the keys on the shoe cabinet had vanished, and the air still bore the remnants of the previous night's intimate atmosphere. She opened the window, allowing the brisk wind to sweep through and disperse the lingering essence within the room. After a refreshing shower, she comfortably nestled into bed, ready for slumber. In a high-rise office on the top floor, a statuesque man stood at the window, surveying the world below, much like a sovereign gazing upon his subjects. A graceful woman embraced him from behind, her soft curves pressing against his back. He turned to face her, his gaze less piercing than usual, softened by affection, and inquired, What brings you here, Lily? Having just finished work, she sighed, overwhelmed by the multitude of clients. Li Min's voice carried a hint of playfulness. Did I not mention that being a client manager is quite arduous? Zhang Wenhao replied gently. However, client managers earn significantly more. In the office, it's merely a fixed salary. I wish to be self-reliant, not dependent on you. She chuckled softly. Zhang Wenhao lit a cigarette. If only you would advocate for additional bonuses and salary for the office. I wouldn't need to switch positions. Being a client manager is truly exhausting. There are rules within the organization. It is not merely my discretion, he said. A touch of impatience creeping into his tone. Li Min pouted, saying, but it is genuinely tiring. Managing so many clients means I must remember their names, which takes quite a while. Then you should return home early to rest, Zhang Wenhao suggested, subtly ushering her away. Yet, Li Min, undeterred, nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. I wish to rest with you. Being with me does not guarantee a restful time, he teased. You are so annoying, she retorted, a shy smile gracing her lips. Zhang Wenhao gently nudged her away. You should head home now. All right. Li Min acquiesced without further insistence. Aware that Zhang Wenhao was not solely devoted to her, she understood the delicate balance of their relationship. Rising onto her toes, she softly pecked his cheek, whispering, You should also return home to rest. Zhang Wenhao nodded as Li Min departed, the lingering scent of her perfume causing him to furrow his brow. He realized he had never been so sensitive before, yet now found himself quite enamored with that subtle, refreshing aroma. His thoughts drifted to the slender woman, a person who had never been one to endure discomfort. After extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, he drove to Yanin's residence, unlocked the door with his key, and found her seated on the bed, engrossed in a book. As the door swung open, Yanin, startled, gasped, Who is it? It's me, he replied. A sigh of relief escaped Yanin as she leapt from the bed, clad in her fawn-patterned pajamas. Zhang Wenhao's gaze roamed over her attire, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Yanin glanced at herself, finding nothing amiss, and inquired, What are you laughing at? Your pajamas are rather childish. I'm still a kid, you know. Indeed. With that, Zhang Wenhao lowered his head and pressed his lips against Yanin's, his kiss assertive, as if seeking to draw all the air from her lungs. After a prolonged moment, he finally released her, leaving Yanin feeling slightly breathless, drawing in a deep breath. As she gazed at him, Yanin noticed a slight flush on his face, uncertain whether it was due to the heat or the kiss they had just shared. Zhang Wenhao appeared to be in high spirits, as if the earlier gloom had dissipated entirely. He yearned for that scent. The woman by his side could not provide him with the same invigorating fragrance. The two locked eyes, the atmosphere thick with an unspoken tension. To alleviate the awkwardness, Yanin asked, Have you eaten? Not yet. I can order takeout for you. That won't be necessary. Just eat yourself. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Wenhao lifted Yanin and somewhat roughly tossed her onto the bed. Her garments were hastily stripped away, and an overwhelming desire surged through Yanin. While Zhang Wenhao felt as though his soul had been instantaneously redeemed, Yanin winced in pain, gripping Zhang Wenhao's arm tightly. Sensing her discomfort, he slowed his movements, tenderly kissing Yanin, enchanting the woman beneath him. Time seemed to lose its essence as the two finally reached a conclusion. The air was thick with an inescapable atmosphere of intimacy, and Yanin nestled in Zhang Wenhao's embrace, teetering on the brink of slumber. Are you tired? Zhang Wenhao inquired. Glancing down at Yanin, his voice laced with an unrecognized tenderness that was profoundly palpable. Yes, I'm so tired. At such a young age, my stamina is quite poor. Indeed, quite exhausted. Haha, go wash up and rest. Yes, I'm so tired. Yanin showed no intention of moving. Zhang Wenhao chuckled helplessly, carrying Yanin to the bathroom, where he assisted her in showering, his hands wandering over her body with playful intent. Yanin, summoning her remaining strength, bit down hard on his shoulder, exclaiming, I want to sleep. Zhang Wenhao smiled, quickly washing them both before carrying Yanin back to bed, where they embraced and drifted into sleep. As dawn broke, the alarm clock rang punctually, startling Yanin awake. She sat up abruptly, and Zhang Wenhao watched her hastily donning her clothes, brushing her teeth, and washing her face. Grabbing a random piece of bread from the refrigerator and stuffing it into her mouth as she stood at the door, changing her shoes. We should go together. I'll drive you. No. Yanin hurriedly shook her head. Zhang Wenhao furrowed his brow as Yanin, with her freshly tied shoelaces, withdrew a piece of bread from her mouth. His expression tightened further, revealing a hint of disdain. Yanin hastily swallowed her morsel and remarked, Did we not agree to act as if nothing had happened? Zhang Wenhao let out a cold chuckle and replied, Enough with the pretense. I find you somewhat satisfactory. I felt quite comfortable last night. If you seek any advantages, now is the opportune moment to speak. Yanin stared at him, momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She quickly lifted her chin, steadied herself, and, retrieving a loaf of bread from the refrigerator, placed it on the table, stating, I too found last night quite agreeable. This is your reward. With that, she slammed the door shut behind her. The man inside gazed at the loaf on the table and smiled faintly, intrigued. There are numerous women of various sorts surrounding him, yet none truly devoid of ulterior motives. Eventually, their true colors will be revealed. I shall wait, Li Yanin. As per her usual routine, Yanin arrived early at the office. Typically a quiet place. Today, however, it buzzed with activity. Aside from Li Min and Li Bai, nearly everyone else was present. Chen Yachuan spotted Yanin and promptly beckoned her over. Good morning. Everyone seems to be here quite early today. Some of our clients were reassigned yesterday, so we decided to convene early to discuss the situation. Why were you silent in the group chat yesterday? Wang Cici inquired. Yanin glanced at her phone and indeed found a flurry of messages in the group chat. However, after being thoroughly exhausted by Zhang Wenhao the previous night, she had lacked the energy to check her phone before succumbing to sleep. I felt unwell last night, so I went to bed early, Yanin remarked. It's fine now. After all, you haven't arrived too late. We just heard Cici mention that Li Min is associated with a big boss. You saw them together the other day, right? Zhang Nin inquired. Yanin shot a sharp glance at Wang Cici, who instinctively recoiled. With a calm demeanor, Yanin replied, We merely saw them dining together. It's not something to speculate upon. After all, she is indeed connected to the boss. No wonder she was promoted to a supervisor upon her arrival and is now poaching our clients. Zhang Nin continued. Yanin, you are too naive. Do you think the boss would share a meal with you without reason? That is not significant. We should contemplate how to deal with her, Wang Cici interjected at last. When interests are balanced, everyone acts as friends. But once an intruder threatens to seize what belongs to the group, they inevitably become the target of collective ire, with all hostility directed at Li Min. Why is Song Ziding behaving this way? Is she truly unaware, or could there be some other underlying motive? Chapter 36. The rebellious element. At this moment, Yanin's phone rang, and she was disinterested in discussing strategies to deal with Li Min. Li Min's affiliation with Zhang Wenhao, a figure of considerable influence, rendered any attempt to sway her utterly futile. Hello, Candy, Yanin said as she sought a quiet spot to answer the call. What can I do for you? Is it wrong to reach out if there's nothing urgent? Candy replied with a light-hearted tone. Yanin chuckled softly. Of course, what else on your mind? Candy's laughter echoed through the line. You know, I've been acting as the deputy director for over 2 months now, and I still haven't received any personnel orders. Could you help pave the way for me? I can't assist you at the moment. Have you not yet climbed your way up to Zhang Wenhao? Candy's skepticism was palpable. Merely gaining his bedchamber privileges does not equate to securing his favor. What more is needed then? If you shared a bed, he must be inclined to take care of you. Demanding benefits from him after intimacy is no different than the women surrounding him. And what are your plans? Naturally, I intend for him to fall deeply in love with me. At that point, any assistance you offer will be more than welcome. Candy fell silent. Aware of the cunning nature of such individuals, they were not easily manipulated. After a long pause, she cautioned, Yanin, be wary of blurring the lines between pretense and realities. Do not let yourself get hurt in the process. Rest assured, Yanin responded with fervent confidence, unaware that, not long after, she would find herself ensnared in the very predicament Candy had warned against. Do you still love Pei Nua? Love? Perhaps I no longer do. Li Bai Kong Kong has been shadowing Li Min for over a week now, while the other 4 account managers regularly venture out to acquire new clients. Bored. Li Bai Kong Kong answers Li Min's elementary queries, with his phone incessantly vibrating in his hand. Li Bai Kong Kong. Sister, when will you return? Yanan, perhaps when work concludes. Li Bai Kong Kong. I do not wish to work alongside this older woman. She is quite bothersome and knows nothing. I must teach her even the most fundamental tasks. Yanan, it is only natural that Li Min, having previously worked in another department, lacks knowledge in this area. Be patient. You two were once inexperienced when you started. Li Bai Kong Kong. I simply do not like her. Yanan, then who do you like? Li Bai Kong Kong. You. Yanan. Li Bai Kong Kong. I want to accompany you. Yanan, you little shadow. I do not want you. Follow Li Min instead. Her performance this month will surely be the best, and you will earn a greater bonus by assisting her. Li Bai Kong Kong. I do not lack funds. Yanan, then share your excess earnings with me. Li Bai Kong Kong. All right. Yanan. As the workday drew to a close, Yanan hurried back, only to find Li Min already packing her belongings in preparation to leave. Their eyes met, and they exchanged polite nods. Sister, you have finally returned. Li Bai Kong Kong called from a distance. Why are you still here? Yanan inquired. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me for what? Li Bai, you haven't left yet? Wang Cici rushed back with her bag, and upon seeing Li Bai Kong Kong's unusually cheerful demeanor, she playfully exclaimed, I haven't seen you for 3 days. Yanan gracefully made her way to her seat, as the conversation between Li Bai and Wang Cici continued. Wang Cici suggested, let's go out for dinner tonight. If my sister goes, I will too. Li Bai plopped down beside Yanan. She shot him a fierce glare, but he wore an indifferent expression. Wang Cici chimed in, sure, let us go together. Yanan promptly replied, I won't be joining. I need to organize the materials for my client today, as there's a meeting tomorrow. I'll keep you company, Li Bai offered casually. You are currently my assistant. Li Min stated authoritatively from behind, spraying a strong perfume that wafted through the air, its pungent scent causing Yanan to frown. It seemed that Li Min's fragrance was of inferior quality. So what? Now that work is over, I'm going to spend time with my sister. If you have nothing to do, prepare these materials for me. My client also has a meeting tomorrow. Li Min lifted her head with pride. I refuse, you old hag. Don't push your luck, Yanan retorted. Who are you calling old? You. Why are you two so loud? Song Jitian emerged from the office, her expression grim, assuming the tone of a disciplinary figure. Those with work to do, get to it. Those without, go home. What is happening? Zhang Wenhao strolled over from a distance. Li Min immediately broke into a sweet smile and sauntered towards him. He always stands tall, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, immaculate in every way. Perfectly complementing Li Min's refinement, yet starkly contrasting with Yunan's disheveled state. It's fine, Li Bai Kong expressed his desire to assist Yunan. However, he had yet to complete his own tasks. I chided him gently, and he appeared somewhat discontented. Li Min was the first to speak, directing her ire toward Li Bai Kong. Branch manager, I no longer wish to be Li Min's assistant. She lacks competence, and I find no opportunity for learning. I want to follow Sister Yunan. She possesses far more knowledge. Li Bai Kong maintained a nonchalant expression and tone, defiantly tilting his head. Yunan, indifferent to their exchange, continued diligently with her work. It was as if she had not heard their words. The quiet workspace was filled only with the rustle of her sifting through documents and the rhythmic clatter of the keyboard. Zhang Wenhao cast a glance at Yunan. They had not seen each other for a week, neither had sought the other. Any lingering displeasure dissipated at this moment of reunion, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy. Jiting, please take charge. Strive to respect the opinions of the staff. Certainly, boss, came Song Jiting's perpetually succinct and cool response. A barely perceptible smile graced Yunan's lips, fleeting yet captured by Zhang Wenhao, who responded with a subtle smile of his own. Beside them, Li Min's complexion turned pale momentarily, but she swiftly regained her composure. Li Bai Kong glanced at Li Min with a triumphant shake of his head. At that moment, Song Jiting interjected, For now, Li Bai Kong, you remain Li Min's assistant. Once we recruit a new assistant, you may be reassigned. Until then, continue with your current tasks. Her words undoubtedly restored some dignity to Li Min while adhering to Zhang Wenhao's directives, achieving a harmonious resolution. Zhang Wenhao nodded in satisfaction, then turned and entered Song Jiting's office, with her following closely behind, casually shutting the door. What is your assessment of their performances? Zhang Wenhao inquired, seated opposite Song Jiting's desk, his hands elegantly clasped over his crossed legs, exuding an air of leisure. Song Jiting, now seated at her desk, shed her previous aloofness and smiled slightly, responding, Aside from the Li Min you requested to supervise, the proficiency of the others is commendable. Indeed. Aside from Li Min, all the others were selected by Lao Huang from various places, and you are well aware of his talent for choosing candidates, he remarked. And what of you? Li Min is a novice. It is entirely natural for her to lack understanding of the business. We simply need to guide her. You are not one to lack patience, she replied, her thoughts seemingly drifting away from work. You manage quite well, just as you did earlier. Were you not exemplary? Zhang Wenhao. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling his understanding, and Song Jiting ceased her discourse. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room as Zhang Wenhao approached the window, gazing at the towering edifices outside. He spoke calmly, that Li Bai Kong is the heir of Mingxia Industries, which boasts nearly 3 billion in various deposits. Handle matters concerning him with utmost caution. Old Huang had mentioned this to me. I never expected you to remain so clear-headed. If you were to lose your composure, we certainly wouldn't. Jiting, it has been over 20 years. What is past is in the past. I hope you can manage this team effectively. This is a group of significant importance to the industry. Do not disappoint my expectations of you. Zhang Wenhao. You truly excel at leveraging people. As Zhang Wenhao exited, the office area was already desolate. Yanan's computer remained illuminated, and just as she was about to leave, she entered with a cup of instant noodles. The two of them exchanged glances, momentarily lost in thought. Hello, boss. Zhang Wenhao nodded, intending to say something when Xin Yachuan hurriedly approached, as if just returning from outside. Yunan, you haven't left yet? No. Indeed, your case is also being presented tomorrow. Correct? As Xin Yachuan settled at his desk, he noticed Zhang Wenhao's presence and stood up straight, greeting him. Zhang Wenhao nodded and turned to depart. In the underground parking lot, Li Min had been waiting in the car for quite some time, applying makeup with a mirror. Upon seeing Zhang Wenhao enter the vehicle, she promptly stowed her makeup mirror away. As Zhang Wenhao took his seat, Li Min instinctively donned her sunglasses. "Aren't you presenting your case tomorrow? Are you done?" Li Min inquired, startled. Previously, they never discussed work. A smile quickly graced her lips as she replied, "With you around, I have no fear of my case being rejected." Zhang Wenhao remained silent as the car swiftly departed. The night was cool and serene, with the man clad in a black bathrobe standing by the window. Seemingly merging into the darkness, Li Min, adorned in a red silk nightgown, stood behind him, her hands entwined around his slender waist as she asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" You should rest first. Without you, I truly cannot sleep. You've become quite spoiled." Zhang Wenhao extinguished his cigarette, pulling Li Min to the bedside before climbing in from the other side. She nestled her head on his arm, eyes closed. Suddenly, Zhang Wenhao queried, "Have you taken the contraceptive pill?" Li Min obediently nodded. Zhang Wenhao embraced her, the softness of her presence enveloping him. Yet sleep eluded him as his thoughts wandered to another delicate form. The following day, Li Min found herself in Zhang Wenhao's car on the way to work. In the underground parking lot, they both exited the vehicle. At 9:30, the review meeting commenced punctually. Zhang Wenhao cast a casual glance over the client managers below, spotting Yanan seated among them, with Li Bai and Chun Yachuan flanking her. Yanan and Chun Yachuan exchanged whispers while Li Bai appeared engrossed in his phone, seemingly entertained by something amusing, which he showed to Yanan. She shot him an impatient glare, while Li Bai maintained a nonchalant demeanor, clearly accustomed to her reactions. A subtle smile played at the corners of Zhang Wenhao's mouth. Chapter 37. Bittersweet passed Yanan stepped aside, her phone vibrating gently. As she swiped to unlock it, she found a message from Li Baikong. "Sister, shall we continue our dinner plans tonight?" A smile instantly blossomed on Yanan's face, though she stifled her laughter, casting a sharp glare at Li Baikong. He merely shrugged, a habitual smirk playing on his lips. All of this was observed by Zhang Wenhao, who furrowed his brow slightly before refocusing on the next case. Once the entire team had reported their cases, they finally exited the room. Only Yanan's case remained unresolved. As soon as they left the conference room, Yanan hurriedly dialed a client to request new guarantees, with Li Baikong trailing closely behind, eavesdropping intently. Yanan turned around and shot Li Baikong a fierce look. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Wang Sisi came running from a distance, prompting Yanan to swiftly extricate herself from the situation. "Li Baikong, shall we go see a play tonight?" "Happy Mahua. A friend gifted me 2 tickets. It's quite a rare opportunity. I'm not fond of it. My sister's case didn't go through, so I'll be dining with her tonight. Then I shall join you. Why would you want to come?" Li Baikong scrutinized Wang Sisi, his sharp tongue retorting, "Every time you go out, you act as if you've never seen the world. It's quite embarrassing to take you along." Wang Sisi felt a bit flustered, her eyes reddening as she glanced at Li Baikong and asked, "Do you have feelings for Sister Yanan?" "Indeed, and what of it?" Their voices rose, drawing the attention of everyone in the office. "Why? What do you mean, why? Sister Yanan is older than you. It's simply not a suitable match. What are you thinking? How mundane. Is love the only bond between men and women? I possess an unwavering admiration for you, dear sister. It is you who has enlightened me, guiding me through every challenge. Nothing has ever proven too difficult for you." Suddenly, Wang Sisi broke into laughter, and those around lowered their heads, while Yanan exhaled deeply, fearing that Li Baikong might utter something inappropriate. Li Baikong approached Yanan with a playful grin and said, Sister, let us dine together this evening." "No," she replied. "Why not?" "For no reason." "Why for no reason?" Here we go again, a barrage of questions. "I have work to do. My case demands my utmost dedication, and I cannot forego this month's bonus." With that, Yanan pushed Li Baikong away, urging him to leave so she could urgently call her client for a new guarantee. "If you dine with me, I will resolve your client's guarantee issue." "No need, I can handle it myself." Yanan stubbornly dialed the client's number, but due to an unsuccessful approval, the client's demeanor was quite unpleasant, their voice loud enough to be heard from outside. In a swift motion, Li Baikong snatched the phone from Yanan, abruptly hanging up with a loud thud. "Li Bai, are you out of your mind? She was berating you so loudly, and you just took it. It's perfectly normal for clients to vent their frustrations." "Normal? What nonsense. Come with me." As they spoke, Li Bai firmly pulled Yanan outside. Despite her struggles, She was no match for his strength and was forcefully taken to the parking lot. Li Bai led Yan'an to his sleek Porsche 918, pressing her into the passenger seat before swiftly joining her. The car sped away with remarkable haste. Although she had previously ridden in Pei Nua's sports car, it never reached such exhilarating speeds. With a sudden press on the accelerator, the intense force pushed Yan'an back in her seat, causing her to gasp, "Slow down. Slow down, ancestor." Without uttering a word, Li Bai reduced his speed. This was the first time Yan'an had witnessed him in a state of anger. Cautiously, she glanced at him and said, "Hey, Li Bai." However, he remained silent. She gently tugged at his sleeve, but he still offered no response. Growing impatient, she exclaimed, "Li Bai, what on earth do you intend to do?" "To resolve the issue," he replied. Yan'an shot him a sidelong glance and fell silent. The car halted in front of a grand building, Mingshi Group. Li Bai elegantly opened the car door and strode forward confidently, prompting Yan'an to hastily follow. She then glanced back at the car parked in the middle of the street and called out, "Li Bai, the car will get ticketed." "Consider it a parking fee of 200 yuan, he retorted nonchalantly. Rolling her eyes, Yan'an quickened her pace to keep up with Li Bai. Along the way, those who encountered him greeted him with nods. Yan'an began to grasp his stature. Indeed, the term young master suited him perfectly. Mingshi Group was not only renowned across the nation, but also held a prominent position globally. Yan'an followed Li Bai to the top floor. Li Bai Kong pushed open the door and entered, where a woman in her 50s, the epitome of a professional, was engaged in a phone call. She glanced at Li Bai Kong, furrowed her brow in mild irritation, and promptly concluded her conversation. Taking a seat on the sofa with his feet propped up on the coffee table, Li Bai Kong observed as the woman stood at her desk, arms crossed, regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze, while Yan'an awkwardly lingered at the doorway. "Have you caused trouble again?" The woman spoke coldly, yet her tone was laced with affection. "To you, my son, I am merely a source of mischief. Every time you see me, it's the same refrain. Oh, dear son. You only visit when there's an issue. I can hardly entice you otherwise. Speak up. Fine. Call someone at a certain company and request that they provide a guarantee for the subsidiary Yufeng company. Also, kindly inform that little accountant at Yufeng to speak to me more courteously. If I hear him raise his voice above 50 decibels again, I shall ensure he never finds employment again." With that, Li Bai Kong took Yan'an by the hand and led her out, causing her to stumble slightly. Once they reached the car, Yan'an turned to Li Bai Kong and suggested, "Let us find a place to talk." "Very well." Li Bai Kong guided Yan'an to a tea house, elegantly themed around tea culture. Upon entering, they were warmly greeted by the staff, and it was evident that he was either a member or the proprietor. Having been hastily pulled along by Li Bai Kong, Yan'an felt a slight sting in her feet. Li Bai Kong glanced at Yan'an, approached her, and with a swift motion, lifted her into a princess carry. Yan'an struggled slightly, but Li Bai Kong paid no heed and strode into a beautifully adorned private room, decorated in an ancient style, with various lanterns hanging from the ceiling, exuding a unique charm. He gently placed Yan'an on a seat before taking his own across from her, ordering a pot of green tea and some snacks. "Speak, sister." Li Bai Kong resumed his usual demeanor. Yan'an regarded him and replied, "Li Bai, I truly appreciate your assistance, but I do not require it. This shall be a one-time occurrence, understand?" "Why? Sister, do you genuinely enjoy being scolded by clients?" "Li Bai, this is how work operates. One cannot resort to connections simply because of a minor setback. What if one day you find yourself devoid of such connections? How could that happen?" Yan'an sighed in resignation. "You truly are a child at heart, believing yourself to be divine, capable of anything. At least I don't feel incapable of anything at the moment." "Very well, you are impressive. However, your connections belong to you, not to me. I am willing to assist you." "You?" Yan'an was at a loss for words, infuriated by his nonchalant attitude. Li Bai Kong was just like that, doing as he pleased without consideration, ultimately still an immature child. "Sister, are you angry?" he shamelessly inquired once more. "No, I understand your intentions are good, but work cannot be approached this way. Do you comprehend?" Yan'an shook her hand and added, "Talking to you is futile. Sister, I genuinely believe you are quite remarkable. Our family possesses ample wealth, and I am not in want of this job. However, my mother insists that I step out and gain some experience. I, too, am reluctant to work at home, hence I ventured out to hone my skills. My mother often remarks that society is not as simple as I perceive it to be. Yet since I entered this field, you have treated me with kindness and care, devoid of the rumored mistreatment of newcomers. Thus, It is only right that I assist you in return. Li Bai, I recognize you are a good person, but, sister, if you find this work unsatisfying, I can arrange for you to join my family's company, ensuring you are shielded from any undue hardship. Yan'an chuckled softly and replied, Is it that you wish to place every good person you encounter into your company? I have yet to meet other good souls. You are the only one I have encountered. Li Bai, would you like to hear my story? Yes, Li Bai responded eagerly, leaning closer to Yan'an. Sister, I am all ears. In the past, my family, while not exceedingly wealthy, was relatively well off. I could afford luxury items such as Louis Vuitton and Prada, all thanks to my father. However, a series of unfortunate events befell us, and we lost everything. Even my then-boyfriend abandoned me, claiming our financial struggles were intolerable. How outrageous! Li Bai exclaimed, rising from the table in indignation. Tell me, which scoundrel was he? I shall seek retribution on your behalf. Yan'an smiled knowingly. Anticipating the reaction of Li Bai Kong Kong, she gently patted him, signaling for him to settle down. Li Bai Kong Kong complied, continuing, Later, I entered into a relationship with a wealthy boyfriend. Many of my previous clients were introduced to me by him, and I was highly regarded in the industry. However, we eventually parted ways, the clients vanished, and I found myself relegated to the position of assistant to the account manager. From that moment on, I resolved not to entrust my fate to others again. I must rely on myself. This way, I would not lose everything upon losing someone. I truly wish to avoid the feeling of losing the entire world ever again. What on earth? Tell me who your boyfriend is. I'll seek vengeance for you, exclaimed Li Bai Kong Kong, slamming his hand on the table. Chapter 38. The Boss's Hardship. Sister, you shall never lose me. I am your loyal admirer. All gatherings must eventually disperse. You will depart to take over your parents' business, and we are merely transient visitors in each other's lives. This time, Li Bai remained silent, pondering Yan'an's words. Yan'an took a sip of tea, the fragrant essence invigorating her spirit. She continued, Li Bai, thank you for this time. But let it be known that this is a one-time affair. Li Bai, with an expression devoid of emotion, gazed at Yan'an, neither pleased nor displeased. After a considerable pause, he rose and lifted Yan'an into a princess carry. She struggled vigorously and exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? When I was still your colleague, I took you to buy a pair of shoes, and now look at your feet. I can walk on my own. Please, don't. Stubbornly, Li Bai held on to Yan'an and escorted her to a shoe store, where he purchased a pair of flat black leather shoes. By the time they returned to the office, it was already afternoon. Zheng Nan, upon seeing the two, remarked, President Song has been looking for you both all morning. Hurry to her office. Yan'an and Li Bai knocked on Song Jiting's office door. Upon receiving permission, they entered, only to find Song Jiting without lifting her gaze, questioning, Where have you been? Why did you not report your absence? Yan'an tugged at Li Bai Kong Kong, who was about to speak, and remarked that he claimed to know the CEO of a certain enterprise and could facilitate a discussion with them. Thus, we left in a bit of a rush. At that moment, you were still in the conference room, and we failed to report back in time. Hee. Don't you have a mobile phone? Why didn't you send a message via WeChat? I was solely focused on the case, so. This time it was my oversight. I shall be more attentive next time. Song Jitian glanced at Yan'an, amused by her eloquence, first deflecting responsibility, then conceding fault. Quite the adept performance. With a gentle smile, she remarked that since it was for work, it was acceptable to be more cautious in the future. You may leave now. As the day drew to a close, Song Jitian convened another meeting. The primary focus was that the number of client managers had increased to 5, necessitating that one be demoted to an assistant. By the end of the month, the individual ranked last would face this demotion. Currently, the bottom two were Wang Cici and Li Yan'an. The two exchanged glances. Yan'an appeared calm, while panic flickered in Wang Cici's eyes. Being demoted to assistant would not only tarnish one's reputation but also drastically reduce the generous bonuses, which would dwindle to a mere tenth of a client manager's earnings. Naturally, neither wished to be cast out of this esteemed group. After concluding the meeting, the skies suddenly opened, unleashing a torrential rain accompanied by thunderous roars. Yan'an's email notification chimed, revealing a new guarantee contract and documents from a client. A smile involuntarily crept across Yan'an's lips. With the new guarantee, this case could be resubmitted for the credit review meeting. Yan'an resolved to remain and rewrite the CA, while others gradually departed. She sat before her computer, diligently immersed in her work. Sister, it's raining. Shall I escort you? Li Bai's voice echoed throughout the office. No need. I must continue my work. You may go. Yanin replied without lifting her gaze. Nearby, Wang Sisi glanced back at Yanin, her eyes brimming with palpable resentment. Very well, I have an appointment today. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Goodbye, Yanin echoed, her hands continuing their labor without pause. Suddenly, a loud crash plunged the entire office into darkness. Yanin let out a startled scream, her trembling hands fumbling for her phone on the desk, and with a thud, a cup fell to the floor. A beam of light pierced through the doorway, accompanied by a soothing voice, "Do not be afraid." The comforting tone reassured Yanin, prompting her to move towards the light. As it approached her, she clung tightly to the man's waist, a mix of fear, grievance, and indignation swirling within her, tears falling helplessly in that moment. The man gently patted Yanin's back, saying, "Do not fear. It's merely a power outage." Yanin exhaled deeply, loosening her grip on him. At that moment, the lights flickered back to life, and Yanin turned to face the man before her, noticing the collar of his suit was slightly damp. Feeling embarrassed, she retrieved a tissue to dab at it. "I'm sorry, boss." Jean Wenhao took hold of Yanin's hand, saying, "It's all right. No need to wipe it. Just wash it off." "MHM," she responded. Yanin nodded, her face still glistening with the remnants of tears, illuminated softly under the light. "Why haven't you left yet?" asked Jean Wenhao, gently brushing a tear from Yanin's cheek. "The client I met today provided me with new guarantee documents. I'm working diligently to complete them so I can meet next week's deadline." Jean Wenhao nodded, tenderly stroking Yanin's hair. "Do you need assistance? I can stay with you." Yanin returned to her previous spot, resuming her work. Fortunately, the documents had been saved. Otherwise, her earlier efforts would have been in vain due to the power outage. Jean Wenhao sat beside Yanin, quietly observing her, occasionally offering guidance. Yanin listened intently, engaging in discussion with him, sometimes standing firm on her opinions, while Jean Wenhao maintained a gentle smile and patience throughout. By the time they left the office, it was already 10 o'clock. Jean Wenhao followed Yanin back to her small apartment, where a warm aroma instantly enveloped them. He casually removed his suit jacket and sank into the sofa. Yanin's apartment was indeed quite cramped, with a bed, a sofa, and a wardrobe nearly filling the entire space. "Perhaps you should consider moving. This place is too small," Jean Wenhao suggested, lighting a cigarette and standing by the window, taking slow puffs. "This apartment costs 5,000 a month. If I move again, I might go bankrupt," Yanin remarked as she emerged from the bathroom, adjusting her clothes. The promotion and raise for the second half of the year are just around the corner. After that, your salary should be sufficient," he replied. "How can you be so certain that I will be included?" Yanin questioned. "If I say you will be, then you undoubtedly will be," he assured her. "Once more, I wish to rely solely on my own abilities without your assistance." Yanin approached Jean Wenhao, her eyes filled with determination. "Do you believe I would act out of favoritism? If I were inclined to do so, I would not have dismantled your case on 2 occasions. I maintain a strict separation between work and personal emotions. As for you, the list was submitted by Lao Huang and has merely been presented to me. I only require your signature without causing you any distress. Is it possible that you could impose difficulties upon me? Are you truly refusing even to sign? Why is that not feasible?" Yanin was taken aback, and Jean Wenhao burst into laughter. Yanin widened her eyes in astonishment and asked, "Are you jesting? You are quite gullible." Jean Wenhao took the opportunity to embrace Yanin, continuing, "However, I have the authority to determine the salary increase for each of you. If you treat me well, I may consider granting you a more substantial raise." Yanin lifted her gaze to meet Jean Wenhao's and said, "Boss, given my diligent efforts, shouldn't I receive a more generous salary? How diligent are you? Let me see." Jean Wenhao's face was adorned with a playful smile as he lifted Yanin effortlessly and carried her toward the nearby grand bed. The following morning, Yanin rose early once more, and Jean Wenhao sat on the bed, observing her nimble movements. He inquired, "Are you not joining me today? I am heading directly to the client's office." "I shall accompany you." "No need. Please proceed to the bank. Do not be late." With that, Yanin waved her hand and departed. A bustling day commenced once more. Yanin reached out to 2 clients, both of whom expressed an interest in loans. She visited their factories, where the machines emitted a deafening hum, rendering conversation nearly impossible. After concluding her visits and discussions, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Clutching her documents, Yanin squeezed onto a crowded bus, hastening her way back. The overwhelming stench of sweat was unbearable, prompting her to disembark at the next stop, not far from her destination, and walk the remainder of the way. A gentle breeze, accompanied by the fragrant scent of blooming flowers, offered a refreshing respite. Suddenly, a Maserati sped by and came to an abrupt halt ahead, swiftly reversing to park beside Yanin. She glanced at the car, her hands trembling slightly. The window gradually descended, revealing a face strikingly similar to her own, yet devoid of paino. Yanin felt a wave of calm wash over her. What a coincidence. Where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride, Imo Chinshao said with a smile. No. Thank you, Yanin replied. Don't mention it. You've ridden in this car before. Her tone shifted, and he mentioned you seem to be doing quite well, thriving even. But from what I see, you lack even a car. Just so you know, if you're truly flourishing, I will certainly come to disrupt it. With that, the car roared away, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. Yanin remained unfazed. By the time she arrived at the office, it was already after hours. Yet everyone remained engrossed in their tasks, seemingly unwilling to depart. The earlier words of Song Zitten still held substantial weight. None wished to be the last to leave. As it was not merely a matter of pride, but also intertwined with personal interests. Around 7 o'clock, Li Min was the first to exit, evidently unbothered by the need for touch-ups, signaling her lack of intention to go out. By 7:30, Zheng Nan and Chen Yachuan followed Mr. Huang and Song Zitten, stating they were off to visit a new client, and it involved drinks, hence the two men took the lead. When Yanin returned home, it was already past 10. After a brief freshening up, she settled into bed with a book. As she drifted in and out of consciousness, the door was suddenly thrust open. This time, Yanin did not panic. She rose to her feet as a tall figure swayed unsteadily into the room, clearly intoxicated. The air was immediately thick with the scent of alcohol. Yanin hurried over to support Zhang Wenhao and deftly closed the door behind them. Zhang Wenhao reclined on the bed, rubbing his temples while half closing his eyes to scrutinize Yanin. Feeling somewhat bashful under his gaze, she declared, I'll fetch you some water to wash your face. Before he could respond, Yanin dashed to the bathroom, where the sound of running water filled the air. By the time she returned with the water, Zhang Wenhao had already succumbed to slumber on the bed. Yanin gently wiped his face, turned off the air conditioning, and opened the window, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow in from outside. Chapter 39. In pairs, Zhang Wenhao sprawled across the bed, which, though modest in size, was entirely occupied by him, leaving Yanin no choice but to spend the night on the sofa. Upon awakening, she discovered herself nestled in the bed, the sound of running water emanating from the bathroom. After dressing, Yanin descended to procure breakfast, only to encounter Zhang Wenhao as he prepared to leave. You're heading out this early? Take your breakfast with you, Yanin remarked, attempting to hand him the meal. I thought you had already left. You always vanish unexpectedly in the mornings, Zhang Wenhao replied, his tone tinged with a playful complaint, accompanied by a nasal inflection. Yanin couldn't help but chuckle at his petulant demeanor. Look at you, behaving like a little grumbler. I went downstairs to buy breakfast for you. Let us eat before you leave. All right, Zhang Wenhao said, retreating back. The two shared their first breakfast together, evoking a sense of homeliness. This tastes delightful, Zhang Wenhao remarked, savoring his food. Indeed, Yanin replied, still hastily consuming her meal, her mouth filled to the brim. Zhang Wenhao made a face of mild distaste yet took out a napkin to wipe the grease from her lips. Yanin squinted her eyes and smiled. I didn't sleep well last night. Perhaps I should take the day off to rest. It's nothing to worry about. I'm not that delicate. I'm quite the tough woman, Yanin asserted confidently. Zhang Wenhao chuckled softly and chose not to comment further. Zhang Wenhao insisted on taking Yanin to work, given the early hour. Yanin acquiesced and rode in Zhang Wenhao's Mercedes to the office. Upon arrival, Yanin swiftly distanced herself from Zhang Wenhao and hurriedly ascended the elevator. By the time Zhang Wenhao exited the vehicle, Yanin had already vanished from sight, prompting him to stand there and chuckle, shaking his head. As work hours commenced, neither Zheng Nan nor Chen Yachuan had yet arrived, and it was only around 11 when Song Zhitian made her entrance. Shortly thereafter, General Manager Huang entered Song Zhitian's office. While Li Min's phone rang, it was Song Zhitian, requesting that he bring Yanin and Wang Sisi inside. Li Min called out, and the three of them proceeded together. Yesterday, we visited General Qin of Gubin Distillery. They have a promising project, Song Zhitian remarked upon their arrival. However, we were unable to finalize the deal. And the reason is rather straightforward. In the liquor business, negotiations often involve drinking. Unfortunately, neither Chen Yachuan nor Zheng Nan was satisfied with their drinks yesterday, which is why the deal fell through. We have another meeting with them tonight. I wonder who among you would be willing to attend. The one who secures this client will reap the rewards. Since you're all female, I will not impose upon you to drink. Not a problem, I will go. Wang Sisi declared. Is the boss attending? Li Min inquired. Yes, Song Jitian replied succinctly, though Yanan noticed a flicker of intensity in her gaze. Then I shall also go, Li Min stated. Song Jitian glanced at Yanan, who nodded in affirmation. No issue, I will attend. The appointment with the client was set for 7 o'clock in the evening. Before finishing work, Li Min and Wang Sisi applied heavy makeup, while Yanan opted for a subtle, natural look. As the time approached, Zhang Wenhao and Huang Tianyu arrived on the floor. Song Jitian shared a vehicle with the three of them, while Yanan, Wang Sisi, Li Min, and Li Bai took another car. The venue was chosen to be the Guiding Grand Hotel, the finest establishment in B, adorned with classical Chinese palace designs. The wooden tables and chairs, as well as the decorative pieces, were all intricately carved with dragon motifs, and the jade and porcelain displayed were exquisite. In a private room set for 15, 5 waitstaff stood ready. Just after 7, Mr. Qin from Gubin Wine Industry arrived, accompanied by an attractive secretary, along with 2 of his assistants and 2 sommeliers. Mr. Qin spoke with a slight accent, but was exceedingly polite, his demeanor neither pretentious nor lacking in humor, tinged with a hint of arrogance. John, where are our people? In business, our only requirement is simple, to drink. If we drink comfortably, everything else will follow. Zhang Wenhao nodded with a smile, while Huang Tianyu interjected, Yesterday, Mr. Qin didn't enjoy his drink. Let us continue today. Absolutely, this is our last chance. If we don't have a good time today, then there's nothing left to discuss. I prefer to drink freely, not in a restrained manner. Tomorrow, we have discussions with a certain bank, and they are quite sincere. Rest assured, today we will ensure your satisfaction with the drinks, Huang Tianyu replied. Now, let us raise a toast, everyone. As General Qin raised his wine glass, he downed half a cup of baijiu in one swift motion, prompting everyone to stand. The sharp, pungent flavor surged down his throat, causing Li Min to furrow her brows immediately. General Qin laughed heartily, remarking, Miss Li, it seems you are not quite accustomed to your liquor. I seldom indulge in baijiu. I typically prefer whiskey, Li Min replied, her voice always laced with a delicate charm, tinged with a playful sweetness. After speaking, she glanced at the man beside her, Zhang Wenhao, who remained silent. General Qin's brow furrowed slightly as he declared, What I detest most is the tendency to fawn over foreign customs. What makes foreign liquor superior? Nothing can compare to the rich and fragrant allure of our baijiu. Realizing her misstep, Li Min quickly stood, raising her glass as she said, Of course, our baijiu is superior, but as a woman, I often find myself limited to drinks that lack the essence of true liquor. This cup is a self-imposed penalty. With that, she downed another glass. Indeed, foreign liquor lacks the character of true spirits. General Qin's expression softened marginally. Why hasn't General Pei arrived yet? Huang Tianyu quickly interjected, shifting the topic. At the mention of General Pei, Yanan felt a sudden flutter of anxiety, her right eye twitching involuntarily. Are there so many surnamed Pei? Just then, the doors swung open, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. That familiar silhouette appeared unexpectedly, causing Yanan's heart to momentarily halt. Beside her, a striking figure clad in red linked arms with Pei Nua as they entered together, followed closely by Pei Nua's assistant. Pei Nua's gaze met Yanan's, their eyes locking in a moment that felt both achingly close and impossibly distant. The lively banter around them awakened the consciousness of 2 individuals. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Pei Nua succinctly outlined the project plan. Tianyi was engaged in real estate, while Guobin specialized in liquor. The 2 enterprises intended to invest in a cultural park dedicated to the production of baijiu, akin to a wine estate for red wine. Pei Nua's Tianyi was responsible for the construction, while Guojiao handled the liquor aspect. Thus, 2 seemingly unrelated companies joined forces. The current sales of baijiu were impressive, and both companies provided 80% of the deposit guarantee for the entire loan, with the remaining 20% secured by receivables from a government construction project, rendering it virtually risk-free. Naturally, this lucrative opportunity attracted numerous contenders. Yanan's gaze was fixated on Pei Nua, unable to divert her attention. Across from her, Imo Chinshao discreetly glanced at Yanan while reaching for Pei Nua's hand, which Pei Nua readily grasped in return. Li Baikong timely nudged Yanan and whispered, Sister, you're about to pop your eyes out. Be quiet. Yanan shot back with a fierce glare at Li Baikong. Are you interested in him? He is already married. As mentioned earlier, his wife is right beside him. Li Baikong quietly reminded her. I said be quiet. Do you hear me? Yanan cast a sidelong glance at Li Baikong, who merely rolled her eyes in response and fell silent. Following the brief introductions, President Qin's drinking plan commenced once more. Zhang Wenhao and Huang Tian were both formidable drinkers. After a few rounds, they became somewhat tipsy. Li Min and Wang Sisi succumbed early, leaving only Li Baikong and Yan'an to share drinks with each other. Pei Nua hardly touched his drink. While Mo Chinchao observed Yan'an with an expression of amusement, shaking his juice cup incessantly. Suddenly, he stood up and exclaimed, "How late do you intend to drink like this?" Madame Pei is not pleased. Mr. Qin inquired, "I see that Miss Li can certainly hold her liquor. How about this? If you finish these 2 bottles, I shall take it upon myself to ensure our loan is secured for everyone. What do you say, Miss Li? This is a substantial deal." As he spoke, Mo Chinchao pushed 2 bottles of liquor, each containing a full gin, toward Yan'an. They had already consumed a considerable amount. The thought of downing 2 more bottles was daunting. Yan'an feared that Mo Chinchao was determined to make a fool of him today. Excellent idea. Miss Li is indeed a capable drinker. We're nearly done ourselves, and I concur, Mr. Qin remarked. A sly smile played at the corners of Mo Chinchao's mouth. Yan'an glanced at Pei Nua, who frowned and said, "Chinchao, surely you agree as well?" Mo Chinchao looked at Pei Nua, while Yan'an could not decipher the unspoken exchange between them. A faint, cold smirk appeared on her lips as she whispered to Li Bai, "If I get drunk later, you must take me home." "Sis, are you out of your mind? 2 bottles will surely lead to alcohol poisoning." "Fear not. Sis, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Today, I rank last. If I don't secure this deal, I will be relegated to being an assistant next month. I truly need the money. I can give you some. Have you forgotten what I said? Rely on yourself." After Yan'an finished speaking, she straightened her posture and gazed at Mo Chinchao, saying, "Mrs. Pei speaks with conviction." "Naturally." Mo Chinchao replied with a faint smile, her eyes enchanting with myriad charms. "All right, I shall drink." "How forthright," Mr. Qin remarked, clapping his hands, as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. In that moment, Yan'an felt a surge of gratitude towards Yao Chong. Had it not been for the fortitude gained during her heartbreak, she would not have dared to consume so much. Yan'an ceased to regard anyone else, seizing a bottle from the table and drinking directly from it. The fiery taste scorched her throat and stomach. Halfway through, Li Bai stood up, attempting to snatch it away, but Yan'an deftly blocked his hand with her other, turning to shield the bottle against her body and continued to drink heartily. Each person's expression varied. Some were merely spectators, others felt sympathy, while some seethed with anger. The bottle was soon emptied, and Yan'an placed it on the table, reaching for a second one. Chapter 40. Who will claim the blossoms? Enough. The simultaneous voices of Pei Nua and Zhang Wenhao resonated with a barely contained fury. Their combined presence cast a palpable tension over the room, drawing all eyes to them. A shared glance between the two ignited an undercurrent of rivalry. Mo Chinchao set her glass down and rose to her feet. Pei Nua instinctively glanced at her before turning to Yan'an, saying, "Miss Li, your capacity for liquor is commendable, but there is no need to continue drinking. I consent to entrust this business deal to you. What say you, General Manager Qin?" Pei Nua did not look at Qin but remained fixated on Yan'an, as if wishing to etch her image deeply into his memory. "Well, since President Pei has spoken, I have no objections," Qin replied, his keen insight revealing the underlying complexities of the situation. "Thank you, President Pei. Allow me to propose a toast in your honor." With that, Yan'an lifted her glass. "Wait," Mo Chinchao interjected. "Trustworthiness is paramount. One must honor their words. If Miss Li does not finish her drink, it would be difficult to uphold the virtue of integrity. How can we conduct business with a bank that lacks trust?" "Chinchao," Pei Nua gently tugged at her, but tears streamed down Mo Chinchao's face. Pei Nua struggled to find words, instead offering her a comforting pat on the back. They exchanged hushed words, and Mo Chinchao leaned into Pei Nua's embrace. The scene unfolded like a film, where the protagonists quarrel over misunderstandings before reconciling, while an irritating second female lead watched silently from the sidelines. The heart, once wounded by a blade, has now been cut anew. Yan'an picked up a second bottle of wine and remarked, "If I drink this bottle, does it mean our matter is settled, Mrs. Pei?" Mo Chinchao, with tears glistening like dew on her delicate face, managed to smile and replied, "Naturally. A promise is a promise." Yan'an noticed that Pei Nua seemed poised to say something but ultimately held his tongue, for his primary concern was Mo Chinchao's feelings. As Yan'an raised the second bottle to her lips, a large hand abruptly blocked the opening. She looked up at the man beside her. It would be a lie to deny her feelings of gratitude. This man, always so clear-cut between work and personal matters, had never once sought an advantage for her in his professional dealings, never hesitating to pursue justice in his cases. Yet now, he stood up for her. "Mrs. Pei, Since you have cast doubts upon our bank's integrity as the president, it is my duty to assure you of our honesty. I shall drink this bottle. What do you think, Mrs. Pei? If the president is drinking, then it cannot be just one bottle. It should at least be double. For bottles, perhaps, Imo Chinchao said. Nestled in Pei Nua's embrace, exuding charm and allure. Zhang Wenhao frowned, his teeth grinding audibly. Yanin seized the bottle from his hands and drank with fervor. Not a single drop spilling. Time seemed to stand still, the air thick with tension, as the entire bottle found its way into Yanin's stomach. She tilted the empty bottle to demonstrate that not a drop remained. Qin stood up to applaud, exclaiming, Manager Li is indeed a remarkable woman. This matter is settled. I will instruct Accountant Wang to seek you out first thing tomorrow. Not a problem, she replied. As she spoke, Yanin presented her business card, which CEO Qin accepted with a smile, remarking, We shall take our leave now. All right, goodbye, CEO Qin, she replied. Zhang Wenhao personally escorted CEO Qin to the door, while Pei Nua, accompanied by Imo Chinchao, departed shortly thereafter. As the gathering concluded, Li Baikong supported Yanin, asking, Sister, are you all right? I am fine, Yanin responded. Shaking her head, Zhang Wenhao discreetly observed Yanin, who was looking down, evidently uncomfortable. Just as he contemplated approaching her, he was interrupted by Li Min, who stumbled over and clung to his arm, exclaiming, Boss, I've had too much to drink. Would you be so kind as to take me home? Very well. Zhang Wenhao acquiesced, as Li Min clung to him while they exited. Huang Tianyu approached Yanin and inquired, Yanin, are you all right? I am fine, Mr. Huang, you may leave. She assured him. It's all right, Mr. Huang, I will escort Sister Yanin home, Li Baikong interjected, offering his support. Huang Tianyu cast a significant glance at Yanin and Li Baikong, choosing not to speak further as he departed with Song Jiding. Wang Sisi stepped forward to Li Baikong and said, Li Bai, I've had too much to drink. Please take me home. I need to see my sister home. He replied, What about me? She protested. Take a taxi. I refuse. It's too dangerous for a girl like me to be out so late. Your going out poses a danger to others. Enough of this, Yanin interjected impatiently, addressing the two squabbling individuals. Li Baikong, please take Sisi home. I'll step outside for a breath of fresh air. You can return for me shortly. Sister, I shall await you at the entrance of the restaurant. Rest assured, all shall be well. Li Bai glanced at Yanin, never one to turn down her requests, ultimately nodding in agreement. A jubilant smile illuminated Wang Cc's face. Yanin bid them farewell, watching as Li Bai's vehicle vanished from sight. Finally reaching the refuse bin, she expelled the contents of her stomach, feeling as if the world was spinning, her senses entirely dulled. The sensation of an empty stomach was surprisingly liberating. As Yanin rummaged through her bag for a tissue, she produced a pristine one and presented it before him. Thank you. Yanin followed the direction of the hand and beheld a familiar visage reappear before her, momentarily leading her to believe it was merely an illusion. The tissue hovered between them, and Yanin hesitated to take it, fearing that a mere touch might shatter the dreamlike state. Suddenly, the hand stirred. Yanin, her mind clouded and unresponsive, accepted the tissue, wiped her mouth, and said, Thank you, General Manager Pei. Regarding today's incident, it was a mistake on Chinchao's part. I shall apologize on her behalf. If your sole purpose is to apologize, it is unnecessary, Pei responded. As a professional account manager, I strive to accommodate my clients' requests, provided they remain within legal and ethical bounds. Yanin's words rang with an air of solemnity, rendering Pei No momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, Allow me to escort you home. Yanin regarded Pei No with a sardonic smile. Oh, Pei No, you no longer possess a valid reason to escort me home. If that is the case, why provoke me? I am no longer the Li Yanin of yesteryears. Before Yanin could utter a word, a sleek black Mercedes halted before them. The imposing figure of Zhang Wenhao emerged from the vehicle, exuding an intense aura as he gazed at Pei No, then cast a glance at Yanin. She instinctively swayed slightly, prompting Pei No to reach out to steady her. However, Zhang Wenhao swiftly pulled Yanin into his embrace, a faint scent of cologne wafting into the air. We are going home, he declared, ushering Yanin into the car before driving away. Throughout this encounter, he exchanged not a single word with Pei No, who remained silent, feeling utterly powerless to intervene, merely watching as the car disappeared from view. The sensation of a hangover manifested as an inability to rise from bed the following morning. Upon finally opening her eyes, Yanin discovered it was already 8 o'clock, and the room was devoid of any presence. Her phone displayed over 50 missed calls and more than 20 messages, all from Li Baikong. Rubbing her head, she recalled her prior arrangement with him, realizing he must have been frantic with worry. She hastily dialed his number. "Hello, sister. You finally decided to show up. You scared me half to death. I was on the verge of calling the police. I even reached out to my buddies. And only after they assured me there were no incidents in your area did I finally relax. Where on earth have you been? I sincerely apologize, Li Bai. I was feeling utterly unwell yesterday and took a taxi home. I fell asleep upon my return and completely forgot to call you back. I'm really sorry. As long as you're all right. Where are you? I'll come pick you up for work." Yanin provided him with her location, knowing that without Li Bai's swift driving, she would undoubtedly be late today. Fortunately, Li Bai arrived with remarkable speed. Just as Yanan finished tidying up, he appeared. At 8:58, the two clocked in punctually, exhaling a sigh of relief that they were not late. As Yanan settled into her seat, news came from downstairs that Accountant Wang, the representative of the National Liquor, had arrived. In a flurry, Yanan hurried down the stairs and, upon entering the elevator, discovered that Zhang Wenhao was also present, accompanied by several senior executives. Initially taken aback, she quickly greeted them. The group disembarked at the video conference room level, and as the elevator doors closed, Yanan distinctly felt Zhang Wenhao's gaze upon her, tinged with a hint of irritation. Not wanting to dwell on this, she hastened to the first floor to assist Sister Wang with the account opening. The account opening proceeded smoothly in the morning. With her mind still recovering, Yanan returned to her workspace. Barely settled, Li Min approached her and said, "Yanan, there's a business banquet tonight. President Huang just called and asked you to attend." "Me? Indeed, this banquet is hosted by President Qin, who specifically invited you. I will accompany you, along with President Huang." "All right." At the end of the workday, Huang Tianyu arrived punctually and climbed into President Huang's car. Yanan and the driver occupied the front seat, while President Huang and Li Min sat in the back. Their conversation flowed easily, largely revolving around Zhang Wenhao. Seizing the opportunity, Li Min inquired about him, to which President Huang sometimes responded and at other times chose to remain silent, prompting Li Min to wisely refrain from further questioning. Chapter 41. Establishing connections. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the Lido Hotel. The so-called soiree was merely a pretext orchestrated by General Qin to mark the commencement of the Vineyard Project, inviting various business associates. Guests settled at their designated tables as indicated by the place cards. Alongside Yanan was a representative from another bank. President Huang exchanged pleasantries with their bank's president while Yanan listened attentively, maintaining a polite smile, though Li Min appeared somewhat bored. At the entrance, a tall figure emerged, standing erect, with a subtle smile adorning his face. Draped over his arm was a delicate, fair-skinned hand, leading the gaze to a statuesque woman beside him, a quintessential beauty with a heart-shaped face, bright eyes, and pearly teeth, cascading waves of hair framing her alluring visage. Clad in a flowing blue gown, she exuded grace and elegance. Li Min's hand trembled slightly as she held her glass, while Huang Tianyu exchanged a few words with a companion before striding towards Zhang Wenhao, with Yanan and Li Min trailing behind. The woman in the blue dress appeared to be acquainted with Huang Tianyu, extending her hand with a smile, saying, "President Huang, long time no see. Miss you. You have become even more stunning." Huang Tianyu complimented. "You always know how to make people feel good." The beauty smiled softly in response. Huang Tianyu continued, "Allow me to introduce. This is attorney Yu Yuan, a renowned beauty lawyer specializing in economic cases." Yu Yuan turned to Li Min and remarked, "Miss Li, it has been a while." Li Min offered a cold smile and replied, "Miss you, it has indeed been some time." Like a greeting from an old friend, it felt more like a contest between rivals. Yanan observed them and understood intuitively that this Miss Yu must have an intricate connection with Zhang Wenhao. Sensing Zhang Wenhao's gaze fixed upon her, Yanan instinctively drew her neck in. Once they were seated, Yu Yuan and Li Min positioned themselves on either side of Zhang Wenhao, vying for his attention in a display of jealousy. Yanan, however, was oblivious to their rivalry, her focus entirely on another man at the main table, alongside the striking figure that remained by his side. Unlike herself, Mo Chunxiao never allowed herself to appear disheveled. She always presented herself impeccably, perfectly complimenting the man beside her. President Qin delivered a brief speech, followed by a performance from the invited dance troupe. The guests below were either drinking or engaging in conversation, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Yanan, seeking solace, made her way to the terrace. Below it lay a garden, and the terrace itself was adorned with a variety of flowers. along with a swing set that seemed long neglected, a fine layer of dust resting upon it. Yanin sat upon it, gently swaying, as memories of her childhood washed over her. Back then, her home had a simple swing made from a tire, and whenever she sat on it, her father would push her, prompting peals of joyous laughter from her as she urged him to push her higher, as if she were soaring into the sky. Father, where are you? Do you know that when you are gone, many people bully your daughter? Are you still crying for that man? Yanin glanced up at the tall figure that cast a shadow over the room, recalling her father. My father has always indulged me. When I was young, my greatest joy was to swing, and he would push me for what seemed like an eternity. At this moment, Zhang Wenhao sat beside her, the swing gently swaying, as the evening breeze caressed her face, bringing with it a refreshing hint of floral fragrance. Yanin, if you wish, I can also pamper you, he murmured. Once, someone had whispered similar words in her ear, saying that it was perfectly fine to have a princess complex, for he could indulge her. Yet now, that man was gone, replaced by another vibrant figure beside him. Yanin smiled faintly and lowered her gaze in silence. I know you approach me for my status and the advantages I can provide, she thought. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Zhang Wenhao gestured for her to refrain from speaking and continued, as a man nearing 50. I am not oblivious to your little ploys. I am unfazed. Should you choose to be with me, the benefits I offer will not be lacking. What cannot be made public, I can provide discreetly. There are many women around me, most of whom are strikingly beautiful, yet you are different. You embody a distinct persona that intrigues me, a harmonious blend of intellect and grace that captivates my attention. This is the third time I have broached the subject of our relationship. If you disagree, I shall not press you. Please refrain from speaking of love or seeking solace in loneliness. I find such uncontrollable relationships unappealing. Do you understand? Would you like me to grant you time to ponder? Do you wish for me to become just one among them? Yes, the relationship of a benefactor and his mistress. I no longer wish to be a mere vine circling a tree. I desire only for you to be my backdrop. I refuse to allow anyone, simply due to their lineage, to indiscriminately diminish my standing. During the period I accompany you, I solemnly pledge not to engage in romantic entanglements, nor will I cultivate any overly familiar relationships with other men. Zhang Wenhao contemplated for a moment, nodding in agreement. I'm aware of your situation at the branch and have a general understanding of your ups and downs. I assure you that as long as your performance remains exemplary, no one shall be able to undermine your position. With that, Yanin extended her pinky finger. Zhang Wenhao's smile deepened as he embraced Yanin, his warmth enveloping her face, creating an indescribable sensation that lingered between them. This sweet scene unfolded before the eyes of a solitary figure in the corner of the hall. Let us return, Zhang Wenhao suggested. Not going back with your fiancé? Yanin teased. Little girl, are you feeling jealous? Zhang Wenhao playfully pinched Yanin's nose, an irrepressible smile adorning his face. Jealous? Am I? Yanin dared not ponder too deeply, though a flicker of discontent had indeed crossed her mind moments before. Without further delay, Zhang Wenhao took her hand and led her down a small path. Once in the car, a cascade of kisses descended upon her, and Yanin found herself ensnared in a delightful intoxication. In the middle of the year, Zhang Wei's resignation notice was issued, providing a conclusion after a prolonged silence. There were no disciplinary actions, no public announcements. He simply departed quietly, treated as a standard resignation. Yanin forwarded the email to Wang Ming, who was abroad, and Wang Ming expressed her satisfaction over the phone with spirited enthusiasm. With Zhang Wei's departure, Candy officially assumed the role of president at the A-City branch. In July, Candy came to the headquarters to report on her work, exuding an air of vitality and sophistication in her elegant attire. While Yanin was engrossed in her tasks, Candy silently appeared beside her, catching her attention. You startled me, Yanin exclaimed, patting her chest. You seem quite focused, Candy remarked with a smile. The case is going to the meeting tomorrow. I am preparing, Yanin replied. Is it really that tedious to prepare for a case now? Candy inquired, leaning closer and speaking in a tone meant for only the two of them. Yanin nodded and said, he is indeed very strict about separating personal and professional matters. Then aren't you at a disadvantage? What benefits do you gain from working with him? Not entirely. I received a 50% raise with my promotion, Yanin responded, raising an eyebrow. Candy acknowledged this with a nod. When will you be heading back? Let's have lunch together, Yanin asked. I'm leaving now. I have to visit a client in the afternoon. Perhaps we can dine together another day when you return, Candy suggested. All right, Yanin said as she accompanied Candy to the door. They exchanged brief farewells. and although their meeting was short, the joy of seeing an old friend in a distant place was ineffable. Following her promotion and raise, Yanin faced the task of finding a new place to live. Zhang Wenhao always complained that Yanin's apartment was too small, yet despite their search, they had yet to find a suitable option. Ultimately, Zhang Wenhao escorted Yanin to a residential community not far from the subway station, merely 5 stops away without the need for transfers, and a brief drive of a little over 10 minutes. It was a low-density neighborhood featuring exquisite villas, each over 200 square meters, adorned with elegant decor. A veritable oasis within a premium enclave. Yanin tugged at Zhang Wenhao's sleeve, expressing, "I cannot afford to rent here. This is my residence," Zhang Wenhao replied with a smile, handing her the keys. "From now on, you shall reside here. It is convenient for commuting, the security in the community is commendable, and most importantly, it is spacious enough. Those places you were considering are simply too small. Is it customary for all your women to enjoy such privileges?" she asked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Zhang Wenhao embraced Yanin's waist, gazing earnestly into her eyes, and declared, "No, you are the only one. I do not permit anyone else to inhabit my home." Yanin, momentarily lost in the depths of his eyes, quickly regained her composure and replied, "It is too large for me to live here alone. We should live together." "Ah, we shall live together," Zhang Wenhao asserted seriously, "from this day forth. Focus solely on our relationship and do not entertain thoughts of other men." "Other men?" she questioned. "It is nothing," he averted his gaze. Recalling the night Yanin had drunk excessively, weeping in bed while repeatedly uttering a name, Pei Nua. That evening, he too had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, feeling a semblance of madness, a sensation he had not experienced in years. Was it love? It had been many years since that word crossed his mind. Perhaps it was merely a deeper fondness. Thus, he waved Yuen before her eyes, hoping that this childish act might capture her attention. He refrained from speaking of love or the solace of loneliness, for no woman had ever left him feeling so utterly captivated. It was only by exerting complete control over the woman before him that he could find some semblance of comfort in his heart. Yanin had moved into Zhang Wenhao's residence, significantly reducing her rent and allowing her to send more money to her mother. During the weekend, Yanin informed Zhang Wenhao that she was returning to City A. Her mother's condition had improved considerably, and after prolonged treatment, she was now able to walk with the assistance of a cane. Chapter 42. Weaving lies. The mother and daughter sat at the table, picking fresh vegetables, while the housekeeper brewed herbal soup in the kitchen. "Nan, have you recently met anyone new?" "Ha, Mom, such matters cannot be rushed. Aunt Zhang mentioned that there is a relative's son who is quite impressive, tall, works at a large company, and is said to be around your age. Perhaps you might consider meeting him." "Mom." Before Yanin could finish her words, there was a knock at the door. Li Mama wore a smile on her face as Yanin, filled with suspicion, went to answer it. To her surprise, a handsome young man stood at the door, not particularly tall, yet refined in demeanor. Just as Yanin opened her mouth to speak, she heard Li Mama ask from inside, "Is that Xiao Zhang?" "Yes, Aunt," the man replied. The housekeeper emerged from the kitchen, ushering the young man inside. In that moment, Yanin realized that this was the relative her mother had mentioned. "Let me introduce him. This is my brother's child, Zhang Zimo, who works in IT at a state-owned enterprise." The housekeeper warmly introduced Zhang Zimo, and Yanin nodded with a smile, remaining silent. Zhang Zimo spoke little, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. After lunch, Li Mama and the housekeeper found an excuse to go out for groceries, leaving Yanin and Zhang Zimo alone in the small room. They both began simultaneously. "Please, go ahead," Zhang Zimo said. "I actually was unaware of today's arrangement. I have no intention of pursuing a boyfriend." "Why not? That is a personal matter. From the moment you opened the door and I laid eyes on you, I found myself quite fond of you. Why not grant me the opportunity to pursue you? I am well aware that girls often enjoy the sensation of being courted." Yin Nan furrowed her brow and replied, "I believe we are truly incompatible." Zhang Zimo, undeterred, continued his entreaties, while Yin Nan responded with a sense of detachment. Before long, the nanny and Li Mama returned, both appearing quite cheerful, seemingly enlightened by the nanny's words, as if they had already envisioned a bright and blissful future for the two of them. Just as Yin Nan was about to speak, her phone rang. It was Zhang Wenhao. She stepped onto the balcony. "Hello, boss. Call me by my name." "Zhang Wenhao. What's the matter? Are you unhappy?" "Oh, nothing much. Just a single woman being pressured to marry." Yin Nan chuckled at her own predicament. "Haha," Zhang Wenhao responded, his laughter resonating with joy. "Still laughing? What do you need from me? Can't I call you without a reason? I must first deal with that annoying fellow. With that, Yan'an ended the call. Upon returning indoors, she found Zhang Zimo in conversation with Li Mama, who appeared unable to cease smiling, an expression Yan'an had not witnessed in quite some time. Reluctant to intrude, she contemplated leaving. Nan, are you done on the phone? Yes, she replied, steeling herself as she walked over again. Why don't you chat with Zimo for a while? I shall assist with the cooking. Without waiting for her mother to speak, Yan'an hurriedly dashed into the kitchen, ushering the housekeeper out and locking the door behind her. She busied herself with preparing dinner, even turning away Zhang Zimo when he knocked at the door. There was nothing left to say to him. Purposefully dragging out the cooking process for over 2 hours, she emerged only to find Zhang Zimo still lingering. Reluctantly, she began to arrange the dishes. Our Yan'an's culinary skills are quite commendable. Do savor it. Li Mama praised Yan'an to Zhang Zimo. Wonderful, he replied, a guileless smile adorning his face, which Yan'an perceived as shameless persistence despite having been rebuffed. A knock resounded once more, causing everyone to exchange glances. Rarely did anyone come by, not even relatives. Who could it be? Yan'an set down her utensils and approached the door, with Zhang Zimo trailing behind, offering an unwarranted sense of protection that only irked her. Reaching the door, she inquired, Who is it? It's me, Yan'an. The magnetic voice carried an innate charm, causing Yan'an's lips to involuntarily curve into a smile as she instinctively moved to open the door. A tall figure stood at the threshold, and they exchanged knowing smiles. What brings you here? Yan'an's surprise was palpable. The man gently brushed his fingers through her hair and whispered, just asserting my claim. Ah. Before Yan'an could fully comprehend, the man stepped into the house. And you are? Li Mama questioned. Hello, Auntie. My name is Zhang Wenhao. As he spoke, Zhang Wenhao placed the gift he held onto the table. Yan'an stifled a laugh and glanced at Zhang Zimo, whose demeanor had soured since Zhang Wenhao's entrance. The disparity in their charm, appearance, and stature rendered Zhang Zimo utterly eclipsed by Zhang Wenhao. Mother, I am Yan'an's boyfriend, Zhang Wenhao declared. This left Yan'an in a precarious position. Li Mama glanced at Yan'an, who appeared to be in a state of indecision. Zhang Wenhao continued. We recently had a disagreement. I had to go on a business trip and couldn't return to accompany Yan'an to visit you, which left her quite displeased. She has been ignoring me these past few days. Oh, this child, Li Mama chided, casting a disapproving glance at Yan'an. Feeling cornered, Yan'an chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Zhang Wenhao's words. Work is indeed important, Li Mama remarked, scrutinizing Zhang Wenhao with a discerning eye. It was evident that this man surpassed Zhang Zimo in every conceivable aspect, which explained why her daughter dismissed Zhang Zimo so readily. Li Mama felt quite satisfied with Zhang Wenhao, albeit underpinned by a veil of deception. Yan'an pondered whether unveiling this charade might lead to dire consequences. Zhang Wenhao, well-preserved with smooth, taut skin and devoid of any noticeable wrinkles, could easily pass for someone in his 30s, despite being only 3 years younger than Li Mama. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, devoid of generational gaps. Zhang Zimo, witnessing Zhang Wenhao's presence, seized an opportunity to excuse himself. Though the nanny wore a somewhat displeased expression, she made no overt display of her feelings. After dinner, Zhang Wenhao accompanied Yan'an downstairs for a stroll. The gentle breeze caressed their faces, dispelling the day's sweltering heat and ushering in a refreshing coolness. When will you return? Zhang Wenhao inquired. Next Wednesday. I have taken 2 days off to spend time with my mother. It has been a long time since I last visited, Yan'an replied. Zhang Wenhao nodded, adding, I must head back tonight. You should be cautious here alone. Yan'an chuckled lightly. I grew up here. What is there to be cautious about? Flies, he retorted. I dislike the thought of you being around other men. Upon hearing his words, Yan'an sensed an almost frenzied possessiveness emanating from him, causing her to instinctively draw back her neck, a chill creeping down her spine. Upon returning to City A reunion with old friends was inevitable. Lu Ai had already become a mother, and Lu Xinxin was pregnant as well, to accommodate the expectant mother and the new mom. The gathering was arranged at Lu Ai's home, a villa not far from the city center, easily accessible. Lu Ai had married well, while not exceedingly wealthy. She enjoyed a comfortable life. As they approached the entrance, they spotted Lu Ai waiting for them, cradling her baby, who smiled incessantly upon seeing them. Naturally, there was much for a mother and a soon-to-be mother to discuss. Topics such as childbirth, child-rearing, preferred brands of formula, and diaper choices. Meanwhile, Yan'an could only sit quietly, listening. Yan'an, Is there anyone suitable for you at the headquarters? Lu Xinxin gradually shifted the conversation towards Yanin. No, they're isn't, she replied. Yanin smiled, while Lu Ai beside her poked Lu Xinxin with her hand, perhaps signaling him to refrain from inquiring further. Yanin, is it true that the is much better at the head office? Lu Ai asked. Indeed, it is quite favorable, surpassing what we have here, Yanin replied. This time, the salary increase was a remarkable 50%. Over the years, I have never received such a substantial raise. It seems that aligning with Zhang Wenhao has indeed yielded rewards. The group continued to engage in casual conversation, during which Yanin learned that the supervisor of the operations department downstairs had been dismissed by Candy, and that several employees from IT, administration, and finance had also been let go or replaced. Candy's decisive and efficient style of management was evidently in action. Hearing this, Yanin couldn't help but smile. After lunch, Yanin and Lu Xinxin took their leave. While seated in the car, Lu Xinxin invited Yanin to accompany her on a shopping spree for baby items. Yanin readily agreed, as it had been a long time since she had returned, and she noticed that the streets had changed. Some malls had closed down, and once bustling shopping districts were no longer lively. The two women arrived at a bustling shopping center, where the top floor was entirely dedicated to baby products and featured a playful soft play area. While Lu Xinxin went to the restroom, Yanin stood by, observing the children giggling and playing inside. A toddler, seemingly just learning to walk, was bumped by another child but did not cry. Instead, he stood up on his own. Shortly thereafter, the toddler's father rushed over to scoop him up. The familiar silhouette caught Yanin's attention, and it seemed the other party recognized her as well, exchanging smiles. Yanin, it has been such a long time, he greeted. Indeed, it has. Is this your daughter? Yanin inquired with a smile. The father, cradling his child, nodded and remarked. So adorable. How have you been lately? The man inquired. Quite well, and you? I'm doing well too. Let us find a place to converse. What about your wife? Yanin asked. She has gone to get her nails done and won't be back any time soon. Yao Chang. Yanin heard a sharp, piercing voice from a distance. Both Yao Chang and Yanin turned to see Zhao Menghan approaching briskly. She glanced at Yanin and shouted at Yao Chang. Oh, look who it is, an old flame. Menghan. Zhao Menghan's hostility towards Yanin was palpable as she rolled her eyes. Yanin, maintaining her composure, slowly replied. Perhaps we can discuss this another day. Today doesn't seem appropriate. Don't. I fear that the next time I see you. I want to have the chance to speak, Yao Chang interjected. What do you have to say to her? Zhao Menghan questioned, her demeanor frenzied. Yanin furrowed her brow, pondering whether this was how they typically interacted as a couple. Although she had never been married, she found their dynamic rather peculiar, even inappropriate. It concerns my mother. Zhao Menghan froze momentarily, while Yanin's expression deepened with concern. In a quaint dessert shop, Yanin sat across from Yao Chang, who had managed to send Zhao Menghan away. Despite her reluctance, Yanin found herself witnessing a side of Yao Chang that was remarkably assertive. What is wrong with your mother? She asked. My mother was diagnosed with cancer 2 months ago. She may not survive this winter, Yao Chang replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The affection that Yanin once held for mother Yao dissipated the moment the latter threw money at her. What had seemed like 5 years of goodwill was merely a grand performance. Nevertheless, upon hearing the news today, a twinge of bitterness still lingered in her heart. My mother wishes to meet you, Yao Chang continued. Previously, your phone number was deleted by Menghan. I reached out to Lu Ai and others, but they refused to share it. This time, we happened to cross paths. Yao Chang, I am no saint. I harbor resentment toward your mother, Yanin replied. I understand, Yanin, but... Chapter 43, Unforgettable Affection. Yanin was uncertain how she had been persuaded by Yao Chang, yet ultimately, she found herself accompanying him to the hospital. The air was permeated with the acrid scent of disinfectant, sharp and overwhelming. As Yanin followed Yao Chang along the corridor leading to the ward, the flow of people around them was incessant. Some emerged joyfully while others faced the heart-wrenching pangs of separation. Yao's mother was in a private room, relatively pristine, but the once astute woman now lay in bed, her face marked by illness, devoid of her former vitality and assertiveness. Upon seeing Yanin, Yao's mother exhibited surprise, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She gestured for Yanin to come closer and take a seat. Yanin settled beside her, softly greeting. Andy, it is a relief to finally see you. Yao's mother grasped Yanin's hand and exhaled deeply. I feared you were upset with me, unwilling to visit. Not at all. I simply transferred to work in B City, which has limited my time to return, Yanin replied with a gentle smile. Your presence means the world to me. Thank you. Yao's mother continued. Yanan, regarding the matters of the past, I sincerely apologize. Had Yao Chong married you, I doubt I would find myself in this predicament today. All my ailments stem from that wretched girl. Auntie, had Yao Chong chosen me, he would not have achieved his current success. One must often relinquish certain things to attain others, Yanan remarked thoughtfully. After a prolonged silence, Yao's mother inquired, Yanan, do you still harbor resentment towards me? Yanan shook her head, stating that she had long forgotten the past, and that your choice back then was undoubtedly correct. I heard that Yao Chong is now a cadre at the departmental level. Upon hearing this, Yao's mother immediately wore a smile, regardless of the individual. Mentioning one's child's accomplishments always brings a sense of pride and comfort. Yanan offered a few simple words of consolation to Yao's mother before exiting the hospital room. Observing Yao's mother's expression, Yanan found it difficult to harbor any resentment. Had Yao Chong shown a bit more perseverance back then, they might not have ended up in their current predicament, nor would there have been subsequent events, yet who can truly blame fate for its caprices? Yao Chong caught up with Yanan as she was about to leave. Yanan turned around to face him, noticing his weary figure, which seemed to have aged over the years. Even with high rank and wealth, one could not conceal the strain of the heart, especially as they were no longer youthful. Thank you. No need. How have you been all these years? Yao Chong inquired, accompanying Yanan as they walked forward. Pretty well. Yanan, is there still a possibility for us to return to how we once were? Yao Chang stepped in front of Yanan, halting her. Yanan smiled and replied, what do you think? I've truly had enough of Minghan. I want a divorce. Yanan seemed unfazed by Yao Chong's words. A young lady like Zhao Minghan would undoubtedly clash with Yao's mother's temperament. Over the years, Yao Chong must have endured considerable frustration, yet the past is the past. Yao Chong, first, you are a public servant, and divorce is not an option. Second, I have no interest in someone who is overly attached to their mother. Yao Chong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yanan, regaining her composure, remarked, I apologize for my earlier excitement. It is quite all right. Are you feeling all right? Yanan? Of course, how could I not be fine? I have unfortunately sunk to the role of someone else's mistress. With a faint smile, Yanan responded, I am well. The heat has been rather unbearable lately. Yao Chong, marriage entails responsibility. Having made your choice, do not abandon it lightly. Consider this advice from an old friend. Farewell. Upon leaving the hospital, Yanan wandered aimlessly. At the entrance of a toy store stood an enormous transformer, prompting her to pause and reflect. What of that gift I once presented to Pei Nua? Is it still kept away in a corner, or has it long been discarded? A city may be small, yet it allowed her to encounter old friends repeatedly, while the one she yearned for remained elusive. After a few days of rest, Yanan returned to B City, only to find Zhang Wenhao absent from home. Exhausted, she collapsed onto her bed and soon drifted into slumber. In a state between wakefulness and dreams, she felt an irritating tickle on her cheek. Despite several swipes of her hand, the sensation remained. Yanan pouted and opened her eyes, discovering herself beneath Zhang Wenhao, his fingers brushing against her face. Awake? He inquired with a smile. Yanan nodded. What time is it? It is 10 o'clock. So late. Yanan gently nudged Zhang Wenhao, but he remained unperturbed. His eyes filled with deep affection as they fixed upon her. His hands incessantly caressed her, and soon the temperature in the room began to rise, breaths grew heavier. And their descent into entrapment commenced from that very moment. Resuming the normalcy of work, Yanan continued her routine of early departures and late returns. The rankings for the month were swiftly released, revealing Wang Cici as the lowest performer, demoted to the position of assistant. According to Song Jitian's arrangements, Li Baikong returned to Yanan's side as her assistant, while Wang Cici became Li Min's aide. Naturally, Wang Cici was not in high spirits, and she persistently urged Li Baikong to treat her to a meal. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, yet deferred the date to an unspecified time in the future. Yanan worked overtime for an entire week, with Li Baikong accompanying her daily, zealously fulfilling the role of her devoted subordinate. One day, he carried 2 cups of instant noodles while humming a familiar tune, striding from the tea room towards the office area. As fate would have it, he encountered Zhang Wenhao, who regarded him with a furrowed brow. Good day, Chairman Zhang, Li Baikong greeted. Zhang Wenhao nodded in acknowledgement, and Li Baikong turned towards Yanan, exuberantly exclaiming, essential delicacies for overtime, Li Baikong's exclusive instant noodles, no extra charge. Yanan smiled at Li Baikong, but her gaze soon fell upon Zhang Wenhao's icy stare, sending a chill down her spine. Oblivious to the tension, Li Baikong picked up some noodles with his chopsticks and brought them to Yanan's lips. Sister, give it a try. Yanan stood there, locking eyes with Zhang Wenhao. Sister, eat, Li Baikong urged, nudging Yanan with his free hand. I'll manage on my own. As Yanan swiftly took the chopsticks from Li Baikong's hands, she insisted, No, you continue typing. I shall feed you. Li Baikong evaded Yanan's outstretched hand. Li Baikong, would you be so kind as to feed me as well? Teased Zheng Nan, who was also working late. You wish. I shall only serve my unparalleled sister. Li Baikong unabashedly declared. My sister is my idol. What are you in comparison? Ah, come on. Zheng Nan began to cheer. Yanan cast a sidelong glance at Li Baikong, and upon turning back, she noticed Zhang Wenhao had already entered Song Jiting's office. Upon seeing Zhang Wenhao, a rare smile graced Song Jiting's face. Wenhao, she greeted. Jiting, I came to check on your team's recent performance, which appears to be declining. He continued. I've reassigned Wang Cici to assist Li Min. As you know, Li Min is rather inexperienced, and with Wang Cici also in a mood, their numbers have plummeted. Song Jiting analyzed the situation. Zhang Wenhao nodded in acknowledgement and added, Wasn't Li Baikong performing admirably as Li Min's assistant? If he can't manage, let him return. That child is quite stubborn. He insists on being Yanan's assistant. Understood. Please handle these relationships carefully. Zhang Wenhao stated before turning to leave. Wenhao, Song Jiting stood as well. What is your relationship with Li Yanan? What? Why do you suddenly ask? The last time I met with the National Liquor Group and the Tianyi Group, you intervened on his behalf, and it has been quite a while since I've seen you stand up for someone else. A hint of bitterness tinged Song Jitian's calm tone. I merely feared for potential consequences. Really? Jitian, when did you begin to take an interest in my affairs? Why shouldn't I? If it weren't for. Zhang Wenhao gestured for Song Jitian to refrain from continuing and slowly spoke. Jitian, it has been over 20 years. Many things are now behind us. The corners of Song Jitian's eyes reddened slightly as she slowly circled the table and approached Zhang Wenhao, gazing into his eyes in search of something, yet ultimately finding only an unwavering calmness. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Wenhao, I cannot forget. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Zhang Wenhao handed her a tissue, which she did not accept, seemingly waiting for something. After a while, he gently wiped away her tears with the tissue in his hand. There, stop crying. We are not young anymore. As Zhang Wenhao exited Song Jitian's office, Yanan and Li Baikong had not yet finished their work. The two sat closely together, engrossed in conversation. Yanan spoke while Li Baikong nodded repeatedly. In response, Li Baikong rolled her eyes at Yanan. Zhang Wenhao walked alone to the underground parking lot and, seated in his car, sent a WeChat message to Yanan. Sister, do you have WeChat? Who is it from? Li Baikong asked, reaching for Yanan's phone. Yanan struck Li Bai's empty hand with a resounding slap, causing him to retract it swiftly. She glanced at WeChat and remarked, Li Bai, let's write tomorrow, before departing. Why? Li Bai gazed at Yanan, who was tidying up, bewildered by her sudden decision. Here comes the flood of questions again, Yanan thought, as she hurriedly organized her belongings and made her way to the underground parking lot. Zhang Wenhao noticed Yanan approaching and stepped out of his car, his expression austere. Yanan approached him with a smile, but before she could finish her thought, a sharp slap landed on her cheek. The impact reverberated in her head, leaving her momentarily dazed. Leaning against a nearby pillar for support, she held Zhang Wenhao's gaze, while he observed her swollen left cheek, a flicker of pain brushing against his heart. Chapter 44. The Flames of Jealousy. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Wenhao coldly inquired, Have you forgotten what I said? He continued ominously. If I ever catch you entangled with another man, the consequences will not be as trivial as a mere slap. Did you hear me? He demanded. Speak. Yanan's silence ignited Zhang Wenhao's fury once more. His arm rose high again. Yanan closed her eyes, bracing herself for impact. After a long moment, when the anticipated blow did not come, she opened her eyes to find Zhang Wenhao's arm halted midair by Li Baikong. The palpable rage emanating from the two men seemed poised to consume them both. Yanan hurriedly intervened, pulling Li Baikong aside. Li Bai, what is the nature of your relationship? Why did he strike you? Why did he speak to you in such a manner? With a cold laugh, Zhang Wenhao beckoned Yanan closer. She glanced at Li Baikong, who was attempting to prevent her from approaching. Li Bai, Yanan cast a helpless glance at him. Yanan, he just hit you. He is my boyfriend. Huh. What an age he is at to be your boyfriend. What a lie, Li Baikong retorted, delivering a kick to Zhang Wenhao's car, which emitted a shrill alarm. Yanan, do you harbor some unspeakable secret? No, I love him. Say that again, Li Baikong urged, gripping Yanen's shoulders tightly, as if he could scarcely believe the words he had just heard. Simultaneously astonished was Zhang Wenhao, who gazed at Yanen, seemingly lost in thought. I love him, Yanen declared, brushing aside Li Baikong's empty hands, recognizing that his earlier display of jealousy stemmed from witnessing their closeness. You should return now. After saying this, Yanen walked towards Zhang Wenhao, whose face was adorned with a triumphant smile, the joy of a victor. Sister, come with me. I will treat you well. Li Baikong's usual flippant demeanor had dissipated, replaced by a newfound seriousness. Everything he can offer you, I can provide as well. What he cannot, I can also give. If one were not moved at this moment, it would be disingenuous. The once carefree boy seemed to have matured, his earnestness palpable. Yanen appeared to glimpse the happiness of his future girlfriend, shaking her head with a smile. Li Bai, it is not merely about who can give me something that compels me to follow them. I love him, not you. Zhang Wenhao approached Yanen, and before Li Baikong, he lowered his head and seized her lips. Yanen sensed his ferocity as if he sought to consume her entirely, leaving her unable to resist. Soon, a briny taste enveloped their mouths. His bite had drawn blood from her lips. After what felt like an eternity, Yanen was released, and in the parking lot, they found themselves alone, as if nothing had transpired, the earlier events mere illusions. That night, Zhang Wenhao was consumed by madness, and Yanen felt as though she had been utterly devoured. The following morning, upon awakening, her face had lost its redness. The kitchen trash bin contained remnants of eggs. The previous night, she had sensed something rolling across her face, and it seemed that it was not merely a figment of her imagination. As Yanen sat in a daze, the sound of water from the bathroom ceased, and Zhang Wenhao emerged, wrapped in a black towel. The two were momentarily taken aback. Neither had broached the events of the previous evening upon their return, rendering this encounter undeniably awkward. Zhang Wenhao gently caressed Yanen's cheek with his warm hand. Does it still hurt? He inquired. Whether due to fear or the stark contrast in their body temperatures, Yanen shuddered at the instant his hand made contact. Zhang Wenhao seemed to sense her tremor, softly drawing her into his embrace. I'm sorry, I lost control yesterday. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Wenhao spoke again. Yanen, I have developed feelings for you. His voice quivered, a mixture of excitement, trepidation, and the joy of confronting his own heart. A gentle breeze fluttered, carrying the fragrance of blossoms, perfectly suited for the season. Li Baikong arrived at work punctually, which surprised Yanen. Logically, this child should have been throwing a tantrum and skipping work. His unexpected normalcy left her somewhat flustered. Good morning, Yanen, Li Baikong said with utmost seriousness. Yanen reached out to touch his forehead, and a harmless smile reappeared on his face, allowing her to exhale in relief. Yanen, I pondered over some matters all night, and have finally come to a realization. You have always perceived me as a child, while I have regarded you as an elder sister. However, when I witnessed you being struck last night, I finally comprehended that my feelings for you embody the affection a man has for a woman, rather than that of a sibling towards a child. Therefore, I have resolved to pursue you from this day forth. You may choose not to accept, yet you cannot hinder my decision. In any case, your affair with that elderly man will ultimately yield no results. Li Bai's vacant eyes brimmed with sincerity, and Jinan seemed to perceive his transformation from boyhood to manhood, though she could not help but laugh at his words. What are you laughing at? Li Bai inquired, somewhat disheartened. Nothing, Yanan replied, shaking her head. At that moment, Zhang Wenhao approached from a distance, and the two exchanged a smile. Observing the pair, Li Bai promptly stood up, obstructing Yanan's view. With a resigned glare, Yanan regarded Li Bai, who wore a triumphant grin. As she attempted to peer past him, Zhang Wenhao's figure had already vanished without a trace. Since the implementation of Song Zhitian's elimination system, everyone has been immersed in a state of preparation. The bustling atmosphere has turned overtime into a daily routine. Upon leaving work, when a client unexpectedly forwarded some documents, Yanan's eyes lit up at the sight, having gathered the information. She anticipated that next week's credit review meeting would feature a new case. This month's performance would not be the final one, and she could once again navigate through the elimination process. As Yanan diligently compiled her materials, she was unaware that the clock had struck 9. The once bustling office was now desolate, with only her solitary figure immersed in work. Suddenly, a bouquet of roses appeared before her eyes. Yanan looked up to find Li Baikong returning, his face adorned with a broad smile as he gazed at her. Why are you back again? She asked. I went out to get some food for you, knowing you would be working late. With that, Li Baikong waved the takeout container in his hand and proudly placed it before Yanan. revealing an enticing array of dishes that stirred her appetite. "Wow, this looks wonderful. I am indeed quite hungry," Yanin exclaimed. Li Baikong observed her with a satisfied smile, then gestured toward the flowers he held, encouraging her to take them. "Why did you buy flowers?" she inquired. "I simply picked them up while passing by a flower shop." As he spoke, Li Baikong placed the flowers into the vase on her desk, carelessly discarding a delicate dried flower into the trash. Yanin shook her head in exasperation at the thrown-away bloom. "Go ahead and eat, sister. I will fetch you a cup of water," Li Baikong said, picking up Yanin's cup and heading toward the pantry. Just then, a tall figure loomed in front of him, towering at least half a head above Li Baikong. The lights in the nearby office area had already been turned off, leaving only the glow of Yanin's computer screen illuminating the space, clad in a dark suit that nearly merged with the shadows of the night. The man exuded an aura of cold detachment that suggested he was not to be approached. Li Baikong paused for a moment, quickly regaining his composure and smiling as he said, "Zhan Xing, excuse me." Zhan Wenhao disregarded Li Baikong and walked straight up to Yanin, his voice icy as he inquired, "Do you not recall what I said yesterday?" "Speak," Zhan Wenhao bellowed. "I." He raised his hand high, causing Yanin to instinctively retract her neck and shut her eyes, bracing for the anticipated slap that never came. After a moment, she cautiously opened one eye, noticing that Zhan Wenhao's hand was halted in midair by Li Baikong. The two men locked eyes, prompting Yanin to hastily intervene and separate them. "Li, enough. Are you addicted to violence? Let me tell you, if I so desire, I could easily acquire this meager bank and leave you unemployed. Do you truly believe that? Yanin is my goddess. If you wish to strike, go ahead, but do you even know who you are? Damn it. Li, can you refrain from adding fuel to the fire?" Yanin urgently signaled to Li Baikong. "You spend your evenings away from home just to be with this guy?" Zhan Wenhao's voice was frigid as he gazed at Yanin with an icy stare. "No. Damn it. How dare you mention overtime? If it weren't for your little mistress, Li Min, stealing Yanin's clients, would she need to work so hard every day? Would she need to stay late? Would she have to drink with clients until she vomits? Would she have to constantly appease their whims? Li Baikong, you've had enough. As for me, I cannot fathom what my sister sees in you. In terms of looks and wealth, you are no match for me. You are older and yet so frivolous. You possess little of merit. However, since my sister holds affection for you, I implore you to treat her with kindness. Should I ever encounter you again and witness any wrongdoing, I shall promptly acquire this bank and appoint my sister as president, ensuring you receive your due retribution. Let your boasts be backed by true affection." With a hint of amusement gracing his lips, Zhan Wenhao remarked, "Li Bai, did you not have an appointment? You should make haste." Yanin gently urged Li Bai to leave, to which he nonchalantly replied, "I will depart now, sister. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me." As he was ushered out, the room descended once more into silence. Zhan Wenhao perched himself upon Yanin's desk, glancing at the documents in her hand, inquiring, "Is what Li Bai said true?" "What? Li Min has poached your clients. I will handle this matter. Do not worry." Chapter 45. The return of an old friend. Yanin approached and settled herself on Zhan Wenhao's lap, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck as she placed a gentle kiss at the corner of his mouth. "Are you feeling jealous?" He was right. I am no longer young, and with so many women around me, I truly lack the capital to compete with him. "Yanin, why do you choose to be with me? Why? Why?" In truth, Yanin had pondered this question numerous times herself, sacrificing her own path for the sake of a mere support. Li Bai was indeed far superior to him, yet must she revert to her former self? To face disdain from her parents, or to suddenly find an excuse to part ways? No, she would rather live freely. Zhan Wenhao was but an accessory in her life. Whether he adorned her existence or not would no longer bring her sorrow. Yanin leaned into his embrace and said, "You are not someone lacking in confidence. Affection requires no justification. I may not be the most alluring or the most intelligent woman by your side, yet you still have affection for me, don't you?" Zhan Wenhao remained silent, tightening his hold around the woman in his arms. The following morning, Li Min spritzed herself with perfume, swaying her hips as she said to Wang Cici, "I'm heading to the big boss's office. He is looking for me. Call my mobile if anything comes up." Song Zhitian, who was discussing business with Zheng Nan, glanced at her, noticing a peculiar expression on her face. However, Li Min paid little heed to this, sashaying away with a carefree demeanor. After a considerable time, Song Zhitong entered and exited the office numerous times, each time casting a fleeting glance towards Li Min's desk. Though no words were exchanged, Yanin sensed his scrutiny, keenly observing whether Li Min had returned. On Song Jitong's seventh exit, Li Min and Zhang Wenhao approached from a distance, with Li Min's smile radiant, akin to a blossom nourished by spring rain. Li Baikong quietly slid his chair to sit beside Yanan and whispered, "What do you think they have been doing all this time? Aren't you jealous? You should quickly end things with him. He has a fickle heart." Yanan shot him a glare and retorted, "Vanish from my sight." Li Baikong chuckled and wheeled his chair back to his own position. Zhang Wenhao nodded towards Song Jitong as a signal, and they entered the office in tandem. Zhang Wenhao settled onto the sofa opposite Song Jitong, crossing his legs. Standing beside the desk with arms crossed, Song Jitong regarded Zhang Wenhao and remarked, "Li Min is far too ostentatious in his work. When you summon him to the office, his flamboyant display will certainly raise suspicions about your relationship, which could lead to undesirable repercussions." Zhang Wenhao smiled, but remained silent. Song Jitong continued, "If you've had your fill, then it's best to part ways. The atmosphere is toxic, disrupting the office environment." "I share that sentiment," Zhang Wenhao replied. Song Jitong paused, seemingly taken aback by his response, momentarily at a loss for words. "I plan to have Li Min transferred to a different department. Let that Wang Cece continue as the client manager. I'll arrange for 2 assistants to come over." "You and Wang Cece?" "Cheating. Not every woman has issues with me." "All right. Wasn't it you who mentioned that Li Min's lack of business acumen led to a decline in performance? If she is indeed incompetent, then she should be reassigned. Wang Cece can return to her role as a client manager and will undoubtedly excel. I do not wish to see this month's figures continue to plummet. Wenhao, I have always admired your ability to distinguish between personal and professional matters." Zhang Wenhao smiled, but offered no explanation. As soon as Zhang Wenhao left the office, Song Jitong promptly gathered everyone for a brief meeting to announce Zhang Wenhao's decision. Li Min seemed unfazed, likely having been aware of this arrangement beforehand, while Wang Cece was filled with excitement. Since the number of client managers was just right, the policy of eliminating the lowest performer was abolished, allowing everyone to leave work earlier. Upon returning home, Yanan found Zhang Wenhao already there, dressed casually, suggesting he had been back for some time. Changing her shoes, Yanan asked, "Why are you home so early?" "To celebrate your early return today." "How come?" Yanan suddenly realized that Zhang Wenhao had orchestrated this, moving Li Min aside so they would not have to work so tirelessly and could leave earlier. Like a fawn, Yanan dashed over and sat on Zhang Wenhao's lap. He naturally wrapped his arms around her, one hand gently stroking her leg. Yanan's legs were slender and long, her skin flawless and alluring. "Are you worried about my late hours?" Yanan pouted. "There are some things you can share with me. You don't have to bear everything alone." I knew you cared for me. I find myself lamenting the loss of our shared moments. You return home so late each day, leaving me little time to enjoy your company." With a mischievous grin, Zhang Wenhao glanced at Yin Nan, who instantly understood his insinuation, her cheeks flushing crimson. From that day forward, they began to lead a life reminiscent of a married couple. It appeared that Zhang Wenhao had recently been less occupied, returning home early each day. They would savor their meals together and take leisurely strolls, snuggling under the blankets to watch films. Zhang Wenhao had a penchant for morning runs, a habit that Yin Nan gradually adopted, accompanying him each morning as they jogged together, her work becoming increasingly seamless. Each day, a splendid bouquet of fresh roses would replace the previous flowers in the vase at the office, maintaining an air of freshness. Yin Nan was aware that it was Li Baikong who provided them, and he no longer spoke of it, leaving her with little to say. Her dear friend Wang Meng had been in England for over a year now. On a sun-drenched morning, Yin Nan was engrossed in reports on her computer when she heard a familiar voice. "Miss Li, might I have the honor of inviting you to lunch?" Startled, Yin Nan's expression transformed in mere seconds, displaying surprise, joy, and excitement. "Wang Meng, how did you end up here?" she exclaimed, nodding fervently, overwhelmed by her emotions. "I applied for the position of secretary in the board office. I didn't mention it earlier. I wanted to surprise you. I told you I would return to work under your leadership. How about that? I've made it happen," Wang Meng said, raising an eyebrow playfully. "Surprised, are you?" "Absolutely," Yin Nan replied, her heart brimming with delight. Wang Meng placed her hand on Yin Nan's shoulder and said, "Do not weep. Is it truly necessary to be so emotional? From now on, you will receive first-hand information regarding this bank. Haha. Who are you? Bullying my sister?" Li Baikong observed the tear-streaked face of Yin Nan from a distance and rushed over, swiftly removing Wang Meng's arm from Yin Nan's shoulder. "Who is this?" Yin Nan inquired. Wang Meng, undeterred, glared back at Li Baikong. "Which little girl is so presumptuous?" Enough, Yin Nan quickly intervened. introducing the two of them. They both huffed disdainfully and turned away from each other. In an effort to smooth things over, Yan'an proposed, "How about I treat everyone to lunch? Would you care to join me?" With him? "No way," Wang Ming and Li Bai Kong retorted in unison. "Truly, you share a remarkable connection," Yan'an teased them with a smile. They exchanged glances, each remaining silent. When lunchtime arrived, Yan'an led both of them out for a meal. Naturally, with two affluent companions, the choice of venue would not be lacking. Fortunately, the area surrounding the bank offered several excellent options. Wang Ming selected a Sichuan restaurant with private rooms, ensuring they would not be disturbed. After a long separation, the friends engaged in lively conversation, while Li Bai Kong found herself somewhat sidelined. Yan'an, however, made an effort to attend to Li Bai Kong's feelings, occasionally adding a dish for her and inquiring about her opinions. Wang Ming has become the second Wang Cici. The distinction being that while Wang Cici is typically berated by Li Bai Kong for her numerous shortcomings, Wang Ming engages in a spirited verbal duel with him, both refusing to yield. "Yan'an, is this little boy your boyfriend?" Wang Ming inquired, immediately indulging in a mouthful of spicy hot pot. "Do you know that I longed for Sichuan cuisine while abroad? The foreign dishes are utterly unpalatable." "He is my assistant," Yan'an clarified. "Future boyfriend," Li Bai Kong added, while also serving Yan'an some dishes. "Ha! This young lad aspires to win the heart of our Yan'an, yet he should take a good look in the mirror. With your mediocre stature, you have no chance." Height is a sore subject for Li Bai Kong, and upon hearing this, he instantly raised his voice by an octave. "Hey, are you looking for a fight? I was to even talking about you, yet here you are, stirring things up. I must tell you, our Yan'an is not someone just anyone can pursue. If I say no, you shall never win her over unless you start currying my favor. Opposing me will lead you nowhere." Wang Ming said, relishing another bite of food. "Just take a look at yourself in the mirror. Do you really think you are worthy of my sister? What are you saying? Such crudeness. I am willing." "Enough." Yan'an, unable to endure the bickering any longer, finally called for a halt. Even so, the two continued to exchange barbs intermittently, rendering the entire lunch a cacophony of disputes, with Wang Ming not addressing any serious matters at all. Chapter 46. The boss's fury. After a satisfying meal, Wang Ming purchased 3 cups of coffee. Despite the heated argument with Li Bai, he still received his share. Wang Ming and Yan'an ascended to the rooftop together. It was Yan'an's first time there, and she was pleasantly surprised by the breathtaking view that unfolded before them, offering a panoramic gaze over the distance. A refreshing breeze swept through, providing a rare respite from the oppressive heat. "How do you like it here?" Wang Ming leaned against the rooftop wall, gazing into the horizon as she inquired. "Very nice. I never imagined the scenery would be so splendid," Yan'an replied. "I broke up with Zhang Dong." Wang Ming took a sip of her coffee and continued. "Zhang Dong was my former boyfriend. We were university classmates. His pursuit of me back then was nothing short of fervent, employing every conceivable romantic tactic available online, ultimately winning my heart. Yet, even such a passionate love could not endure." Yan'an remained composed as Wang Ming turned to her and asked, "Aren't you surprised?" "I had a feeling when you went to England without hesitation," Yan'an replied with a hint of knowing. "Ah, even you sensed it." I, the one involved, remained oblivious for so long. He was very supportive when I went to England, but unbeknownst to me, he had already moved on to someone else. It was only a month into my time there that he expressed his desire to break up. It had clearly been premeditated, Wang Ming said calmly. "I've long since moved on. I learned so much while studying alone in England, and I've come to terms with many things. With a sister as affluent as mine, who needs to worry about finding a man?" As she spoke, Wang Ming lightened the mood with playful banter once more. "Let us speak of you and the circumstances that have led us to this moment. Where shall I begin?" Yan'an shook her head and replied, "I do not know where to start. Perhaps you could discuss your breakup with Pei Nuo." "Never mind. There are countless reasons for a breakup. All merely excuses." Wang Ming appeared to be reminded of Zhang Dong, her expression somewhat melancholic. Yan'an gently patted Wang Ming's shoulder and said, "I never realized that my origins were so intricate. They could fill a novel. I can only learn to regard it as a twist of fate, akin to the plots found in literature. Let us set that aside for now and speak of Li Bai Kong. Is he the man in your life currently?" Yan'an chuckled and shook her head, saying, "He is merely a child, just my assistant. Age is but a number. Maturity is not dictated by years. He is a decent person, albeit a bit outspoken, yet it is evident that he is quite attentive and caring towards you. Unfortunately, both his age and mentality are immature. Our relationship is strictly professional. He is merely my assistant. However, I do see potential between the two of you. Oh, do not drag me into this. I detest men who are more feminine than women. Now, continue with your inquiry. Is there a man in your life? Yanan nodded, and Wang Ming's face instantly brightened with curiosity. Who is he? Bring him out for me to see. Zhang Wenhao. The air seemed to freeze, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. Wang Ming stared blankly at Yanan, who wore a smile, radiating an unrecognized happiness in the sunlight. Who? As time ebbed away, Wang Ming inquired after a long pause, Zhang Wenhao. Yanan reiterated with unwavering conviction, Zhang Wenhao. Why? No reason. No. You must elucidate this matter to me. What exactly transpired? Yanan offered a faint smile, remarking, You are far more composed than I anticipated. I presumed you would denounce me as shameless and sever our friendship. Wang Ming, taken aback, rolled her eyes and retorted, If it were anyone else, I would certainly unleash a torrent of invective. However, blood is thicker than water, and for you, I extend my forgiveness. I trust you have your reasons. I have no justification. A confluence of stratagems and coincidences. Initially, I deliberately ensnared him. After so many vicissitudes, I resolved to secure my own benefactor this time. And then, there is no sequel. I have no desire to invest emotionally. This outcome is optimal. He serves as my bulwark, and I offer my body in return. With him, life is embellished. Without him, I shall not suffer heartache. We each derive what we require. Yanan, are you not apprehensive of succumbing to genuine emotions, only to be wounded in the end? Afraid? Yanan had never contemplated this query. At least, she believes she is not yet in love. When she was with Pei Nua, Yao Chang never crossed her mind, perhaps because Pei Nua was so exceptional, showering her with such meticulous care. Yet now, she still finds herself reminiscing about Pei Nua. After the midday break, Yanan returned to her workstation. Wang Ming, serving as the secretary of the board office, shared an office with Zhang Wenhao on the first floor. As she left, Wang Ming playfully remarked that she would keep an eye on Zhang Wenhao. However, she was well aware that Zhang Wenhao was not solely under her watch. He was beyond anyone's oversight. Zhang Wenhao had gone abroad for a week to report to his parent company, which rendered life rather monotonous. Each day, Wang Ming would visit Yanan, engaging in playful banter with Li Bai. This light-hearted exchange had become the only delight in Yanan's life. A week may seem fleeting or prolonged, yet it passed swiftly. Early on Monday morning, Yanan received an email from Wang Ming. The boss is in a particularly foul mood today. He started berating people first thing. His discontent stemmed from unsatisfactory performance in the first half of the year, and it was likely that the board members were not inclined to offer him any kindness. If he received no courtesy, neither would his subordinates. Each position carries its own burdens. Zhang Wenhao was not the actual investor, as he too was subject to the board, which directly oversaw the audit department. Furthermore, the secretary of the board office was tasked with reporting the chairman's schedule to the boss daily. Despite appearing to hold a lofty position, there were numerous constraints he had to navigate. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the credit review meeting commenced punctually. Yanan, clutching her case, steeled herself as she entered the conference room. The credit review committee sat across from her, with Zhang Wenhao positioned in the center. His expression was rather neutral, while Yanan wore a smile. After a week apart, their reunion was imbued with an indescribable sense of joy. In a moment of distraction, Song Jitong beside her reminded, Yanan, it's time to report the case. All right. Yanan hastily introduced the case she had presented in the last meeting. Once she finished, she heard Zhang Wenhao's icy voice cutting through the air. A subsidiary of the Mei Group has just collapsed, and you come here to report their case? How did you conduct your client investigation? The reprimand and chill in his words immediately plunged Yanan's spirits to an abyss. Why are the current client managers so oblivious, failing to execute even the most fundamental tasks? Zhang Wenhao scolded. His gaze directed at Yanan was equally frigid. Yanan clenched her teeth and replied, The Mei Group closed one of its subsidiaries due to strategic adjustments, not because of losses or poor profits. I have reviewed their liquidation financial report regarding the closed subsidiary, and there are absolutely no issues. How could a profitable company shut down? If they require funds for transformation or intend to invest elsewhere, they could simply secure a loan from the bank. Would you expect the clients you brought in to terminate their accounts simply because there is no ongoing business? Surely not. A temporary cessation of dealings allows for future interactions. It is neither harmful nor beneficial. Moreover, why would such a profitable company suddenly collapse? Please conduct a thorough KYC before bringing this case to the meeting again. Next, thus, Yanan's case was dismissed, rendering a week's worth of hard work utterly futile. Yanin gazed at the computer for an entire afternoon, remaining seated even after everyone else had departed, lost in thought, resembling a statue in her stillness. Li Baikong gently nudged Yanin, who looked at him and said, "It's time to go. Your workday has ended." "Sister, are you truly unhappy?" he inquired. "I'm fine. You may leave," she replied. Li Baikong observed Yanin silently for a moment before turning away and entering the elevator, decisively pressing the button for the upper floor. Without an access card, he was unable to enter and could only wait quietly at the entrance. After an indeterminate period, Zhang Wenhao appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing Li Baikong, he furrowed his brow. Li Baikong stood up and said, "Honestly, I have no interest in meddling in others' affairs, yet for some inexplicable reason, I find myself particularly concerned about the two of you. I must be unwell." Zhang Wenhao merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Baikong before striding towards the elevator. "I'm speaking to you," Li Baikong protested. "Please exhibit some decorum." "You are the one lacking manners," Li Baikong retorted. "I am addressing you, yet you continue walking away, shamelessly accusing others of rudeness." "Very well, speak your mind." Zhang Wenhao took a step closer to Li Baikong, his tall figure casting a shadow over him. "Why did you terminate my sister's case? Why would you speak of her in such a manner? Which of my statements was incorrect?" "Indeed, you are correct, however. Allow me to express that I am acutely aware of the unsatisfactory performance during the first half of the year. When you return to deliver your report, rest assured you will face scrutiny from the board. This week, I have been working tirelessly on this case to ensure that our monthly report appears more favorable, so that when it is submitted to the board next month, you might avoid their wrath. Yet, upon your return, you resort to mockery and derision towards me. Should this case result in bad debts, our report will look even worse. Is it so difficult for you to communicate respectfully? You come back only to scold me. I fail to comprehend how you perceive your role in relation to me. Regardless, I am your partner, and as a man, to insult and belittle a woman is utterly reprehensible. In the workplace, I maintain a dynamic of superior and subordinate with her, and if she falters, I have every right to address it. Do you have anything further to add? You truly are a despicable individual." Zhang Wenhao observed Li Baikong Kong, grinding his teeth as he remarked, "She chooses to follow me. That may be the case now, but sooner or later, she will leave with me. I shall make her fall in love with me." Zhang Wenhao snorted disdainfully and vanished into the elevator, leaving Li Baikong Kong behind. Applause erupted as Li Baikong Kong watched Wang Ming emerge from the room, donning a mischievous demeanor. "How is it that you are everywhere?" he quipped. "Eavesdropping? You two are not hiding anything from anyone. I am merely listening openly. Who would have thought you possessed such a manly side? To be honest, I shall have to re-evaluate my perception of you," Wang Ming said, delivering a hearty slap to Li Baikong Kong's shoulder. "Hey, take it easy. Can't you behave like a lady for once?" he retorted. "You rascal, I compliment you a couple of times, and you lose all sense of direction. Humph. Your flattery is unnecessary. I hold it in no regard." Chapter 47. The Approach of Love. Zhang Wenhao stood in the elevator, his finger lingering over the button for the 27th floor. He gently pressed it, and the doors opened slowly. He hesitated for a moment before the doors began to close again, and the elevator descended back to the ground floor. The 27th floor still glimmered with faint light, casting an indelible warmth upon his heart. The elevator returned to the 27th floor, and the doors opened once more. Zhang Wenhao stepped out with measured strides. Glancing at his watch, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The desolate office area was eerily quiet, save for one section still illuminated. The glow of a computer screen illuminated a solitary figure, whose eyes were slightly red, intently focused on the screen, immersed in some task. With a cup of instant noodles resting on the desk, a tender part of Zhang Wenhao's heart seemed to be stirred, as he gazed at that familiar face for an extended moment. It was not until Yanan stood up to fetch water that she noticed him. The two exchanged a long, silent gaze. Yanan finally broke the silence, saying, "Boss, is there something you need?" Zhang Wenhao smiled gently. "I'm here to take you home." "No need. I still have work to finish," she replied, as she maneuvered around him with the cup in hand. "Don't sulk and be angry with me. You must recognize your place. A mistress's duty is to please her benefactor." Each word dripped with blatant insult, revealing that the sweet nothings of the past were merely fleeting attempts to amuse a mistress in moments of good cheer. In an instant, all feelings of warmth evaporated. With a hint of self-mockery, Yanan responded, "Boss, I truly have a case to attend to today. Your mistress must learn to fend for herself." Zhang Wenhao smiled and retrieved a card from his pocket, offering it to Yanan with a nonchalant air. "Feel free to use it. I am a generous benefactor." Do not complain any longer. Yanin's body trembled subtly as she endeavored to steady her emotions, turning to face Zhang Wenhao. A faint smile graced her lips as she accepted the card with her free hand, her voice cool as she replied, "Thank you, boss. But I cannot accompany you today due to my monthly cycle. Please, go ahead." With that, she turned and walked away towards the tea room without a backward glance. Zhang Wenhao chuckled meaningfully, then turned to leave, driving straight to Li Min's residence. Upon arrival, Li Min, her face alight with joy, leapt into his embrace, her tear-filled eyes expressing her longing. Zhang Wenhao gently caressed her hair, soothing her. A woman should be compliant, not stubborn like a bull. He carried Li Min to the bedroom, and the two soon became entwined in a passionate encounter. Afterward, as he gazed at the woman sleeping beside him, a hint of distraction clouded his mind, conjuring the image of another woman. The clock's hands had already pointed to 1 o'clock, leaving him to wonder what she might be doing. Zhang Wenhao stepped onto the balcony and picked up his phone, dialing a number. After a prolonged silence, just as he was about to hang up, the call was answered. "Hello?" Yanin's voice trembled, faint and not the disoriented tone of someone roused from slumber. "Are you unwell?" he inquired. "No," she replied. "Still awake?" "Yanin." He called her name softly once more. "I'm fine." "All right, I shall hang up then." Before long, the phone emitted a series of beeps. Zhang Wenhao ground his teeth, seated on the balcony while igniting a cigarette, allowing himself to dissolve into the boundless abyss of night, with only the flickering glow of the smoke illuminating the profound solitude etched upon his face. As the cigarette burned halfway, the phone rang. "Hello, can you come back?" Yanin's voice trembled with restrained tears. Zhang Wenhao hesitated for a moment before responding. "It's inconvenient." Having uttered those words, he disconnected the call. Yanin lay feebly on the bed, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Had she known, she would have abstained from cold beverages, which now exacerbated her misery during her menstrual cycle. She found herself cursing Zhang Wenhao in her heart, lamenting the vengeful nature of Scorpios. Time passed, and eventually, the painkillers began to take effect, lulling Yanin into a gradual slumber. The following morning, Zhang Wenhao made a deliberate visit to Song Jitian's office. His gaze swept over Yanin's desk, which appeared immaculate, devoid of any signs of her presence. Furrowing his brow, he entered Song Jitian's office, exchanged a few inconsequential remarks, and then exited, finding Yanin's seat still unoccupied. As he was about to ascend, he heard Li Bai's empty voice. "All right, sister, please rest at home. I'll handle everything else." "All right, goodbye." Zhang Wenhao returned to his office and connected with Huang Tianyu over the phone. Shortly thereafter, Huang Tianyu arrived. "Have a seat," Zhang Wenhao instructed, observing him as he settled in with an upright posture. "What is going on?" Huang Tianyu inquired. "Just a chat." Huang Tianyu gazed at Zhang Wenhao in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Wenhao chuckled and inquired, "What is Li Yanin's current salary?" "Don't tell me you are unaware." Huang Tianyu smiled and replied, "Old Zhang, we have known each other for over 30 years since our school days, and you have never shown such concern for anyone else." Zhang Wenhao cast a cold smile at Huang Tianyu, causing a shiver to run down Huang Tianyu's spine. He continued, "Without counting bonuses, it's about 10,000 a month. When performance is good, the bonus can reach around 20,000. When it's not, it might be 2 to 3,000. However, Yanin has been performing quite well, so her monthly bonus is usually around 15 to 16,000. Given her good performance, why is her salary so low? What is the maximum base salary for her level?" Huang Tianyu paused for a moment and replied, 20,000. "Allocate her salary at the highest tier for this level. You write the report, and I will approve it. You understand?" "Old John, what are you implying?" "No need for explanations, really. Old John, have you really changed? This isn't like you. You have always avoided entanglements close to home." Zhang Wenhao lifted his gaze to Huang Tianyu, and his smile abruptly vanished, unfazed by Zhang Wenhao's demeanor. Huang Tianyu continued to tease, "Old John, could it be that you have developed genuine feelings? Do you think I am still young? Why is that?" Why? He himself did not comprehend the reason. He merely wished for that slender young girl to stop exerting herself so relentlessly. Since her arrival here, she has seemingly been losing weight, almost to the point of being mere bones, making her embrace somewhat uncomfortable. Lao Zhan, he said. Zhang Wenhao glanced at Huang Tianyu. "Lao Zhan, it's one thing for you to entertain yourself here, but a couple of days ago, Mei Hua called me. She inquired about your well-being, but you know it's really just her way of probing into your situation. She mentioned that once her youngest daughter starts university, she will come to keep you company. By then, All your flirty admirers will need to be sent away. You're not unaware of what Maywa represents. Zhang Wenhao furrowed his brow. I am more aware than you think. And what of Yanin? Is she any different? He chuckled. Don't say that old classmates Haven T warned you. Your feelings for her are distinct. You have repeatedly scrutinized her at the credit review meetings, judging her case with an intensity that surpasses that of her own client manager. Do you think I'm oblivious? Perhaps her youth and beauty cloud your judgment. But I am not so easily deceived. You are mentoring her, aiding in her growth, cognizant that if a client manager encounters bad debts, their future will be fraught with difficulties. You never invested this much thought in a woman before. A bit of money would suffice to dismiss them. That's because her needs differ. She is not like those other women. She possesses a greater sense of independence. Look at you, look at you. The moment you mention Yanin, your enthusiasm shines through. Zhang Wenhao, exasperated, sighed and resumed reading the documents in his hand. Huang Tianyu chuckled and added, the moment I hit upon your hidden sentiments, you start to play it cool, just like in your youth. To engage in battle without teaching is termed as murder. As your superior, one cannot act in such a manner. Why have you not imparted your knowledge to others? Why have you neglected Li Min, who has been by your side for over a decade, following you from her youthful prime to her current state? I have entrusted her to Ji Ting. Will Song Ji Ting truly guide her? It would have been better had you not given any instructions. Your guidance may only lead to Li Min's further misfortune. Enough of this. You may leave now. Zhang Wenhao, filled with impatience, was soothing Huang Tianyu, who chuckled and remarked as he exited. From youthful charm to the twilight of life, be wary of losing your integrity. A pen flew from a distance towards Zhang Wenhao, prompting Huang Tianyu to hastily close the door. Some thoughts are merely meant to be spoken. He found himself genuinely concerned for that young girl, yet she appeared blissfully unaware. This realization caused Zhang Wenhao to furrow his brow once more. In the afternoon, while Zhang Wenhao was in a meeting, his phone buzzed incessantly with notifications of expenses incurred by Yanin, each amount substantial. He chuckled and shook his head. That evening, Zhang Wenhao returned home punctually to the residence he shared with Yanin. In the kitchen, Yanin was washing fruits, her complexion slightly pale. Upon seeing him, she remained silent and continued her task. Zhang Wenhao said nothing either, heading straight to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed, and when he emerged, he was wrapped in a black towel. It must be said that his physique was quite impressive, likely due to years of diligent exercise, approaching 50. He bore no excess weight, his muscles defined and alluring. Zhang Wenhao deliberately sauntered in front of Yanin, and eventually, unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter at his childish antics. Zhang Wenhao smiled gently. Yanin deliberately walked into the bedroom, and Zhang Wenhao, understanding her intentions, followed suit. Yanin flashed him a sweet smile, and Zhang Wenhao's expression grew increasingly content. Suddenly, Yanin swiftly snatched away the bath towel wrapped around Zhang Wenhao, darting out of the room and locking the door behind her with a key. The windows in the room stood wide open, and Zhang Wenhao, standing there bare, momentarily disregarded Yanin's escape, hurriedly rushing to close the windows as her triumphant and cheerful laughter echoed from the doorway. Chapter 48, Quarreling and Reconciliation standing at the door. Zhang Wenhao felt a mixture of amusement and irritation. At his age, he had been outwitted by a little girl. Open the door, Yanin, he called, his voice tinged with resignation. No, Yanin replied, standing outside with a triumphant smirk. Be good, listen to me. Seeing the silence linger outside, Zhang Wenhao sighed once more. Finally, the door swung open, revealing Yanin's little head. Without hesitation, Zhang Wenhao stepped forward, seized Yanin, and tossed her over his shoulder. Yanin felt a rush of blood to her head, but before she could process what was happening, she found herself thrown onto the bed, immediately pinned down by a substantial weight. The two were pressed closely together, and Yanin could distinctly sense the changes in Zhang Wenhao's body. He gazed into her eyes and inquired, Why are your eyes so red? I didn't sleep well, she replied. A more pronounced smile crept into the corners of Zhang Wenhao's eyes as Yanin added, It's the pain from my period. Zhang Wenhao paused momentarily, then chuckled. How could you suddenly have a stomachache? It's probably due to being angry at someone and then drinking a cup of iced coffee to cool down, which triggered it. Gently, Zhang Wenhao ran his fingers through Yanin's hair, admonishing her, In the future, do not throw tantrums and get angry with me. Why not? Yanin challenged. You claim you've never comforted a woman. Looking into his eyes, she discerned a depth of emotion, and with a smile, she teased, With so many women around you, how can you say you don't know how to comfort? Who are you trying to fool? Honestly, I have never. Drink more warm water and rest well. I have a banquet to attend tonight. Yanan nodded obediently as Zhang Wenhao rose to change his attire in the adjacent cloakroom. With a dull thud, she collapsed onto the bed, the vast expanse of the house echoing her solitude. A faint ache began to throb in her lower abdomen. After taking some painkillers, Yanan drifted into a light slumber. Upon awakening, she found the world outside cloaked in darkness. She retrieved some biscuits from the refrigerator, consuming them with lukewarm water. The television droned on with a tedious Korean drama, failing to capture her interest. While Zhang Wenhao was present, they would engage in a game of chess together. Despite her consistent defeats, the company alleviated her boredom. The comfort of habit was a formidable force, yet she hastily retracted her thoughts. No matter how admirable that man might be, he was not hers to claim, and refraining from emotional entanglement was her steadfast principle. As the effects of the painkiller gradually waned, the discomfort in her abdomen resurfaced. Yanan lay limply on the sofa, clutching a cushion, too weary to even move her fingers, as beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenhao drove in silence, the stillness within the car palpable. The wind tousled his thick, tousled hair, while the passenger, Yuan, gazed at the man beside her. His features were well-defined. Although not youthful, he exuded a charm unattainable by the young. Wenhao, where are we headed? She inquired. I will take you home. I have matters to attend to, he replied. Wenhao, it has been ages since we last met. Yuan added, a hint of reluctance evident in her voice. Zhang Wenhao remained silent as the car halted in front of a convenience store. Wait for me here, he instructed before exiting the vehicle. Yuan smiled brightly, her inner satisfaction unmistakable. Zhang Wenhao soon returned, clutching a bag of brown sugar. The expression on Yuan's face darkened immediately. It was not what she had anticipated. Zhang Wenhao paid her no heed as he sped towards her home. Upon arriving at the entrance, he showed no intention of alighting from the vehicle. Yuan softly called out, Wenhao, I still have matters to attend to. Although her countenance was troubled, she said nothing further. She nodded, and as she exited the car, she tenderly placed a kiss on Zhang Wenhao's cheek, whispering, I am leaving. Zhang Wenhao did not meet her gaze but nodded, and without a moment's pause, the car accelerated away. Yuan watched the vehicle disappear, stamping her foot in frustration. Upon returning home, Zhang Wenhao found Yanan nestled on the sofa, clutching a pillow while watching television. Scattered across the table were several bags of cookies and a box of painkillers. Zhang Wenhao's brow furrowed in concern. Yanan glanced towards the door, surprise flickering across her face, quickly replaced by a look of distress. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she mustered all her strength to rise and threw herself into Zhang Wenhao's embrace. He staggered slightly from the impact but regained his balance, feeling her tears saturate his shirt. What's wrong? He asked. My stomach hurts, Yanan cried. Resembling a child in her sorrow, her pain compounded by a sense of profound injustice. I brought you brown sugar, he replied. Yanan nodded against his chest, showing no inclination to move away. Zhang Wenhao allowed her to weep in his arms for a considerable time before she gradually lifted her head. Are you better now? He inquired, his tone laced with affection and helplessness. Yanan nodded gently as Zhang Wenhao lifted her effortlessly into his arms and carried her to the bedroom. He laid her down delicately upon the bed, tucking her in with care. Just as he intended to turn away, Yanan grasped his sleeve. I will fetch you some warm water, she offered. Don't, he replied, as Yanan sat up and encircled his slender waist with her arms. You are such a mischievous little sprite, he teased. Be good and listen. Zhang Wenhao gently pried her hands away, and Yanan, either lacking the strength or unwilling to resist, released him. He proceeded to the kitchen and soon returned with a cup of warm brown sugar water. After drinking, Yanan succumbed to slumber, whether due to the warmth of the beverage or a sense of tranquility within her heart. In her dreams, a comforting hand caressed her belly, enveloping her in warmth and ease. Perhaps indulging in the luxury of sleep, she awoke only when the sun had risen high, finding her side empty. As she hurried to dress, she noticed a note left on the bedside table. Leave granted, rest well. The characters were bold and vigorous, and a radiant smile spread across Yanan's face. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenhao sat in his office, strategizing with Huang Tianyu. The sudden chime of his phone broke the discussion, a notification of a credit card payment, specifically for Yanan. Instantly, his expression darkened. Huang Tianyu, observing his reaction, inquired, What's wrong? The paper in Zhang Wenhao's hand crumpled slightly under his grip, though he quickly relaxed. Old Zhang, is it that little girl again? You invest too much thought in her. She is far too stubborn enough to be easily managed. With that, Zhang Wenhao rose. gazing thoughtfully out the window at the scenery beyond. Huang Tianyu observed Zhang Wenhao with a subtle shake of his head. For those immersed in their own dilemmas often find themselves bewildered. Affection arises from unknown origins, deepening with unwavering fervor. Today, Zhang Wenhao returned home rather early, and it appeared that Yanin had significantly improved. The bloodshot streaks in her eyes had diminished, and she was out on the balcony, hanging laundry, a scene radiating warmth and beauty. On the tea table lay the golden card. Upon seeing Zhang Wenhao, Yanin's eyes transformed into crescent moons. "You're back?" Zhang Wenhao, maintaining his composure, glanced at the card before returning his gaze to Yanin. "Yes, I've been relatively unoccupied lately, so I thought I'd come home early to rest." Yanin approached Zhang Wenhao, picked up the card from the table, and returned it to him. "I have my own money to spend. Arguments seldom yield kind words. I have already let go of my anger. Your brown sugar water has soothed me. Yesterday's card usage was merely a reflection of my displeasure. I've already repaid you today. You can use whatever I've given you. It matters not how much, for I shall transfer the funds. I understand you have wealth. Yet I have also expressed my desire for independence. Do you still believe I have relied on you? At least not in terms of finances. Now that I have already depended on you, does it truly matter if I depend on you more? I cannot perpetually lean on you. Since reliance is established, does it matter if it is for a moment or a lifetime? A lifetime, when anything is coupled with eternity, it seems to transform into the most exquisite and melodious declaration of love in the world." Yanin gazed at him quietly. As the breeze rustled the leaves with a gentle whisper, the trees long to stand still, yet the wind persists. Love may wish to quiet, but the heart remains restless. As the weather turned cooler, Zhang Wenhao's life became increasingly regular. Except for occasions of necessity, he would return daily to the home that belonged to the two of them. Although life had settled into a mundane routine, it was imbued with warmth at every turn. Occasionally, Zhang Wenhao would don an apron to prepare meals. On weekends, they would indulge in leisurely slumbers, waking only when the sun was high in the sky. Sometimes they would charter a boat to go fishing, and at other times, they would return to City A to visit Yanin's mother. One weekend, Zhang Wenhao accompanied Yanin back to City A to see her mother. Naturally, Li Mama was delighted to see her future son-in-law, who was treated as an esteemed guest. Although Li Mama's movements were still somewhat uncoordinated, she had improved significantly compared to before and was eager to cook for Zhang Wenhao. Yanin busied herself in the kitchen alongside her mother, while Zhang Wenhao settled into the modest living room to watch television. "Yanin, don't let your mother nag you. Why don't you tell her when you and Wenhao plan to get married?" As the knife swiftly sliced through the air, a sudden spray of blood erupted. "Is Yanin all right?" Li Mama exclaimed in panic. Zhang Wenhao rushed over, concerned. "What happened?" "It's nothing. I just accidentally cut my hand. Let me help you with that." He gently took Yanin's hand and led her to the bathroom to rinse it under water. As Yanin gazed at the man so close to her, the faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to betray his age. Unable to resist, she tenderly kissed the fine lines near his eyes. Sensing her unusual behavior, Zhang Wenhao looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Yanin shook her head, her smile as radiant as ever. Soon, Zhang Wenhao adeptly applied a band-aid for Yanin, who gently curled her finger. It did not hinder her movement. This man could accomplish everything with perfection. Dinner was swiftly prepared, with Zhang Wenhao assisting in serving the dishes. Mama Li had prepared a delightful array of mostly meat dishes. Aware of Zhang Wenhao's usual emphasis on health and his preference for vegetarian fare, Yanin intentionally placed a plate of stir-fried greens before him, saying, "This dish is my creation. Do give it a try." Zhang Wenhao understood her intention and smiled as he sampled the greens, finding the seasoning just right and the vegetables delightfully tender. The two exchanged a smile. Mama Li, satisfied, nodded and remarked, "Wenhao, you and Yanin have been together for quite some time now. When do you plan to marry?" Chapter 49. Upholding one's responsibilities. The moment Li Mama posed her question, the temperature in the room plummeted. Although there was little change in the expression on Zhang Wenhao's face, Yanin could still sense the embarrassment simmering within him. To their mother, they appeared to be a conventional couple who had been dating for 6 months. Yet the topic of marriage had never been broached. How could a mother not be concerned? They ought to have anticipated such inquiries long ago. The atmosphere grew tense and frigid. Li Mama sensed the shift in mood and glanced at Yanin, who hastily clarified, "Mom, we've only been dating for half a year. Discussing such matters now feels premature. We're not yet mentally prepared." Li Mama forced a laugh and cast a meaningful look at Zhang Wenhao, who promptly interjected, "Your house is rather small. Why not consider moving to a larger one? I can cover the expenses." Li Mama chuckled awkwardly. You both work so hard for your earnings. There's no need to go to such lengths. I'm quite comfortable here. Yanin, you see, I'm recovering swiftly. Once this course of acupuncture concludes, I'll move to B-City to live with you. Mom, my job requires frequent travel, so it doesn't even matter where you reside. Besides, the housing prices in B-City are exorbitantly high. Having received my year-end bonus this year, I plan to purchase a home for you here, Yanin said, her demeanor slightly evasive. If her mother were to discover that she was cohabitating with Zhang Wenhao, she would undoubtedly insist on an immediate marriage. Li Mama's gaze flickered, but she refrained from saying much more. After dinner, the two drove back to B-City in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Upon returning home, Yanin tidied up simply while Zhang Wenhao took a shower. As Yanin glanced at his retreating figure, she fell into contemplation. The phone rang, and upon seeing the caller, she let out a long sigh before answering. Yanin, speak honestly with me. Is there something amiss with Zhang Wenhao? Or is there an issue between you two? Why does he evade the topic of marriage so readily? No, Mom. We haven't been dating for long. There's no rush. Not in a hurry. You're 30, and he is 35. How can you not feel the urgency? Li Mama continued her gentle admonitions, and Yanin sighed deeply within. If her mother were to discover that Zhang Wenhao is actually 50 this year, she would likely cast her out of the house. Well, both of us are quite busy with work. Now is simply not the right time. Perhaps we can discuss it again once we have a more stable financial foundation. Whenever I mention marriage, you always find excuses. Tell me, is it that Zhang Wenhao doesn't he wish to marry? No. Yanin deflected her mother's inquiries with various excuses. After a while, a shadow fell across the light, and before Yanin could turn around, she was embraced from behind. A pair of large hands roamed across her body, and she quickly raised one hand to halt Zhang Wenhao's advances, turning her head to silently convey to him, Mom. Zhang Wenhao smiled as he effortlessly lifted her into his arms, causing Yanin to nearly cry out in surprise. The amusement in Zhang Wenhao's eyes deepened as he gently placed Yanin on the bed, subsequently covering her with his own body. His kiss descended softly, as light as a feather, teasing Yanin's senses. Just as Yanin attempted to resist, Zhang Wenhao pressed her hand firmly against her forehead, leaving her powerless to oppose his advances. She stifled the sensations coursing through her, fearful that her mother might perceive something amiss. She hastily uttered a few words before promptly ending the call. Noticing that she had hung up, Zhang Wenhao ceased his movements. Yanin glared at him, questioning whether it was intentional. Yes, he replied. Why? She inquired. Because someone played a trick on me last time, snatching my towel and locking the door behind them. You really hold grudges, Yanin thought to herself. Incredulous that he still remembered an incident from so long ago. Why was it that she could easily forgive him, while he clung to past grievances? Zhang Wenhao chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. He nudged his nose against Yanin's, their faces mere inches apart, allowing them to share the warmth of each other's breath and heartbeats. What do you think about what your mother said today? He asked. Yanin paused, then replied, I'm not young anymore. It's only natural for my mother to be anxious. And you? Will you marry me? The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them, fully aware of their impossibility. Although Zhang Wenhao had never mentioned his family circumstances, she sensed he must have one. Zhang Wenhao was taken aback, not expecting Yanin to pose such a question. I was joking, he said. Yanin forced a smile. While Zhang Wenhao fell into a profound silence, his dark eyes fixated on her. Yanin felt a sense of discomfort as she averted her gaze from him. Yanin, aside from this, what else can I offer you? Although she had long anticipated the answer, hearing it spoken aloud felt unbearably cruel. The longer time passed, the more Yanin hesitated to contemplate her feelings for Zhang Wenhao. Was it merely a habit, a dependency, or had love, unbeknownst to her, already taken root? She dared not ponder the potential paths their futures might take, whether he would tire of her and cast her aside, or if she would reach a breaking point and leave him, or perhaps one day, they would naturally part ways. In the subsequent week, Zhang Wenhao appeared to be exceedingly busy. It remained unclear whether his busyness was genuine or if he intentionally evaded her due to their previous conversation. He returned home late each night, and, for many days, did not return at all. Yanin sat in Song Jiding's office, discussing new case matters with her. Song Jiding analyzed the overall state of the enterprise, ultimately furrowing her brow. The profitability of this enterprise is commendable, and the new project holds significant promise. However, the collateral is insufficient to meet the industry's entry requirements. Yanin understood that this case was indeed a challenging one, likely necessitating special approval. She could not afford to bypass protocol to seek Zhang Wenhao's assistance. This case may need to be set aside for now, Song Jiting concluded, her hands clasped and elbows resting on the table. President Song, if we do not act swiftly, this case could easily slip away. Our industry's entry standards are exceedingly high. But surely other sectors could accommodate such conditions. I am well aware of that. However, the president is currently on leave, and without his special approval, the credit review will undoubtedly not be granted. Leave? Yan'an was taken aback. Zhang Wenhao had actually taken a leave of absence without a word to her. And a wave of melancholy washed over her heart. Why is he on leave? When will he return? Yan'an nearly blurted out. Song Jitian cast a wary glance at Yan'an, who quickly clarified, I do not wish to squander this opportunity. Renowned in the team for her relentless dedication. Yan'an's explanation brought a flicker of relief to Song Jitian's expression as she replied, he has become a grandfather. He went to the United States to visit his daughter. He has taken a week's leave and will be back next Wednesday. This was the first time Yan'an heard about Zhang Wenhao's family matters. Her mind felt as if it had exploded. He has become a grandfather. Before she could ponder further, she sensed Song Jitian's scrutinizing gaze and hurriedly met her eyes. Song, what about our case? Listen to me. I will discuss it with General Manager Huang and see what he thinks. We must decide whether to report it or handle it differently, for we cannot neglect the profits we rightfully deserve. Yan'an could hardly recall how she exited Song Jitian's office, each step feeling heavy as her mind incessantly replayed Song Jitian's words. He has become a grandfather. Indeed, at his age, it is fitting. Sitting alone on the rooftop, she felt the chilly breeze. The weather had turned, and the wind no longer offered the refreshing comfort of summer, but rather a biting cold. Yan'an, why are you sitting here alone in the cold wind? Wang Meng's voice echoed in her ears as Yan'an turned to see Wang Meng approaching her, a steaming cup of tea in hand. Is it because of Zhang Wenhao's leave? Do you know? Of course, he must report his leave to the board through me. As she spoke, Wang Meng handed the warm drink to Yan'an. Have a sip. It's too cold. Are you unhappy? He left without informing me. Yan'an's voice carried a hint of melancholy. I feel somewhat lost. Yan'an, have you fallen for him? Whether I have feelings or not, I am uncertain. But I do know that I am not in a good mood. I feel quite desolate. After finishing her tea, the warmth enveloped her body. Yet it could not thaw the chill in her heart at that moment. He left in such haste, receiving a call and immediately booking a flight. That is not a sufficient reason for him not to inform me. Yan'an's tone was tinged with sorrow, and it was only much later, after she got to know Mrs. Zhang Wenhao, that she could finally erase this matter from her heart. Indeed, Zhang Wenhao was away for a week, and during this time, Yan'an did not return home too early. She spent her days rushing through cases, while the project she had previously discussed with Song Jitian was left in limbo. In moments of solitude, Li Bai Kong became increasingly significant. He accompanied Yan'an during late nights at work. His leisure seemed to revolve around her. If she returned home early, he would indulge in outings with a myriad of friends, but if she worked overtime, it appeared as though all his social engagements vanished. Yan'an felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Li Bai Kong. However, there is nothing but gratitude. Chapter 50. Learning to Trust early on Wednesday morning. Song Jitong hurriedly emerged from her office and approached Yan'an. The boss is back this morning. Please gather all the materials regarding the case we discussed that day. I need to report on it. You should reach out to the clients to see if they have considered applying for loans at other banks. Miss Song, I would like to accompany you, Yan'an replied. I contacted the clients yesterday, and one bank has approved their credit limit. They mentioned that if we cannot finalize the approval by the weekend, they will proceed with that bank. I'll inform the boss. I am quite familiar with the entire case. Without much thought, Song Jitong nodded, and Yan'an followed her to the 28th floor. Only Yan'an knew how eagerly she wished to see Zhang Wenhao. At that moment, the case seemed far less significant than her desire. Upon reaching the 28th floor, Song Jitong knocked on the door. Yan'an's heartbeat quickened with each knock. Though she was uncertain of the source of her anxiety, she simply felt a surge of nervousness. Come in. That melodious voice resonated in her ears once more, and Yan'an felt as though her heart had safely landed from a great height. Entering Zhang Wenhao's office behind Song Jitong, Yan'an caught a glimpse of Zhang Wenhao's gaze as it briefly met hers. He instinctively lingered on her for a moment longer, while Yan'an, with her head bowed, concealed her emotions behind her long eyelashes. Heaven knows how excited she felt at that moment. Please, have a seat, Zhang Wenhao instructed. Yan'an and Song Jitong sat side by side before Zhang Wenhao. It was Song Jitong who spoke first, saying, Boss, we have a case we would like you to approve exceptionally. Zhang Wenhao regarded the two of them, pondering the request. Exceptional approval, he echoed. For the current loan conditions of the enterprise did not meet our bank's admission standards. However, the company's credentials are remarkably strong. Thus we hope you can grant us this special approval, Yanin interjected eagerly. Let us defer this to next week's credit review meeting. Zhang Wenhao replied in a rather stern tone. Boss, I have reviewed this enterprise, and its qualifications are indeed excellent, Song Ziding added, attempting to bolster their case and persuade Zhang Wenhao. Moreover, we had previously sought assistance from the credit review team, and they indicated there were no issues. We are merely awaiting your decision. Zhang Wenhao fixed his gaze on Song Ziding, his emotions inscrutable. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, the admission criteria were established by the risk management department at that time. A system devised by so many must inherently possess its rationale. Since it does not comply, it is perhaps best not to proceed. Given the current state of the market economy, we must exercise greater caution in our dealings. Regulations may not always keep pace with market fluctuations. Have we not had cases of exceptional approval that were not formalized for this very reason? Yanin countered. Zhang Wenhao pondered this for a moment before dialing Huang Tianyu's number. Huang Tianyu arrived promptly. Boss, he greeted, taking a seat beside Yanin. Zhang Wenhao inquired. Ziding mentioned they have a case requiring exceptional approval. Are you aware of this matter? Upon hearing Zhang Wenhao's words, Song Ziding's expression darkened, contemplating whether it was distrust directed at her or something else. She glanced at Yanin, deep in thought. I understand, boss. Regarding this enterprise, I conducted a client survey personally. This case can be pursued. Huang Tianyu particularly emphasized the word personally, while Song Zhitian beside him became increasingly cautious, her gaze acutely focused on the three individuals before them. Yanin also seemed to discern the underlying implications in Huang Tianyu's words, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Wenhao. Zhang Wenhao smiled faintly and dialed the phone of the head of the credit review department, Deng Qiming, who promptly arrived. Zhang Wenhao addressed him, Qiming. They have a case requiring special approval. I called you here for a brief meeting to assess the matter. If there are no issues, please proceed with the approval. Understood. Boss, Deng Qiming replied obediently, taking a seat beside them. Yanin began to present the case, starting with the background of the enterprise. Each time she noticed Zhang Wenhao's brow furrow slightly, her composure wavered, and her voice trembled slightly. In those moments, Zhang Wenhao would cast a resigned glance in her direction, their eyes meeting, silently conveying messages. Soon, Yanin concluded her presentation, anxiously awaiting the verdict, and to her surprise, it was approved smoothly. As they prepared to leave, there was a lingering reluctance, and Huang Tianyu chose to stay behind. Once everyone else had exited, Huang Tianyu remarked, if you continue like this, Zhitian will undoubtedly overthink things. If she overthinks, you can confront her, Zhang Wenhao replied nonchalantly. You truly are a good old classmate to me. Haha, I appreciate your effort in this case. Huang Tianyu sighed deeply. Alas, what can we do, given that we are classmates? When that young lady and Zhitian visited the other day, I conducted thorough due diligence. Rest assured, the enterprise poses no issues. Well, it's good that there isn't any issue. If you are concerned about Zhiting posing a threat to the young girl, perhaps you should consider assigning her to a different position. Zhang Wenhao shook his head, stating that she would not agree to such a change. This young girl is quite ambitious, and this department is crucial, as it manages substantial assets. At present, I cannot think of anyone more suitable than Zhiting. Huang Tianyu was taken aback. For the sake of this young girl, Zhang Wenhao was actually contemplating moving Song Zhiting, which he had not anticipated. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Old Zhang, are you considering shifting Zhiting? Not at the moment, but one cannot hide the fire with paper. If Zhiting were to act inappropriately, I cannot guarantee that I would not take action against her. You have known Zhiting for over 30 years. Yet you have only known the young girl for less than a year. A chuckle escaped Zhang Wenhao's lips. He himself had not expected the thought of moving Song Zhiting to arise from Zhiting and Yan'an. Old Huang, do you think Yan'an possesses the potential to be a supervisor? What are you saying? Huang Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. To replace Zhiting in her position. Are you out of your mind? I am not joking. You should know that occupying this position involves more than mere business acumen. In terms of professional knowledge and capability, Yan'an is indeed comparable to anyone, even potentially surpassing me. However, what about her tactics? Can she balance various interests? Can she maintain a clear distinction between personal and professional matters? These factors are equally significant. Zhang Wenhao burst into laughter. What is so funny? Huang Tianyu asked, somewhat helplessly. How can someone without tactics find their way into my bed? Do you know how Zhang Wei and Xin Zhengwo met their fates? Huang Tianyu widened his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Zhang Wenhao nodded and said, I suspect it has something to do with that young girl and Candy. The young girl mentioned it to you. My suspicion remains unverified, and there is no need for it. Those two useless individuals were so easily dealt with that there was no need to keep them around. Zhang Wenhao's tone was laced with coldness, devoid of any emotion. Huang Tianyu deliberately shivered, and Zhang Wenhao gave him a disdainful glance. Stop pretending. As Huang Tianyu exited Zhang Wenhao's office, he encountered Yanin on his way back. Yanin greeted him with a bright smile. Hello, Mr. Huang. Do you need something from me? Yes, Huang Tianyu replied, momentarily taken aback, before ushering Yanin into his office. Yanin took a seat opposite him and said, Thank you for your assistance today, Mr. Huang. It was nothing. This enterprise is indeed quite competent. I merely spoke the truth. The final decision rests with the owner. If you wish to express your gratitude, you should thank him directly. As for him, I will certainly return to thank him properly. Yanin's words carried an ambiguous tone, causing Huang Tianyu to pause, surprised by her candor. Just as he contemplated how to respond, Yanin continued, Mr. Huang, you have known about my relationship with the owner for quite some time, haven't you? Her inquiry was tinged with certainty. Huang Tianyu chuckled softly. Yanin, are you trying to extract information from me? Mr. Huang, I wouldn't dare. I merely wish to confirm a few things. What do you wish to confirm? Song Jitong. Huang Tianyu fell silent, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The young girl before him was indeed quite astute, more so than he had initially anticipated. Yan Nan smiled faintly and inquired, Mr. Huang, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely seek clarification on one matter. Does Song Jitian share a special relationship with the boss? Why do you think that? He asked. It began as an instinct. Even though Song Jitian conceals it well, I still sense something. Perhaps it is a woman's intuition. Their relationship is not as simple as mere classmates. Today, I have confirmed that the boss harbors suspicions regarding Song Jitian, which is why he sent you to assist me in verifying the case. Yin Nan. The boss treats you exceptionally well. I am aware of all the women who have been by his side over the years. Yet none have garnered his attention as you have. As for her, Song Jitian is currently merely a colleague and a friend. The past is too distant for you to concern yourself with. You are an intelligent individual and should understand that some matters are best left untouched. If the boss has chosen not to disclose certain information to you, it signifies that you need not be privy to it. Refrain from inquiring indiscriminately, for it will not serve you well. If your curiosity persists, you may approach the boss directly. If he is inclined to share, he will do so. I assure you, the information you have gathered today will remain between us, and I hope there will not be a next time. Mr. Huang, you misunderstand me. I am merely acting in self-preservation. Should there exist an extraordinary connection between Mr. Song and the boss, I must safeguard myself. For there are no walls that do not allow whispers to pass through, are there? Just as you are aware of my relationship with the boss, I cannot ascertain whether Mr. Song is also informed. I do not wish to become a casualty. Huang Tianyu was taken aback by Yanin's unexpected words. This little girl was indeed extraordinary. In the past, the women surrounding Zhang Wenhao would inquire about him, albeit with varying motives, most driven by jealousy, while others sought to exert control over him. Yet, none had ever thought in such a manner. Huang Tianyu couldn't help but smile as he said, The boss will protect you well. You must learn to trust your man. Trust? The men she had once placed her faith in had all betrayed her, which was why she had become so cautious and guarded, treading carefully at every step. Moreover, with a man like Zhang Wenhao, who flitted through the flowers without touching a single petal, how could she possibly learn to trust someone so elusive? Chapter 51. Tender moments. Yanin returned home early from work, uncertain whether Zhang Wenhao would come back today. Nevertheless, she prepared dinner and waited at home. The house was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the soft ticking of the clock. As the hour hand pointed to 10, Yanin rose and discarded the uneaten food from the table, feeling a twinge of disappointment and self-mockery. Lying in bed, she found herself drifting in and out of sleep, the passage of time becoming a blur. Just as her consciousness began to wrestle with the heaviness of slumber, she felt a presence beside her, a body sinking into the mattress, wrapping her in a warm embrace. Awakening to this warmth, Yanin opened her eyes, suddenly aware of the moisture gathering beneath them. You're back? She asked, her voice thick with emotion. I took a long leave. There was so much to attend to. I just got off work. Did you miss me? Zhang Wenhao replied. Recognizing the tremor in her voice as he leaned down to kiss her hair, Yanin turned toward him, burying her face in his chest, opting for silence as her response. "Did you miss me?" he inquired again, his tone laced with playful mockery. Self-absorbed. "Why would I miss you? You left without even a word," she retorted. "I had to leave in a hurry," he defended. "Excuses. Truly, I found my phone dead at the airport and forgot to bring my power bank. I didn't have the chance to let you know." This was the first time Zhang Wenhao offered an explanation to Yanin. Whether it was genuine or mere pretext mattered little to her at that moment. All she desired was to hold onto the man before her. He had returned. Back by her side, Zhang Wenhao embraced her tightly, enveloped in a comforting silence that felt just right, just as Yanin believed that Zhang Wenhao had drifted into slumber. His resonant voice broke the silence, stating, "Women need not exert themselves so fiercely. They can rely on men." Yanin remained silent, simply leaning against him, enveloped in his presence. "You can depend on me." Zhang Wenhao's voice resonated once more. Yanin felt a tremor in her heart, as though it skipped a beat. She closed her eyes and tightened her embrace around Zhang Wenhao. The department welcomed two new entrants, a pair of twin sisters, Xiao Huan and Xiao Le. Recent graduates assigned to assist as client managers, aiding Chen Yachuan and Zhang Nan. This left Wang Sisi as the only one without an assistant, growing increasingly impatient. Wang Sisi approached Song Ziding, whose response was succinct. Due to her poor performance, she had no assistant. Yanan was not the top performer in this group either. That title belonged to Zhang Nan, rumored to have a prominent father-in-law, with clients primarily referred by him. Xiao Huan and Xiao Lu, both born in the 1990s, began to follow Li Bai around shortly after their arrival, addressing him with endearments. Wang Sisi's ire was vividly displayed on her face, and the frequency with which she threw objects escalated daily. Meanwhile, Li Bai remained nonchalant, orbiting around Yanan, whose desk flowers were replaced punctually each day, making her the focal point of attention. Li Bai's growth was rapid. He was almost ready to stand independently, poised to become a client manager with just one opportunity. Yet, Li Bai seemed wholly indifferent to this prospect. As November swiftly arrives, the end of the month marks the birthday of Zhang Wenhao. The relationship between the two has entered a phase of tranquility, yet neither harbors any weariness towards the other. Although Zhang Wenhao occasionally stays out late, which leaves Yanan feeling somewhat unsettled, she has never brought forth any demands. Wang Ming occasionally messages Yanan to inform her that Zhang Wenhao is out with Li Min, to which Yanan simply responds with a smile. November is also the month for promotions in the latter half of the year. On the 5th, the list of promotions was released, and as expected, Yanan's name was among them. She was not surprised. Over the past 6 years, she had been promoted twice, and in the year since she met Zhang Wenhao, she had ascended another 2 levels. Naturally, her salary reflects her status, being the highest in her tier. Indeed, having connections in the right places proves advantageous. Today marks Yanan's promotion day, and after work, she deliberately purchased a cake, steak, and red wine. Passing by a travel agency, she noticed a plethora of dazzling advertisements and collected a few to take home. Lying on her bed, she gazes at the advertisements, while the table is set with the cake. The steak, easy to pan-fry, is left for later, as she plans to prepare it when Zhang Wenhao returns so that they can enjoy it hot together. However, before long, a message from Wang Ming arrives. Zhang Wenhao is with Li Min. In a fit of pique, Yanan tosses the flyers onto the bed, discarding the cake and steak into the trash can. Watching the refuse pile up, she coldly mocks herself, realizing she had overestimated her significance. How could someone like Zhang Wenhao celebrate such trivial matters with her? Moreover, today is also Li Min's promotion day. His choices are abundant, while hers seem singular. She swiftly prepares for a shower, then nestles into bed to watch television. As the clock struck 9, the sound of the door opening echoed through the entrance. Yanan glanced toward the doorway, where Zhang Wenhao stepped inside. Upon noticing Yanan cocooned in her blanket, he chuckled. "You're already in bed waiting for me so early. Why are you back?" she inquired. "Why shouldn't I return? This is my home," Zhang Wenhao replied, loosening his tie as he made his way into the kitchen. His gaze fell upon the remnants of cake, wine, and steak in the trash bin, and an understanding dawned on him, causing his smile to widen. "I'm so hungry," Zhang Wenhao exclaimed from the kitchen. "Did you not eat?" Yanan asked, a hint of irritation in her voice, yet she descended from the bed and walked into the kitchen. Spotting the discarded items still in the bin, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly shifted the conversation. "Let me prepare something for you." With her head down, she reached for the refrigerator door, but Zhang Wenhao gently pressed his hand over hers. "Are you no longer upset?" Why would I be upset? Then why did you throw it away? Zhang Wenhao pointed towards the refuse. I thought you wouldn't come back. I saw the announcement about your promotion. However, there's a gathering tonight that I need to attend, along with several influential individuals. Not just Li Minyanin couldn't help but smile, responding, I'm not angry. Zhang Wenhao embraced her, retrieving a simple silver bracelet from his pocket. It bore no embellishments and was likely worth no more than 500 yuan. This is for you. Will it bring you a bit more joy? Yanin stood in stunned silence as Zhang Wenhao continued. I know this isn't what you truly desire. However, what you desire is something I cannot provide at this moment. Zhang Wenhao is indeed pragmatic, devoid of flattery, often leaving one with a bittersweet feeling. Yanin smiled lightly, not wishing to press him, and replied, Thank you. What I seek is not merely a thank you. Dinner has been depleted. We are left only with frozen dumplings. Will you partake? Haha, your attempt to shift the topic is rather abrupt. I shall eat, but first, I will indulge in you. With that, Zhang Wenhao lifted Yanin into his arms and made his way toward the bedroom. After a considerable time, the two finally concluded their embrace. With Yanin nestled in Zhang Wenhao's hold, motionless until an untimely rumble from her stomach broke the silence. Zhang Wenhao chuckled, Are you hungry? Did you not have dinner? But I am reluctant to move. In the future, do not inquire about my affairs from others. What you hear may not be the truth, and it would be unwise to let yourself suffer from hunger. I did not ask Wang Ming. It was she. Yanin halted mid-sentence, suddenly realizing she had inadvertently divulged Wang Ming's secret. Haha, it is well known to the world that Wang Ming holds you dear. It is only natural that you acquired my news through her. I need not be told. I can deduce it myself. I apologize. It was not my place to meddle. Yanin was acutely aware of Zhang Wenhao's temperament. He abhorred explanations, interference, nagging, and prying into his privacy. She had always been careful to respect her boundaries. Yet she feared this time might genuinely displease him. You may, Zhang Wenhao replied, playfully pinching Yanin's nose. Yanin gazed at Zhang Wenhao. Her eyes filled with an indelible depth of affection that left her momentarily flustered. Zhang Wenhao gently pecked her forehead and spoke. Li Min has been by my side since she was 25, accompanying me for 15 years, from youthful beauty to the inevitable passage of time. Allow me some time to contemplate how to gently extricate her from my life. Yanin's face was a canvas of astonishment, her speech slightly stammering. You want to push her away? Why? Zhang Wenhao's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth, replying, I fear that a certain young girl might one day find herself consumed by jealousy, neglecting her own sustenance. The entire situation felt surreal to Yanin, and she feared that one day this dream would shatter anew, leaving her with nothing. As she spoke, her demeanor shifted to one of profound despondency. That one tea happened. I've assured you that you can rely on me. Zhang Wenhao gently ran his fingers through Yanin's hair. In that moment, Yanin nestled in his embrace, seeking solace in the beauty of the present, cherishing the company of a man who cared for her and endeavored to bring her joy. Her happiness resembled a delicate balloon, one that, despite her cautious handling, could one day vanish without a trace. When morning arrived, Zhang Wenhao noticed a flyer set aside by Yanin, which prompted her to approach him. Standing on her tiptoes to fasten his tie. I wish to go out with you, she said. Your birthday is at the end of the month. Haha, very well, he replied. You choose the destination, but let it not be too far. I may not be able to secure time off. Agreed. With a smile, Yanin nodded. Noticing at that moment that Zhang Wenhao was curled up with his knees drawn in, accommodating Yanin's shorter stature, not that she was too short, but rather he was nearly 1 meter 90 tall. At 50 years of age, he stood tall and straight, his back perpetually erect. The sunlight bathed their faces, illuminating them with a golden glow, both adorned with sweet smiles. Upon entering the office, Yanin observed the bustling workspace where everyone was gathered. From a distance, she spotted Li Baikong waving at her. She hurried over, inquiring what was the matter. Oh, nothing much. We're discussing the video for the boss's birthday, Li Baikong explained. Sister, do you have any good ideas? Indeed, Zhang Wenhao had never belonged to her alone, even in the absence of a woman by his side. His colleagues from the office would join in celebrating his birthday. This was a splendid opportunity to showcase goodwill, and no department would let it slip by. Every year, people would send in videos from across the country to celebrate him. Yanin had once been part of that enthusiastic brigade. I'm easygoing. I have no particular ideas. Just let me know what you decide, and I will join in, she replied with a smile. Yanin, I heard you dance splendidly last year. Why not choreograph a piece for us? Then we can all make an appearance and offer our well wishes, Song Zitting suggested, her words always succinct and to the point. All right. Yanan nodded in agreement. Song Zitting, seemingly reluctant to waste any time, promptly turned and entered the office. Sister Yanan, it seems you'll be in the spotlight again, Wang Sisi remarked with a teasing tone.